Chapter 1 What? 3 billion is not enough. The noisy sound from the television came through. Lying on the sofa, Wu Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the resplendent surroundings in front of him, he felt a moment of confusion. Where is this? His last memory was of lying on a tattered bed in a sewer. Hey, isn't this my room before the apocalypse? This is a luxurious villa on the outskirts of Quanon City, covering a vast area. Looking at the phone on the table, it displayed March 1st, 2030. What? I have been reborn a month before the apocalypse begins. A month later, the apocalypse will erupt when black rain will fall for 3 days and nights. All humans exposed to the outside and coming into contact with the black rain will turn into zombies. Zombies will attack humans crazily upon sight. Those surviving humans will evolve different powers in various directions. Fire, lightning, speed, water, mental abilities, etc. They are mainly divided into 3 categories: elemental, physical, and mental powers that Wu Hao possesses the extremely rare space-type ability. After evolving, he can not only fight across space, but also has an unparalleled ability to save his life. With a thought, a huge space appeared in front of him. This is the ability space, capable of storing items. Things placed inside will remain frozen at the moment they were put in. Only he can see it, and it actually came with him into his rebirth. In the apocalypse, resources are scarce, and hunger is the greatest problem. The black rain causes most plants and animals to mutate. Countless people starve to death, and cannibalism was not uncommon. In his previous life, his powers awakened 2 months after the apocalypse began. At that time, everything had been looted. He ate countless expired food and mutated animal meat. The bitter and sour taste is unforgettable even after rebirth. There's only 1 month left. This time, he will experience a different apocalypse. That Wu Hao's adoptive parents are top tycoons in Quanon City. However, they mysteriously disappeared a year ago. They left behind a large fortune, enough for him to live carefreely for the rest of his life. That Wu Hao checked his mobile banking, and the balance showed 3 billion. In the apocalypse, this money is just a simple number. Only when it becomes tangible resources does it have meaning. Time is short. I need to start preparing now. Water and food are the basic resources for survival. Hey, is this Xiao Hu from the water delivery company? Deliver me 1 million barrels of water. Why do you need so much water? Don't waste time. I just like drinking mineral water in the swimming pool. Hey, is this Xiao Song from the Hakka restaurant? I want to order 100,000 servings of spicy stir-fried pork. Not enough? No problem. Whatever you can make this month, I want. Hey, is this Manager Lee from the wholesale market? I want to order 10 million tons of rice. What? Insufficient stock? Then adjust it from other places. I'll give you half a month. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted Wu Hao's stockpiling plans. Come in. The person who entered was Uncle Chun, who is 60 years old this year. He is the steward of the Wu family, who has watched him grow up. Uncle Chun. Wu Hao's voice choked a bit. He is the only remaining relative in the world. In his previous life, he even died to save his life. That he clenched his fists. He must not let Uncle Chun die again in this life. Young master, what's wrong? You seem a bit sad. Nothing, just a hassle buying too many things. Young master can leave it to me. Most merchants in Quanon City will give me face. That Wu Hao nodded. He trusts Uncle Chun 100%. Uncle Chun has often gone out with his parents for business and knows more people in the market than he does. Uncle Chun, if next month is the end of the world, with zombies running rampant and resources scarce, what would you buy? Uncle Chun was taken aback, then listed one by one. Water, food, meat, vegetables, medicine, armored vehicles, weapons. That's right. Plus 1 million servings of fried chicken, roast duck, kung pao chicken, Beijing-style shredded pork, and cola. By the way, make sure to spend all 3 billion. Not a single cent should be left. Young master. Wu Hao waved his hand, interrupting his words. Uncle Chun, you have watched me grow up. Do you trust me? Young master, I trust you. Good. Then do as I say, and also renovate the house. Uncle Chun nodded. He has no children of his own and has always regarded Wu Hao as his grandson. Wu Hao comes from a wealthy family, but is not a wastrel. He is rational and decisive in his actions. Uncle Chun did not understand what Wu Hao wanted to do, but he chose to trust him. The first to arrive was bottled water. After all, it was the simplest. As long as they keep bringing in truckloads, it would be fine. Wu Hao had them unload the goods in the soccer field behind the villa. Once they all left with a thought, a huge space appeared in front of him. In front of Uncle Chun. He stored the mountain of 100,000 barrels of water into the ability space at once. Uncle Chun rubbed his eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Uncle Chun, this is my secret now. You should believe me. Uncle Chun could only smile wryly and nod, not expecting next month to truly be the apocalypse. Next came rice and stir-fried pork with green peppers in the later stages of his previous life. When he ate tree bark every day, Wu Hao immediately devoured 10 servings of stir-fried pork with green peppers. Satisfied and full, he continued stockpiling. Uncle Chin's network of connections was indeed useful. By the afternoon, a large quantity of daily necessities was delivered. Oil, salt, sauce, vinegar. We also need to order drinks and alcohol. Young master, are we preparing for the apocalypse or going on vacation? Just consider it a vacation during the apocalypse. Fruits, meats, vegetables, and medical supplies gradually arrived. Wu Hao was busy and thrilled. Stockpiling gave him a sense of security. Uncle Chun, surround the back mountain, build a wall, and lay electric nets. Install the thickest glass on top, and we must have diesel generators and solar generators. The solar devices should be installed inside, not on the glass roof. The black rain will inevitably damage the devices. If it happens multiple times, they will be scrapped. When the apocalypse comes, the global power system will collapse, and he must prepare his own power generation devices. By the way, we need a lot of gasoline and diesel. Whether we can live comfortably in the future depends on it. Young master, if you do it this way, 3 billion won't be enough. Wu Hao did not expect the money to be so quickly spent. He still had some shares in the company. He could sell them quickly and raise quite a bit of money. Uncle Chun, just arrange everything as I've said. We only have 1 month left. Looking at his villa, Wu Hao had an idea. He thought of a way to deal with the money. Hey, is this President Liu? It's Xiao Wu. What's the matter? President Liu, aren't you interested in my shares? One price, 3 billion. Chapter 2, then make another 3.3 billion. Lu Neng, one of the partners in Wu Hao's adoptive parents' company, a year ago, they went out of town together to attend a meeting. The plane encountered an accident midway. Wu Hao mobilized a large amount of manpower and resources, but still couldn't find his adoptive parents. He also didn't gather enough evidence to prove that it was Lu Neng who did it. In fact, the people in the company had long known about Lu Neng's wolfish ambitions. Wu Hao had also heard the truth from Lu Neng's own mouth during the apocalypse in his previous life. Over the past year, the connections in the company belonging to the Wu family had either been fired or replaced. In reality, the company was completely under Lu Neng's control. If it weren't for the apocalypse breaking out a month later, in another year or two, the shares in Wu Hao's hands would also be hard to escape from poisonous hands. Xiao Wu, that's your parents' legacy. How can you sell it so easily? Just tell me if you want it or not. I need money now. How much do you need? I can lend it to you first. 3 billion. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Xiao Wu, 3 billion is not a small amount. The company is also having cash flow difficulties recently. I see. Then it won't trouble President Liu. I'll find someone else to sell the shares. An anxious voice came from the other side. Wait, Xiao Wu. You know I have the right of first refusal on the company's shares. Wu Hao chuckled inwardly. This old fox was still pretending he knew what Lu Neng was thinking. He couldn't openly snatch it. He had to seize it secretly, while also maintaining a facade. I know that, but didn't you say you didn't want it? That's something your parents left behind. How can it be sold easily? How about this? You can mortgage the shares to me. They'll lend you 3 billion. Just pay me back in half a month. Wu Hao frowned. Half a month was too short. President Liu, half a month is too short. 1 month will do, and I can add 5% interest. Lu Neng was reluctant to lend for a month. But when he heard the 5% interest, he was overjoyed. That moment. He was also in his villa, sitting on the sofa and swirling a glass of red wine. Next to him were 2 beautiful models, one massaging his shoulders and the other kneading his legs, quite comfortable. Making 150 million in a month was not a loss. If he created some trouble, Wu Hao wouldn't be able to pay it back. Moreover, those shares were worth at least 5 billion. Thinking of this made the wine taste even stronger and the beauties even more fragrant. All right, Xiao Wu, 1 month with 5% interest. Thank you, President Liu. When will you transfer the money? I need it urgently. The sooner the better. Tonight, they'll come to find you in the evening. Okay. Wu Hao looked at Uncle Chun, who was busy coordinating the unloading of goods. Uncle Chun, I've mortgaged the company's shares to Lu Neng. I can get 30 billion. Uncle Chun was startled, but soon remembered that the apocalypse would come in a month. You should have mortgaged more. Those shares are worth at least 50 billion. It's fine. I just need him to give me the money quickly. Time is running out. That evening, a Rolls Royce appeared in front of the villa. Lu Neng got out, followed by a graceful secretary. Seeing the bustling, unloading scene, he frowned. What does Wu Hao want to do? Is he trying to empty out the whole city of Chuanzhou? Is he planning to resell supplies? Lu Nang sneered and instructed his secretary. Which wholesaler dares to buy his goods? Just report my name. Understood, boss. Wu Hao was in the living room enjoying a big meal prepared by Uncle Chun, waiting for the old fox's arrival. Uncle Chin's cooking was excellent. He had been a housekeeper for over 40 years. The food in the Wu family had always been prepared by him. The doorbell rang, and upon seeing it was Lu Nang, Wu Hao instinctively darkened his expression. This won't do. I need to be more cheerful. He forced a warm smile and opened the door. President Lu is here. Please come in and sit. Yes, as soon as Lu Ning sat down, Wu Hao asked, President Lu, is the contract ready? When will the money be transferred? It's ready. By the way, Xiao Wu, are you hoarding goods? That's right. I want to hoard a large amount of resources from Chuanzhou City and then sell them a high price to make a big profit. Lu Ning's eyes showed a look of disdain, but he didn't reveal it on his face. Not bad. At such a young age, you have such great ambitions. That Wu Hao inwardly cursed. This old fox didn't even hide his expression. How can I compare to President Lu? You can lend me 30 billion in one go. Secretary Wang, bring the contract over. President Lu, wait a moment. Lu Ning's expression changed, thinking this kid might be having second thoughts. President Lu, you see my villa is worth some money too. How about I mortgage it to you as well? A flat price of 5 billion. Lu Ning's expression softened, and after a moment of silence, he said, Xiao Wu, this villa is a bit old. I'll offer you 3 billion flat. Wu Hao's face showed disappointment, but then he gritted his teeth and nodded. Then it's 3 billion, but you have to transfer the money to me quickly. I still have several markets goods to hoard. I'll transfer it after the contract is signed. Secretary Wang, please modify the contract according to what we discussed. Before long, Secretary Wang printed a new contract using Wu Hao's computer and printer. Wu Hao took a look and confirmed it was indeed the contract he requested. Only some clauses had been tampered with. For example, if he didn't repay within 30 days, Lu Nang would gain ownership of the shares and the villa. He didn't mind a month later, he might be left with nothing. Seeing Wu Hao sign and stamp his fingerprint, a smile finally appeared on Lu Nang's face. The Wu family company could now officially change its surname to Lu. President Lu, the contract is signed. Please transfer the money quickly. With a wave of Lu Ning's hand, Secretary Wang began the transfer. Before long, Wu Hao received a notification from his mobile banking. His bank balance reached 33 billion. President Lu, take care. I need to go hoard goods, so I want to see you off. Seeing Wu Hao dismiss him. This kid, not even offering a cup of tea, in a month I'll be begging. President Lu, Wu Hao is so confident. What if something unexpected happens? Lu Nang sneered and said, Unexpected? It's not the end of the world. Hoarding so many supplies will bankrupt him. Besides, I made it clear that no one dares to buy. Boss is wise. On Wu Hao's side, most of the funds he obtained were transferred to Uncle Chun. He kept some money for other matters. When the apocalypse arrives, both plants and animals will mutate. Among them, there will be quite a few with powerful abilities. From his previous lives' memory, there was a very powerful ability dog in Chuanzhou City. With a strong wind ability, it was called the Wind King. Its speed was like a gale, and no one could catch it even for a second. That's right. During the apocalypse, animals and plants would also develop their own consciousness. They could think like humans, and their strength was not inferior to that of humans. Wu Hao had never seen the Wind King in person. He had only seen photos and heard some news. It was said that before the apocalypse, the Wind King liked to run by a river in Chuanzhou City. It was ranked 10th among the 10 kings of Chuanzhou. Uncle Chun, help me call a detective agency, find a dog, and offer a 1 million reward. Master, 1 million? I can buy you 100 purebred huskies. Chapter 3, the one I'm looking for, is actually a husky. 5 days have passed. The construction teams for the renovation of the house and the sports field have arrived one after another. Wu Hao couldn't help but sigh. Having money makes things fast. According to his requirements, the entire villa and football field would be transformed into a steel fortress. The sky above would be covered with bulletproof glass. Surrounding walls would be built, equipped with controllable high-voltage electric fences. Cameras would be installed in every corner, all equipped with automatic recognition systems. To enrich life after the apocalypse, Wu Hao casually bought 100 computers, all with the most advanced configurations, and single-player games filled up with hundreds of hard drives. Uncle Chun, is the armored truck ready? It's done. It's in the garage. You can go check it out. Upon arriving at the garage, he fell in love with the heavy-duty truck at first sight. The camouflage paint covering the body, bulletproof glass, and heavy chassis gave it a rugged appearance. The front was equipped with a standard steel spike for the apocalypse. It just felt like it was missing something. He clapped his hands and thought of it. Right, spare parts, if it breaks down. There won't be any materials to fix it in the apocalypse. As for the person who could fix it, that would be Uncle Chun, the all-purpose butler. During the apocalypse, Uncle Chun would also awaken his abilities. He has a very powerful mechanical ability, making it simple to repair a heavy-duty truck. Hey, Uncle Chun, order 100 sets of parts and accessories for the truck. Okay, I'll call the manufacturer right away. Even after 5 days, supplies of daily necessities and food continued to arrive. Wu Hao's current job is to collect the supplies that fill the soccer field into the ability space every night. There are too many ordered items, most of which are ordered in tens of thousands of tons. The trucks waiting to unload have already formed a long line. It is expected that more goods will arrive by the end of the month. It's fine, as long as they arrive before next month. Uncle Chun, how are the ordered weapons? 100 electric batons have arrived. The Tang swords are not here yet, and there are still 100 sets of high-tech alloy armor. Wu Hao nodded, truly impressive. Uncle Chun is meticulous in his work. He ordered several hundred packs of vegetable and fruit seeds, planning to convert the land next to the soccer field into greenhouses once the construction is complete. I will go tell them, raise their wages a bit, and also order 10,000 tons of fertilizer. Good. He wants to be fully prepared so that even if the food on hand runs out, he can be self-sufficient. However, there has been no news regarding the reward sent to the detective agency. Uncle Chun signed agreements with 6 detective companies. If they find a reward of 1 million, even if they don't find it, they will still receive a 5,000 labor fee. There are only 6 major rivers in Quanin City. It shouldn't take this long to search. Just then, it was afternoon, and he planned to go out for a stroll, driving a supercar worth 30 million on the street. Young, rich, and handsome. Let's enjoy the scenery before the apocalypse. Soon, he parked the supercar by a small river. This river is called Huashi, as the name suggests. There are many beautiful flowers growing on the slope by the river. Huashi is not very well known in Quanin City, and occasionally someone walks by. This was his secret base when he was a child. Wu Hao found a bench and lay down on it. What a pity for this beautiful scenery. In just 25 days, he wouldn't be able to see it anymore. The fatigue accumulated over the past few days hit him, and he felt a bit drowsy. At that moment, a commotion broke out. This damn dog, why isn't it running away? Just a moment ago, it dared to bark at us. I'll give it a slap. Let's have dog meat hot pot tonight, brothers. All right, I'll go prepare some scallions, ginger, and garlic. I'll get some cold beer. Remember to add more chili. Wu Hao was woken up by the voices of these people, feeling extremely irritated. He turned his head and saw 4 young men tying up a husky with a rope. The rope was tied too tightly, causing the husky's tongue to stick out awkwardly. Its black and white fur, along with its gray-black eyes, were striking. The most peculiar feature was the black marking on its forehead that formed the shape of a king character. Wu Hao was taken aback, took out his phone, and compared it to the photo of the Wind King. Good grief, these 4 actually want to eat Wind King hot pot. This is outrageous. Wu Hao shouted loudly, angrily saying, "What are you doing? Are you stealing my dog?" The 4 people holding the husky were taken aback and were about to insult him a few times. However, seeing the sports car behind Wu Hao, they began to have doubts. "Handsome guy, did you recognize the wrong dog? This dog runs here every day, and I've never seen you before. How can I mistake my own dog? Look, doesn't it have a king character on its head?" The husky realized this with its own wisdom. Wu Hao came to save him, so he began to struggle. The 4 of them quickly increased their strength to hold him down, and they really saw the character on his head. At this moment, they started to believe what Wu Hao had said. "This is what you saw while sitting in that chair, right? If you don't believe it, I have a photo." Wu Hao took out his phone and showed them a photo of the husky. However, the background was somewhat dilapidated, as if it had been swept by a hurricane. The 4 of them looked up and saw that it was indeed the same dog. Even a mark on its forehead was identical. But the dog in the photo had an air of superiority. A glimmer of hope appeared in the husky's eyes. It saw the possibility of not having to go to a hot pot restaurant. At that moment, one of the young men pointed to his leg and said, "This dog can be returned to you, but it chased us today and bit me." Wu Hao looked at his leg, where there were obvious bruises from his own injury. "Go ahead. How much do you want for medical expenses?" 200,000. You might as well go rob a bank." Wu Hao didn't expect that the young man would ask for 200,000, right off the bat. He could tell that the guy was wealthy because he drove a supercar. But being rich didn't mean spending money recklessly. If he didn't get the money, then there was nothing to discuss. He was determined to enjoy the dog meat hot pot tonight. In that case, he could only call the police. As he spoke, Wu Hao took out his phone and was about to dial. A young man swept his hand, trying to knock the phone out of his hand. Although Wu Hao has been reborn, he has struggled for years in the apocalypse. Those without strength have long been fed to zombies, but he still retains his basic combat awareness. He quickly lowered his body and dodged. Seeing this, the young man's companions left one person to restrain the husky with a rope. The others all rushed forward, not caring how wealthy Wu Hao was. At this moment, they only wanted to beat him up and snatch his phone. Wu Hao remained calm in the face of the three men and extended his right hand to beckon them. As the attack came, he dodged to the side and delivered an elbow strike to one man's abdomen. He crossed his hands to block the next person's attack and then used his knee to incapacitate him. The third person kicked from behind, but Wu Hao quickly dodged and turned, kicking him away. The remaining young man holding the rope, seeing how his three teammates fared, scrambled to escape, thinking, "Any teammate who can take the damage for me is a good teammate." Wu Hao did not chase after it, nor did he take the rope to lead the husky. He squatted beside the husky and instead helped it untie the rope. Chapter 4. The king wants to eat dog food. The husky did not run away. It came over and licked his hand, its tail wagging continuously. Wu Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that the Wind King teammate was secured. "Indeed, you are wise. Let's go." He approached the car and gestured to the husky. The husky immediately ran over and got into the car without any hesitation. "You really don't treat yourself as an outsider at all. Is this the dog that young master is willing to spend $1 million to find?" Wu Hao nodded and said, "It is different from ordinary huskies. It is a teammate, just like us." Uncle Chun had heard him talk about the supernatural abilities before and instantly understood. He said to the husky, "Welcome." The husky seemed to know that Uncle Chun accepted it and ran over to lick his hand. Wu Hao looked at it, his mind racing, and said, "I'll give you a name. You have a king character on your forehead. So how about calling you Big King?" He initially wanted to name the husky Ha, a slang for silly, but considering the future wise Wind King, he decided against it. The husky wagged its tail and walked over, licking Wu Hao's hand. "Woof woof, Big King. Woof woof." He had gained a powerful Wind King as a teammate. Wu Hao was also very happy, patting the dog's head and saying, "From now on, whatever I eat, you will eat as well. You will be my top general." That night, Shinbo brought a large portion of pork chops for the three of them. Wu Hao watched as the king devoured the pork chop in just a few bites. "Uncle Chun, how about we buy another 100 tons of dog food? Woof, woof, and let's get 1,000 sets of pet dog bathing kits." The next day, Wu Hao cleaned the king thoroughly. The once gray and black fur was now pure black and white. With everything taken care of, he thought about the supplies he hadn't stockpiled for the apocalypse. That was water resources. He only had bottled mineral water for drinking. He hadn't prepared any water for daily use. In the apocalypse, rainwater would be rare, and ordinary river water would be contaminated by black rain. No matter how it was filtered or distilled, it couldn't be used normally. At best, it would cause plants and animals to mutate. At worst, it would cause him to turn into a zombie. Wu Hao remembered that he still needed to water the greenhouse vegetables. He also had to take a shower, do laundry, and the swimming pool couldn't be without water. "Uncle Chun, don't forget to build a large water reservoir." "I know, it's almost done." There was another matter he needed to attend to. In his previous life, he and Uncle Chun had been moving between various factions. In Quanan City, Luneng had built a large force based on his early accumulation. Wu Hao and Uncle Chun stayed within Luneng's territory and often faced trouble. Eventually, they couldn't take it anymore and moved to other factions' territories. This made him deeply realize how frustrating it was to be a subordinate to others. In this life, he wanted to create his own force. Now, with himself included, there were already 3 superpowered individuals. Who else could he recruit in Quanan? Many people flashed through his mind, but they were all hard to approach. Suddenly going to tell someone that the apocalypse was coming wouldn't work. They weren't Uncle Chun. One phone call might send Wu Hao to a mental hospital. He couldn't think of any effective solutions for now. So he took the dog, Dawang, to Huashi. He needed to cultivate his relationship with Dawang, which meant walking the dog. He wanted it to follow him closely as its owner. Upon arriving at Huashi, Dawang was particularly excited jumping out of the car and running among the flowers. A strong wind blew, scattering flowers everywhere. Today's wind was quite boisterous. After De Wong had enough fun, Wu Hao took him out for a drive around the streets. During the evenings these past few days, he had been casually driving around Quanon, searching for powerful, superpowered individuals in the apocalypse. He needed to recruit a few more teammates to protect his fortress. Those steel fortresses could only defend against low to mid-level zombies. They wouldn't be very effective against superpowered individuals. Only superpowered individuals could deal with high-level superpowered beings. In the apocalypse, the zombies scattered everywhere weren't the most dangerous. The most dangerous were the humans fighting for resources. During hunger and cold, there were countless stories of brothers turning against each other and fathers and sons becoming enemies. Of course, they were not entirely bad people. Uncle Chun died trying to save him. There was also a pair of sisters in Quanon City, where the elder sister was blind and the younger sister was a swordswoman. They supported each other and gained a great reputation. However, such examples were too rare compared to the widespread hatred in the apocalypse. Still no discoveries today? Wu Hao shook his head, not feeling disappointed. Some things cannot be forced. Even if discovered, there must be an opportunity. For dinner, the king ate dog food. Premium dog food. Wu Hao naturally wouldn't treat the king poorly. He placed a large steak and a large portion of dog food in front of the king. The dog food was chosen by the king himself, so he couldn't be blamed for that. After dinner, Wu Hao took the king to the court to collect supplies. Currently, bottled water, daily necessities, medicines, seeds, and fertilizers have all been gathered. Meat, vegetables, rice, and flour, which have a shelf life, are still being delivered. There are also 50 diesel generators, 100 electric batons, and 50 tang knives. 100 sets of high-tech alloy armor have also arrived, with a moderate weight and astonishing defense. When he struck it with a tang knife, it didn't leave a scratch. High-tech items are indeed impressive. Let's customize 10 sets for the king. Hearing Wu Hao call its name, the king hurried over, wagging its tail and wanting to get some affection. At this rate, it really has become a pet dog, tarnishing the Wind King's illustrious reputation. Of course, he wouldn't refuse to have a powerful pet. Currently, the walls around the villa have been built using the best materials. The thickness reaches 50 centimeters and it extends 10 meters underground. It will be difficult for ordinary ability users to break through. The electric grid has not yet been installed. That will be the last step to prevent any accidents during the workers' operations. The next main task for the construction team is the sky dome. The top will be covered with bulletproof glass and sprayed with a coating to filter ultraviolet rays. This is not only to block the apocalyptic black rain, but also to prevent potential ultraviolet hazards. Currently, the only thing in short supply is oil, which is controlled by the state. It is challenging to purchase in bulk, so it needs to be accumulated slowly. There are still more than 20 days, which is sufficient. Uncle Chun also thoughtfully purchased a large amount of seasonings. Various types of rice, flour, beans, soy sauce, cooking wine, fragrant vinegar, aged vinegar, chili powder, etc. There is also lao gan ma, olive vegetables, fermented black bean sauce, and various canned goods. Spices like Sichuan pepper, star anise, cumin, rosemary, and fennel were not forgotten either. Even goji berries and red dates were included. No wonder he is our head chef. He bought cooking supplies and sets. One day, Wu Hao and the king were cruising around the street. They passed by a slightly dilapidated residential building. Two girls were standing at the door with luggage beside them. Judging by their expressions, they seemed lost about their future. Hello, do you need help? Chapter 5. The Killing God is My Maid. The two girls looked to be around 20 years old. They were both beautiful, with delicate features, and were twin sisters. One was wearing a black dress and had her eyes closed. She was the older sister, Lan Sisi. Wu Hao knew that she was not pretending to be profound. She was born blind, possessing spider sense. Many people thought she had spider-like superpowers, which is why she was called the Spider Queen. Later, someone analyzed that it had nothing to do with spiders and was actually a mental type ability. The girl beside her, wearing a blue dress, was named Lan Fei Fei. Unlike her sister's quiet demeanor, she was lively, to the point of being somewhat insane, killing without blinking an eye. Her swordsmanship was extraordinary, and it was said that she possessed swordsmanship abilities, earning her the title of Sword Fairy. In his previous life, Wu Hao learned that the two of them were orphans since childhood spending their early years in an orphanage. The older sister, being blind by birth, was often bullied. Whenever this happened, the younger sister would step in, honing her impressive skills. When the apocalypse arrived and they awakened their abilities, the older sister strategized while the younger sister exhibited astonishing combat power. The two of them were unstoppable, establishing a powerful force. Faced with these two apocalyptic killing machines, Wu Hao felt a bit anxious and politely asked, "Hello, do you need help?" Upon hearing this, the two sisters turned their heads. Lan Feifei immediately spotted Wu Hao's luxury car. She stepped in front of her sister, seemingly worried that he might be a playboy. Wu Hao was a bit worried that she would come up and stab him, but fortunately, she didn't bring a sword. The two of them stared at each other for a while. Luckily, she wasn't as crazy as she was during the apocalypse. At this moment, her sister spoke up from behind. "Feifei, don't be like that. I think this handsome guy means no harm." Could it be that she awakened her psychic abilities before the apocalypse even began? Hearing her sister say this, Lan Feifei stepped aside. "Sorry, I thought you were that kind of scum." "What kind of scum?" "The kind that saves distressed girls and then has ulterior motives." "Look at my looks. Do I really need to do that?" "I see. You're actually shameless, aren't you?" After joking with Wu Hao a bit, Lan Feifei lowered her guard. She knew that although her sister couldn't see, she had a keen eye for people, which amazed her. "Where are you two headed? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Wu Hao didn't know whether the two of them would become his enemies in the future. In any case, it's definitely not a bad idea to build some rapport now. It was still Lan Cici who spoke, her voice very gentle, completely lacking the murderous intent she would later exhibit. "Thank you, but we don't know where to go for now." Upon hearing her words, Wu Hao blurted out, "How about you stay at my place for now?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off. Lan Feifei was also staring at him wide-eyed. Fortunately, it was Lan Cici who came to the rescue. Wu Hao felt that she was somewhat different from others in the apocalypse. She was a very understanding girl. "Is that really okay?" "No problem. My house is very big, and I have food, a pool, and everything." Lan Feifei still stared at him, sneering as she said, "Actually, you just want to see us in swimsuits, right?" Wu Hao chuckled and joked, "Look at your figure. Do I care?" Lan Feifei's face flushed. "You, Pucci, Lan Cici Zitge." And even Lan Feifei hadn't seen her smile in a long time. The scenery around seemed to brighten up a lot. "Handsome guy, what should we call you?" "Just call me Wu Hao," Lan Cici said somewhat shyly. "Then we'll have to disturb you at your home for a few days." Wu Hao helped them with their luggage, and the two sisters got into the car. On the way, they learned that they had been kicked out for not being able to pay the rent. When they arrived at the villa, Lan Feifei looked at the bustling construction site. "You can't be thinking of making me carry bricks, right? With your scrawny frame, you might as well give up. Your house is really big. It's okay. Just treat it like your own home and don't be polite with me." At that moment, De Wong ran out to greet Wu Hao. Seeing a stranger, he wanted to bark a few times. "De Wong, from now on, these two will be our friends." Before De Wong could wag his tail to show he understood, he was hugged by Lan Feifei. She playfully rubbed his head, and they had a lot of fun. Beside them, Lan Cici seemed to be able to see everything. "Thank you, Wu Ge." Wu Hao waved his hand, remembering that she couldn't see, and said, "It's okay. Just treat it like home from now on. Go in. I'll have Uncle Chun prepare dinner." Uncle Chun was also very happy to see the two unfamiliar girls. He thought to himself, the heavens are watching. The young master has finally come to his senses. When will he get married, and what will the child's name be? Uncle Chun. These two will also be our friends in the future, so prepare dinner. Uncle Chun walked over and quietly asked, "Young master, just friends?" Wu Hao did not understand what Chunbo meant, so he had to explain again. "They will be very powerful in the future, just like us." Chunbo shook his head and sighed, saying, "Alas, you must not let the Wu family die out." After saying that, he went to prepare the meal, leaving Wu Hao, who was confused, in the wind. The dinner was quite sumptuous, and it was clear that Chunbo was in a good mood. With so many people, it was lively. It felt too quiet for just me and the young master. Lan Feifei hadn't had a big meal in a long time and was eating heartily. Lan Cici, on the other hand, was eating very elegantly, appearing quite demure. These two sisters are a bit extreme. After dinner, Wu Hao took the big dog and the two sisters for a walk on the soccer field. Lan Feifei was chasing the big dog, and when they got a bit further away, Lan Cece sighed and seemed to muster the courage to say to Wu Hao, Wu Ge, as long as you promise not to hurt Fei Fei, you can ask me to do anything. Wu Hao was taken aback, wondering what they thought of him. Although he couldn't be considered a completely virtuous person, he hadn't done anything truly heinous. Wu Hao held her shoulders tightly, making her tremble with fear. Don't worry. I won't hurt her, nor will I hurt you, I promise. Lan Cece's trembling stopped as she believed Wu Hao's words. Why? We have nothing. We can't do anything. Wu Hao touched his chin and thought for a moment. They can't just do nothing and enjoy free meals. They need to find a job. I have an idea. How about you work as maids in my villa? I'll pay you a salary and provide food and accommodation. Lan Cece was taken aback, her face flushed. She seemed to think of the maids in anime. Maids? But I have no experience. I can only do ordinary housework. That's fine. It's enough for a villa. Think about it. Lan Cece thought seriously for a moment. She wasn't the type to enjoy free food and drinks. Having a job would make her feel more at ease. All right, then I'll trouble you, Wu Ge. Wu Hao waved his hand and said with a mischievous smile, but there is one condition. Lan Cece's smile froze. Clearly thinking of the negative aspect, Wu Hao quickly explained. It's not what you think. I just want you to wear work uniforms while working, and also to call me young master during work. Lan Cece covered her mouth and chuckled. No problem, young master. Hearing this, he almost shed tears. Look at the scumbags from my past life. Even the Spider Queen has to call me young master. With the arrival of various supplies, the apocalypse was also approaching. Chapter 6. Your intuition is really accurate. Wu Hao's ability space only has the Tang knife and no sword for Lan Fei Fei. Uncle Chun, order 50 swords. All right. Also, I need to order 2,000 sets of various maid outfits. Uncle Chun on the other end of the phone looked puzzled. What do you need maid outfits for? Do you have a hobby for cross-dressing, young master? Wu Hao was speechless. Even Chun Bo was joking like this at his age. It wasn't for him, but for the two sisters, Lan Cece. They would be the maids of the family from now on. So it turns out the young master likes this kind of thing. No problem, I'll take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Wu Hao began to doubt whether Chun Bo had misunderstood. Wu Hao's villa has 6 floors, with 2 underground levels and the living quarters on the 2nd floor. The two sisters' rooms are arranged opposite his and De Wong's. De Wong shares a room with Wu Hao and has a cozy nook inside. It feels great to be surrounded by 3 bodyguards. Today I found 2 more skilled psychics, still among the top 5 of the 10 kings. Their personalities are vastly different from their past lives. It seems that the apocalypse in their previous life changed them a lot. Most importantly, they have become the maids of their own household. Wu Hao was so excited that he almost couldn't sleep. This time, I want to live a different apocalypse. Lan Fei Fei ranked 5th among the 10 kings of Quanan in her previous life, and her sister, who could control her, ranked 4th. Soon it was the last day of March. The arrival time was set for 10 o'clock on April 1st. Supplies such as meat, vegetables, rice, and fruits had all been delivered. The swords for Lan Fei Fei also arrived, 50 identical Long Quan swords. The sunlight shining down from above had weakened a bit, as the roof was completely covered with glass. Standing on the field felt like being in an indoor stadium. The right side of the soccer field was filled with solar devices. It didn't matter that the sunlight wasn't strong. There were enough devices to meet daily electricity needs and supplement the power grid. The left side of the field, which was originally a forest, now looked entirely like white greenhouses. Seasonal vegetables had already been planted inside. All the planting facilities were equipped with automated machinery. In front of the soccer field, there were 2 small rooms. One contained a diesel generator. Just in case, 2 were provided. Otherwise, if an ability user broke in, everything would be lost. The other room housed 10 water purifiers, used to purify rainwater and domestic water. The electric fence and spikes on the surrounding wall were also in place. Lan Fei Fei looked at this steel fortress and couldn't help but ask, is the apocalypse coming? Your intuition is really accurate. The construction team was also ready to leave. Wu Hao waved his hand and doubled their salaries to thank them for their hard work. Now he was going to solve the last reserve issue. Big Wong, let's go for a ride. A husky rushed down from the 2nd floor. It jumped into the car, already familiar with the routine. After taking Big Wong for a walk in Huaxi, Wu Hao continued on his way. After driving for half an hour, they arrived at the edge of a lake. This was the largest lake in Xuanzhou City, Qinghu. It was vast and the water was clear. Not bad. It was big enough, and the water quality looked decent. With a thought, his ability space unfolded. The water of the entire Qinghu lake instantly vanished, all stored in his ability space. Tomorrow, experts would flock to investigate the mysterious disappearance of Qinghu. However, the apocalypse was set to arrive tomorrow morning. This was the living water he had carefully considered storing. With Qinghu's vastness, this water would be enough for them for a lifetime. So was all the stockpiling done? No, he almost forgot one thing. He had forgotten that there were girls at home. He and Uncle Chin already had plenty of clothes, so it was fine not to buy more. The two sisters, Lan Cici, had lived relatively poor lives before. They didn't have much luggage or clothing. After taking them shopping, they cleared out 20 clothing stores, 10 cosmetic stores, and 10 daily necessities stores. Wu Hao's balance was basically spent. The clothes and cosmetics would be delivered to the villa before tonight. What to do with the remaining money? He didn't want to keep a single cent. Not spending it all felt like losing 100 billion. He looked at the big dog and thought to buy some clothes too. Big dog, I'll take you shopping. Woof woof. After buying out the clothes from 3 pet stores, Wu Hao was finally left with nothing. He instantly felt refreshed. Uncle Chun, we're having a feast tonight. Okay. Wu Hao and Lan Fei, the two sisters, had talked about the apocalypse. The older sister was somewhat aware, but the younger sister still didn't believe it. Young master, will there really be an apocalypse? Everything seems so normal now. You will find out tomorrow. Everything will still seem normal until the very last moment. Now, Lan Fei also started calling him young master. When Lan Cici told her about working as a maid in the villa, she immediately agreed, as it was something new for her. However, she hesitated when it came to the work uniform and title. Seeing that her sister had agreed, she ultimately did not refuse. It seemed that the sword fairy had also come under my command. Looking at the 3.5 people beside him, he felt greatly confident about this apocalypse. That evening, he gave a portion of the items he had bought earlier in the day to the two sisters. The rest he kept for himself, as only he possessed the ability to store items in his special space. Wu Hao originally planned to sleep in heavily. However, at 9:40 in the morning, someone rang the doorbell insistently. Uncle Chun, who is it? Who else could it be? Lu Ning and his lackeys. Why didn't you let them in? It's the end of the world anyway. Letting them in would just dirty the floor. Wu Hao nodded, agreeing as well. He went to the balcony and looked down at Lu Ning and his 3 subordinates. Manager Lu, long time no see. Seeing him on the balcony and showing no intention of coming down to open the door, Lu Ning couldn't help but get furious. Wu Hao, our agreement has expired. Quickly vacate the house. Come in and take it yourself. Are you trying to go back on your word? We signed a contract. Lu Ning looked at the electrified wall and decided to take a gamble. Shall you climb over the wall to get in? If that guy dares to electrocute you, I'll call the police. Xiao Yu nodded and reached out to climb the wall. The scream lasted only a second before a charred corpse appeared in front of the wall. Seeing this, Lu Ning covered his mouth and gagged. Wu Hao, you actually dared to kill someone. I'm going to report you. Wu Hao looked at the time. It was 9:50. It didn't matter. Go ahead and report me. I want to ask you, was it you who killed my parents back then? It wasn't me. I don't know, don't say that. Even now, you still don't dare to admit it. Unfortunately, you no longer have the day to admit it. After speaking, Wu Hao walked down, opened the door. But now he had a tang knife in his hand. Chapter 7. The black rain falls, the apocalypse arrives. Lu Ning stepped back, coming behind 2 lackeys. Wu Hao, what are you doing? Taking your dog life, so you can accompany them. You two, go for it, beat this kid to death. The 2 lackeys pulled out daggers from their pants and lunged at Wu Hao. Their skills, awareness, and experience from the apocalypse were on a completely different level compared to Wu Hao. With just a light swing of the knife, a flash of white light, and the 2 fell before him. The tang knife was indeed sharp. Old dog, it's your turn. Lu Ning hurriedly thought of escaping to the car. But how could Wu Hao let him get away? With a swing of the tang knife, he severed one of Lu Ning's arms. The splattering blood stained the car red. What do you want to do? Don't kill me. You tell me, did you kill my adoptive parents? Lu Ning was now on the ground, his face pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't me, really wasn't me. Let me go, I don't want the money, I don't want the company, it's all yours. Wu Hao wouldn't believe his words, closing in step by step. In the previous life, it was Lu Ning himself who told him about his actions. This is your last chance. Did you do it? Behind Lu Ning was his car, with no way to retreat. He leaned against the vehicle, his body stopped trembling. At this point, he knew Wu Hao would not let him go. A surge of violent emotions rose within him, like a last-ditch struggle before death. His face suddenly twisted in a grimace, gritting his teeth as he said fiercely, "That's right, it was me. The business world is like a battlefield, and that's just how it is, so don't blame me. You really have the guts to say that. I know you're definitely here to kill me today, but after killing me, you won't be any better off." Wu Hao shook his head and said calmly, "Then you guessed wrong. I should have a better time than most people in the world." After speaking, he swung the long knife in his hand, and Lu Neng lost his breath. This time he was prepared. He didn't want to be drenched in the black rain like a drowned rat. That would make even soup unappetizing. He went to the central living room on the second floor, sat on the sofa, and waited for that moment to arrive. In front of him was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The villa's altitude was much higher than that of Chuanzhou City. Looking through the window, he could see the distant urban area, as well as other villas in front, with people coming and going from time to time. It was the golden hour in the morning, and there were relatively few pedestrians in the city. But in a city with a population of 10 million, the streets were bustling during work hours. He was dressed in a shirt and dress pants, which was considered formal attire. Today was a day worth remembering. Uncle Chin knew what would happen next, and came to Wu Hao's side. Accompanying him and waiting for the moment, his butler's attire was always very formal. Today he wore a formal suit, making it clear that he was a meticulous butler. The big dog appeared from somewhere and lay at Wu Hao's feet, still wearing the pet suit bought yesterday. The two sisters, Lan Cici and Lan Feifei, also came over. They were dressed in maid outfits, with big bows on their heads. They were startled by the commotion caused by Lu Neng's arrival and came to see what was happening. Lan Feifei looked out the window, but saw no scenery. Instead, she saw the bodies of Lu Neng and others. She frowned but said nothing more because she noticed something was off about Wu Hao and Uncle Chin's expressions. Following their gaze outside, she saw that the sky had opened up with a huge crack at some unknown time. It looked like lightning patterns spreading across the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was not a crack but a cloud, shaped very much like lightning streaking across the sky. Lan Feifei was mesmerized. She had never seen such strange clouds before. Lan Cici also sensed that the atmosphere was off. She couldn't see what was happening outside and could only silently stand beside Wu Hao. It was now 9:58. A thought flashed through Wu Hao's mind. Seeing it again was still shocking. He placed his phone on the table in front of him and activated the timer for a photo. "Come on, let's take a family photo to celebrate the dawn of a new era." Lan Cici and her brother didn't understand what he was saying, but they still cooperated. They had already immersed themselves in their roles as maids. Even the once wildly uncontrollable sword fairy, who could only be managed by her sister in the past life, obediently stood over. Wu Hao sat in the middle of the sofa, handsome and charming. On his right stood the butler, Chun Bo, looking dignified and stern. On his left were two sisters, Lan Cici, graceful and quiet, with her eyes tightly closed, and Lan Feifei, playful and cute, staring wide-eyed. At his feet sat a well-dressed Siberian husky, wagging its tail and staring at the camera. 1, 2, 3, cheese. After the photo was taken, Lan Feifei was the first to express her dissatisfaction. "Why do you seem like the master, and the three of us are the servants?" Chun Bo quickly corrected her. "I'm like the butler. Woof," which meant the king was like a dog. Lan Cici held her back gently and said, "We are maids. We are indeed servants. Sister, you're too deep into character. Wake up from the role-playing." While they were joking and debating, a brilliant red lightning bolt streaked across the sky. It was now 9:59. This time everyone saw it. It was indeed lightning. It had the shape of lightning, but no thunder. The crowd outside, studying the lightning clouds, was startled by this flash, and most had already taken shelter in the buildings. If I'm not mistaken, that was red lightning. First came the cloud, shaped like lightning. Then the red lightning. Was this a sign from the heavens? In his previous life, Wu Hao had not noticed these. He was sleeping at the time. Upon waking, he found it was raining black rain, and there were zombies everywhere outside. It seemed that the heavens were giving some warnings after all. However, many people were still outdoors, watching the warning lightning clouds. Then another red lightning bolt crossed the sky, starting from the eastern horizon and ending at the western horizon, as if a scalpel had been wielded across the entire firmament. This time, more people hid inside buildings. Of course, some people, seeing that the lightning would strike the ground, went outside to observe further. The heavens were quite accommodating, immediately providing them with another display. This time, the red lightning was even larger and brighter than the previous two, stretching from south to north, and its color appeared even bloodier, exuding an eerie feeling. Wu Hao and others watched this scene in the villa, feeling very shocked. This should be the last lightning. How do you know? Because it is already 10 o'clock. As soon as Wu Hao's voice fell, the originally clear sky with only lightning clouds suddenly poured down with heavy rain. What was even more strange was that the color of the rain was actually black. Chapter 8. The End of the World? I'll take a nap. Xuanzhou City, a medium-sized city with a population of 10 million. The originally bustling streets fell into madness. Black rain fell from the sky, hitting the pedestrians. A wave of black energy seeped from the raindrops into their skin. In the next moment, these people began to twist their bodies frantically. It seemed as if a demon within them was about to break free. They crazily clawed at their clothes. Even when they drew blood from their skin, they still would not stop. It wasn't until a minute later that they ceased their scratching. Instead, they began to scream and rush towards those watching from under the eaves. Some even started to charge at office buildings, shopping malls, and other places. In the villa area, many people were also caught in the black rain. They became zombies, and after mutating, not only did their physical abilities strengthen, but their claws also became sharper. And this was just the lowest level of zombies. Wu Hao sat on the sofa in the villa, watching the zombie chase below without any panic. Uncle Chun looked serious, as if facing a great enemy. I always believed in the young master, but I didn't expect the apocalypse to come in this way. Wu Hao wanted to surprise Chun Bo by not telling him about the way the apocalypse was coming. It seems more like a scare now. Lan Feifei was definitely shocked. When she thought about what Wu Hao had been doing recently, building fortress-like houses, stockpiling supplies, modifying heavy trucks, and even killing Lu Neng without a care, it all pointed to one answer. She looked at Wu Hao and asked in disbelief, "You knew this was going to happen all along, didn't you?" "That's right. Then why didn't you tell everyone this news?" Wu Hao stared at her as if she were a fool. "Didn't I tell you?" This made Lan Feifei's face flush. She remembered that he had indeed told her. "I didn't expect what you said to be true. I thought you were a bit mentally unstable." "You're the one who's unstable." Wu Hao originally wanted to retort her a few times. Suddenly, his body froze, and a slight pain appeared at the back of his neck, near the base of his skull. Along with the pain came a surge of power. This was the awakening process of the apocalyptic ability. Newly awakened abilities are all at the lowest level, which means they are at the first tier of the awakeners. Many ordinary people who have practiced martial arts can easily defeat them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hoarded so many weapons. In his memory, Uncle Chun awakened his ability the next day. As for the two sisters and the king, he was unclear. In his previous life, they seemed like people from two different worlds. They were all individuals who stepped over corpses to reach the throne. He and Uncle Chun had some strength, but without the support of a force, they couldn't obtain resources. In the end, they were merely low-level cannon fodder mixed among various forces. Lan Cece, who was beside her, couldn't see the situation outside. She could only hear continuous screams, cries, and sounds of fighting coming from outside. She couldn't help but feel worried. Why was it so noisy outside? What was happening? So many people were shouting for help. Lan Feifei quickly walked up to her. "Sister, something really big has happened outside." She recounted everything that had happened before to Lan Cece. At the same time, she was somewhat puzzled. The soundproofing of this villa was excellent. She hadn't heard any cries or screams. "Sister, how did you hear those sounds?" Lan Cece had initially been a bit scared, but thinking that the buildings here had been reinforced, the unease on her face faded significantly. "I just listened as usual and heard them." Wu Haowen was moved upon hearing this. "Cece, did you just feel a bit of pain at the back of your neck?" Lan Cece was taken aback and nodded. "Young master, how did you know?" "It really did hurt suddenly just now." Wu Hao was very pleased with her calling him young master. He then introduced the two sisters to the matter of supernatural abilities. Cece's ability should be of the mental type, and if used properly, it could be more powerful than eyesight. Lan Cece smiled happily and said, "Then I will work hard to become useful and help the young master." Wu Hao patted her head with satisfaction. This made Lan Fei, who was standing nearby, anxious. "Quickly take your hand off my sister's head." With that fierce attitude, Wu Hao almost thought the sword fairy from his past life had appeared. He quickly withdrew his hand and awkwardly laughed. "I'm just used to it. Recently, he had been patting the king's head so often that he was almost accustomed to it. The king raised her head and looked at him innocently. People with awakened abilities can easily tell. Wu Hao looked at the king, unsure of how to identify the awakening of animals. The initial awakening abilities were too weak, making them difficult to distinguish. Some physical-type individuals didn't even realize they had awakened their powers until they died. They thought they had simply grown up and become stronger. All abilities would gradually become stronger over time. However, this process was too slow, and soon they would be surpassed by other awakeners, becoming cannon fodder at the bottom. There were faster methods available, but they couldn't be used yet. They needed to go outside, but it was still raining heavily. Going out now would be like an old man eating poison, impatient to live. Lan Fei was very excited about the awakening abilities. At the same time, she looked forward to awakening a very strong ability herself. For example, she wanted a fist ability, one that could knock anyone away with a single punch. Or maybe a time ability, so they would stay forever in today. Even a speed ability would be fine. When zombies came, she could take her sister and run, leaving Wu Hao to face the zombies alone. Wu Hao ignored her wish for supernatural abilities. "I think with your lively personality, you will definitely awaken a fighting ability, and the Long Quan sword is ready for you." Woof woof. The king also expressed agreement. Lan Fei went over to hug the dog's head and gave a good rub. "If I don't dare to bully Wu Hao, I certainly wouldn't dare to bully you, right?" The king seemed to be suppressed by bloodline and didn't dare to move. Wu Hao doesn't blame it. Indeed, being 10th in his previous life is not as impressive as being 5th in this one. He stretched lazily as he received the deliveries quite late yesterday. He went back to sleep and told them to call him for meals. The electric fence on the villa's wall had already been fully activated. Lan Fei stopped Wu Hao, who was heading toward the bedroom. "When can we go out?" Looking at this situation, it seems they might be stuck for another 3 days. It's a good time to rest, but afterwards there will be a lot to do. Although he has stored quite a bit of supplies, there are still some things that must be taken. Not taking them would be aiding the enemy, especially since he plans to establish his own power. Resources are of utmost importance. Who would follow you if there's no food to eat? After the Black Rain, it will be their team's first action. Chapter 9. Flesh and Blood, Mechanical Ascension. Wu Hao is by the window, gazing at the distant urban area. I have heard that a very powerful zombie appeared in Quanon. As for who eliminated it, they were not qualified to know at the time. Zombie leaders usually appear in places with a high number of zombies. In Quanon City, there is no doubt that the city center has the most people. Originally, Wu Hao was somewhat worried about the two sisters, Lan Cece and Lan Fei. What if they undergo a change in mindset after experiencing this Black Rain and transform into the infamous sister killers from their past lives? Then I would have to find a suitable burial site in advance and book a coffin. Right now, they are both curled up on the sofa reading. Lan Fei has her head resting on Lan Cece's lap, laughing heartily as she shares something she found in a magazine with her sister. Wu Hao originally thought that the two of them would find it difficult to accept the arrival of the apocalypse, but their current performance is much better than expected. Lan Cece cannot see, but she can hear sounds from far away. She knows what has happened and is aware that the villa is very safe. She understands the current situation better than anyone else. As for Lan Fei, she shows no signs of being different. She is still as lively as ever, truly carefree now, without worries about food or clothing. Wu Hao decided to take her out for some training. He couldn't let her eat for free and occupy his pillow. This is definitely not about revenge or jealousy. It is the first team training after the apocalypse. In order to reach their goals, they will face many dangers and battles in the future. Lan Fei was a top fighter in her previous life. He couldn't waste such talent and must help her train. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to raise his spatial ability level in his last life. Being at the bottom, the resources they received were limited. His spatial ability only reached level 5, and he hadn't fully explored its potential. The Black Rain fell for 3 days and nights, leaving no chance for a breather. During these 3 days, all of humanity would be categorized. They would either become zombies or awakeners. in the world 3 days later. There would be no ordinary humans as they exist now. Fortunately, low-level zombies wouldn't transmit the virus to those they harmed. Only when a strong one emerged among them would there be the ability to infect others. Zombies are essentially alternative awakeners. 3 days later, at 10 a.m., on April 4th, Chun Bo, Lan Fei, and the king all awakened their abilities during these 3 days. Chun Bo awakened a very rare mechanical ability. He curiously looked at his palm, constantly transforming it into Chinese cleavers, Western knives, and various tools. His newly awakened level only allowed his palm to turn mechanical. The part of his body that became mechanical was exceptionally sturdy. Even chopping large pig bones would be no problem. When he didn't activate his ability, his palm was no different from an ordinary person's. Wu Hao couldn't help but feel sympathy for the physical awakeners. They were of a higher level, but lacked such strong and useful hands. Flesh was weak, while machinery ascended. Lan Fei awakened a swordsmanship ability. She wielded a long quan sword, swinging it swiftly and skillfully. She was no less proficient than a renowned swordmaster. It seemed that after her awakening, she could use various sword techniques. Unfortunately, he had not collected any sword techniques himself. Wu Hao clapped while watching. In the future, we can add an entertainment item called Fei Sword Dance. Whoosh! A cold long sword stopped at his cheek. You have the guts to say that again. Fei Sword Fairy, skilled in swordsmanship, unbeatable by anyone. That's more like it. Wu Hao found that she really liked the title of Sword Fairy, with a quiet and gentle CC like the title of Spider Queen. As for the king, apart from running faster when called for food, no other abilities have been discovered for now. The heavy rain finally stopped, and the 3 days of downpour had changed the whole world. With the sound of rain diminished, the cries of the zombies became clearer. Lan CC's hearing was exceptionally sharp, and her hands trembled slightly. The cries of the zombies and the screams of people were undoubtedly a tremendous torment. However, she did not show it on her face, not wanting to worry others. Wu Hao watched all of this, walked over, and held her trembling hands. CC, don't be afraid. Once you learn to control this power, you'll be able to filter out all those chaotic voices. Lan CC not det hen li. Lan Fei, who was resting on her legs, gritted her teeth and said, Ahem, young master, you'd better loosen your grip. The black rain had stopped, and it was time for Wu Hao to take action. He looked at the girl, lying on the sofa with a hint of a mischievous smile. Fei, it's time for you to put in some effort. Lan Fei looked confused. Based on her current understanding, Wu Hao's house is sturdy enough, and he can take food out of the space. It's quite nice to just stay like this for the rest of his life. We all stay in the villa with food and drinks. Isn't it good to keep living like this? Wu Hao shook his head. She was still thinking too simply. It was wrong to think this way. Our defenses cannot withstand high-level zombies, let alone high-level awakened ones. They don't actively show themselves, and the villa has good soundproofing, making it hard for zombies to be detected. The primary threat comes from human awakened ones. Human greed is the most terrifying. Lan Fei, under the eaves, could only agree. Since I'm both a maid and going out to fight, shouldn't I get an extra salary? All right, I'll give you a portion of the rewards as a bonus. But you need to work hard. With the assurance of a reward, her actions became efficient immediately. Soon, she had donned the alloy armor that Wu Hao had given her. She held a scabbard dragon spring sword in one hand and secured another on her back with armor straps. Although the weight of the alloy armor was moderate, for a girl like Lan Fei, it felt like carrying a large backpack, which was somewhat pressuring. This was also the reason Wu Hao wanted to take her along. Future battles would require the participation of the alloy armor. Lan Fei was also a key combat force, and the weight of the armor should not affect her. This weight was nothing for Wu Hao. He usually worked out and had good physical fitness. He only carried a tang knife on his back and an electric baton at his waist, mainly to avoid attracting the attention of others. He wanted to keep his identity as a space ability user a secret for as long as possible. It was best if only his own people knew. Otherwise, when greed took over, various troubles would come knocking. As long as things got a bit messy, no one would be able to find any clues. Uncle Chun and Lan Cici also wanted to go along, but Wu Hao refused them. First of all, Lan Cici couldn't see, although she could sense the situation nearby. It was not a combat-type ability. He would take her out for training when it was safer in the future. Uncle Chun, on the other hand, had combat capability but also lacked combat experience. It was better for him to stay home to protect Lan Sisi and defend the villa. He and Lan Feifei going out was enough. The armor and weapons on him gave him enough confidence. Their destination was a granary in the suburbs. Taking advantage of the fact that others had not reacted yet, they would strike first. Chapter 10. The crystal is quite cute. The black rain had just ended, and there was still a lot of accumulated water on the ground. Under the sunlight, it emitted wisps of black gas. This black gas would soon disappear into the air. Wu Hao took out a leg of alloy armor and placed it in the accumulated black rain at the door. He found that the armor was not corroded, which made him feel relieved. You must not touch this black rain on the ground, or you will become the next zombie. Upon hearing this, Lan Feifei quickly moved far away from the puddle of rain. Wu Hao felt a rush of frustration as he noticed that Chun Bo and the others had not gone outside. Only the two of them, clad in full armor, were outside. What was there to fear when wearing full body armor? It seemed that she hadn't even glanced at the experiment he just conducted. Knowing that the armor could withstand the black rain, Wu Hao felt relieved. The two of them headed to the garage, where the heavy truck was the most suitable vehicle for the apocalypse. Ordinary cars would struggle to navigate through a horde of zombies. Their destination was the granary, which was also in the suburbs, still a bit of a distance from the villa area. While others were still in panic, they planned to gather awakened individuals. He intended to collect resources into his pockets. As they passed through the villa area, they saw a few zombies wandering around the houses. Upon hearing the sound of the truck, they all turned their heads, staring at the two people in the vehicle. Lan Feifei felt a chill run down her spine from their gaze. We're in the car. They shouldn't chase us, right? The zombies answered him with a roar, quickly pursuing the heavy truck. Unfortunately, the low-tier zombies were simply too slow. None could catch up. Instead, the zombies on the road ahead heard the noise and swarmed toward the two in the vehicle. Lan Feifei, seeing those shouting zombies, was about to draw her sword. Wu Hao quickly spoke up to stop her. My great aunt, what are you afraid of in the car? Besides, there's no room for you to swing a sword in here. Lan Feifei calmed down, her face a bit flushed. She would never admit that she was scared. Those zombies that were charging with flailing arms couldn't even get close. They were all taken down by the spikes in front of the truck. Wu Hao controlled the iron cone, throwing the zombie corpses away. The method of dealing with zombies is the same as dealing with humans. It's just that their vitality is more tenacious. Once they left the villa area, there were very few zombies encountered. Occasionally, they might see one or two, but they couldn't catch up. There were also very few cars on the road. Although the roofs of the vehicles would be corroded, the corrosion rate was relatively slow, enough for them to find a safe place to avoid the rain. Along the way, they encountered a small car parked by the roadside, with 4 zombies sitting inside, all strapped in by seatbelts, unaware of what was binding them. They were frantically waving at Wu Hao's car from inside. He brought Lan Feifei to the side of the car, and without saying a word, he swung down with a knife. The head of the zombie in the driver's seat flew out. This was the fastest way to completely kill a zombie. You should practice it. Lan Feifei was taken aback. Although zombies could be easily distinguished from normal people, she still hesitated to kill the defenseless zombies. Seeing this, Wu Hao realized this was not a solution. Just think, if you let them go now, they might eat your sister tomorrow. Crack, crack, crack. With the sword raised and then lowered, the heads of 3 zombies flew off and landed on the road. Wu Hao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This woman really couldn't be provoked. He hadn't even seen how she drew her sword. Good. In the future, Cece will have to rely on you for protection. Lan Feifei nodded seriously, her hands still trembling. Does this count as murder? Wu Hao shook his head and comforted her, saying, they're all dead people like zombies. They can't be considered human anymore. Besides, if they weren't strapped in with seat belts, they would have attacked us. Would you rather be eaten by them or kill them first? Lan Feifei took a deep breath and crossed the mental hurdle in her heart. I will kill them all first. Wu Hao was quite gratified. He didn't expect that killing 3 zombies would allow the sword fairy to regain her former glory. He checked the bodies of the 4 zombies. Not bad. The ability crystals were all preserved intact. Lan Feifei looked at Wu Hao, who was digging at the back of a zombie's neck with some disdain. What are you doing? Don't you think it's disgusting? Wu Hao ignored her and took out the objects behind the necks of the 4 zombies. They were 4 crystal-like items, sparkling and translucent in the sunlight. It looked like a piece of art, entirely semi-transparent white. When you awakened, did your neck hurt for a while? That's right. After answering, Lan Fei immediately realized. Are you saying that we also have this thing behind our necks? Wu Hao nodded and recommended it to her. This thing is called the ability crystal, hidden behind the neck, and it is the energy source for all awakened abilities. Lan Fei felt a chill down her spine, knowing that there was such a thing behind her neck, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Is it possible to not have abilities and remove this crystal? Wu Hao did not avoid her question and smiled as he said, First, you need a skilled surgeon. Secondly, it connects to your motor nerves. If removed, you would become a vegetable. Lan Fei felt a tightness in her heart and suddenly found the crystal adorable. Then what is the purpose of removing the zombie's crystal? Wu Hao took a piece and placed it in her palm. The surface of the crystal shimmered and quickly disappeared. Did you feel that? She nodded, still experiencing that sensation. It seems my abilities have improved a bit. That's right. Absorbing other crystals can increase the level of one's own crystal, thereby enhancing abilities. Lan Fei understood and said excitedly, Then let's quickly go kill more zombies and level up. Wu Hao shook his head, extinguishing her thoughts. Level 1 crystals are everywhere, and by the time you reach level 3, no matter how many you absorb, your own abilities won't increase. If the difference in ability crystals is 2 levels, you can't absorb the energy inside. As for leveling up, there will be plenty of zombies to kill in the future. Right now, there are still tasks to complete, and killing low-level zombies is not the focus. Lan Fei played with the 3 crystals in her hand and curiously asked, How many level 1 crystals do we need to reach level 2? We need 10 crystals of the same level or 1 crystal of a higher level. Then, to go from level 9 to level 10, don't we just need 10 level 9 crystals? Wu Hao nodded and explained with a smile. It's not as simple as you think. Level 9 zombies aren't everywhere. You have to encounter them first. Besides level 9 zombies, level 9 awaken 1's crystals will also do. He looked at the bewildered girl in front of him, curious about how many zombies and humans her sisters had killed in their previous life for both of them to become kings. An hour later, they arrived at their destination. Chapter 11. The role-playing duo the two drove a heavy truck to their destination. In front of them were rows of white warehouses resembling giant containers. Lan Fei pointed to the massive warehouses and asked, How many warehouses are there? Can we finish them all in our lifetime? Wu Hao smiled faintly. There's definitely too much food for just us to eat. Other people will join later, so it's hard to say if there will be enough. Next to the white warehouse was the office building, which was eerily quiet inside. The two judged that the original occupants had likely fallen victim to zombies. At that moment, in the surveillance room of the office building, for security guards stood behind a leader-like figure. As for the others, they had either turned into zombies or been killed by them. Originally, there were over 100 employees in their company, but now only 5 of them remained. One of the security guards noticed something on the monitor. Manager Chun, those two are sneaking around with a truck. Could they be here to steal food? The others turned to look at the display screen of the monitor. Should we capture them? We don't know if the zombies have cleared out. The leader, referred to as Manager Chun, frowned and revealed a cold smile upon hearing this. They're not luring the zombies away. They clearly want to escape on their own. If they die, they deserve it. The only vehicle that hadn't been damaged was taken by Xiao Yu, and Manager Chen wished he could appear in front of Xiao Yu right now and give him a few slaps. How dare he leave me behind? That damn fool. The 4 security guards exchanged glances, too afraid to leave, worried that a group of zombies might suddenly appear. They could handle 4 or 5. But the sound of a fight would easily attract more zombies. Before the network went down, they had received news that black rain was falling all over the world, and zombies were appearing in every corner of the globe. Manager Chen looked at the 2 people on the screen without taking them seriously. There were 32 warehouses here. Let them work hard to move food. They wouldn't be able to take much at a time. They could also use them to check the warehouses for any remaining zombies. His gaze shifted to the truck that Wu Hao had driven. His eyes brightened, and he changed his mind. Listen, this place might be the safest right now, and the zombies have been lured away by Xiao Yu. If we just close the main gate, the food in this warehouse is enough for us to last a lifetime. The 4 security guards exchanged looks, agreeing with the assessment. Manager Chun, what about our water supply? The tap water has been cut off, and there's not much bottled water left. Manager Chen shot him a glare, and the guard who spoke quickly shrank his neck. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you so anxious? The solution to that problem is that truck. With it, we can go anywhere. They had all witnessed the power of zombies. Compared to that truck, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Besides, there were only two of them. If they dealt with them, the truck would be ours. At that moment, they saw Wu Hao and his companion get out of the truck next to a warehouse. One of the security guards noticed something strange about their attire. They seem to be wearing armor, and the woman has a sword. Are they here for cosplay? Manager Chun slapped him. Speak in plain language. What do you mean? I mean role-playing. Look at that gear. It looks like something out of an anime. Manager Chun slapped the guard on the head again. Who will be foolish enough to bring those things to a warehouse? They must be prepared, which makes them a bit tricky. Then he slapped his own head, coming up with another idea, regardless of whom he had hit. We'll wait until they get tired moving food, then strike and subdue them. The four security guards checked their electric batons and nodded. They felt their physical strength had increased significantly over the past 2 days. Moreover, having more people gave them confidence against fewer opponents. Wu Hao walked into the first warehouse. This warehouse was originally locked, but was opened by Lan Fei with a sword strike. Of course, it was the lock that was broken, not the warehouse door. The door was very heavy, and it would take a few more levels to break it open. What came into view was a layer of rice, which didn't seem like much. In reality, there was over 10 meters of rice underneath. The unique fragrance and coolness of the rice wafted towards him. The entire storage company had a set of backup generators to prevent unexpected power outages, but certainly not for a global-scale incident like this. A power outage would cause the temperature control system in the warehouse to shut down, leading to drastic temperature changes in the grains, severely affecting their quality. The backup generators also provided power to the monitoring room. The current temperature was just right for the two armored individuals. Lan Fei waved her hand in front of the warehouse, feeling the cool breeze. It felt so refreshing. This armor was great in many ways, but it wasn't very breathable. Wu Hao has also considered this issue, but still believes that protecting against toxic gas is more important. Therefore, he did not make it breathable, and the mask on the face has a filtering function. Wu Haosin thought for a moment, and a whole warehouse full of rice instantly disappeared, revealing a pit over 10 meters deep. Lan Fei knew he had a space ability, but seeing so much rice vanish before her eyes still left her speechless in shock. She could only give him a thumbs-up gesture. Awesome. The two hurried on to the next warehouse. The 5 people in the monitoring room watched the two coming in and out on the screen, their hearts filled with confusion. Could it really be a cosplay? They visited each warehouse once, but didn't take anything out. The surveillance here is from an external monitoring room, so they can't see the specific situation inside the granaries. If they're just here for fun, then what they have on them must be fake, making it easier for us to deal with them. The 4 security guards thought about it and agreed that this made sense. They didn't want to clash with people carrying real weapons either. Wu Hao and the others walked through the warehouses one by one. They not only collected rice, but also gathered several warehouses of wheat. This was the last warehouse, and it was finally over. Lan Fei shook her arms and legs. Each warehouse was quite large and not far apart. The problem was that they were wearing full armor. At first, it didn't feel like much, but after walking for a long time, it started to feel heavier and heavier. Lan Fei wished she had the ability to teleport. Wu Hao was also a bit tired and took a deep breath to relieve himself. Let's go. We'll go to the car and turn on the air conditioning. The 5 people in the monitoring room were no longer calm as they watched him leave the last warehouse. Go, stop them. We can't let them get in the car. 4 security guards rushed out ahead. Just then, 4 figures appeared in front of the heavy truck, blocking their way. General Chun, with a big belly, walked over. Supporting his belly with one hand and his waist with the other, he approached them. He then leaned on his knees and started to breathe heavily. You 4 little bunnies, can you help me out? Seeing this, the 4 security guards quickly sent 2 of them to support him, one on the left and one on the right. Chapter 12, The Dishonest Fat Boss. Wu Hao looked at the panting fat man in front of him. Is there something you need, boss? We're quite busy. Upon hearing fat man, Mr. Chun actually mustered up his strength. You really don't know how to speak, calling someone fat boss. My last name is Chun. Wu Hao smiled faintly. He roughly understood the thoughts of these few people. They were just eyeing his heavy truck, right? Boss Chun, do your security guards have something against me? Boss Chun took a deep breath and finally calmed down. What are you doing at our company? Sneaking around. As soon as Wu Hao heard this, he became unhappy and shook a finger. Boss Chun, you must be mistaken. I came in through the front door in a proper manner. If you don't believe me, I have a dash cam. Upon hearing this, General Manager Chun skillfully changed the subject. All right, I can see clearly from the surveillance that you all entered the warehouse. Wu Hao's smile remained unchanged as he stared at the fat man in front of him and said, What do you think I'm doing at the granary? Of course, I'm here to buy grain. There's been a big incident outside, and I wanted to buy some grain to store. But I didn't expect that you guys are out of grain too. Upon hearing this, General Chun felt that Wu Hao was trying to fool him. You say there's no grain in the granary? How is that possible? It's true. I've checked all 32 of the granaries. General Chin's expression darkened as he looked at the 4 security guards, his eyes filled with questioning intent. One of them quickly stepped forward. Nonsense. I just checked the warehouse 3 days ago, and it was still full of grain. The other 3 security guards nodded in agreement. With those words, General Chin's smile finally returned. Since you insist that there's no grain in the granary, why don't we make a bet? Wu Hao frowned slightly, seeming a bit troubled. He didn't like gambling unless he was sure to win. What do you want to bet on? He asked. Seeing Wu Hao's expression, Mr. Chun felt even more smug, believing he was lying but not wanting to lose face in front of his girlfriend by backing down. I know exactly what young people are thinking these days. Let's bet on whether the granary has any grain. If it doesn't, I'll give you 10 tons of grain. The first half of the sentence was fine, but upon hearing the second half, Wu Hao interrupted him. Wait a minute, Mr. Chun. How can you give me 10 tons if there's no grain? Mr. Chun initially thought he was lying and didn't he believe the granary could be empty. Then what do you suggest we do? You 5 kneel down and call me Grandpa. Mr. Chun was taken aback. Indeed, the young were full of bravado. The 4 bodyguards felt a surge of anger. They had already thought about how to humiliate this kid later. Mr. Chun nodded and accepted the bet. But if you lose, you have to leave this truck behind, and your girlfriend has to stay too. Wu Hao was taken aback, looking at the standing Lan Fei beside him, their eyes meeting. What are you looking at me for? She is not my girlfriend. Then she suddenly realized, glaring fiercely at the fat man in front of her. Who do you mean is his girlfriend? Huh? If it weren't for the 4 security guards behind him, she would have already had her sword at General Chun's neck. General Chun felt as if he was being watched by a wild beast under Lan Fei's glare. You're not his girlfriend? That's fine, but if there's food in the granary, you have to stay. She thought to herself, daring to glare at me. You'll regret it when you fall into my hands. Wu Hao didn't agree immediately and looked at Xiang Lamphify. What do you think? He wasn't the type to gamble with his teammates. Lamphify sneered. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she looked at the 5 people in front of her. Gamble? I want to see where they can find food. She was now fired up, especially because of that fat Chun, whose dog-like eyes were fixated on her. Wu Hao watched the change in the girl beside him, and at that moment, she exuded a bit of a killing aura. He didn't expect such an unexpected gain. He wanted to encourage the fatty to speak more. Since she had already agreed, then let us take the gamble. President Chin nodded in satisfaction and gave a knowing glance to a nearby security guard. The guard immediately understood and walked in front of Wu Hao and the girl. Follow me, and let me show you the grain storage of our granary, which is the best in the city. There are only 2 granaries in total. Ahem, but that's not the main point. The remaining 3 security guards followed behind with President Chun, their purpose being to prevent any escape. Wu Hao didn't mind and followed Fei. Along the way, Wu Hao made a gesture to her. He reached up and touched his neck. The meaning was clear. Fei nodded lightly, her grip on the hilt of her sword tightening. Soon, they arrived at the nearest granary. The security guard looked excited, waiting to tease Wu Hao later. He took out a pass card and swiped it on the electronic access control at the entrance of the warehouse. However, there was no sound from the access control. He swiped the card again, but still no response. Seeing this, the security guard behind him handed over a card. Is your card demagnetized? Use mine. Wu Hao couldn't stand any longer and said with a smile, maybe the voice system is broken. Why don't you push the door and see? Upon hearing this, the security guard pushed the door hard, and it indeed opened. How strange. It usually makes a sound when it opens. He stepped inside first, followed by Wu Hao and the others. When General Chun saw the door open, he hurried in as well but bumped into the security guard, who was standing dazed. Can't you walk? Hurry up and move aside. The security guard didn't argue and stupidly stepped aside. Only then did General Chen see the scene ahead. In front of him, there were not piles of rice, but rather a deep pit several meters deep, empty and hollow. How could this be? This was impossible. There hadn't been this much grain produced this month. Now the grain had vanished in a thin air. His first thought wasn't to investigate the whereabouts of the grain. Take action. Tie them up first. The 3 security guards, who had also been stunned, were the first to react. They pulled out their electric batons and approached the 2. Wu Hao smiled at the scene and did not step back. Behind him was a deep pit. Fatty, you can't do business like this. You have no integrity at all. I don't need a young punk like you to teach me a lesson. You'll regret it later. Wu Hao no longer wasted words with him, gripping the handle of the saber in his hand. As the 3 security guards took a step forward, he and Fei moved, their sword and saber sweeping in a cross motion. The 3 security guards were no pushovers. Their physical abilities had increased significantly recently. That was the power of the awakening of their physical abilities. However, their levels were too low, and they hadn't thought in that direction. They swung their electric batons, accurately blocking the attacks. They managed to block it, but it wasn't enough. The saber and sword descended like divine weapons from a movie, unstoppable, cleaving through both the electric batons and the people. Lan Fei looked at the body she had just split open with her sword, feeling nauseous but suppressing the urge to vomit. Wearing full armor, she knew it would be even worse if she threw up. Chapter 13. Fat Boss, did you enjoy it? In a granary on the outskirts of Qian City, the Fat Boss, Mr. Chun, watched as the 3 security guards in front of him were cleaved apart by a saber and a sword. Wow, he exclaimed, leaning against the wall and starting to vomit. Wu Hao ignored him and looked at the remaining security guard. You were the ones who attacked first. I was only acting in self-defense. The guard had previously stared blankly at the empty granary. When he regained his senses, he saw 3 of his teammates dead before him. His hand, gripping the electric baton, trembled incessantly, so he hurriedly used his other hand to grip it as well. His only way out now was to dodge the blades and use the baton to strike the bodies of the 2 in front of him. But how could Wu Hao, with his advantage in weapon length, allow him to do as he wished? An inch longer, an inch stronger, come on. The guard steeled himself and decided to fight back. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from the back of his neck and spread throughout his body. His muscles tensed, veins bulged, and his body felt lighter. Feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him, he also experienced an unprecedented confidence. Is this what power feels like? You 2 will die here. He was now fully confident that he could dodge the blades of both opponents. Wu Hao looked at his transformation with a calm expression. He unexpectedly awakened his physical skills at such a moment, and his power erupted. The security guard couldn't understand what he was saying. He just wanted to release the power within his body. With a roar of anger, he swung the electric baton and struck out. This blow was powerful and extremely fast. Wu Hao didn't have time to block with a tang knife, and could only take a step back to avoid the attack of the electric baton. At that moment, the Fat Boss, who had been vomiting, quickly pulled out a dagger from his pant leg. His figure suddenly dimmed and transformed into a dark shadow, swiftly charging forward. Wu Hao felt a shiver in his heart. The shadow-type awakened skill, Shadow Assault, was a natural assassin skill. He never expected it to be awakened in the Fat Boss. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Your physique and skills are just too mismatched. He had just dodged a blow from the security guard, and now that his feet had just hit the ground, there was no way to escape. The Fat Boss ignored his taunts. The dagger plunged fiercely into Wu Hao's body, stirring relentlessly. Keep talking. Weren't you quite chatty just now? Speak up. The breath of the security guard had weakened. The power of the crystal was exhausted. It would take time to recover, as a level 1 awakened could only maintain their power for a minute. He looked tremblingly at the Fat Boss who was killing. This guy really deserved to die. Killing someone in the company, what a tyrant, Mr. Chun. The 4 security guard were still protecting the Fat Boss as the apocalypse approached. It was because the Fat Boss awakened his skill first and subdued all 4 of them. Otherwise, he would have been buried long ago after the Fat Boss casually knocked on his head. Lan Fei stood quietly beside them, showing no intention of intervening. The security guard couldn't help but provoke her. You're really heartless, just watching your boyfriend die like this. Lan Fei raised her eyebrows, frowning. A powerful sword intent erupted, shocking the hearts of all. By the time the security guard reacted, he had already been decapitated by a single strike. He didn't understand until his death what he had done to provoke her. This move by Lan Fei was her awakened skill, the explosion of sword intent in her swordsmanship ability. It struck at the enemy's mind with powerful sword intent, equivalent to stunning an enemy in a game. The fat boss was still wielding the dagger, madly stabbing Wu Hao repeatedly. "You little brat, dare to underestimate me, dare to call me fat. Why aren't you calling now? Keep calling. If I kill you, your girlfriend, and your car will all belong to me, ha ha ha." Lan Fei couldn't bear to watch any longer and poked him with her sword. "Cough, cough. Do you want to check if he is bleeding?" The fat boss, reminded by this, became slightly more aware. He looked down and saw not only was there no blood, but even his clothes were intact. At this moment, Wu Hao opened his eyes, smiling. "Fat boss, did it feel good to stab?" He had been using his awakened skill, Space Shift, to transfer the fat boss's dagger strikes to the side. Unfortunately, his level was too low. He could only maintain it for 3 minutes, and the transfer range was very limited. Otherwise, he could have wiped out all 5 of them on his own. The fat boss was taken aback and reflexively jumped away from him. He felt his knees in front of the two. "Please, great sir and madam, I was blind to not recognize your greatness. I beg you, spare my life. Just let me go, and all the food in the granary behind will be yours, as well as the company's wealth." Wu Hao shook his head and gestured to Fei. "Be careful in the next life." Upon hearing this, the fat boss moved his dagger, wanting to attack. A flash of sword light was faster than him and severed his head. Wu Hao felt quite relieved. The sword fairy finally looked the part. He acted without hesitation, and his sword-swinging speed was fast enough. Fei, collect their ability crystals. Lan Fei suppressed her disgust and dug out the crystals from the back of the 5 people's necks. There was no choice. She was currently in the role of a maid and had to rely on Wu Hao for her livelihood. When under someone's roof, one must bow their head. "One day, I will ride on top of you. I didn't expect you to be quite playful. Ugh, you pervert." After a whole morning, not many people dared to drive out, until they encountered a middle-aged man waving in the middle of the road. The man's other hand, however, was behind his back. Wu Hao wanted to test Lan Fei's reaction. "Fei, should we stop to rescue him? Crash into him. He deserves to die." He nodded. This was the reaction he wanted. In the apocalypse, no one can care for anyone else, and one can only rely on their own strength. Clearly, Fei understood this principle. We are not related to him, so why should we risk our supplies to save him? Moreover, this person was obviously armed. The heavy truck showed no signs of slowing down and roared forward. Seeing this, the middle-aged man no longer hid and pulled out the iron rod he had concealed behind him, running to the roadside to dodge. The heavy truck zoomed past him with a loud noise, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, spit. These 2 guys aren't falling for it. However, the heavy truck did not drive far and stopped ahead. Wu Hao would not easily let go of someone who harbored malicious intent towards him. If one day he became stronger and encountered this person again, he could be a formidable opponent. Cutting grass without uprooting, it will only let it grow back with the spring breeze. The middle-aged man, seeing this, became delighted. "I didn't expect you to dare to stop. You almost hit me. So, how are you going to compensate me?" Wu Hao smiled and walked up to him. "Then you can compensate us with a crystal." The middle-aged man was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. He only realized that Wu Hao had entered his attack range. He swung the iron rod and struck down. "Kid, you're still too green. I have a weapon, and you still dare to come over." Chapter 14. Even a god of killing can blush. Facing the iron rod swung by the middle-aged man, Wu Hao is regressing instead of progressing, a human without awakened skills. In his eyes, his combat power is even inferior to that of zombies. As he steps into his embrace, the middle-aged man's iron rod just swung out, and he trembles all over. Wu Hao held the electric baton against his chest. "Sir, the times have changed." In just 3 seconds, the middle-aged man became a charred corpse. Be more careful in your next life, and don't covet others' ideas. He took the 5 crystals from the storage company, 3 from the zombie group of 4, and 1 from the middle-aged man. A total of 9 crystals, handed over to Lan Fei. Absorb all of these, and you'll be able to advance to level 2. Lan Fei's face flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed to accept them. After all, this was their most significant achievement on the surface. "How about we split them? It wouldn't be right for me to absorb them all. You absorbed 1 before. And with these 9, you'll just be able to level up. I still need one more. In the early stages of spatial abilities, functionality is still more important. What they currently need is combat power. Lan Feifei took the 9 crystals, sat in the passenger seat, and began to absorb them. A warm current flowed from her hands, through her spine, and into the back of her neck. This feeling was so comfortable that she couldn't help but moan. Wu Hao was startled and almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. Feifei, can you keep it down? I'm still driving. Don't think about everything in that direction, you big pervert. How do you know I'm big? You creep. This meant she had completely absorbed 9 ability crystals, reaching level 2 of the awakened. Both her physical abilities and powers would improve. At level 1, she could only use her sword intent burst twice. At level 2, she could use it 4 times before running out of energy. Come on, let's go see if there's anything left inside. A mosquito's leg is still meat, and it's on the way. He suddenly understood what it felt like to be a dad, with a family to support. Feifei, it's not easy being your godfather. Do you believe I can cut you in half with one sword strike? Come on, you won't hit me anyway. The two of them playfully fought their way into the supermarket. Soon, they stopped their antics. A group of zombies was waiting for them inside. It was clear they had heard the noise and wanted to get out, just as the two entered. Lan Feifei dodged an attack from one of the zombies. Why don't these zombies freeze up like us when they're startled? She was currently at level 2, while this group of zombies was only level 1. Completely insufficient for her to kill. Wu Hao didn't make a move, just training Feifei's skills. They all acted on instinct, with no feelings of fear. After a rough look, most of these zombies were employees wearing work uniforms. Many were the aunts and uncles from the vegetable freezing area. There were also a few young cashier zombies. And a small number of zombies were not in uniforms, probably customers who had just stepped out, with so many goods still preserved on the shelves. They had to thank these zombies. If it weren't for them piling up here, it would have been cleared out long ago. Lan Feifei was full of killing intent. Looking heroic. To thank you all, let us offer up the crystals. You are so middle school. Lan Feifei's momentum instantly dropped, giving him an angry glare, and continued to slash at the zombies. Wu Hao's job is to walk past row after row of shelves. With a wave of his hand, the goods on top are sent into his ability space. The materials in this supermarket don't even compare to what he has in his space. But leaving them here is a waste, and it's a way to supply the enemy. It's better to keep everything in his hands as capital for future expansion. The intense battle inside the supermarket has also attracted nearby zombies. Feifei, how many zombies are there in total? 30. Then I'll leave the ones outside to you. All right. Wu Hao was somewhat surprised. Usually, he would command Feifei to do things and often get a few remarks in return. This time, however, she was too obedient. Something unusual must be happening. He turned to look in her direction, and it was a chilling sight. A young girl in armor was continuously swinging the long sword in her hand, harvesting the lives of the approaching zombies, each strike precisely severing a head. The most terrifying part was the smile on her face. This is bad. How is she getting closer to the title of Sword Fairy from my past life? In the previous life, the Sword Fairy was synonymous with madness, countless slaughters, an ability born for battle. She would kill at the slightest disagreement, and only her sister could stop her actions. Now, it seemed she was more like someone releasing her true nature, finding joy in combat. Is this what it means to be a talent born for battle? It's too fierce. Wu Hao secretly decided to avoid making Feifei angry in the future. If she really went crazy, she might even kill her own people. Feifei, leave the remaining 5 to me. You go deal with the outside, he said. This was his way of testing Feifei's clarity during battle. All right, just be careful, Feifei replied before rushing outside. Wu Hao gently exhaled, his tense nerves relaxed. It seemed he hadn't reached the point of being unrecognizable. He could still stop her. He looked at the 5 approaching zombies and revealed a charming smile. I'm in a good mood, so I'll leave you with intact bodies. Without using the tang knife, 2 electric batons appeared in his hands, striking a pose. Heh, time to use the nunchaku. Charging towards the zombies, he swung the electric batons. The sound of crackling echoed continuously, accompanied by the smell of burnt plastic. Has the composition of these beings changed after mutation? With swift strikes, the 5 zombies fell to the ground, char-black. He stored the crystals and finished collecting the remaining goods from a supermarket. When he stepped outside, he found Feifei was already waiting for him. This area was a villa district, and there weren't many zombies to begin with. One could say this supermarket was originally the place with the most people. The scattered individuals weren't enough for Feifei to handle with just one hand. There were only 10 zombies outside, which was completely insufficient for killing. You weren't like this in the morning. Lan Feifei recalled the morning when she killed the zombie in the car. At that time, she was still trembling, but now she had killed 35 in half an hour. Her face flushed, unsure of what was happening to her. I just feel very happy holding a sword and fighting. Wu Hao quickly pulled back, standing far away. You don't want to kill me too, right? We're old enemies. If you have the guts, don't get in the car. Chapter 15. Show of dog power. As soon as they entered the villa, their actions were very synchronized. They both took off their metal armor and started to breathe heavily. It's so hot, it's suffocating. I feel the same. It gets really hot after a while. Fortunately, the armor's capabilities had been tested during their confrontation with a large wave of zombies at the supermarket. Lan Feifei didn't even bother with defense. All the zombie attacks landed on the armor. Now, there wasn't a single scratch on it. Don't rely too much on external equipment. Future opponents won't be stopped by mere armor. This time, they not only gathered a large amount of supplies, especially grain resources, he took away the entire stock of a grain warehouse company. Once he brought in some capable people, it would be much simpler. However, he was quite picky about talent. They had to be capable, and their character couldn't be too poor. At the very least, he wouldn't take in fickle little people. That afternoon, he called the people in the villa to the hall. He distributed 10 crystals to the remaining 2.5 people. They all advanced to level 2, and their abilities greatly improved. Uncle Chin's mechanical transformation could now turn his entire right hand into a mechanical body. When in use, he could change it into various shapes just by thinking. Now, it could be maintained for half an hour, which was enough time for cutting vegetables. Lan Cici's ability was keen senses, and her level 2 auditory range had significantly increased. She could already hear the rustling of leaves throughout the entire villa area. However, this also meant there were more noisy sounds. She would get a headache whenever she used her ability. Finally, there was the big dog. Wu Hao patted its head. Well done. This is your reward. Come on. After 10 tries, the big dog also advanced to level 2. Let's see if you've improved. Wu Hao threw a crystal into the air. Everyone had leveled up, so this first level crystal wasn't very useful. The king was a wise dog, as one could tell from its black and white stripes. With a swipe of its paw, a green wind blade was generated. It was extremely fast and hit the crystal in the blink of an eye, causing it to explode. All right, I'll give you steak tonight. Woof. You want dog food? All right. Tonight's dog food will be plentiful. The king wagged its tail and ran over to rub against his leg. Wu Hao guessed it means the master is really nice. I like it so much. Dinner is a lavish hot pot feast. Plus, Uncle Chin showcases his culinary skills, and various sumptuous dishes are served on the dining table. It's time to eat. This is the happiest time for Lan Feifei. The second happiest is fighting and defeating enemies. While eating, she suddenly remembers the difficult days in the old apartment. At that time, she couldn't bear to drink the soup after finishing instant noodles. She had to save it for the next meal of plain rice. The two sisters often only bought one set of clothes, with the one going out wearing the new clothes. The one staying at home wore old clothes since no one came to visit them anyway. Thinking of this, her eyes turned red and tears fell into the bowl. Wu Hao couldn't stand to see the girl cry like that. Strange, Feifei, why is your seasoning bowl so salty? Can you add some for me too? He placed the bowl right under her eyes. Feifei looked up at him with her red-rimmed eyes, her face full of grievance. As she looked at him, she couldn't help but smile. Back then, she and her sister had nowhere to go, homeless. It was thanks to Wu Hao, who stopped by them, but they could now enjoy a feast and wear new-made outfits. Not only did he save them from the dark reign of the apocalypse, but he also helped her recognize her own abilities and find new joys. She silently vowed to dedicate her power to this person. Thank you. Wu Hao was taken aback. This girl actually said thank you. Is she about to mutate? What did you just say? I didn't hear you. I didn't say anything. You clearly just said thank you to me. Didn't you say you didn't hear it? Are you looking for trouble? Lan Cici couldn't see, but could hear what they were saying. Knowing that the warm atmosphere in front of her truly existed, she revealed a bright smile. Woof. The king demands extra food. Of course, it would be satisfied, and a large bowl of high-quality dog food was added. After resting for a night, the next day, After being bathed in the strong sunlight yesterday, the visible black water on the ground had evaporated. Today, the streets were particularly refreshing, except for the vines swaying by the roadside. The black rain didn't just mutate humans. Plants and animals also mutated, but most of them had low strength and posed no threat. Just like the wildflowers outside the villa, swaying back and forth every day. But they were flattened by the king's paw when he ran. Now the king didn't even need a leash. Before, it was to avoid hurting people, but now there were only zombies, and even if it was a person, they would bite first and ask questions later. Wu Hao decided to take Wang and Fei Fei to the city to see the situation. They would investigate which new forces had emerged in the past 2 days and also scout out where supplies had not been taken. This was their second time wearing armor, and both of them felt much better. Wu Hao guessed that their ability level had increased. Their physical capabilities had also improved significantly. Blue Fei Fei didn't think much of this point. Big King, get in the car. Before Big King could jump up, it was already picked up by Blue Fei Fei. It was quiet in her arms, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Usually, when going for a ride, it would bark a few times, but now it only had big eyes spinning around. Master, please help me, get this crazy woman off me. In the urban area of Quanan City, the roar of heavy trucks echoed. Many people hidden in the city were taken aback, poking their heads out to take a look. Where did this reckless person come from? Daring to flaunt in the streets? They would soon be devoured by the tide of corpses. It's just a pity for that heavy truck. It could have played a bigger role in our hands. Wu Hao drove the heavy truck, crashing into all the zombies coming towards him. Some were pierced by the iron spikes, while others were simply knocked away. For them, these first-tier zombies didn't even have a chance to get on the truck. Those who tried to climb onto the cargo area were all killed by the king sitting on top. It squatted there, able to remain steady no matter how the truck swayed. Wu Hao noticed that the king's claws were very sharp. It turned out that at home, it had never truly revealed its claws. No wonder it was one of the 10 kings in its previous life. Its speed and damage were both impressive. Seeing the scene, Lan Fei Fei was itching to jump in. If it weren't for Wu Hao warning her that too many people would see her abilities, she would have already charged into the zombie horde and wreaked havoc. How could such a small, low-level zombie warrant the intervention of a sword fairy? After Wu Hao's reminder, she also felt it made sense. It was too boring to just chop them down like vegetables. She wanted a battle that was evenly matched. For now, she could only cheer for the king. King, you are mighty. Show your dog prowess. Upon hearing this, the king sat upright in the carriage, its head held even higher. Chapter 16. The Proud Made Fei Fei. Soon they arrived at their destination, which was no problem for the king, who had a speed advantage. Wu Hao parked the truck in a relatively concealed spot. He and Lan Fei Fei sat inside, motionless. Bark! Bark! The barking of the big dog immediately attracted the attention of all the zombies. Lan Fei Fei asked, somewhat puzzled, I can't bear to part with this heavy truck. We need someone to guard it after we leave. Those zombie hordes are the best defense soldiers. There are no moving objects inside that would draw their attention, so they won't attack the truck and can also prevent others from approaching. After the zombies chased the big dog away, Wu Hao took Fei Fei and left the heavy truck. They turned a few corners and arrived at the once bustling city center. Now, it was quiet, with cars scattered everywhere. Some were already in tatters, some flipped over, and even one was perched on top of a large tree. I would pay 50 cents to see the owner perform again. On the way here, there were also some cars abandoned on the road, all tossed aside by the iron spikes of his truck. The reason they came here was the large supermarket nearby. This is the largest supermarket in Xuanzhou City, and the supplies inside are a must-have for the local powers. However, there are definitely a lot of zombies inside. Usually, this area is the busiest. The supermarket has no defenses other than roller shutters. One can imagine the scene of a large number of zombies pouring in that day. Hopefully, there will be a few more second-level zombies inside. Hearing about second-level zombies, Lan Fei Fei became eager. They actually had enough supplies. They just didn't want to give them to the enemy. In the apocalypse, who would complain about having too many resources? Just as the two were about to enter the supermarket, they coincidentally encountered a group of 8 people. They were also surprised to see the equipment of Wu Hao and his companion, especially compared to their ragtag group armed only with iron rods. Wu Hao and his companion were like well-equipped regular troops. Among the 8 of them, 4 could use their abilities, while the other 4 were just slightly stronger than ordinary people. Their purpose for coming here was, of course, to target the supermarket and that heavy truck. Their stronghold was on a nearby rooftop. They were watching Wu Hao and his companion enter the city and also saw the heavy truck. With so many of us, what's the big deal about taking one heavy truck? Brother Zhang Yong was right. Once we're on our turf, everything belongs to us. Having that heavy truck would make things much easier in the future. After seeing Wu Hao and his companion head towards the supermarket, they staged an encounter. But the other two's equipment looked genuine. Zhang Yong felt a bit apprehensive. Those who could come here were definitely not ordinary people, especially since the other side had real swords and knives, while they only had kitchen knives. It would be better to have longer iron rods instead. Wu Hao squinted his eyes, looked at them and smiled, saying, "Are you all going to the supermarket to get supplies?" Zhang Yong nodded, noticing that they were missing something in their equipment. "Why did you come without backpacks? You won't be able to carry much like this." Wu Hao's expression was somewhat awkward as he pulled Lan Fei over. It was a bit embarrassing to admit that he had forgotten because he was having too much fun with his girlfriend. Lan Fei's face turned red, and she glared at him but didn't pull her hand away. Although Zhang Yong was middle-aged, he hadn't forgotten the enthusiasm of his youth. "I understand. Young people are like that. Please go ahead." "Thank you. We'll just take a little bit." After saying that, they walked inside while holding on to Lan Fei. Inside the supermarket, there were at least 200 zombies. "This is too many. We need to think of a less labor-intensive way." Lan Fei's face had returned to normal. "We can kill these level 1 zombies quite quickly, especially since there will be people helping us later. You don't really think they let us in out of kindness, do you?" Lan Fei's expression changed as she realized the possibility. "Are you saying we're just cannon fodder, bait? Otherwise, their main target is probably our heavy truck. What a coincidence that we just parked and ran into them. Even if that's not the case, we should still be cautious. So what do we do now?" They had just reached the entrance, and turning a corner led straight into the supermarket's interior. Wu Hao looked at the nearby facilities and suddenly had an idea. He pulled Lan Fei into a mini karaoke booth. The upper part was transparent, while the lower part was covered by advertisements, making it impossible to see inside. The soundproofing inside was excellent, and it had been quite popular before. It was equivalent to a single-person KTV room. The two of them crouched inside, which felt a bit cramped. Unfortunately, this was the only booth left intact. They squatted on the ground to ensure they wouldn't be seen by anyone coming in from outside. Due to the cramped space, their faces were close to each other. Lan Fei felt the breath from the person opposite her, and a blush appeared on her face. "Can you turn your head away?" Wu Hao looked at the playful beauty in the maid outfit in front of him and couldn't help but feel moved. However, the space was indeed a bit cramped, and he couldn't turn his body while squatting. "Shoo, be quiet, they're here." Shen Yong, seeing that it was about time, led everyone inside without noticing the two hiding in the small room. "Let's be quiet for a while. Let those two continue to attract the zombies while we grab some supplies." In their plan, Wu Hao and his companion were not in the corridor. They were definitely inside the supermarket. As they turned the corner, they immediately heard the roars of zombies. "Good. It seems they are still alive. Let's move quickly." "Boss, why do I feel like those zombies are roaring at us?" "Look, they're coming." A large group of zombies resembled people who had been starving for 3 days and nights. Seeing a bowl of delicious braised pork in front of them, they rushed forward while roaring. Among them were 4 zombies that were noticeably taller. Those were second-level zombies, significantly stronger than first-level ones, even more powerful than ordinary second-level awakened beings. Shen Yong also sensed the strength of the 4 zombies. "Quick, retreat. Those 2 are probably already dead." He waved his hand, and a fireball flew toward the horde of zombies, knocking one of them away. But that was all it could do. Shen Yong was only a first-level awakened being, and his power was limited. The other 3 who had awakened their skills were all physically oriented. They could run faster, but when it came to actually killing zombies, they were still lacking. Soon, they passed right by Wu Hao and his companion, drawing all the zombies outside. Once they heard that the noise had subsided, Wu Hao stepped out with Lan Fei, who was still blushing and panting heavily after coming out. Wu Hao looked at her with a mischievous smile. "You're not actually falling for me, are you, Miss Maid?" Lan Fei blushed and lowered her head, her fingers curling around the hem of her skirt. Who would have feelings for a pervert? Not me. Wu Hao no longer teased her and entered the supermarket, receiving the goods into the ability space. Chapter 17. The king wants a hug too. In the urban area of Quan City, in a large supermarket, Wu Hao is running quickly, and with just a wave of his hand, the items on the nearby shelves disappear and appear in his ability space. Fruits, drinks, beer, bread, frozen foods, and so on. Then there are the meats from the supermarket's cold storage, which are very abundant. Crayfish, hairy crabs, Australian lobsters, beef and lamb, fish, etc. By the time everything is collected, it has nearly reached 30 tons. Wu Hao seemed to hear the ability space let out a satisfied burp. The gains this time were good. These can be kept for his future subordinates. The ones he had stockpiled were all high-quality goods, meant for his own people. A cheerful sound of footsteps approached. Wu Hao and Lan Feifei exchanged a glance, their hearts calming down. This was a familiar sound to both of them. Soon, the footsteps grew closer, and a dog's head poked out. It had followed the scent all the way here, and, upon seeing its owner and Feifei, jumped into Wu Hao's arms, nearly knocking him over. If you were any heavier, I would have fallen. Woof. It meant I completed my mission. Hurry and praise me. Great King is awesome. Great King is mighty, destined to be the king of the dog world. Upon hearing the praise, the Great King lifted its neck, as if to say, I am the best in the world. Have you seen 8 people outside being chased by zombies? Woof woof. The Great King indicated that it had seen them, right at the door. It was a level 2 awakener, and those people were too slow to stop it. It seemed those people were still up to no good. Feifei, we need to be prepared. Lan Feifei looked at them with curiosity. How do you know what the Great King is saying? Are you a dog? No wonder you're so dog-like. If you can talk, say more. You're the dog, I and the Great King are communicating telepathically. Woof. See, even the Great King thinks so. Lan Feifei ignored the 2 single dogs' exchange and walked towards the exit first. She wanted to fight. She had been holding back since she saw the zombies earlier. Great King, I think she looks at you like she is saying you're a single dog. Woof. Indeed, I am too, but I have 2 maids at home. You haven't even seen a female dog yet, right? Oh, woo. Lan Feifei arrived at the entrance of the supermarket and didn't hear any noise outside. She felt on guard and slowly approached the door. Suddenly, a fireball rushed out from the side. Fortunately, she had anticipated it. She raised her hand and cleaved the fireball away with her sword. 6 people appeared in front of her, 1 on each side. Chen Yong stood at the front, looking at her with a teasing expression. Little girl, your strength is impressive. Want to join us? Not interested. Is your boyfriend dead inside, bitten by a zombie? Lan Feifei's expression now was not the playful demeanor she showed in front of Wu Hao. Her face was cold, her expression serious but filled with extreme confidence, holding a shimmering Longquan sword in her hand. Wu Hao and the king walked behind, seeing her like this. The king said, did you see it? When Feifei looks like this, never provoke her, or else we can only endure the pain of eating dog meat. Woof woof, because she felt it was unnecessary to understand a dying person so clearly. Sword intent erupted. The person on her left suddenly felt a severe pain in his head, as if someone was stirring a sword inside it, which was actually the case. Taking advantage of his momentary dizziness, Lan Feifei's long sword had already cut open his throat. Chen Yong and the others were shocked. The one who died was the person who had previously attacked with a fireball. He was also one of the 4 awakened skill users in Chen Yong's team. Now he was killed with a single sword strike, and Chen Yong felt very pained. You dare to kill my people? Good, I will show you what cruelty is. After saying that, he commanded everyone to rush up together. He didn't think his people could defeat her in a one-on-one fight. The safest way was to attack all at once. One of them was a plant-type ability user. Vines entwined. Suddenly, vines grew from the ground beneath Lan Feifei, binding her legs and preventing her from moving. At this moment, another awakened person activated their ability. Frost Pulse. A water-blue ice crystal surged toward her. Lan Feifei hurriedly slashed it apart with her long sword. She wasn't worried about direct attacks, but feared the crowd control from the vines beneath her feet. No matter how she swung, new vines continued to grow and wrap around her legs. Chen Yong saw this scene and felt a surge of joy. His awakened skill hadn't even been activated yet. His figure moved and instantly appeared in front of Lan Feifei. She had seen this move before. It was the skill of the grain warehouse's Chunpongzi. Shadow Assault. Chen Yong thought he had been cautious enough, choosing to strike while she was restrained. but he still underestimated Lan Feifei's ability. Sword intent erupted. A sudden pain shot through Qin Yong's mind. Although it was just a moment, his figure had already been exposed. His dagger was directly blocked by Lan Feifei's Long Quan sword. Lan Feifei wanted to counterattack, but couldn't break free from her bindings and had to defend against other people's attacks. Her gaze shifted, and she erupted with sword intent again. This time, the target was the person who had used the vine entanglement. After stunning him, she planned to strike him down with a sword. Seeing this, Qin Yong pushed a teammate without an awaken skill out to block the sword for that person. By the time Lan Feifei thought to draw her sword again, it was too late. Now her sword intent eruption was down to just one remaining time. With the defense of her alloy armor, she could hold out indefinitely. But that was not her strength. It wasn't the kind of power she wanted. She began to feel anxious, thinking about how to break the deadlock. Just as she pondered, a bark sounded. A wind blade flew out from the supermarket, cutting a person in half at the waist. The king charged out from inside, followed closely by Wu Hao. You don't think you're the only one with teammates, do you? Wu Hao and the king stood side by side, next to Lan Feifei. No need to cry. No need to thank me. Just hug me later. Woof. It means I want a hug too. Lan Feifei's expression softened a bit. You all think quite highly of yourselves. Wu Hao smiled, wondering why this little girl was so tsundere. Dewang, go take out the person releasing the vines first. After receiving the order, Dewang charged ahead with incredible speed. He quickly maneuvered through the crowd, targeting that person's head. The awakened one releasing the vines, seeing this, could only first untie the vines around Lan Feifei. Then he turned to control the rushing Dewang. Lan Feifei would never let him have his way. Sword intent erupted. Just a moment of daze was enough for Dewang to arrive, and with one claw, he took that person's head. Qin Yong, witnessing this scene, finally understood that the two half-people in front of him were not to be trifled with. Gentlemen, it's all a misunderstanding. We thought zombies were coming out of the supermarket. That's why we cast a fireball at this young lady, but she started a massacre. This really is a misunderstanding. Moreover, we have already lost 2 people. How about we just let it go? Wu Hao showed a hint of mockery on his face. It would be a miracle if Lan Feifei could hear his explanation. Even the king looked down on his reasoning. The 2 of them attacked swiftly, leaving only Qin Yong and another ice-type awakener in the arena. Lan Feifei pointed her long sword at the 2 and said, "Misunderstanding? Then killing you would also be a misunderstanding." Chapter 18. Being a zombie can't be too casual. Qin Yong and the others trembled in front of the girl. Their team of 8 was now reduced to just 2. The previous bravado had all been wiped out. It was too late for regrets. Qin Yong knew that the other party wouldn't let him go. "We can join you. How about being your subordinates?" What answered him was a cold flash of sword light. Qin Yong jumped back to dodge the attack. He was also a level 2 awakener, so his physical capabilities weren't too far off. Seeing that the other side didn't want to communicate, he sighed and prepared to fight. On the other side, the king faced off against the ice-type awakener, constantly leaping around to dodge the flying ice crystals. At the same time, wind blades shot out from his claws to counterattack. In the end, the king's speed proved advantageous, allowing him to evade all the ice crystals. Meanwhile, a wind blade sliced the ice-type awakener in half. Now, only Qin Yong remained. His legs trembled slightly, and his speech became shaky. "Everyone, I really am willing to join you. I can work like a horse or an ox." Wu Hao shook his head and announced his death sentence. "Join us? You don't deserve it." Feifei lunged at him, biting him. Lan Feifei rolled her eyes and charged forward with the Long Quan sword. Qin Yong had nothing to counter the sword. He only had an ordinary dagger. Now, the only path left for him was to fight desperately. In this crisis moment, his eyes clearly caught a glimmer of opportunity. Lan Feifei had completely given up on defense and was fully on the offensive. As long as Qin Yong could dodge one attack, he would have the chance to counterattack. His palm tightened around the dagger, sweat seeping out. The moment Lan Feifei swung her sword down, his figure moved. He transformed into a gray shadow, his speed suddenly increasing. "Woman, how dare you underestimate me?" Shadow strike. He rushed to Lan Feifei's front at an incredible speed. The dagger stabbed forward directly, and, at that moment, the opponent had no way to dodge. He succeeded. The dagger pierced into the opponent's body, onto her armor. The next moment, he felt despair. How could ordinary daggers penetrate alloy armor? You're too shameless. With such good equipment, how can we fight? Just as Lan Feifei was about to finish him off, she was pulled back by Wu Hao. Turning around, a 3-meter-tall zombie appeared beside them. There were many more zombies rushing in from the distance. She and Chen Yong were stunned on the spot. If she hadn't been pulled back, she would have just turned into mush. Run. That's a level 4 zombie. Don't look back, go upstairs. The three of them ran away at an incredible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only Chen Yong, who was still in a daze. The huge zombie grabbed him, and only then did Chen Yong react. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape the giant hand. The power disparity between them was enormous. The level 4 zombie grabbed him and brought him towards its mouth. Wu Hao and others heard a scream on the stairs. It must have been a bloody scene. Fortunately, we ran fast. What level of zombie is this? And how did it suddenly appear? It should be that the previous group of zombies was too numerous, and gathering together easily caused a mutation upgrade. The two of them kept running up, but the zombie horde was chasing them. While running, at a corner of the staircase, Wu Hao bumped into someone. Who is this, so careless, running around on the stairs? He took the initiative, thinking that it was the other person's fault for bumping into him. What came into view were legs drenched in blood. It turned out to be the zombie boss. I'm sorry. Wu Hao took out an electric baton and gave him an electric shock treatment. Sorry. Don't play around on the stairs in your next life. After that, they encountered a few lone zombies on the stairs. All of them were cured by Wu Hao's electric shock therapy and could be reincarnated. Half an hour later, the two of them ran breathlessly to the rooftop. This building is 80 stories high, and in the last few floors, it didn't even need to deal with the zombies. They were almost exhausted, thanks to their enhanced physical abilities from their powers. Did they catch up? I didn't hear any sounds. The two of them and the dog collapsed on the rooftop, not wanting to move anymore. After resting for a while, they finally recovered. Wu Hao took 2 bottles of mineral water and a small bowl. He poured a bowl of water for the king, who was extremely thirsty after climbing the stairs for so long. After finishing the water, Wu Hao slapped his thigh. He was so focused on escaping that he forgot to check whether the zombies were chasing him. He was unsure where the limits of the alloy armor lay. He worried that if surrounded by a level 4 zombie and a group of level 2 minions, the alloy armor might not hold up. Without the alloy armor, they would undoubtedly die when exposed to the level 4 zombie. The gap of 2 levels couldn't be solved by brute force. They carefully poked their heads over the rooftop railing. Upon seeing the scene below, Wu Hao's blood pressure shot up. A group of zombies was still in the same place, not having moved at all. How could these zombies be so lackadaisical? At least chase us a few floors. Lan Feifei also looked down at the group of zombies with disdain. Zen zombies? We ran all the way up here for this. As for Chen Yong, there was probably just a pool of blood left. What a waste of my level 2 crystal. The only advantage of reaching the rooftop was being able to see the movements of the zombie group below. Lan Feifei looked seriously at the leading zombie. Such a strong sense of oppression. How can we leave with them blocking our way? The two discussed for a while and came up with a few plans. One was to take some bed sheets from nearby residents to make ropes and climb down the other side of the rooftop. The problem with this method was that safety couldn't be guaranteed. If the rope broke, it would be goodbye for this life. The second plan was to have someone attract the zombies while the others escape. However, the person drawing the fire would most likely die. After hearing this plan, Lan Feifei's expression was resolute, as if she had already decided to sacrifice herself. Wu Hao gently patted her head, dispersing her thoughts. What are you thinking? If anyone goes, it should be the king. Woof. Why don't you come be a dog? Woof. Complimenting me like this is more like it. But this isn't the final solution. His gaze fell on a small storage room on the rooftop. It was piled high with discarded gas canisters. They didn't question how the gas canisters ended up on the top floor. How about we give him a surprise with the gas canisters? Lan Feifei's eyes lit up at the suggestion, as if she had discovered something fun. Let the zombies experience the power of the gas canisters. As long as they're not empty. If they're not empty and explode, it could blow our building down. The two quickly each carried an empty gas canister over. Without gas, they weren't heavy, and the king also expressed a desire to play. Wu Hao looked at its 5 legs, not understanding how it was going to move. Woof! The king ran to the warehouse, bit the handle of the gas canister, and dragged it out. All right, I'll count to 3, and we'll throw it down together. Okay. Woof. 3, 2, 1, throw. Chapter 19. Someone is watching this handsome guy. The zombies downstairs were still wandering aimlessly. A second-level zombie seemed to have heard some noise. It stopped its wandering steps and looked up at the source of the sound in the sky. Bang! The high-speed gas canister, with immense impact, smashed down, turning the surrounding zombies into mush. It left a large pit in its place, and the zombies began to get restless. Bang! Bang! Two more loud noises followed, and two more large pits appeared on the ground. Nearby zombies rushed over, but did not smell any other living beings. They surrounded the three pits, constantly swaying. Among them was that fourth-level zombie. Be careful and poke your head out, don't get spotted. Ordinary low-level zombies really don't have such good eyesight. Wu Hao is worried about that level 4 zombie, which might possess special abilities. Since they are still gathered together, we should continue to smash them. It would be best if we could hit that level 4 zombie. According to Wu Hao's estimation, even a level 6 zombie wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. The three of them, along with the dog, managed to grab 5 empty gas canisters this time. The king can only use its mouth, so it can only carry one. Wu Hao looked at the person and the dog beside him and asked, "Are you ready?" "Ready." "Woof. 3, 2, 1, throw." 5 gas canisters flew off the rooftop. It wasn't until they were nearly halfway down that the zombies heard the sound. By that time, it was too late for them to dodge. Moreover, zombies have no concept of evasion at all. A loud crash followed, and 5 large pits appeared in the ground below. The pits sparkled with the light of crystals. Blue Fei was puzzled as to why the crystals weren't smashed. "Don't ask me, I don't know either. The crystals are peculiar and can only be absorbed and consumed. No wonder when I previously struck the zombie at the neck, it died, but the crystal remained." Looking at the reduced horde of zombies, the two saw a glimmer of hope. They moved over more empty gas canisters with only one target in mind: smash that level 4 zombie hard. This time, they finally had an empty gas canister aimed at the level 4 zombie. The next scene brought them joy. The empty gas canister, falling from the 80th floor, successfully hit the level 4 zombie. As expected, it turned into a pile of mush. Oomph. No matter how strong the zombie is, it can't withstand my gas canister warrior. The remaining nearly 100 zombies were all low-level zombies. They had alloy armor, making them easy to deal with. "Fei, how many empty gas canisters are left?" "Only 10 left." Wu Hao nodded. With 10 chances, he managed to hit one level 2 zombie. He emptied all the gas canisters and threw them down, aiming for the larger zombies. Before long, all the empty gas canisters were thrown. The final result was 1 level 4 zombie killed, 2 level 2 zombies, and a large number of level 1 zombies. The pits created on the ground had all connected into one. It became a spacious pit over 2 meters deep, into which many zombies had fallen. Wu Hao looked at the more than 50 zombies below. "Let's have lunch first, after we finish. We'll kill our way out and wipe them all out." With a wave of his hand, a large round table appeared in front of him. Dishes appeared in his hands and were placed on the dining table: roasted chicken, roasted duck, boiled shrimp, vegetables, and fruits. Each dish was steaming hot, retaining the appearance it had when it was first placed in the ability space. Of course, there was no shortage of dog food. He prepared 2 large bowls for the king. "Eat more. We'll need it for the battle later." Woof. On their right, separated by a wide road, there was a group of people in a building across the street. They heard the sound of a gas canister falling and thought a building had exploded. During their investigation, they spotted Wu Hao and his companion. Looking through binoculars, they saw a man and a woman having a meal on a rooftop. "Boss, look. Those 2 people across seem to be eating something." He licked his lips. The dishes looked too sumptuous. Since the apocalypse began, they hadn't had a proper meal. Mainly, it was a group of people who didn't know how to cook gathering together. They managed to grab some food and meat at a small supermarket, but all the seasonings had been taken by another group. Now, their meals didn't even have salt. Not to mention the 2 people on the other side of the binoculars, feasting on golden roasted chicken. The man was even sprinkling chili powder on top. Slap! A hand came down, startling the person holding the binoculars out of his thoughts. He quickly handed the binoculars to the person next to him. "Boss, buy. Their food looks so sumptuous. Roasted chicken, roasted duck, and there are fruits and vegetables too. Oomph. You want to eat that, huh? Tonight, your portion will be halved." "Boss, no dinner for you tonight. If you keep making noise, you won't get to eat tomorrow either." After saying that, Boss Spy picked up the binoculars and looked across the building. What's that golden legend? Roasted chicken, and that fragrant, crispy deliciousness is roasted duck. Damn, and boiled shrimp. I want to kill them. Several subordinates hurriedly advised the rampaging boss to calm down. He was no ordinary person and steadied his mind. Take a photo to tell Boss Lou. Just say the residents of that building still have food. Yes, boss. Boss Spy certainly refused, and as a result, his face got swollen. To consolidate his rule over the west side of Quansheng, Boss Lou's men searched all the floors in this area, taking everything they could. Even rice cookers were not spared. Only those who submitted to him could receive rewards. Otherwise, they would be fed to the zombies by Boss Lou's subordinates. Wu Hao and the other person had eaten and drank their fill and were just about to put things away. Suddenly, they noticed a reflection in the corner of their eye from the window. He quietly moved his position and saw a sturdy man observing them through binoculars. Recently, they had become too comfortable and were not cautious enough. He should have just found a random room to eat in. If someone discovered their ability space, it would be a big problem. Lan Feifei saw him frowning and knew something was wrong. What's the matter? Is there another zombie coming? Wu Hao shook his head and said softly, someone on the right floor is peeking at this handsome guy. We can't take this table. Lan Feifei rarely refrained from mocking his shamelessness. Instead, she remained calm and didn't look in that direction. This was something she learned from TV dramas. What should we do? Are they enemies? Not clear. Let's treat them as enemies for now. He waved his hand, calling the king over to give some instructions. Let's take a break for a while. We'll head down in an hour, and the king will act according to the plan. Woof. The break was mainly to allow Lan Feifei's abilities to recover. The burst of sword intent is very useful for controlling skills in unexpected situations. After being monitored earlier, he was now more cautious. If it were his previous personality, he would have directly led them to fight down. If they dared to make a move, they would have to pay the price. Chapter 20. Zombie Electric Dance 1 hour later. In a tall building on the west side of Quan'an City, Wu Hao looked down at the dense crowd of zombies below, his expression calm. Another small group of zombies had arrived, bringing the total to about 80. Let's go. The zombie extermination operation begins. Woof. It's really sad that only the king is cooperating with me. Oh, you're being too perfunctory. The group moved down the stairs much faster. Soon, Bai Laodao in the opposite building received the news and approached the window to observe with binoculars. He quickly spotted the two people going downstairs. Let's see which floor they live on. They haven't submitted any food. 10 minutes later, Wu Hao and his group appeared at the entrance on the first floor. Bai Laodao was stunned. The area outside was full of zombies. Had they eaten wild mushrooms and hallucinated? Wu Hao reminded Lan Feifei and the king at the door. Be careful. His caution wasn't about the zombies. With the alloy armor, these zombies posed no threat. The main concern was the awakened ones hiding in the shadows. Like those who had peeped earlier. The first to strike was the king, who raised his claws and unleashed a wind blade. With a greenish glow, it swiftly sliced through two zombies. Currently, the king's power was too low. Otherwise, a few wind blades would have wiped out half of the small zombies. Following that, a sword light appeared. It was Lan Feifei's Long Quan sword. The sword light entered the zombie crowd, dealing more damage than the king's attack. All she needed to do was keep dancing with the sword, and those zombies would actively surround her. Wu Hao awkwardly picked up the tang knife. You're already surrounded by us. You can choose to commit suicide. Before level 5, space-type abilities have no combat power. He could only rely on his physical abilities and sharp weapons to attack. Fortunately, the tang knife was sharp enough, and none of the zombies he encountered could stop him. Originally, there were 4 level 2 zombies in the supermarket, but now only 2 remained, with the other 2 having come from other places. A total of 4 level 2 zombies roared and charged at them. Seeing this scene, Boss Bai felt fortunate that he hadn't caused them trouble. They only had 2 people and a dog, and they would definitely run out of stamina at some point. At that time, we could strike and take all their gains. What he was eyeing were those ability crystals. There was actually a level 4 ability crystal there. Facing the attacking level 2 zombies, Wu Hao remained unperturbed. The zombie reached out to grab his chest, but soon encountered an obstacle, a set of white full-body armor. The sharp claws of the level 2 zombie only left faint marks on it. Wu Hao smiled slightly, and the armor indeed did not disappoint him. It had cost a lot to forge it. Since you can't pierce through, Let me stab you instead. With one strike, he pierced through the zombie and then pulled sideways, splitting it in half. Fortunately, the zombie was already dried up and withered, or else he would have been splattered with blood and entrails. A second-level zombie was easily dealt with like this. Even more ferocious was Lan Fei Fei, who wielded a sword that danced like the wind. No zombie could get close to her. A second-level Earth-type zombie awakened its skill and charged forward with a thick Earth shield. Before it could reach Lan Fei Fei, her long sword swept through and cut it in half. Although there were 80 zombies, they couldn't withstand such killing. In no time, half of them were gone, while the remaining zombies continued to charge relentlessly. At this moment, a strange aura spread throughout the area. Wu Hao's expression changed. He had seen this situation before. Be careful. The zombies might mutate at this time and evolve into higher-level zombies. The next moment, a surge of energy rushed into a zombie that was charging towards him. It instantly upgraded from level 1 to level 3. Wu Hao relaxed his expression, thinking that a level 3 zombie was not something he couldn't handle. If it were a level 4, he would have to run away, but since this one was only level 3, did that mean they looked down on him? He stood his ground, not dodging or avoiding, letting the level 3 zombie's fist come at him. Bilao watched this scene with a mocking smile on his face. The young man, who had seen few big scenes, was momentarily stunned. However, when a zombie's fist landed on Wu Hao, Bilao's expression changed. He saw that the young man seemed unaffected, brushing off his clothes as if he were annoyed that the zombie had dirted them. In contrast, the zombie appeared to have been hit by something and had a swollen face. Wu Hao was just exchanging the space of the punches thrown at him, directing his fist to the zombie's face. How does it feel to knock oneself away? Soon, he was knocked away by his own fist again. This time, Boss Bai still couldn't see clearly. It was too far away, and the binoculars were just a random pick from Toy Store. Could it be that the awakened ability is a physical power? The ability to transfer the damage received to the opponent. Wu Hao's ability reached level 2 and could last for 4 minutes. He didn't want to waste any time and took out an electric baton. He directly jabbed it at the level 3 zombie. A powerful current surged out, causing the zombie to flail around. Your dance is really amusing. Other zombies were also rushing in from around. The attacks were either blocked by the alloy armor or came into contact with the level 3 zombie. Before long, a group of backup dancers gathered around the level 3 zombie. It was emitting black smoke, and its limbs were shaking uncontrollably. As expected of a level 3 zombie, it hadn't died even after being electrocuted for so long. Meanwhile, the level 1 zombies that joined in from behind were all dead. Wu Hao estimated that the electric baton could handle zombies up to level 4 at most. For level 5 zombies, it could only be thrown like a stone. Fei Fei, the electric baton, under the gaze of outsiders, he couldn't take resources from his space, so he had to borrow Blue Fei Fei's electric baton for a moment. Watch me strike with both hands and give you a good shock. He thrust both electric batons into the chest of a level 3 zombie. Before long, it stopped twitching amidst a series of tremors, only to open its mouth wide and exhale a puff of white smoke. Having dealt with the biggest trouble, he left the rest to the king and Blue Fei Fei. He began to collect the spoils, starting with the crystals from level 3 and 4 zombies. Although this battle was perilous, they had the help of the gas canister. They managed to turn danger into safety. Surviving a great calamity must bring future blessings. Indeed, these crystals would significantly increase their strength. Boss Bai watched this scene through a telescope, feeling a chill in his heart, murmuring continuously, "Monsters, oh monsters! Who is truly the zombie?" In his impression over the past few days, zombies were the predators and all humans were food. Even at the same level, the physical bodies of zombies were much stronger. Wu Hao's actions subverted his understanding. Could it be that humans are the predators in this mutation? He wasn't sure, only knowing that he couldn't seek trouble. The battle on the ground quickly came to an end, and Wu Hao collected the crystals. He left with Lan Fei Fei and the king. They needed to level up. At the same time, they were distancing themselves from the battlefield. Although the victory was easy, it still took a lot of effort, and now they needed to rest for a while. Chapter 21. The King Who Helps Dig. They returned to the corner where the truck was located. The zombies around were still wandering. Wu Hao and the king used the same trick again to lure the zombies away. After the king took a detour, they regrouped. They gathered supplies from a supermarket, exterminated a group of zombies, and obtained a pile of crystals. Along the way, both the cars and zombies they encountered were ruthlessly pierced by the iron spikes of the heavy truck. The once smooth and shiny dome of the football field was now covered with vines. The leaves above had unfolded, reaching a length of at least 1 meter, blocking all the sunlight from the football field. Countless roots crawled over the glass. It seemed that soon, the roots would extend into the villa. This relieved the two of them. If it really reached inside the villa, who knows what dangers might occur. Lan Feifei looked confused. She had never seen such large vines before. Is this really your home? How did it turn into this? The mutated trees in the back mountain had become too many, resulting in a high-level mutated vine. Such mutated plants and animals are usually very dangerous. Some pollen contains toxins or hallucinogenic properties. In his past life, he had seen a giant carnivorous flower that swallowed a level 6 awakener in one bite, reducing the bones to liquid. He needed to think of a way to get rid of it. Otherwise, the dome would not hold. If the vines clenched their fists, the entire dome would explode. The only means of transportation now could not be lost. When they returned to the villa and saw that Lan Cici and Uncle Chun were safe, they finally felt relieved. After chatting, they learned that neither of them had seen the situation outside. Only Lan Cici had heard some rustling noises, worried it was a mouse or cockroach. She couldn't see it and could only ask Uncle Chun to look for it. After searching the villa for a long time, they didn't realize that the problem was with the dome of the basketball court in the back. They would deal with it later. Turning it into firewood wouldn't be bad either. Next came the time to divide the spoils. Wu Hao took stock of all the ability crystals. There were 150 of level 1, 7 of level 2, which include 1 from Chunyong and 6 from zombies. There's 1 each of level 3 and level 4. In total, 3 people can be upgraded to level 3. After reaching level 3, one of them can be upgraded to level 4. After discussion, everyone unanimously decided to let Wu Hao, Feifei, and Dewang upgrade first. These 3 are the main combat strength of the entire team. As for who will be the first to reach level 4, Wu Hao has a plan. As long as no one is upgraded to level 5 at once, he will let Lan Feifei go first. Prioritizing combat power, Lan Feifei has the strongest lethality. As for Dewang, since he is not human, he will upgrade to level 3 later, just like himself. Come on, Dewang, eat these 100 ability crystals. Come on, Feifei. These 7 level 2 crystals, along with 30 level 1 crystals, are for you. He also gave her a level 4 crystal. Lan Feifei felt a bit shy and wanted him to upgrade to level 4 first. Wu Hao shook his head and smiled, saying, "You are my battle maid, and your combat power must keep up." He successfully earning an eye roll, he only needed to absorb a level 3 crystal himself. The king looked at the large bowl of crystals in front of him, and instead of getting angry, he happily ran around the bowl a few times. Woof. It meant thank you, master, for giving me the biggest portion. If you die, I'll help dig the soil. Originally thinking it would absorb slowly, it turned out to be much faster than Lan Feifei. The king opened his big mouth and wolfed down the food like it was dog food, finishing the large bowl in no time. By the time everyone had finished absorbing, it was already mid-afternoon. They sat together to discuss how to deal with the vine on the back mountain. Lan Feifei's eyes rolled around. I have an idea. We can find its root and cut it with one stroke. Very good. Next. Wu Hao felt that her method wouldn't work because the aura subtly revealed by the vines seemed like that of a level 5 awakened. With so many of them, approaching the roots of the vines felt like stepping into a web. It would be best to deal with the vines first before addressing the roots. At the same time, they had to guard against the possibility of it recklessly crushing the dome. Lan Si thought for a moment and said, I think using fire is more suitable for dealing with plants. We can have the king find the root location to ignite the flames and draw the firepower. Then we can eliminate the vines on the dome first. According to her, the vines would definitely target the king, who posed a threat. After all, he would be the one igniting the fire at the roots. If it were her, she would never be willing to let the king act as bait. Lan Si then added that the king had wind-type abilities, and his speed was definitely faster than the vines. Wu Hao did not nod, but instead turned his gaze to the king. Woof, woof. The king expressed his willingness to go. That old vine would definitely not catch up to it. I will go with you. You all go put on your armor first. Lan Cici did not go, as she couldn't see and would only be a burden. Wu Hao walked in front of her and gently stroked her head. Why won't you let me go? You know my abilities. Those vines can't touch me. Lan Sisi leaned her head against him. I'm worried there might be an accident. I can't let you take the risk. Wu Hao could sense her intentions and nodded. The people living in this villa are all family. Next time, they can't treat the king like this. Those invited to the villa are all recognized by him. The action quickly began. Aside from the king, who wasn't in armor, Lan Sisi stayed in the villa. Everyone else put on full-body alloy armor. They needed to eliminate the vine before dawn. First, Wu Hao and the king set off to find the root of the vine. Once found, they would set it on fire as a signal. Woof, woof, meaning, are you going to be the dog? Let's go. One person and one dog quickly disappeared into the jungle of the back mountain. As soon as they entered the forest, they noticed the sky was much dimmer than before. Although it was mid-afternoon, it felt closer to evening inside. The sun was completely blocked by the leaves of the vine. Not a single ray of light was coming through, and it got darker the further they went in. Wu Hao had to put on a miner's helmet. As expected of Uncle Chun, he even prepared this thing. Did he anticipate that one day we would go mining as laborers? In the previous life, they really did that. But at that time, it was just to make a living. The forest was very quiet. As long as they didn't disturb those vines, they wouldn't be detected. After running for 10 minutes, they finally saw the entity. Chapter 22. The maid Sisi through the thorns. Footsteps echoed in the silent forest. It was clearly afternoon, yet there was not a trace of sunlight. Wu Hao appears here wearing a miner's helmet. If it were just him alone, he really wouldn't want to come in. But luckily the king is here with him. This ghostly place feels like a few ghosts could pop out, right, king? Woof. Wu Hao raised his head, using the light to observe the direction of the vines. 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of a large tree. The tree was so big that it took 3 or 4 people to wrap their arms around it. However, he couldn't see any vines on the trunk at all. Did I look in the wrong place? When he pointed the miner's lamp towards the treetop, he discovered countless vines entangled together, spreading down to the big tree in front of him. The big tree? He suddenly realized that something was off about this tree. Upon closer inspection, he noticed many grooves on its surface. Wow, this was the shape formed by the vines wrapping around it. Only by looking closely could he see that the surface was not tree bark at all, but entirely woven from vines, almost deceiving him. Luckily, it wasn't a disguised carnivorous plant, or he would have been done for. Now that he had found the source, the next steps would be simple. Wu Hao took a bucket of gasoline from the ability space. He splashed it on the vine tree bark and took out a lighter. Bang! A flame ignited from the vines. The once quiet forest began to rustle, and even low growls could be heard coming from the vines. Could it be that the mutated plants could talk? The growling might indicate that the vines were still too weak. He had never seen more advanced mutated plants and didn't know if they could speak like humans. At least the king had never spoken. King, say meow. Meow. It seems you really are a dog. Your bark is truly unpleasant. The vines in the forest twisted continuously, causing the whole forest to shake. It seemed to want to extinguish the fire in this way. But how could Wu Hao let it have its way? He continued to pour gasoline to make the flames grow larger. The tentacles that had been slapping the tree trunk seemed to have eyes, quickly curling towards him. Wu Hao was holding a heavy oil barrel. He didn't expect the opponent to have this trick. It seems your intelligence is not low. Just as he was about to use spatial transfer to evade, the king's claw swung out, creating a wind blade that severed all the incoming tendrils. Well done, king. Extra dinner tonight. Woof. It means hooray. Wu Hao took this opportunity to put away the oil barrel and take out the tang knife. He began to cut off the fiery vines. The king also started to exert power, and after reaching level 3, it could unleash more wind blades. Vines continuously fell from the air, but there was no sign of a decrease in their numbers. They remained dense against the sky. The tendrils hanging from the trees twisted wildly and grew new tendrils after being cut. It seemed endless, and the king sought out its ability crystal to cut. Meanwhile, Chen Bo and Lan Fei, who were waiting at the dome, saw thick smoke rising in the distance. They drew their weapons and struck at the tendrils clinging to the glass. The result was the same as what Wu Hao experienced. The severed tendrils twisted and quickly grew back. This vigorous vitality left everyone exhausted. At the same time, the vines began to counterattack. The seemingly soft tendrils were now taut and straight, like long spears thrusting towards the two. Before they could get close, they were cut down by a sword, falling before they even began to strike. Although Lan Feifei's strength had greatly increased, she had no way to deal with this sticky situation. If this continued, the vines would not be finished off, and she would tire out first. The battle in the forest was not so easy. This was the root of the vines, and the tendrils were especially numerous. Wu Hao has activated the ability of spatial transfer. Around him, there are dozens of vine-like tentacles swaying incessantly. Some have transformed into vertical spears, while others have become lassos. Various changes are manifested on the tentacles. This tree has no intelligence. I eat shit. Woof. The king means no one is allowed to compete with me for food. All right, it's all yours, my king. I dare not eat. A spear-like tentacle thrusts forward, piercing through the armor and surprisingly creating cracks. Wu Hao was startled and quickly used spatial transfer, directing it towards the lasso in the air. Sure enough, it was able to withstand level 4, but for level 5, it could only block a little. This is the first time Wu Hao experiences powerlessness in this life. It is also his first encounter with a level 5 awaken plant. The vitality is so vigorous that he cannot find a place to strike. The key ability crystal's location is something they cannot find. This is troublesome. If it drags on, both the king and I won't be able to hold on. Suddenly, several roots emerge from the ground beneath him, tightly binding his feet. Wu Hao's spatial transfer ability has just been used up. Now he is in a skill vacuum period, having already used it for 10 minutes. The king sees this situation and rushes over to bite at the roots. However, for every root he bites through, a new one grows back. He simply cannot finish biting them all. If it weren't for the vines being eager to extinguish the fire, they would take this opportunity to get rid of him. While the king is still tearing at the tree roots, it is lifted up by a tentacle hanging from the air. The tentacle just happens to wrap around its abdomen, and no matter how it turns its head, it cannot bite it. This is bad. Once the vines finish putting out the fire, you will become a hanging dog. Woof woof. It means with the master accompanying me. I don't lose out. Ugh, what nonsense are you talking? As the flames on the vines gradually diminish, Wu Hao was a bit anxious. If this continued, he would eventually be in trouble. Just then, a cold light sliced through the air from behind him, precisely cutting off the 8 roots beneath his feet. He quickly jumped to the side of the newcomer. Wu Hao thought it was Lan Feifei coming to support him. Feifei did a great job. You were the best. But when he turned around, he found it was actually Lan Cici behind him. She tucked her hair that had fallen on her forehead and smiled slyly. I don't know if something happened between you and Feifei. Wu Hao awkwardly scratched his head, only to realize he was scratching his alloy helmet. Lan Cici shook her head and said firmly, I can see the location of your crystal, and I can also see the location of its crystal. It turned out that when she sensed Chun Bo and the others' fierce battle, she understood that in order to cut off its lifeline, they needed to extract the vine's ability crystal. She also knew that Wu Hao must understand this point. Therefore, the reason for their failure was obvious. They couldn't find the crystal. That's why she had come here alone. With her keen senses, everything went relatively smoothly. Only the torn-made outfit on her body could tell Wu Hao what she had experienced. Wu Hao understood her determination, no longer saying more, no longer hesitating. Cici, where's its crystal located? Chapter 23. Who is better, me or Feifei? In the pitch-black woods, only the mining lamp on Wu Hao's head illuminated a bright area. There was a large tree entwined with vines. A husky was hanging from the vines above. Wu Hao held a knife in both hands, standing behind Lan Cici. She originally couldn't see anything and didn't feel much about the pitch-black forest. However, as she concentrated, a bright light appeared before her. The light took the shape of a crystal, with streams of glowing energy flowing out from it. This energy was transmitted to other places, creating a vast image in the transmission patterns. It resembled the shape of a vine-covered tree, with each of its tendrils flowing with supernatural energy. Lan Cici's face lit up with joy as she adjusted her position to look at the brightest crystal. Young master, the vine crystal is directly in front of my neck, at a depth of 50 centimeters. Wu Hao nodded and swung his long knife towards that position. Before he got close, his intentions were sensed by the vines. Countless roots sprang up in front of him, weaving into a large net that was about to cover him. At the critical moment, however, Wu Hao did not continue forward. Instead, he turned around in time and rushed towards the king. He understood that there would definitely be obstacles in front of the crystal, and he couldn't break through alone. Upon reaching the spot beneath the king, Wu Hao swung his tang knife, cutting through the vines that had ensnared the king. If it weren't for my superb knife skills, you would have been a bleeding dog, my king. Woof woof. Attack with me. The king, suspended in the tree, had actually rested for a while. Now his abilities had slightly recovered, allowing him to use wind blades. Wu Hao used a tang knife to clear the way, cutting through all the obstructing tentacles and roots with a single stroke. The vine-sensing crystal felt threatened and resorted to its old tricks. A net made of tentacles was pulled up from the ground, covering Wu Hao from above. My king! A green wind blade appeared with the sound of air being sliced. It was evident that the king's mastery of his abilities was becoming more and more refined. The wind blade swiftly cut through the tentacle net, creating a large opening in the middle. The net, which had been taut, instantly became chaotic as the center was left empty. Wu Hao easily passed through the middle and arrived at the position where the crystal was located. In order to allow him to compare better, Lan Sisi remained in place and did not move. Wu Hao held the knife with both hands, moved it backward, and then thrust it forward sharply. The sharp tang knife instantly sank into the vines. Ding! A light sound echoed as the tang knife successfully struck the crystal. The crystal could not be destroyed, but shaking the crystal meant interrupting the supernatural ability. Especially when the supernatural ability of plants was interrupted, it meant they were just ordinary plants. Now is the time. My king! Two blades of wind shot out rapidly, spinning around the vines. Without the protection of supernatural abilities, the vines were just like ordinary vines. In front of the wind blades, they were easily cut. The entire vine tree was severed, separating into two parts. The upper part was entangled with the surrounding trees and did not fall. In the middle, a crystal-emitting white light was revealed. Countless vines twisted in the forest, as if trying to connect with each other. Seeing this, Wu Hao flicked the knife and caught the crystal in his hand. Without the support of the crystal's power, the vines instantly fell silent. The entire forest also quieted down, becoming eerily silent. Wu Hao let out a sigh of relief. This battle was indeed dangerous. Fortunately, Lan Sisi arrived just in time, not only severing the roots that bound him, but also able to locate the position of the crystal, he himself was unaware of. Wu Hao turned around and picked her up, spinning her in circles. Sisi, you did a great job. You're the best. Lan Sisi laughed happily in the air. So, who do you think is better, Fei Fei or me? You both are great. That won't do. The young master is too fickle. Wu Hao was taken aback, realizing that the two of them were not on the same wavelength. He put down Lan Sisi and looked at the king. The king was still staring at the corpse of the vine, barking as if to say, "What are you doing? It's already dead." Woof, woof. It meant that this guy actually dared to hang the great king in the air, and I will bite it to death. Before leaving, the king angrily barked at the corpse of the vine. Back at the villa, the cleaning of the dome was also completed. Uncle Chun and Lan Feifei had wiped down all the dirty parts. The dome became as clean and bright as when it was first installed. Lan Feifei saw her sister walking out of the woods with Wu Hao, and then noticed that her sister's maid outfit was tattered. She immediately rushed over, staring at him, and asked, "What were you two doing in the woods? Your clothes are all torn like this." Lan Sisi chuckled and let go of his hand, leaving him to face the questioning alone. Wu Hao spread his hands, indicating that he hadn't done anything. "It was your sister who got scratched by the trees while rushing to help me, not me. Did you really not do anything?" Wu Hao nodded affirmatively. "No, you're still not a man. With such a great opportunity, you didn't take my sister down. The king is still next to me. Woof. Master, you can treat me as if I don't exist. I also didn't see you spinning around with her." Lan Feifei shook her head, her eyes filled with disdain. "TSK, TSK. Even the king knows better than you, right? Woof. That's right. When girls encounter me, they don't even keep walking. They all stop to pet me." Wu Hao was not interested in their nonsensical chatter. Back at the villa, he took off his alloy armor and took a deep breath. Instantly, he felt much more relaxed. This battle had been both exhausting and dangerous. The armor was close to being scrapped, with many wounds on it. A few more hits, and it would probably disintegrate on its own. Fighting against a level 5 awakener rendered the armor's defense almost ineffective. It seemed he needed to quickly advance to level 5 and awaken his second skill. For now, he still needed to level up with 4 crystals. Tomorrow would be another day for shopping. Tonight's dinner was very sumptuous, not prepared by Wu Hao. It was personally cooked by Uncle Chun using his mechanical arm. With the mechanical arm, cooking had become much easier. Ever since awakening his abilities, Uncle Chin's appearance had not changed to look younger, but his physical condition had improved significantly. Originally, he was like a master craftsman who could only teach theory, but now he was a master who could also fight. The mechanical knife he created was sharper than a Tang knife and could grow stronger as his ability level increased. Lan Feifei was curious if Uncle Chun would eventually become a fully mechanical robot. When that happened, he could turn into a long sword, and she could take him into battle. The dog food promised to the king wouldn't be lacking either. She directly took out a bag for it to eat. The king didn't just gnaw at the bag. It bit into it and poured the contents into its bowl before eating. The king should eat more, as it would accompany her on a trip tomorrow. Lan Feifei leaned over and asked, "What about me? I want to apply to be a battle maid." Woof. A battle-crazy maid would be more appropriate. Wu Hao understood. "King, you're doomed." Soon, a chase between a person and a dog unfolded in the villa. Chapter 24. Call me daddy. That night, Wu Hao felt a bit thirsty and went out for water. He immediately spotted Lan Feifei sleeping on the sofa, cuddling with the husky. He had felt quite tired today and had gone to bed early. At that time, both the person and dog were still playing and frolicking in the living room, and they must have played too hard and fallen asleep on the sofa. He walked over and patted the king's head. The king immediately woke up, its eyes wide open like copper bells. It looked at him warily, and after a second, it realized he was its owner. It quickly broke free from Lan Feifei's embrace and jumped into his arms. "Go away, you're not a puppy. You're too heavy to carry." It was only April, and the late-night air in Xuanzhou City was still relatively cool. Without the warmth of the king, Lan Feifei curled up into a ball. "Sigh, do I still have to play the role of a dad?" Wu Hao pinched her face, which was soft and smooth, with a hint of warmth. "You keep criticizing me every day, so I'll just pinch a little more," he said, and he pinched a few more times, even taking a photo. "Oomph, I have the upper hand, Feifei." It was inevitable that she would catch a cold sleeping in the hall. Looking at her maid outfit, he hesitated for a moment about whether to help her take it off. In the end, he decided against it. He didn't want to be hunted down. However, there was a big bow at the back of the maid outfit that could dig into her waist, so he helped her untie it. After covering her with a blanket, Wu Hao was about to leave when Lan Feifei suddenly grabbed him, her face filled with sadness. "Dad." In her dream, she saw her father, whom she had never met. His face was blurry, but the outline resembled Wu Hao somewhat. Just as she wanted to reach out, the figure dissipated like smoke. Wu Hao looked at the tears sliding down her face, feeling a bit heartbroken, and gently wiped them away. "I'm not your dad. Call me Godfather." The next day, the sun was just right. Wu Hao and his companions have made remarkable progress in their levels over the past few days. In his previous life, it took him several years to reach level 5. Now, in just 3 days, he has already reached level 3. After finishing breakfast, he overlooks Quanan City from the balcony, accompanied by his level 4 maid bodyguard, Lan Feifei. Wu Hao took a glance and found that she was in a good mood, which made him feel relieved. He had just spoken thoughtlessly at the time, and fortunately, he wasn't overheard. Lan Cici and the big guy also came over. "Young master, are you going out today? We need to hunt a few zombies to speed up leveling up. How about I go with you? I can take care of myself." Wu Hao and Feifei shook their heads together, feeling uneasy about Cici going out. The situation in the city was complex, and they had encountered danger last time. "For now, your task is to protect the villa with Uncle Chun. Moreover, there are fewer mutated plants in the city, so her abilities won't be needed for the time being." Lan Feifei shook Cici's arm and asked, "What do you think, Cici?" Lan Cici was taken aback and blinked at Wu Hao. "Ahem, you guys chat. I'll go find the boss to discuss the battle plan." Woof. Seeing Wu Hao and the boss went downstairs. "Feifei, what do you think of the young master?" "Not bad, why?" "Nothing. You don't seem the same as before." "You're joking, right? The food here is so good, it feels like raising pigs." Before long, the two-man half-squad set off again. This time they were still wearing alloy armor. It was useless against level 5 zombies, but still effective against large groups of lower-level zombies. He didn't want to capsize right before leveling up. This time our goal was to hunt high-level zombies and collect some resources along the way. The destination was the eastern area of the city. Last time they went to the west side, aside from the supermarket swarming with zombies, other stores were empty, as someone had already taken the resources. There are always people who can seize opportunities and build power in chaotic times. He had a vague feeling that a major force was hidden in the western area. However, plans changed quickly, and as they passed by a hospital, Wu Hao decisively parked the car and took the three of them inside to sneak a look. Lan Feifei didn't understand why he changed his mind. What were we doing at the hospital, stockpiling medicine? Wu Hao shook his head and pointed to a building ahead with emergency department written on it. Look inside there. Aren't there a lot of people? Feifei looked in the direction he was pointing, and despite the distance, she could still see shadows moving in the windows on the first floor. Are those zombies? It shouldn't be. They look like they're busy with something, probably doctors. Wu Hao thought of a bold possibility. Let's go, grab the gear and check it out. Wu Hao brought a tang knife and an electric baton, while Feifei carried 2 long quan swords. As for the king, having claws and sharp teeth was enough. The moment they stepped into the hospital's entrance, they were spotted by someone on the second floor of the emergency department. Their hospital had a complete backup power system, and the cameras were still running. Upon detecting someone entering, an alert was sent out. Who were those 2 dressed in all white, armored warriors? Armor my head. Don't let them disturb the experiment. If they can use their hands, don't use their mouths. They're also good experimental materials. All right, director. Wu Hao brought Lan Feifei to the front of the emergency department. Just as they were about to enter, 4 doctors in white coats came out from inside. Who are you? You can't come in here. When Wu Hao saw them with their hands in their pockets, he felt a sense of vigilance and gave Feifei a glance. Hello, one of our friends has a fever and wants to buy some antipyretic medicine. The 4 doctors stepped forward, exchanged glances, and smiled, saying, So you're here for medicine. No problem, come in. They split into 2 sides, clearing the middle space. Wu Hao could tell something was off just by looking at their positions. However, he casually walked over. As he approached the 4 of them, they couldn't hold back any longer. One person held scissors, 2 had scalpels, and the last one had an anesthetic needle. They aimed to capture him alive, and it was fine if he got hurt a little. When they lunged at him, Wu Hao wasn't the slightest bit flustered. Among the 4, only one was a level 3, while the other 3 were level 2. He could handle them on his own, not to mention that Do Wang and Feifei were nearby. Seeing him remain still, the 4 doctors were somewhat curious, but they also thought he was just intimidated by them. 2 of them grabbed his arms, while another focused on Blue Feifei. Then, the doctor with the anesthetic needle approached him. Knowing he couldn't escape, he decided not to run. It was better that way, saving some effort. He thrust the needle towards Wu Hao's arm. Be good, it won't hurt in a bit. But after the injection, Wu Hao didn't react at all. The doctor with the scalpel on the right suddenly screamed and instinctively released his grip on Wu Hao's arm. What are you doing? How did you stab me with the needle? I didn't. I injected him. Look, I'll do it again. With another jab. The doctor with the scalpel on the left also yelled out. Why did you stab me instead? Are you that unprofessional? Finally, the doctor with the scalpel on the right understood. Stop with the injections. This kid is strange. He must have awakened a spatial ability. Wu Hao smirked and nodded. That's right. I have indeed awakened my spatial ability, and I also know your abilities. The 4 doctors exchanged glances and laughed. Then tell me, what are our respective abilities? Wu Hao looked at their confident smiles. Your ability will be called Be Careful in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the 4 doctors changed. They thrust their weapons at him without hesitation. However, Feifei and the king, who were already prepared, acted even faster. With a flash of wind blades and sword light, 2 of them were cut open, blood splattering and entrails flying. The other 2 doctors were also accustomed to such scenes. Without any reaction of nausea, they directly fled to the second floor. Wu Hao and his companion were caught off guard by this move. They just ran away? How cowardly, not even avenging their colleagues. Woof. I will definitely avenge you. My master is dead. Chapter 25. The era needs to be held. Wu Hao was angrily rubbing the dog's head, while the king's eyes widened and his tongue hung to one side. With such a meager salary, how could he have the qualifications to work so hard? Just as he finished speaking, the 2 fleeing doctors ran down the stairs again. Wu Hao was somewhat curious. Were these people really going to risk their lives for the hospital cafeteria? Until 5 more individuals appeared behind them. It turned out they were calling for reinforcements. I thought to myself, how could this shabby cafeteria make you work so hard? Among the 5 newcomers, one caught his attention. With a 4th level ability, he was exactly the target he was looking for. Dressed more neatly than the other 6, combined with his aloof demeanor. This must be your little leader? A doctor standing next to that person stepped forward. Impudent. This is our hospital's Director Wong. Shouldn't you greet him? Wu Hao squinted his eyes and sneered. Who do you think you are? Just a hospital director. Is formalism this serious? The doctor wanted to argue back, but was stopped by Director Wong raising his hand. You're young and capable. Would you be interested in working under me? I can give you not just 1, but 10 doses of antipyretics. And the cafeteria can even provide you extra meals every day. When the others heard about the extra meals, they all showed envious and jealous expressions. They knew that resources were scarce everywhere now. The few of them were only having 1 meal a day, and it was the kind that still left them hungry. Wu Hao and Lan Feifei started to retch together. In the hospital cafeteria, those who understand know. Don't torment me. Just say whether you will give me this fever-reducing medicine. A few people heard this and exchanged angry glances, feeling that he was too ungrateful. This was a hospital, and they already had a lot of food stored. Unfortunately, there were too many doctors and nurses, so they could only ration food daily. Yesterday, they even traded some food with a faction using medicine. But this is not a long-term solution, which is why they began to conduct some research. Young man, you must understand this is my territory. If it's a tiger, you must lie low, and if it's a dragon, you must coil up. Wu Hao laughed upon hearing this, picked up the big dog and said, what if it's a husky? Should I hold it? Woof. I like my owner to hold me. The people across from them saw that Dean Wong's forehead was already bulging with veins, knowing he was on the verge of exploding. Everyone lowered their heads even more, not daring to speak. They had all witnessed the Dean's strength. Very well, it's been a long time since anyone has made me this angry. Take action. Capture the 2 of them and the dog. They'll be used in the next experiment. The 6 doctors beside him nodded in agreement, all pulling out their weapons, from scalpels to iron rods, but there wasn't a single long weapon. Wu Hao and Lan Feifei were not polite with him either. Snap! They took out their long knives and swords. An inch longer, an inch stronger. How can you fight with such short weapons? A few doctors took a look and realized it was indeed the case. In close combat, they had almost no chance of winning. 3 of them temporarily put away their weapons and unleashed their crystal energy. They were all elemental type abilities, but unfortunately, only one could attack from a distance. The other 3 had physical type abilities and could unleash their strength. Moreover, they had level 3 physical abilities and were confident they could dodge the attacks from the 2 opponents. Wu Hao quietly watched as they got ready. Are you ready? Then let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the first to act was the king. His speed was incredibly fast, and 2 wind blades flew out in an instant. The 3 doctors from the physical department quickly used their abilities, unleashing their power. With their burst of speed, they barely managed to dodge. However, the king's target was not them, but the doctor who was using elemental abilities a bit farther away. Fire shield. Ice shield. Wait, why is there no lightning shield? The wind blades mercilessly sliced the electric awakened one in half. His awaken skill was arc, which allowed him to release ranged electricity. With that, their only ranged attack was gone. After the other 2 activated their shield skills, they joined in the melee assault. Besides providing defense, their shield skills could also burn and freeze enemies. Fortunately, the weapons of Wu Hao and the other 2 were long enough. The king could also avoid close combat, which was fine. Although the attacks from the 5 were numerous, they all landed on the armor and were completely negated. Instead, they themselves were wounded by a sword and a blade, sustaining many cuts. The king stood at a distance and did not join in. Wu Hao's task was to keep an eye on the hospital director. The other 5 were just insignificant characters. Solving them was only a matter of time. Before long, Lan Feifei unleashed her sword intent and unexpectedly killed 1 person. Wu Hao used spatial transfer to move a surgeon's scalpel, which had been thrust by a doctor, onto another physical type awakened being. It struck right at the heart, causing immediate death. Dean Wong, watching from the side, saw 3 out of his original 6 subordinates die in the blink of an eye. While feeling regret, His hatred towards Wu Hao and the other person grew stronger. At the same time, he was wary of the two's armor, which was impervious to blades and bullets. He decided to take the field himself to deal with the two. As a level 4 awakened being, he had the confidence to do so. Without using a weapon, he charged at them with his hands raised. Wu Hao saw him attacking directly with both hands. He felt alert. In the apocalypse, no one is foolish, and some have already been tricked badly. Instead of using armor to take the Dean's attack head-on, he redirected a surgeon's scalpel. With his hands freed, he swung the Tang knife towards the Dean's hands. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. At that moment, the Dean's hands revealed their true form, resembling the mechanical abilities of Old Chun. What a coincidence, such a rare ability. And I've seen two in just a few days. The Dean's arms transformed into two long blades, not falling behind against the Tang knife, even managing to create two notches in it. After just a few exchanges, Wu Hao's Tang knife was shattered. With no choice, he could only take the blows with his hands. But the Dean was not fooled. The moment his mechanical arms were redirected, he deactivated the mechanism, leaving only his strength to hit his teammate. For a physical-type awakened one, it was nothing serious. I've already seen through your little tricks. Wu Hao stood firm, blocking in front of him. Oh, have you thought about how to defeat my little tricks? Dean Wong had not considered this matter, and he charged forward with both arms once again. Wu Hao did not dodge or retreat, allowing the attack to come at him. Just before contact, he redirected the attack once again. Dean Wong still did not fall for it, but his brow furrowed. After a few more attacks, the results were the same. The other two doctors, caught between Do Wong and Lan Fei, were quickly killed. Now only Dean Wong remained, a level 4 mechanical system awakened. Chapter 26. Please let Do Wong take the blame. Dean Wong's face was grim. Since the apocalypse began, he had thought of many ways to die. He had never imagined he would die at the hands of two young people. Woof. And also this great king. Since you insist on wiping us out, then come on. 18 years later, I will be a doctor again. A formidable aura emanated from him as he resolved to fight back. Wu Hao interrupted his grandiose speech. Wait, do you have amnesia? It was clearly you who made the first move. I just came to ask for some fever medicine. Dean Wong was taken aback for a moment, then calmed down and asked, if I give you the fever medicine now, can I leave? No. Then why the hell are you talking? 18 years later, I will be a divine doctor. This time, Wu Hao did not interrupt him, because beside him, Lan Fei's fighting spirit was already unable to be contained. Let's go. Big boss, let's take a walk. He did not immediately go to the laboratory on the first floor. He understood somewhat what was there in his previous life. There were many such experiments. To survive, many factions established research institutions. The goal was to find the source of motivation for zombies. As zombies, even without eating or drinking for 5 years, they could still maintain their original actions and appearances. This was not the power provided by any abilities within their bodies. The near-immortal capability of zombies became increasingly valued as resources dwindled in the apocalypse. However, even until Wu Hao was reborn, no institution had managed to understand it. The experiments conducted in this hospital were likely similar. Wu Hao and Do Wong were searching for their warehouse in the hospital. Since they were the ones who acted first, they had no burdens and could safely move all the resources from here. Before long, they found it. There was a sign hanging above, clearly indicating how to get to the warehouse. The warehouse was a cold storage, and the door was very heavy and thick. Wu hadn't planned to test with the Tang Dao. He simply kicked it away. This door was only meant to prevent cold air from escaping, not to withstand kicks. The things inside were still quite abundant. There weren't many edible resources, and he didn't take any. Firstly, there were too few to be worth taking, and secondly, there were still quite a few people in the emergency department's laboratory. Since they didn't take the initiative to attack him, he wasn't a devil. He just cleared out the various medicinal materials. Big boss, let's go see if the battle maniac is done. He returned to the entrance of the emergency department. Lan Fei was already waiting for him, tossing him a crystal. Wu Hao was not polite either. After catching it, he absorbed it on the spot. 2 minutes later, he held another crystal in his hand. This was a level 5 crystal from a mutated vine. It was obtained through great danger, thanks to the fact that the root of the vine couldn't move. If it had been a mutated level 5 animal, they would have had to go around it. After a while, his aura surged, successfully advancing to level 5. He felt the peak power from his previous life, which was somewhat familiar. In his previous life, he was truly useless, taking years to reach level 5. Wu Hao also understood that this change was due to his prior preparations. Fei, let's go watch them conduct experiments. Do you want to join? Lan Fei nodded. She was very curious about what experiments could be done in the apocalypse. Wu Hao and the king exchanged a glance, and the plan was successful. The laboratory was on the first floor, and they reached it after passing 5 rooms. The glass here was unobstructed, allowing them to see the situation inside from outside the window. Wu Hao leaned over to take a look, and sure enough, it was as he had inferred. However, they had made some additional changes. They were actually stitching together zombies. The place was covered in blood, with various organs placed on shelves. Severed limbs and leftover legs were carelessly thrown on the operating table. There were more than 10 people inside, cutting and extracting the internal organs of a zombie. He also noticed a little girl sitting in the corner, seemingly rejected by everyone, curled up and hugging her legs. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, and she showed no fear despite the surrounding body parts. He saw the word intern written on her clothes. How could a little girl be an intern in a lab? The scene was so bloody that he covered the king's eyes to prevent him from seeing. Woof. I'm already an adult. Let me see. No, if you see it, you'll have nightmares like Fei. Lan Fei Golat. How do you know I have nightmares? Wu Hao wanted to scratch his head again, but fortunately, he woke up and stopped himself. It was CC who told me. Lan Fei didn't continue to question him. She was also curious about what was happening inside. However, after just a glance, she hurriedly ran to the hospital restroom. Soon, the sound of vomiting could be heard. The time spent was just to take off the armor. Great plan, King. Well done. Woof woof. Don't say that. It's clearly your plan. Hey, we're bros. My plan is your plan. Remember to acknowledge it later. Woof, woof, woof. Why don't you take care of this dog? She stared at him with a hostile look. Wu Hao quickly waved his hand, looking at the king, asking the king to take the blame for him. It was the king who asked me to call you to take a look. I didn't know what was inside before. Woof woof. Lan Fei rolled up her sleeves and was about to rub the dog's head. Bang! A loud noise came, and the window shattered instantly. Wu Hao pulled Fei and the big dog into his arms. Countless shards of glass turned transparent and shot out, deeply embedding themselves into the ground. Space transfer. The glass flying towards Wu Hao instantly vanished, only to reappear on the ground in the distance. The 2 people and 1 dog were still in shock when Wu Hao sensed a familiar aura. He had encountered it once before outside a supermarket. This was a zombie undergoing mutation. You 2 go hide upstairs first. The big dog obediently ran off in an instant. Lan Fei, however, lay in his arms, smiling and seemingly reluctant to leave. After Wu Hao said that, her face flushed, and she quickly left. Who asked you to hold me? Be careful. Call me if you need anything. Watching her figure go upstairs, he sighed. At this age, she still acts like a child. There's really no way to deal with her. He approached the window where the glass was gone, and inside was a scene of chaos. Countless severed limbs and broken arms were not from zombies, but from the doctors who had conducted experiments. The zombie they had pieced together was the source of the mutation. They truly deserved to die for creating such a thing. On the other hand, he indeed needed this kind of thing. The strength of this zombie was probably at level 6. If he could defeat it, Wu Hao's level could rise again. However, he couldn't act recklessly. This was not just his battle. There were also a nest of teammates waiting to be fed. The assembled level 6 zombie seemed to still be adapting to its body. It was continuously twisting its form, and Wu Hao could see it was trying to find 2 legs to walk. It had a total of 8 legs and 12 arms. Its entire shape was even taller than the level 4 big zombie he had seen before. Wu Hao was just thinking of taking this opportunity to leave. He planned to come back later to eliminate it and seize the crystal. Suddenly, he noticed in the corner, behind a doctor's corpse, that the little girl was still there, probably because she was in the corner. She was completely unharmed, except for being splattered with blood from the doctor's body. Chapter 27. The Deadly Physician's Fake Lowly. In the hospital laboratory, it seemed to sense his gaze. The little girl turned her head and looked over. In Wu Hao's mind, there was a thunderous sound. The deadly doctor, Li Yuanyuan. She was a well-known figure in his previous life. like the two sisters of the god of killing. She was from Xuanzhou City and ranked 9th among the 10 kings. Silent and taciturn, killing without a trace was her trademark. Those who were poisoned often had their limbs rot and died in agony, especially those who mocked her height. Wu Hao didn't understand this meme before, but now he does. Li Yuanyuan looks like a 14-year-old lowly. In reality, according to what he knew from his past life, she is 20 years old. Turns out she's a fake lowly. Now, 2 questions are before him. One is that he should leave immediately. Escaping is the priority, regardless of whether others live or die. The second is to rescue the seemingly harmless Li Yuanyuan. The second option carries great risk, not only from zombies, but also from the unpredictable Li Yuanyuan. The benefit is the opportunity to gain a strong ally, who is also the physician that their team lacks. Wu Hao took the risk. Waiting any longer would be very dangerous. Don't be afraid. Uncle, brother is here to save you. He pulled out a tang knife and cleaved the laboratory door open with one strike. He rushed in front of Li Yuanyuan and picked her up in his arms. The dimness in his eyes seemed to shine with light at that moment. Taking such a big risk to save you. You can't poison me in the future. Just as he reached the doorway, a gigantic zombie stood up. It used its 2 legs and 2 hands for support, running like a quadruped animal. The primary target was naturally Wu Hao, the only one moving. As the giant zombie ran, 10 hands attacked from the front, while 6 legs attacked from the back, which was quite bizarre. Those attacks that hit Wu Hao's back were all redirected to the zombie itself. The giant zombie ended up hitting itself with its own attacks. Its already unstable walking became even more shaky. At the same time, Wu Hao shouted loudly to remind the king and Lan Feifei, "Don't come out yet. There's a giant zombie here. Wait for the right moment to strike." With that shout, a swarm of zombies emerged from the hospital, all drawn by his voice. Most of them were zombies dressed in doctor and nurse uniforms. There was no life left to see the uniform temptation. Wu Hao ran quickly between the floors, hoping to find a hidden place to put Li Yuanyuan down. He could sense that her supernatural ability was only at level 2, not enough to fight against such a big monster. The large zombie seemed to move unsteadily, but after all, it was a level 6 awakener. It was very fast, closely pursuing him and giving no chance to catch his breath. A voice like a yellow aureole sounded from behind him. "Put me down, you escape. I'll attract it." Wu Hao was taken aback, but a smile appeared on his face. In times of danger, true character is revealed. Being able to say such words in this moment proves that he hasn't misjudged the person. A surge of confidence filled his heart, and he immediately felt that the difficulties before him were trivial. "You will be my personal nurse from now on. You can't die so early." First, there was that large group of uniformed zombies, dressed in alloy armor. They were of no concern at all. "Boss, Feifei has taken care of all the little zombies." As Wu Hao's voice echoed, 2 figures appeared like lightning, charging into the horde of zombies. He himself maintained a certain distance from the big zombie, continuously attracting its attention to give Feifei the space to deal with the smaller zombies. Li Yuanyuan looked at the 2 who had charged out, her face filled with confusion. Why were they willing to listen to you and rush into the zombie horde like that? Wu Hao proudly smiled. "They're my subordinates. Did you see that girl? She's the same age as you and is my battle maid. That husky is my pet." He then looked at Li Yuanyuan's cute face. "And you will also be my subordinate, my nursemaid." Li Yuanyuan nodded, agreeing to it. She decided to repay this man with her life. "How do you know how old I am? Everyone else thinks I'm 14. This question puzzled Wu Hao. He couldn't just say he knew from his past life. "Well, if I tell you, you won't believe it, but I can see it from your eyes." "I don't believe it." The battle proceeded quickly, and the king unleashed 2 wind blades each time. This was more suitable for dealing with dense hordes of zombies. One wind blade could penetrate dozens of zombies. Meanwhile, his claws and teeth were also busy, tearing through the necks of the zombies. When it comes to combat, animals are indeed more powerful. Their fighting instincts erupted, and everything was aimed at killing the opponent. Lan Feifei was also very powerful, even a level above the king. With her long, sword swinging, she severed the limbs of various zombies. She wore alloy armor, not needing to dodge like the king. She charged directly, targeting the areas with more zombies to kill. She was like a merciless meat grinder, tireless in her assault. The king watched that figure, praying that he wouldn't be held accountable later. Wu Hao's ability is about to expire. Even if they kill zombies quickly, it still takes time. Just hold on a little longer. They can't afford to falter now. Wu Hao's face turned pale, and his running figure swayed a bit. Originally, the zombies behind him couldn't reach him with their attacks. However, due to his swaying, one of them brushed against his shoulder, taking away a small piece of flesh and causing blood to flow continuously. The pain brought him back to his senses, and he focused again on dodging. When Li Yuanyuan saw this scene, she felt a stir in her heart. She extended her small hand, which was inconsistent with her age, and a green light spread out, covering the wound on Wu Hao's shoulder. The wound, which was still bleeding, immediately stopped, and scabbing formed at a visibly rapid pace. Wu Hao only felt the pain in his shoulder disappear. When he turned his head, he realized that Li Yuanyuan was healing him. At the same time, the previously exhausted abilities were slowly recovering at a pace much faster than during regular rest. Wu Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Could it be that he had struck gold this time? In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone being able to restore their abilities. The special ability required for spatial transfer wasn't much, and the duration it could last was so short. Now that someone was helping to restore it, he would be able to use it again after a while. As time slowly passed, the zombies that had rushed out of the hospital were completely wiped out by the king and Fei Fei, after dodging several attacks from the giant zombie with his agility. Wu Hao's abilities have recovered half with Li Yuanyuan's help. Before the next attack comes, he suddenly turns around and rushes to Fei Fei's side. He gently sets Li Yuanyuan down and wipes the blood off her face with his sleeve. "My lord, take her away. She will help you heal." The lord has many wounds on his body because he is not wearing armor. After giving instructions to the lord and Li Yuanyuan, Wu Hao turns to look at Fei Fei and breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing that she is unharmed. "As expected of my battle maid, you are amazing. Next, it's your turn, you big monster." Chapter 28. The loyalty of the Husky is questionable. Wu Hao had never fought against a level 6 zombie in his previous life. At this moment, facing this enormous zombie, he felt a bit excited. One was level 5, and the other was level 4. Dealing with a level 6 zombie still posed some difficulty. However, the zombie in front of them was abnormal. It took a lot of time just to catch up to the level 5 Wu Hao. Its weakness was in its legs. The experimental personnel must not have completed everything back then. Now, it was walking with 2 hands and 2 legs. This was the opportunity for the 2 of them. As long as they broke its legs, this huge level 6 zombie would just be a pile of rotten flesh. "Fei Fei, let's go." Okay. Lan Fei Fei was never afraid. She even looked forward to this battle in her heart. The 2 quickly moved around the zombie, trying to avoid being spotted. Due to its enormous height, it had a chaotic array of limbs behind it, creating many blind spots in its vision. In response to their constant movement, it swung its numerous hands and feet behind it, attempting to attack the 2 with its chaotic motions. However, Wu Hao and his companion's target was never its back, so they stayed clear of it. Wu Hao's figure appeared in front of the zombie, successfully attracting its attention. The zombie kicked out with its 10 front legs. Taking advantage of this moment, Lan Fei Fei rushed in from the side. With one sword strike, she severed one of its legs. However, it quickly used its hands and one leg to continue the pursuit. As a result, its speed became even slower. Before long, the 2 coordinated again and successfully severed 2 of its front legs. The giant zombie let out a roar and fell to the ground with its chin hitting hard. Just as Lan Fei Fei was about to step forward to take its life while it was down, she heard a warning. The zombie opened its huge mouth and a massive fireball erupted from it. This was one of its abilities, much stronger than the fireball technique she had encountered before. Seeing that Lan Fei Fei couldn't dodge in time and being too far away, he couldn't use spatial transfer. Wu Hao stretched out his palm and clenched it fiercely in the air. The fireball, while flying, suddenly became distorted. It seemed as if a force was pulling it, causing it to collapse continuously. This was Wu Hao's level 5 awakening skill, Spatial Collapse. It was also the first combat skill he mastered. However, there was still a gap between level 5 and level 6 powers. Wu Hao could only hold back the fireball for a moment. That was enough for Lan Fei Fei to evade it. In no time, the fireball broke free from its restraints and flew toward its original direction, where Lan Fei Fei was no longer present. Boom! A 2-meter-high small mushroom cloud rose up, bearing witness to its power. A large pit was left in the ground. Lan Fei, with a lingering fear, patted her chest. Once again, she was saved by Wu Hao. Today, she had been rescued a bit too much. She began to reflect on her actions, wondering if she had been too aggressive and too careless. When a killing god starts to reflect, even the strongest existence must tremble a little. Wu Hao was relieved to see Lan Fei was fine. Be careful, it's already level 6 and should have another skill. The giant zombie momentarily ignored them and stretched down 2 legs from above. It got back up, and this time it opened its mouth to unleash a fireball. However, this attack hit Wu Hao and directly transferred to one of its legs beneath it. A small mushroom cloud erupted from its foot, which was directly blown off. Braised zombie meat. Fei, do you want to give it a try? Lan Fei's expression was icy, and she didn't look at him. The king has given orders. You better leave your last words. Wu Hao's face darkened. This silly dog actually betrayed its owner. Isn't it said that dogs are the most loyal? Could it be that huskies are the exception? Woof. Wu Hao immediately smiled. Fei, look at how close we are. Let's just let this matter pass. You know, this is the first time I've vomited in my memory. There will be morning sickness later. You'll get used to it. Pervert. Lan Fei's face turned red, and she charged towards the big zombie with her sword. Wu Hao was taken aback, realizing that his words had been misunderstood again. Only the giant zombie seemed helpless, wondering why the couple chose to hit him first during their argument. With Fei already engaged, Wu Hao naturally couldn't just stand by. He took up his knife and re-entered the battle. The zombies lacked intelligence, so the two continued to employ their previous tactics. They successfully chopped off the giant zombie's front leg again. They thought they would continue this way, chopping off all its legs, reducing it to a lump of meat to be humiliated. Unexpectedly, the giant zombie had other plans. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as the giant zombie self-destructed. This giant zombie's second ability turned out to be a fire-type self-detonation from the elemental system. The 2 people who were originally beside it couldn't dodge in time and were directly blasted away by the shockwave, just before the impact. Wu Hao embraced Lan Fei and activated spatial transfer, redirecting all the impending shockwaves to another location. Unfortunately, the energy was too immense. He could only hold on for a short while before being hit by the shockwave, which sent him flying. Throughout it all, he never let go of the girl in his arms. His body crashed heavily to the ground, and he felt the world spinning around him as his consciousness slowly faded. Was he really going to die like this in this lifetime? He still had so many supplies left unused, and a level 6 crystal he hadn't absorbed yet. A realm he hadn't even touched in his previous life. CC, Fei, Yuan. Suddenly, Wu Hao felt a sharp pain in his ear. He opened his eyes wide, and what met his gaze was the adorable face of Li Yuan. Beside him were the 2 sisters, Lan Cici and Chunbo, along with Dawang. Lan Fei, blushing, tossed out a comment about him, making a fuss, and then left. Lan Cici, seeing this, smiled at Wu Hao and said, "Young master, it's good that you're awake. I'll go check if the porridge is ready." Wang, it meant master. Why didn't you call my name? Chunbo cleared his throat and looked at Wu Hao with clear support and admiration in his eyes. Indeed, the young one is teachable. The master would be pleased even in the underworld. Chunbo and Dawang quickly left after confirming that he was okay. Wu Hao looked at Li Yuan somewhat awkwardly. Now, only she, as a doctor, remained. With a blush on her face, she gently asked, "Are they just your maids?" "Yes." "Is their work as maids serious?" "Absolutely serious." Li Yuan's expression turned serious, returning to its original calmness. "Oh, then I won't be a maid." Wu Hao was taken aback. "Can a maid also be inappropriate?" "Huh. Is there a maid outfit that suits me?" "Yes, I have some saved." Wu Hao reached into the ability space and took out 3 sets of maid outfits suitable for her. As for why he didn't take out a 4th set, it was because when he did, he realized it was a black stockings maid outfit. Ahem, wrong one. Give me the black stockings one, and I'll be your maid. He didn't expect Li Yuan to have such a request. Wu Hao was eager to get it, and casually received a set of white lace as well. Li Yuan happily accepted it too, then leaned her face closer. "I have a small wish. Can you fulfill it for me?" Chapter 29. Unexpected Black Rain. Wu Hao suddenly became alert, realizing that a woman speaking like this was likely not a good sign. You tell me what is first. Li Yuanyuan leaned her cherry lips close to his ear, her breath soft as orchids. I want to build a small house next to the football field to conduct experiments. Wu Hao looked at her with disappointment, saying, is that all? I'm so excited, and you tell me about this. All right, I agree. If you need materials, you can come to me. Uncle Chun can help with the setup. Aren't you going to ask what experiments are being done inside? I could just come by occasionally to check. I trust you. Li Yuanyuan smiled like a crescent moon and hugged his neck tightly. You're so nice. Ahem. At that moment, Lan Sisi walked in with a bowl of porridge. Li Yuanyuan's face turned red, and she immediately let go and stepped back. You're fine. Just take a good rest. After saying that, she hurriedly left the room. Lan Sisi watched her leave and teased. Young master, you are still so charming. He could only chuckle awkwardly in response and explain Li Yuanyuan's intentions. Young master, don't worry. I will pay more attention to her. Wu Hao nodded. With Cici's abilities, he wasn't really afraid of Li Yuanyuan causing any trouble. Moreover, they really needed an awakened one from the medical department. It would be even better if they could find a doctor capable of conducting research. From his experience of living 5 years in his previous life, most large factions had research institutions. They studied everything from the secrets of zombie immortality to how to make zombie meat taste good. Even whether grinding zombie teeth in a powder could whiten teeth was among their research topics. Lan Sisi picked up the porridge, gently blew on it, and then fed it to him. Wu Hao only enjoyed this kind of treatment when he was a child. Now that he is injured, he is surprisingly being fed porridge by a beautiful girl, and he instantly feels that his pain has eased by half. I have to say, Sisi, you are really suited to be a maid. Lan Sisi smiled. Young master, you are so sweet. If you like me, I can feed you every day. Cough, cough. Young master, what's wrong? Did you choke? I was just startled. His injury was almost healed, but his bones still hurt a bit. Li Yuanyuan had previously used her abilities to heal his external wounds. After finishing the porridge, Wu Hao went to the living room and found everyone there. In this zombie-infested era, everyone couldn't go out to play freely. There was a large screen in the hall where they could watch movies. They could also play console and computer games. It wouldn't be too boring, especially since the apocalypse had just begun a few days ago. There was a large pile of crystals on the ground. It was obvious that these were the crystals from the zombies in the hospital. Was it Fei Fei or the king who drove the car? Lan Fei Fei's face turned red, and she glared at him, saying, why bring that up? No way. Was it the king who drove the car? Woof, woof, woof. Wu Hao patted the dog's head. Good dog, so smart. Next comes the time to distribute the loot. There are nearly 300 crystals in total, most of which are level 1 and 2. Unfortunately, there are no level 5 crystals. But if another level 5 zombie appeared, he would truly be dead. With these crystals, it's enough for everyone in the villa to advance to level 4. Lan Fei Fei can't advance, as she doesn't have any level 4 or 5 crystals. As for level 3 crystals, the quantity needed is too large. 100 are required to advance to level 5. It's better to help others advance to level 4 first. This way, there will be 4.5 people reaching the awaken level 4. The level 6 crystal was taken by Wu Hao. Now he is the only one who can advance to level 6. Not long after, everyone's aura surged dramatically. The overall strength of the villa was once again enhanced. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. From the first day of the Black Rain until today, exactly a week has passed. The next day, as everyone just woke up, they found it was raining. This is the first rain after the Black Rain, followed by 4 consecutive days of sunny weather. Wu Hao pulled back the curtains, and what caught his eye was the drifting black rain. He was stunned. He never expected it to rain black again. In his previous life, he had lived for 5 years and had never seen a second black rain. It had only been 7 days, and yet it was happening again. He didn't know what this meant, but he would soon understand. When he arrived in the hall, he found everyone had gathered. They were discussing the black rain. They thought it was a normal phenomenon. The apocalypse should occasionally have black rain. Only someone like Wu Hao, who had been reborn, knew how abnormal this was. When Lan Fei Fei saw him, she pouted and said, "Oh, in such an important moment. Why are you the last to arrive, boss? You said you're the boss. Aren't you supposed to make a grand entrance?" Lan Sisi stopped Fei Fei's playfulness. The young master hasn't fully recovered. He should rest more. Seeing this, Lan Fei Fei began to tease her sister. Sister, you don't even support your younger sister. Do you really want him to be your brother-in-law? Lan Cici's face turned red, and she hadn't even had time to respond. Li Yuanyuan, with a look of certainty, interjected, I think the young master is pretty good. He has luxury cars, is handsome, and there's endless delicious food, plus he's really strong. At her words, Wu Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, I think Yuanyuan is right. Wang, shameless. In the evening, there were fewer people going out, and the number of those who turned into zombies would also be much lower than last time. While he was thinking this, he witnessed an incredible scene. Now at level 6, his physical abilities had improved. He could hear further and see further. At that moment, he saw not far down the mountain, in the yard of a villa, a zombie that had originally fallen was standing up again. How is this possible? The crystal is clearly gone. As he said this, everyone looked in that direction. They saw the zombie slowly standing up. The most exaggerated expression was from Lan Feifei, because that zombie was the one she had taken down. So she had a deep impression of it. She had easily dealt with that lone walking zombie with just one sword strike. Wu Hao thought for a while and only came up with one possibility. It must be the black rain, which had given it energy to regrow the crystals. Everyone's expressions changed, realizing that this meant the zombies that had originally been defeated were now revived, especially the group from the hospital. Lan Feifei's fighting spirit surged as she coldly said, if he comes back to life, that's even better. Our strength will increase greatly. At worst, we will just eliminate it again. Wu Hao shook his head. Things were not that simple. Have you ever thought about what would happen if the zombies, which originally had crystals, were irrigated by the black rain? Moreover, there are too many zombies there, and it has a high probability of mutation. Chapter 30. The Maid and the Floral Shorts. This time, the black rain lasted only a day and night. The next day, it cleared up quickly, evaporating the black rain completely. Wu Hao and others did not choose to go out today. The main reason is that the alloy armor can only defend against attacks from level 5 zombies and below. They're unclear about the current situation of the zombies outside. If the zombies that originally had crystals mutated and leveled up, they would also have to face the black water on the ground, making their situation very dangerous. Wu Hao decided to wait for a day, until the black rain on the ground evaporated. Anyway, he wasn't lacking food now, so there was no need to run around like in his previous life. It was still morning, and he was already soaking in the swimming pool on the balcony. On the small table by the shore were drinks and fruits. There were also 4 lounge chairs, each occupied by 3 beautiful women and a dog. Lan Feifei patted her thigh. After just one day of not going out, she felt like her legs had deteriorated. Wu Hao gave her a thumbs up in the water. As expected of a battle maid, she was addicted to fighting. Li Yuanyuan proudly looked at Feifei. The young master said, I am a nursemaid. Isn't that cuter than yours? Cutie? More like a pervert. Li Yuanyuan ignored her jealousy and turned to Cici. Sister Cici, what kind of maid are you? Lan Cici shook her head and looked at Wu Hao. The young master didn't tell me. Should I ask the young master to choose one now? Cici is the maid administrator, or the head maid. Upon hearing this, a sweet smile appeared on Cici's face. Yuanyuan and Feifei also did not object, as they all felt Cici was like an older sister. After lunch, Wu Hao began to check the facilities around the football field. After the heavy rain, he had spent 3 days outside and 1 day recovering. Today was the first opportunity to come and take a look. First, in front of the football field, adjacent to the villa, was the generator room. The several generators inside had been running well since they were turned on during the heavy rain yesterday. With the strong sunlight today, they wouldn't be needed. The solar energy was sufficient. Next was the reservoir and the water purification room next door. The water in the reservoir was still from before the heavy rain, and there was still plenty left. To the right of the football field were solar panels, which weren't particularly interesting. To the left were greenhouse vegetables, which were being mechanically tended and wouldn't be ready for harvest yet. Finally, behind the football field, a small house had been built. This was a small research institute designated for Li Yuanyuan. With Chun Bo, the experienced half-mechanic, building an ordinary house was not difficult, as they were all researching zombies anyway. It was worth noting that they must not let Yuanyuan create a large zombie like the one in the hospital inside. Otherwise, the surrounding facilities would be ruined, which is also why the research institute was placed at the back. Even if an accident occurred, the people in the villa would have time to react. After finishing the inspection, Wu Hao revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, Lan Feifei walked over and stared at Wu Hao for a long time. Just when he thought there was something on his face, Feifei finally shyly uttered a few words. "Thank you for saving me twice in the hospital." So that's what this was about. She truly is its Sundra maid. Wu Hao thought she wanted to take revenge for what she saw in the lab. It seems that fainting might not be a bad thing after all. He reached out to touch her head and asked with a smile, "So, my good maid, how will you thank me?" Lan Lan's face turned pale, as if she thought of something unpleasant. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind and asked firmly, "What do you want?" Wu Hao leaned close to her ear. This made Feifei's face instantly change from pale to blushing. "Go wash the clothes I changed out of yesterday. Get lost." Amid Wu Hao's laughter, Feifei angrily left. "You asked for it. Just wait and see how I tease you." Feifei arrived at the villa and still went to do the laundry. Wu Hao's clothes yesterday were made of special fabric that couldn't be washed in a washing machine, only by hand. Although she often helps with the laundry, it was her first time washing a man's clothes. While she was washing, Li Yuanyuan happened to pass by. Seeing Feifei rubbing a pair of men's floral shorts, she cautiously approached and gently said in Feifei's ear, "Feifei, is this the young master's underwear?" "Yes, oh no. This is mine." Feifei's face turned red, and she hurriedly hid the shorts behind her. Li Yuanyuan looked at her with a mischievous smile. "Oh, it's yours? I saw the young master has the same pair. Did you buy a couple styles?" Yes. He gave it to me as a way to pursue me." "Have you worn it?" No. How could I wear it? It's too dusty. I'm just washing it." Li Yuanyuan nudatu furi. "Then can you give it to me? I really like it." "Huh?" Watching the stunned Feifei, Li Yuanyuan directly took the floral shorts from her hand. She turned on the faucet and rinsed off the detergent foam. "Thank you, Feifei." Feifei saw Li Yuanyuan leave happily. Wait. Unfortunately, whether it was because her voice was too soft or Yuanyuan was walking too fast, she didn't hear her. Forget it. Anyway, it's not like he cares about this pair of floral shorts. Just say it was blown away by the wind. At that moment, Lan Sisi walked over. "Feifei, what are you doing here?" Then she saw the soaking clothes. "Are you washing the young master's clothes?" "I usually do it. Do you want me to help?" Feifei shook her head. "Just this once. It's my way of repaying his life-saving grace." Lan Sisi nodded in appreciation, but then noticed a piece of clothing was missing. "Feifei, where's the young master's shorts?" A mischievous smile suddenly appeared on her face. "Did you hide them?" Feifei immediately got anxious and explained, "I didn't. By the way, why would I want that kind of thing? It was taken by Yuanyuan." After saying that, she covered her mouth, thinking, "Oh no, I accidentally sold out Yuanyuan." Lan Sisi didn't blame her upon hearing this. "So that's how it is. I thought my sister suddenly became a pervert. I was worried for nothing." Feifei looked at her with a black line on her forehead. "Why do you think your sister is a pervert?" At the same time, she thought of another question. "Sister, do you usually wash his shorts?" Lan Sisi notet naitali. "Yes, I personally wash them all." Feifei shook her head in disdain. "Then your hands are not clean anymore. Don't touch my face with your hands in the future." Wu Hao didn't know what had happened between them. He was still playing football on the field when he happened to see someone going to the research institute. Yuanyuan, playing football? Li Yuanyuan waved at him with a smile. "What is it?" "Underwear." Wu Hao didn't dare to ask more. He guessed in his heart. It should be that she got new underwear from the two sisters, CC and her sister. When he distributed the clothes, he had put some of the girls' clothes in the sisters' room, worried that they might feel embarrassed to ask a man like him. In the laboratory, Li Yuanyuan looked at the floral underwear, deep in thought. "Hee, I'll show you my skills." Chapter 31. Don't mess with the evil dog, a new day has arrived. The black water that had accumulated on the ground, after being scorched by the sun yesterday, was no longer in sight. Wu Hao's goal today is to go out and scout the situation. Society has reverted to an era without the internet. It's even worse than that. There are no messengers at all. There is no communication with other cities. Perhaps there will be in the future, but for now, every city is scrambling for resources. There is no time to worry about other places, and ordinary people don't even dare to go outside after grabbing supplies. As for the official troops, they existed in the last life as well, and they built shelters. However, they couldn't save most people. Later on, many just starved. Information is crucial. It allows them to understand the overall strength of the outside world. Only then can they determine if they're off track. This way, they can better judge which areas are safe to go to and which are not. Places with many zombies are definitely off limits. If a level 9 giant zombie shows up, total annihilation would be just a matter of minutes. So after thinking for a long time, Wu Hao decided to go to the outskirts of Quanan City. Big King, let's go for a walk in Huashi. Woof woof. Huashi? Wait for me. There are a bit too many people going today, mainly because of concerns about insufficient firepower. The two sisters, Lan Fei Fei, Yuan Yuan, and Big King, along with himself, make a total of 4.5 people setting out. This time, he brought along Lan Cici because her abilities are very useful. In such a special period, she can sense the movements around them, preventing ambushes. If they encounter special monsters, she can also locate the ability crystal. The group stepped out the door and entered a world washed by the black rain. Wu Hao and Lan Feifei both felt that something was different. In the end, it was the reclusive Lan Cici who noticed the anomaly. It turned out that the surrounding flowers and plants had grown quite a bit taller. Although they had mutated, their power was still too weak. Wu Hao remembered a little flower that had once been stepped on and flattened by the king. He looked towards that spot and was surprised to find that the little flower not only survived but was even more vibrant. Can even a flower's corpse be revived? The blooming flower was a small, pink one, and its nectar resembled a smiling face. King, this flower is laughing at you. Woof. The king ran over and stepped on it again, flattening it once more. Wu Hao thought of the large vines on the back mountain, which were quite terrifying. The lack of movement now doesn't mean there won't be any in the future. If there is danger, it should be eliminated early. One cannot allow others to sleep soundly in one's own territory. Wu Hao was driving, with Lan Cici in the passenger seat. The big king was held in Fei Fei's arms, while Yuan Yuan held onto its tail nearby. The heavy truck roared to life and set off, followed by a string of zombies in the villa area. They were surprised to find that there were no first-level zombies here at all. It was all second-level zombies, and there was even a third-level zombie. Lan Feifei Thou Wen. No one understood the strength of the zombies here better than she did. Strange, this place clearly used to have first-level zombies. How did they all mutate? Lan Cici voiced a thought that everyone agreed with. It must be the black rain that gave them the power to upgrade. In other words, a single black rain could allow them to level up. What if there were more occurrences? No one dared to think further. Wu Hao looked at the clear blue sky. Could it be that the black rain in this life would come once a week? If that's the case, wouldn't surviving the apocalypse turn into a race against the zombies to level up? If they level up slowly, the zombies would become stronger. Their chances of obtaining crystals would decrease. This would lead them to fall further behind the zombies in terms of leveling up. Eventually, they would be eliminated by the zombies and become companions during the next black rain. Regardless, they needed to work hard to improve their strength and be more cautious next week. Huashi was closer than the center of Chuanzhou City, and they arrived in no time. This place had now become a realm of mutated flowers. The entire slope coast was filled with swaying flowers, twice as tall as before. However, the big king didn't care. It still loved to run around here, crushing countless flowers and plants along the way. Wu Hao looked at the scene and shook his head. With so many flowers here, if a thinking giant plant were to mutate, the king would definitely be taught a lesson. Just then, the voices of 4 little punks came over. That's right, and that dog too. The dog meat that was about to be served was messed up by him. Next to him were 2 beautiful girls and a little girl. Could she be his daughter? Wu Hao was not angry, but the big guy and Li Yuan Yuan beside him were furious. The big guy bared his teeth, glaring fiercely at the 4. Woof, you still want to eat my meat? I'll bite you to death later. Li Yuan Yuan didn't look at them, but playfully looked at Wu Hao. Who said I'm a little girl? I'm already an adult. Right, Godfather? Seeing the 2 sisters looking at him, Wu Hao's face turned red. What was this child saying in front of everyone? Yuan Yuan, you're already 20. Can you learn to be mature and steady like Sister Cici? Lan Feifei, upon hearing this, turned cold. Oh, are you saying I'm not mature enough, too spoiled, and too playful? The 4 little thugs became anxious. Hey, you little brat. Still flirting at a time like this, huh? Kill him and take his 2 wives and that mistress. We have 4 people, so that dog can be given to the 4th one. The 4th one, upon hearing this, shook his head with a sad expression and said, Big brother, haven't we seen it? That's a male dog. Oh, so you want a female dog? Wu Hao laughed out loud. Your Majesty, how do they see you? Are they holding down your limbs? Woof woof. It means I want to kill them, right now, immediately. Wu Hao did not stop him, as these people had set their sights on those around them. The king rushed out like a whirlwind, instantly appearing before the four. Its sharp claws and pointed teeth glimmered in the sunlight. The four thugs, seeing that only the king was attacking, were not flustered and unleashed their abilities. All of them possessed physical enhancement abilities, rapidly increasing their strength. Previously, they had used a fierce determination to clear out the surrounding small zombies. After absorbing the crystals, all four reached level 3. Unfortunately, they were up against the well-rounded king. Without weapons, they could only retreat in the face of the king's claws. At that moment, the king unleashed 2 wind blades, swiftly taking 2 heads. The remaining 2 had no chance of escape. They could not outrun the king's speed. Woof! It meant 1 month east of the river, 1 month west of the river. Do not bully the little vicious dog. At this point, Lan Sisi made an unexpected discovery. Chapter 32. The maid goes to battle Fu Lang Pu by the Huaxi River. Everyone gathered around Lan Sisi. In her sensing, there were 4 faintly glowing threads connecting the 4 thugs. What puzzled her was that these threads did not transmit energy to revive the thugs. Instead, at the moment the thugs fell, they were rapidly absorbing abilities. If the king had not quickly retrieved the crystals, their levels might have dropped. Lan Sisi pointed ahead and said, "The direction of the threads is over there. It is a special monster that attaches its tentacles to them and secretly absorbs crystal energy." Wu Hao raised his eyebrows. He had never encountered such a monster before. However, he knew where they were headed. It was the Qing Lake where water had been stored before, and he had drained the entire lake. Only a shallow layer of water remained. Could there really be a big catch? Let's go take a look. Sisi, stay alert. Okay, young master. As they approached the Qing Lake, Lan Sisi's expression changed. Young master, there are a lot of crystals ahead. Everyone stopped in their tracks upon hearing this. Is there anyone with abilities? Check what shape they are. Yes, they look like fish, but they have 2 legs. The group exchanged glances, all thinking of the same image. They couldn't help but laugh. They hadn't expected the funny picture from years ago to come true. Sisi, how many are there approximately? About 500. Wow, that's a lot. Woof. The king means to say, leave it to me. I can eat for a year. Wu Hao patted the dog's head and encouraged, good. As expected of the fierce general under my command, I'll keep these fish monsters as your main food. Woof. Master is brilliant. A cough interrupted the boasting between the man and the dog. Young master, most of them inside are level 3 and 4 fishmen. There is only one exception, which is stronger than the mutated vines on the back mountain. Wu Hao was startled and carefully led his group forward. They soon arrived at a small slope by the shore. Before them was the green lake, refilled by the black rain. After a day of sunlight, the lake was filled with clear water, showing no trace of the black rain. The water at the edge was very clear, allowing them to see the bottom of the lake. What swam inside was no longer the familiar fish they used to see. Instead, there were groups of fish people, with fish bodies and fish heads. 2 arms sprouted from the fish fins beneath their fish heads. The fins above their fish tails had transformed into 2 legs. To the onlookers, this was quite comical. Even their swimming posture had changed, shifting from horizontal to vertical, with a pair of legs constantly kicking up and down. They exhibited several colors: bluish-gray, golden, red, black, and silvery white. These were all common fish colors, and in the depths of the lake, there was an immense presence. Wu Hao had an idea in his mind. That was a level 7 awakener big fish. We needed to make a big score. If what he speculated was true, there would be black rain in a week and a day. The strength of the zombies would continue to increase, and they also needed to level up quickly. Since events were happening that had never occurred in his previous life, he had to be more cautious. Lan Feifei raised a question. Young master, with such a large lake, are we going to go down to catch fish? Wu Hao shook his head. He had prepared for this proposal. First, pump out the water, then catch the fish. The crowd looked at him in confusion. This was Qing Lake, large enough to fit a giant fish. How long would it take to pump out all this water? With a wave of his hand, the entire lake's water instantly vanished, leaving only a thin layer of murky water behind. The fishermen in the lake were stunned and began to scream. Splash! Splash! The giant fish king in the center of the lake was completely exposed to everyone. It was a 3-meter-long fish, and with its human-like legs, its total length exceeded 5 meters. "Great King, the Fish King is yours, go." Woof. It meant I'm a dog, not a fool. Everyone knew Wu Hao had the ability to manipulate space, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. To pump out all of Qing Lake's water, just like that. Wu Hao later separated and stored the water from Qinghu in his ability space. He could divide the storage space according to his will. He placed the water from Qinghu far away to prevent any lingering dark energy from suddenly emerging, which could affect the safety of other drinking water. With the lake water gone, they had already succeeded halfway in their mission. Fish out of water were like humans without oxygen. Before he could finish his words, he saw everyone staring in astonishment at the lake. Wu Hao looked up and saw groups of fish running in the mud, not affected at all by the lack of water. How bizarre, truly bizarre. If only Uncle Chen were here, he could electrocute them. He still had quite a few modified high-voltage electric batons in his space. As long as Uncle Chen could assemble them together, the lower-level fish would be paralyzed all at once. Everyone looked at him. The meaning was clear. What should we do now? The number of fish was substantial, and there were quite a few that posed a real threat. It was rare to encounter them not fighting, but there would be other forces willing to engage. Among the group, the strengths of the king, CC, and Yuan had all improved significantly. Their heavy truck was nearby, so if things got too dangerous, they could retreat. Wu Hao gritted his teeth, determined not to back down. He would stick to the hospital tactics. He would hold off the big fish while the Wang, Fei, and CC took care of the small fish. Yuan was responsible for waiting in an area with fewer zombies, ready to use her surgical abilities. Anyone who felt their injuries were severe during the battle should immediately find Yuan. There could be no delays. Everyone nodded in agreement. No one was joking or playing around. They all understood that this was going to be a tough battle, and as long as they won, everyone could level up. No matter what, CC, keep an eye out for any outsiders approaching. Okay, young master. Then, the fishing operation began. The group leaped from their hiding spot on a small hill. The moment they revealed themselves, the fish school noticed them. Splash, splash, splash. Before Wu Hao could rush forward, the fish charged out of the lake on their own. After mutating, their personalities had changed. The fish that once feared humans now seemed eager to eat human flesh. Fortunately, they had no weapons, but the overwhelming abilities still came at them like a torrential storm. With the black technology of alloy armor, they only needed to dodge the 5th-level fishman's ability attacks. Other abilities hitting the armor were like water off a duck's back. This battle felt more like an upgraded version of the last hospital encounter. When Lan Fei charged into the fish school, it fully triggered her battle frenzy trait. Wielding 2 long swords, she moved like a fan. Countless remains and limbs were cleaved away, and corpses quickly piled up wherever she went. Lan CC sensed this scene. Her mouth opened slightly, but ultimately didn't say anything. In the apocalyptic world, becoming ruthless was not a bad thing. Being merciful in battle was absolutely not an option. She felt gratified by Fei's transformation. Let us become the sharp sword in the young master's hand, pointing to the world. Chapter 33. The means to make De Wang submit. This was Lan CC's first time participating in a collective battle. Her technique was still quite inexperienced, just like Fei's first fight. Fortunately, her ability was good, allowing her to accurately locate the crystal and deliver a fatal blow to the approaching low-level fishmen. Wu Hao assigned her the task of guarding Yuan at the edge. She didn't need to get too close to the center and the advanced merman. This was also to give her time to grow, so she wouldn't be under immense pressure from the start. Unlike Fei's solo push, the king moved around frequently. Waves of wind blades darted through the school of fish, reaping lives. Any enemies that stood in front of it could not escape the bite of its sharp teeth. Wu Hao was very satisfied with the performance of the Great King. Compared to the Great King, the zombies were merely playing house. He didn't immediately go looking for the big fish man. With a swing of his tang knife, a fish man fell dead. He killed as many as he could on the way, and soon a large group of fishmen gathered around him. Just in time, space collapsed. Centered on him, all the fishmen within a 5-meter radius were forcibly drawn in. They were pulled to the center by the immense gravitational force. Then, a powerful force erupted, directly annihilating all objects. The fishmen around Wu Hao were directly swept away. This action immediately attracted the attention of the big fishman. Unlike zombies, it had gained intelligence due to mutation, similar to that of the king. Seeing Wu Hao's powerful destructive force, it could no longer ignore him. It rushed over with its 2 human legs, but its technique was somewhat lacking. It attacked using its hands and feet, mimicking human movements. Wu Hao smiled, daring to use his hands and feet to confront the fishman, a tough opponent. He happily swung his Tang Dao, accurately hitting the incoming fishman's fist. But the next scene changed his expression. The Tang Dao struck the fishman's fist, but didn't even cut through the fish skin. The tremendous force even sent him flying. It seemed this guy's special ability was related to his body, likely something of the physical body type. Even Wu Hao didn't know how many special abilities existed in the world. Even the big shots from his past life had seen many special abilities but didn't know what they were. Facing such a guy, Wu Hao felt a bit of a headache. It was like a duel between 2 martial arts high school students. While one side had an iron shirt and golden bell cover, to break through that defense, one had to find the weak point. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, the weak point, isn't that where the crystal is located? During the battle with the fishmen, many had their bodies cut open and saw the crystal exposed. Right under the fishman's crotch, where its tail is located. The giant fishman in front of him should also have the same spot. Between its legs was a huge tail, constantly swinging back and forth. It seemed to be worried about someone attacking that position, continuously waving to drive away enemies. Isn't this just a case of there's no silver here, yet 300 tails are missing? Wu Hao turned the blade and aimed it at the position beneath its groin. Today I'm going to castrate the tail of this big fish. The big fish also saw where his blade was aimed, its eyes turning blood red. It looked extremely furious, and, while frantically swinging its tail, launched another attack. Wu Hao did not evade any melee attacks. He had spatial, shifting abilities. He charged forward to meet the giant merman's dual fists. The punches, accompanied by a sonic boom, struck him but were all redirected back to the merman itself. The immense force nearly toppled the fishman. At this moment, Wu Hao had already reached under the giant fish's body. He raised his hand and swung a blade towards its fishtail. The giant merman hurriedly swung back, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, it still underestimated Wu Hao, as he revealed another tang knife in his other hand. He swung again, perfectly aligning with the spot where the fishtail had just been. Clang! The sound of metal on metal rang out, causing Wu Hao to momentarily pause. The merman king, coincidentally facing this way, saw him slash at its tail beneath its body. Its legs tightened and trembled, further submitting to its master. The fact that such a sound was produced indicated that this was not the weak point it had believed it to be. As Wu Hao was about to retreat, the attack from the big fishman had already arrived. A fist and a leg were in front of Wu Hao in the blink of an eye. Faced with this situation, he could only choose spatial transfer. Bang! The big fishman was knocked down by his own 2 attacks, looking somewhat confused. It seemed he was still pondering how his own attacks had been redirected. You fishman, quite cunning, actually used a fake opening to fool me. Fudionpu. Fudionpu. The sound lingered in Wu Hao's ears, as if mocking him. You'd better laugh a bit more now, because tonight you'll become a chunk of meat in the king's mouth. He couldn't see where the fishman's crystal was, but fortunately, he had external assistance. Cece, help me check where the fishman's crystal is located. After hearing this, Lan Cece drew her sword and cut off a fishman's tail. With another swing of her sword, she directly decapitated the fish head. This gave her enough time to help Wu Hao scout. In her field of vision, the battlefield was filled with light spots. Those were the crystals, and using her abilities would spread the energy of the crystals throughout the fish's body. Wu Hao knew this and attacked the big fishman again. In order to avoid the sharpness of the tang knife, it had to use its special ability to strengthen its body. The tang knife struck the hard skin once more, failing to pierce even a little. However, Lan Cece's expression brightened. She saw it. Young master, the crystal is under its right arm. As soon as she finished speaking, a fishman attacked, sending Lan Cece flying with a punch. Wu Hao felt a tightness in his heart and wanted to rush to support. The giant fishman in front of him stood up again, blocking his way. Good grief, you guys know how to work as a team, huh? His anger rose. Lan Cece was the most obedient maid, and he didn't want to hurt her. Yet these fishmen were so ruthless. Fortunately, Cece was not far in front of Li Yuan. who had already carried her out of the battlefield and waved at Wu Hao, indicating that everything was fine. Relieved, he looked at the giant fishman in front of him. His smile was cold, and his gaze was fierce. "How dare you lay hands on the people around me? Today, none of your brood will escape." The giant fishman, however, was quite pleased with his actions, waving his hands and slapping his fins. Splash! Splash! Wu Hao didn't waste any words with it, wielding his long knife and stabbing towards its armpit. However, the big fish was very clever, knowing that was its weak point, and kept clamping it tightly with its right hand. It prevented Wu Hao's long knife from hitting, keeping the crystal hidden. After a few exchanges, Wu Hao's long knife was suddenly knocked away by the big fish, landing at the feet of the fishman. It curiously looked at the human weapon, picked it up imitating Wu Hao's movements, and swung it around with some semblance of skill. With the tang knife, the fishman slapped its fin. Fluff, fluff. Wu Hao understood the meaning of this phrase. It meant, "Human, you are doomed." Chapter 34. Chopped chili fish head is awaiting. By the side of the Qing Lake, the scene looked somewhat comical. A humanoid big fish swung a long knife at Wu Hao, but its knife skills were too clumsy and it kept missing. Wu Hao looked at the comical figure and sarcastically said, "If you can't use it, then don't. A 3-year-old can swing it better than you." The big fishman, provoked by his words, gripped the long knife even tighter. Foolishness! Foolishness! It meant, "I will never let go of this knife, even in death." Wu Hao nodded and mocked it again. The big fish's eyes turned crimson once more, clearly enraged. Its long knife was swung with more force and speed, making it difficult for Wu Hao to dodge, especially since there was still a level difference. Finally, while evading, he exposed a flaw. The big fish was overjoyed, thinking, "Human, I finally caught you." Gripping the long knife with both hands, it gathered all its strength and fiercely stabbed forward, aiming to kill in one strike. Clang! A light sound rang out, and Wu Hao's eyes brightened. The big fish, on the other hand, appeared momentarily confused, as if unaware of what it was doing. Its body rapidly shrank, transforming back into a large fish weighing over 50 pounds. Wu Hao would not miss this opportunity, and a tang knife appeared in his hand. He directly chopped off the fish head, planning to make chopped pepper fish head for the king tonight. All of this was part of his plan. He first intentionally let go of the tang knife. He guessed that the fishman would be interested in such a sharp weapon. By angering the fishman, he aimed to expose its weaknesses while using maximum force. Finally, Wu Hao executed a spatial transfer, causing the big fishman's knife to stab into its own armpit. He successfully struck its weak point, shaking the crystal. The reason for angering the fishman was also due to concerns about insufficient strength to vibrate the crystal, or that the vibration time was too short for the big fishman to recover quickly. This tactic had worked on plants and animals, but it was somewhat lacking against humans. After all, the human body is still human. He had yet to see any alien humans. After dealing with the big fishman, Wu Hao scanned the area and estimated there were still over 200 fishmen. Their intelligence was not as high as that of the big fishman, and they were still relentlessly pursuing the king and Fei Fei. Wu Hao Xian went to check on Lan Sisi and found that her wound was healing well. She just had some internal injuries that needed to be taken care of slowly. Lan Sisi looked a bit downcast. She usually smiled when Wu Hao was around. "Young master, am I too weak? I haven't been able to help at all." Wu Hao shook his head, leaned down, and rubbed her cheek. "You have done very well. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to defeat that big fishman." The sunlight on Lan Sisi's face reappeared. "Next time, I'll be stronger." "Good, that's the spirit." After that, Li Yuan took Lan Sisi away. Wu Hao entered the battlefield, directly attracting the firepower of the fishmen. He gathered them together and then used a spatial collapse to send them to their demise. Combined with the Great King's Wind Blade and Lan Feifei's dual sword whirlwind, they quickly killed all the fishmen. Among them, there were quite a few level 4 and 5 fishmen that managed to survive until the end because Lan Feifei and the Great King avoided them during the slaughter. However, they were still taken out by the level 6 Awaken's spatial collapse. The remaining task was to clean up the battlefield, which was quite tedious, especially for Lan Feifei, who preferred the thrill of battle and disliked such cleanup work. This time, they killed over 500 fishmen. There was only one level 7, none at level 6, and quite a few at levels 4 and 5, with the majority being level 3 fishmen. Wu Hao has made an estimate of the strength of the zombies after the Black Rain. They are probably 2 levels stronger, and there will be more large zombies as well. After returning to the villa, he decided to help everyone improve their strength before checking the vines on the back mountain to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The most painful thing in the apocalypse is to die while still having unused crystals in hand, especially the crystals that can help so many people level up. Wu Hao only asked for one, which is the level 7 crystal of the 7 fishmen. The rest were given to others, prioritizing the king and Fei Fei to advance to level 6. Combat power is still very important, followed by letting others advance to level 5. Because at level 5, they can awaken another ability, which maximizes their auxiliary capabilities. When they arrived at the villa, 5 long-distance buses came beside the Qinghu, filled with armed people. There was also a heavy truck nearby, from which several people got off. "Mr. Liu, I indeed saw many fishmen here." Mr. Liu nodded and observed Qinghu again. There were still many traces of battle left here, indicating that they had just left not long ago. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, causing those around him to shudder. "It seems there is someone competing with us." On a small hillside nearby, a zombie witnessed everything. Suddenly, red light flickered in its eyes, and the next moment it exploded, leaving no trace. Wu Hao and the others in the villa were completely unaware of what had happened, with their levels having increased. Only Wu Hao and the king went to investigate the situation of the vines. The result was surprising. The vines had not revived. They remained in a state of separation between the vines and the roots. However, Wu Hao noticed that in the original position of the vine's crystal, there were some chaotic excavation marks, as if something dull had dug out the crystal. Wu Hao felt a shiver in his heart and signaled the king to be on guard. He approached to take a closer look and found that it was indeed as he suspected. The crystal must have been pried away while the vines were not fully merged. The marks on it looked like teeth. A normal human could easily extract the crystal with their hands. However, there were no zombies nearby, and besides, they wouldn't directly swallow crystals. Otherwise, they would have long since fought each other and given birth to super zombies. After sharing the findings with everyone, they all had serious expressions. When soldiers come, soldiers block. When water comes, earth covers. Everyone just needed to focus on their own tasks. In the end, Wu Hao advised CC to observe the surroundings more closely in the recent days. He also asked Uncle Chun to check the electric fence around the house to ensure there wouldn't be any issues. He and the king would go out to assess the situation in the coming days. However, the outcome turned out to be more complicated than they had anticipated. Chapter 35. The medicine is too potent that night. Wu Hao indeed did not disappoint the king. For dinner, he had Uncle Chun prepare a dish of chopped pepper fish head, using the head of the big fish man. This made the king excited, and he ran 3 laps around the soccer field. After returning, he devoured the fish, although it was a bit spicy. The entire fish head was even larger than the king himself, and after finishing it, he barked a couple of times, expressing his desire to use the fish head as a doghouse. Wu Hao directly took the fish head away and threw it towards the balcony, where it landed in someone's villa at the foot of the hill. "Don't put strange things in my room. The fishman in the ability space is too scary. After all, it has human hands and feet. Anyway, there is still a lot of dog food, so it doesn't matter if there's a little less fish." That night, Li Yuan came to Lan Cici's room to check on her injuries from the day. "I recently invented a medicine for internal injuries, Cici's sister. Do you want to give it a try?" Lan Cici was a bit curious. It sounded very mysterious. "Is your invention dangerous?" She was still quite cautious, in case it was some kind of dangerous electric shock device. Li Yuan quickly shook her head. "Cici's sister, what are you thinking? I'm a doctor. It's my duty to heal and save people." Then she took out a piece of fabric from her pocket. "This is what I've just researched. A psychological therapy inner peace. As long as you hold it, you will feel a warm energy rising inside you, evaporating the bad substances in your body." When Lan Cici heard about this peculiar item, she was about to refuse, but Li Yuan was one step ahead and stuffed a pair of panties into her hand. Just as Lan Cici was about to throw it away, she froze. She was very familiar with the brand pattern on these little panties. "Are these from the young master?" "Yes." Lan Cici breathed a sigh of relief. She had just thought she was unclean. "How can you randomly take the young master's things?" "Fei Fei gave it to me." She said it was a couple's outfit that the young master gave her. Lan Sisi had seen Fei Fei washing the little panties that day. She didn't expect them to end up in Li Yuan's hands, and she could guess what had happened. Fei Fei is really something. How could she give you the clothes that need to be washed? Seeing that there was still no blush on her face, Li Yuan found it a bit strange. Sisi, sister, you're holding the young master's panties. Why are you not reacting at all? Have you seen too much? With her reminder, Sisi suddenly realized. She had been holding the panties all along, and her face instantly turned red. Along with that, steam began to rise from her head. Seeing the scene, Li Yuan was in a great mood and jumped up to applaud herself. It really works. It seems my research has yielded results. Just hold it like this for 5 minutes, and your internal injuries will be almost healed. Lan Sisi didn't understand the principle of this treatment. However, in order to recover soon, she agreed. Seeing her agree, Li Yuan nodded and left. She was very busy and had many experiments to conduct. A minute later, Wu Hao walked in, and Lan Sisi was still immersed in what had just happened. She only noticed when he reached the door. Sisi was able to judge who it was by the sound of footsteps. As soon as she heard Wu Hao's footsteps, her face turned even redder, and steam was about to make a hole in the ceiling. She quickly hid the little panties under the covers. Wu Hao saw that she seemed to be hiding something. Sisi, are you getting up? Yes, young master, I want to get up and walk around. I'll help you. As he said that, he was about to lift the blanket. In a moment of panic, Lan Sisi hid her little underwear under the pillow. Wu Hao lifted the quilt, and besides Sisi in her pajamas, there was nothing else. Strange. He clearly saw her hiding something. Could it be that kind of book? If it really is, then he made a big mistake by having such thoughts. Wu Hao accompanied Sisi to the living room, and the two played with De Wong for a while. Late at night, Lan Sisi couldn't fall asleep, and every time she thought of the thing under her pillow, her heart would race, and steam seemed to linger above her head. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound interrupted her thoughts. She imagined Wu Hao's face and instantly became alert. Carefully distinguishing the rhythm of her breathing, she realized it was someone else knocking. When she opened the door, Li Yuan walked in. Sister Sisi, let me see your injury. Then she saw the billowing steam above Sisi's head. Why is there still steam? It should have only been half an hour. Lan Sisi's face flushed, and she stammered. Maybe the medicine is too strong. After saying this, she fainted, and Li Yuan quickly supported her, lamenting, "It seems my invention has failed again, Sai." The next day, a sharp alarm sounded throughout the entire villa. Wu Hao suddenly woke up from his dream, quickly put on his clothes, and rushed outside. This was the defense alarm set up during the renovation of the villa. The kind of zombies that could trigger this alarm were not ordinary. When he arrived at the second-floor hall, the king, Uncle Chun, and Sisi were already there. From the shocked expressions on their faces, it was clear that they had just arrived a short while ago as well. Wu Hao, Sisi, and Li Yuan are all having difficulty getting out of bed. Looking out the floor-to-ceiling glass in the hall, they see a mass of zombies surging in the distant villa area. It stretches all the way to the horizon, with no end in sight. Some of these zombies appear to be significantly larger than the others. Those are advanced zombies, and there are quite a few of them. From the direction they are moving, the target is obvious, their villa. This is unbelievable. How did these zombies come from so far away? When they went out yesterday, they didn't see so many zombies at all. Lan Fei and Li Yuan also rushed over. Upon seeing the situation, they were equally shocked. It's strange. There's no place nearby that could have so many zombies. Lan Sisi sensed the distant roar. Young master, I have 3 hypotheses. Go ahead. First, someone is controlling this group of zombies to attack us. Second, the zombies have awakened their intelligence and see us as a threat. Third, there's a traitor among us who deliberately attracted the zombies. Wu Hao thought carefully for a while. The third option can be excluded. The alarm in the monitoring room did not go off at night, indicating that no one went out. At the same time, the current alarm cannot attract zombies from such a distance. After saying this, he remembered that he hadn't turned off the alarm yet. As for the other 2 guesses from Lan Sisi, Wu Hao feels that the former possibility is greater. He suspects that someone has awakened the ability to manipulate zombies. This is the most reasonable explanation in his mind. He had never encountered a situation where zombies awaken intelligence in his previous life over 5 years. With the arrival of the zombie army, Everyone can only stand and face them. This is their strongest fortress, and once lost, it'll be very difficult to rebuild. Wu Hao took out 20 pieces of alloy armor, 20 Tang swords, 20 Longquan swords, and 20 electric batons for everyone to use. The surplus will be kept as spare weapons. Let the zombies test the strength of our fortress. Fortress Defense Battle, Zombie Edition, the battle begins. Woof. That means it's too over the top. Chapter 36, Skinning. She is a professional. In the suburbs of Quanine City, this was originally a beautiful villa area. Now it has become a gathering place for zombies. Endless zombies are rushing from a distance. They are nearly approaching Wu Hao's villa. Little zombies are nothing to worry about. We have set up a special high-voltage electric net on the walls. How many levels of zombies can it stop? Level 6 is no problem, but be cautious of their supernatural abilities. If the zombies' powers are too strong and break through the electric net, their villa will be exposed. Sitting and waiting for the zombies to come is not Wu Hao's style. He is a proactive man. Since you dare to come, be prepared to die. At the same time, he vowed that if he survived this battle, he would definitely find the killer targeting him. I will make him feel what it's like to be attacked at home. The zombie army only needs to cross a small hill to reach the front of the villa. Kill. Wu Hao was the first to rush down from the second floor, specifically reminding CC not to forget to lock the windows. Lan CC was responsible for staying at the villa, while Li Yuan was in charge of support. The king, Lan Fei, followed him to fight against the zombies. This time, everyone had an additional piece of equipment, walkie-talkies for short-distance communication. The previous action area had been too far, which is why they finally had the chance to use them this time. As for Chun Bo, he sat upright at the dome, looking down at the horde of zombies below, a rare smile on his face. It's been over a week now. Besides cooking every day, I can finally do something else to help the young master. After Chun Bo's awakener level reached level 5, with Wu Hao's help, he successfully awakened a new ability, liquid machinery. It was more like an upgraded version of mechanized transformation. Wu Hao then provided an idea. A delicate silver-colored Gatling gun appeared at Chun Bo's upper body position. As an awakener of level 5, he was already able to fully mechanize his upper body. Even if his entire upper body was mechanized, he wouldn't die. However, he still kept his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to aim. The gun's rotating barrel spun around. Da-da-da. A dense stream of silver bullets instantly poured out, engulfing an area in front of the intersection filled with zombies. The power of the silver bullets was astonishing, even more powerful than a real machine gun. Ordinary zombies hit by the bullets exploded directly, not just with a hole. Because those bullets were part of Chun Bo's body, they just needed to explode upon contact. The bullets returned to the belt of Chun Bo's machine gun, transforming back into individual bullets. Compared to Chun Bo's flashy ability, Lan Fei's new ability seemed much simpler. The round dance slash. This was a dual sword style technique. She spun like a ballet dancer, with both her and the swords turning into a swirling tornado. Everywhere she went, chunks of rotten flesh flew out. Originally, Wu Hao stood beside her to provide some cover, until Fei's round dance slash scraped a large patch of zombie skin over his head, nearly making him sick. He angrily shouted, Fei, you owe me a night tonight. Lan Fei stopped, raising an eyebrow. Oh, is the skin on your side too long? Do you need me to help you peel some off? Wu Hao felt a chill run down his spine and shivered. No. Let's leave this kind of thing to Yuan. She's the professional at skinning. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, who was bored watching from the villa, sneezed twice in a row. Strange. Why are there still people thinking of me in the apocalypse? Unlike the powerful moves of Lan Fei, the king's awakening skill was even simpler. Woof. Wind speed. The king's figure instantly vanished from its spot. In the next moment, it was at the nape of a level 4 zombie. Having advanced to level 6, the king was still the most ruthless husky. Before encountering Wu Hao, it must have done a lot of sofa dismantling, honing its quick and precise moves. Its superpower enhanced the speed of wind. Upon closer inspection, one could see whirlwinds forming next to the king's paws. They were lifting its weight, allowing it to hover slightly above the ground, even while standing still. The king used wind speed combined with wind blade. It truly achieved a ghostly presence. And the power of the wind blade was now even stronger. Encountering zombies below level 6, none could withstand it, being sliced apart in the blink of an eye. Woof woof. It meant, "How am I, master? Can I have an extra meal tonight?" "Great job, king, keep it up. Tonight, we'll make your favorite braised zombie head." Woof. Ugh. Wu Hao's spatial collapse is like a fish in water in this zombie-infested battle. As long as he casually releases it, he can pull in zombies within a 10-meter radius. Once they are drawn to the center, a massive explosion occurs, killing them all. This battle didn't last long before a high-level zombie charged at the 2 people and 1 dog. Only Chun Bo, under the dome, remained as the last line of defense in front of the electric net. In front of Wu Hao appeared a level 7 zombie, equal to his own level. It emitted a faint yellow glow, quite noticeable. Its first skill was Thick Earth Wall, which is a very strong defensive skill. Even Wu Hao's spatial collapse couldn't completely break through the defense. It could only wear it down until it disappeared bit by bit, looking evenly matched. The monster's second ability was Rock Spike, which caused a series of stone spikes to shoot up from the ground where Wu Hao was standing. This attack came so suddenly that he almost fell for it, but fortunately, he had spatial transfer. Wu Hao was feeling a bit of a headache when facing such a defensively strong monster. He really had limited options. In contrast, Lan Feifei's opponent was stealthy and fast. When she used the dance of the circle, she looked like a live target. A dark-colored zombie, small in stature, was hiding in the shadows of other zombies. Its level was 6, and it appeared to be a shadow-type zombie. At this moment, they seemed to have been endowed with intelligence. No longer charging recklessly, they understood when to advance and retreat. Every time Lan Feifei used the dance of the circle, it would rush into the shadows, using its special ability, Shadow Escape. Just like the name of the ability, it was a skill that allowed it to teleport between shadows. When the twin sword spun by, it controlled the distance perfectly to stab with a dagger. The first time it attacked, it startled Lan Feifei. This was the first time she had seen a zombie use a weapon. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and immediately canceled the dance of the circle skill. At the same time, she unleashed her sword intent, freezing the zombie in front of her for a moment. Since they were of the same level, it was too late for her to counterattack. The opponent had already vanished into the shadows. With the existence of Shadow Escape and surrounded by the shadows of zombies, its movements became even harder to track. Just when he and Feifei were at a loss, a flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 37. You lick yourself if you want to lick. During the battle, just now, Wu Hao thought of a plan. He wanted to exchange opponents with Lan Feifei. Her swordsmanship was sharp enough. Perhaps she could break through the thick earth shield of the earth-type zombie. The only thing to note was that her level was only 6. She needed to be more cautious to deal with the level 7 earth-type zombie. Wu Hao went to deal with the shadow-type zombies. He ran through a plan in his mind and found it feasible. Feifei switch. After communicating the tactics via the intercom, the 2 of them slowly moved their battlefield. They attracted their respective giant zombie opponents to follow them. The zombies in battle showed intelligence, but there was no sign of strategy. Like the rigid zombies from before, they chased after their footsteps. Before long, the 2 of them converged, and when the zombies from both sides attacked, they switched. Wu Hao swiftly moved to Feifei's side, using spatial transfer to block the rock spike of the earth-type zombie. Simultaneously, he also transferred the dagger from the shadow-type zombie. Both attacks landed on the earth-type zombie. However, the effect was not significant. The dagger was directly deflected away. The attack power of the rock spike was clearly weaker than that of its shield. After all, it was a zombie focused on defense, so it couldn't cover all aspects. Nevertheless, it still weakened the thick earth shield considerably. Wu Hao had previously discovered a rule. As long as the thick earth shield was not completely negated, this earth-type zombie would not reconstruct its shield. What he could do was help Feifei reduce these shields. The level 6 shadow zombie was already at a disadvantage against Wu Hao, who was level 7. The shadow attack and the dagger were of no use in the face of his spatial displacement. Conversely, when the shadow zombie merged into the shadows, Wu Hao only needs to create a spatial collapse to absorb it again. The shadow zombie shadow escape technique does not move quickly enough to transition to the next shadow. Soon, it is pulled to the center of the spatial collapse. To prevent it from not dying completely, Wu Hao pulls out 2 electric batons. Although their effect is relatively small against level 6 zombies, they can still hinder its escape somewhat. The shadow zombie trembles under the attack of the 2 electric batons. With little defense, it is unable to resist and can only watch helplessly as it is dragged to the center of the space. With a sound of explosion, it is obliterated in the spatial void. When the battle on his side ends, Lan Feifei's side is also nearing its conclusion. The Earth shield is getting thinner and is about to be broken. After a while, the shield completely disappears, negating Feifei's attack. The Earth-type giant zombie is about to reconstruct its shield, but the crystal keeps vibrating. It turns out Feifei has reach behind it, continuously spinning her dual swords and striking with full force at the flesh on its nape. Fine bloodstains appear from the cuts, proving that it is indeed a level 7 defensive zombie. The Earth-type zombie attempts to turn around to catch her, only to find Feifei sticking to its back, relentlessly hacking at the same spot. The zombie's intelligence is relatively simple, always reaching out to grab Feifei. At this rate, the Earth-type zombie will never be able to catch her. Crack! A light sound is heard, and with Feifei's persistent hacking, the flesh on the zombie's nape is finally severed, revealing the pure, white crystal inside. Feifei unceremoniously grabs the crystal, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The level 7 Earth-type giant zombie is thus pulled to its death. Meanwhile, the one fighting alongside the king is a level 6 ice-type zombie from the elemental category. A cold air emanates from it, making one feel chilly even with just a glance. The king's speed is significantly reduced when encountering this cold air. This is a skill called elemental possession. If it had a weapon, it could attach it to cause enormous damage. Its wind blades would also be blocked by the ice shield, just as everyone thinks it has no way out. The king becomes fierce and suddenly lunges at the ice-type zombie. Its sharp teeth bite down hard on the ice shield. The sharp teeth penetrate the shield directly. The king snaps its mouth shut with a crunch, successfully breaking the ice shield. It does not give the zombie another chance. With its mouth wide open again, it bites down directly on the zombie's neck. No matter how it struggles or attacks, no matter how cold the air is, the king does not let go. The neck is the most vulnerable part of a human, and a zombie is a transformation of a human. Its neck is equally weak. Without a long standoff, it is bitten off by the king, with the crystal falling out as well. In that moment, the king seems like a reincarnation of Erlang Shun. King, well done. Go lick Feifei's face. Upon hearing the praise, the king becomes even more excited and is about to pounce on Feifei. This is the mouth that just bit off the zombie's neck. Feifei glares at Wu Hao, then looks at the king with disdain. You dare, you husky. If you do, you'll be stewed for dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, the king immediately lowers its tail. Woof, woof, meaning master, she's too fierce. You go liquor yourself. While they were holding back the giant zombie, Uncle Chun was already unable to stop the large group of zombie minions. They had charged to the outer wall of the villa. A very rich barbecue smell wafted out. The zombies in front were electrocuted by the high-voltage electric fence. The zombies behind kept sticking forward one after another. In an instant, a large group of zombies was electrocuted in place by the strong current, forming a thick wall of zombies outside the wall. Soon, more zombies surged in. With no path ahead, they climbed onto the heads of the zombies in front. One particular zombie, steaming hot, was entirely red. The grass it walked over left behind a series of charred footprints. Judging by its appearance, it was a fire-type zombie, and likely stronger than level 7, probably level 8. Woof, woof, meaning such a red one, it must explode with lots of magma if bitten. When the fire-type zombie reached the 2, it erupted in flames, instantly forming a shield. The fire shield. At the same time, it opened its mouth, shooting out a massive fireball. Fortunately, the 3 of them had been paying attention to its movements and managed to dodge. Fireball technique. The ground where it struck created a large pit, with flames flowing around the edges. Facing the increasing number of zombies climbing up, Uncle Chun could only initiate mechanical transformation, turning his arms into long blades. He engaged in a fierce battle with the numerous zombies, taking advantage of the height. If this continued, the zombies would soon bury him. Chapter 38. The zombie is about to explode. The level 8 fire-type zombie roared as it charged at the 2. Lan Feifei was undeterred, charging at the level 8 zombie even as a level 6. She launched a circular slash, attempting to strike the same spot on the shield to break it. However, To Wu Hao and the king, it looked more like she was just scraping. With no choice, they could only grit their teeth and press on. The king acted first, sending wind blades toward the spot where Fei was attacking. Its thought was the same, to shatter the fire shield before attacking the main body. However, their attacks clearly had no effect, resembling two scraping masters dancing. The fire-type zombie unleashed a fireball aimed at the spinning Lan Fei. Wu Hao moved his body and blocked in front to divert the fireball spell. A burst of flame erupted from the fire shield of the fire-type zombie. He directly transferred the fireball into the shield. However, the damage was not significant. He guessed it was due to the same elemental attribute. The fire zombie's attacks began to intensify, making it difficult for Lan Fei and the king to cope. They had no time to launch a counterattack, and they couldn't hold out like this for long. As Wu Hao's thoughts stirred, a massive stream of water surged out from the fire-type zombie shield. It was like charcoal meeting water, with a cloud of mist emanating from its body. A hissing sound was produced, and its originally aggressive hand began to slow down. The flame shield was also on the verge of collapsing, yet it still hadn't completely shattered. The attacks continued unabated, like a fighting machine. It felt no pain at all, which was the advantage of the zombies. Seeing this, Wu Hao unleashed the second batch of Qinghu water stored in his ability space. Through spatial transfer, it began to pour over the fire-type zombie. The sizzling sound continued, and more white mist was released. Its attack slowed down and then stopped. The fire shield surrounding it finally shattered. Lan Fei and the king exchanged glances, realizing the moment to strike had come. Round dance slash. Woof. The dual sword whirlwind and wind blade struck one after the other, forming a cheese sandwich effect. They hit the fire-type zombie, producing a dazzling red light. Lan Fei and the king retreated simultaneously as the zombie was about to explode. When Wu Hao saw this scene, he felt he had no reason not to get involved. The space collapsed. The fire-type giant zombie was quickly twisted into a ball, and then a loud bang was heard. A small mushroom cloud rose up, startling everyone into wiping their foreheads. If they were caught in the explosion caused by the conflict of hot and cold, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. Fortunately, Wu Hao had a slightly altered space ability. He compressed the explosion to its minimum, with the strongest power concentrated in the innermost part of the space. Outside Wu Hao's villa, it was completely surrounded by zombies. The high-voltage electric fence successfully blocked the approaching zombies. However, as the zombies began to stack up, more and more climbed onto the dome. Uncle Chun could only retract his machine gun form and engage in close combat. Fortunately, his ability was truly formidable. Every time a zombie tried to bite him, he would use liquid machinery to directly move away the attacking parts of the zombies. It was more like a transformation of a living organism, able to do without even the basic components of a human. Not only the heart and lungs, but even the crystals could be moved. As the battle progressed, Uncle Chun transformed his upper body into a fan, albeit one with sharp serrated edges. When it spun, it was like Fei's waltz slash, causing zombies to be torn apart and clearing a path wherever it went. However, his supply of crystal abilities was limited, and he could not use it continuously. To take advantage of his physical characteristics, he couldn't wear alloy armor. This also meant he had to constantly be on guard to dodge attacks. The king had been injured earlier while facing ice-type zombies. Looking at the continuously surging tide of corpses, Uncle Chun felt somewhat desperate. Although the dome was reinforced and very sturdy, capable of lasting for hundreds of years under normal use, there was not a single normal zombie among them. And many of them had abilities. Once Uncle Chun was no longer drawing fire, all would attack the dome. It was obvious that someone was controlling them, targeting either the dome or the people inside. However, they did not understand how the other side was able to control the zombies if they were human. They had never seen such an ability. Fortunately, not long after, the king successfully recovered. After Li Yuan reached level 5, both her healing and ability recovery effects saw significant improvement. The king rushed to the dome, taking over Uncle Chen's position. Waves of wind blades were unleashed, clearing paths again. However, they were quickly filled by other zombies. They stood at the entrance in front of the villa, blocking the influx of more zombies. Meanwhile, they finally saw the end of the zombie tide. No more zombies were emerging from the horizon. However, everyone's expressions grew heavier. Wu Hao and Lan Feifei exchanged a glance and became more alert. Suddenly, the leaves on the back mountain rustled without wind. A dozen figures sprang out, and one of them charged directly at the king on the dome. Humph! A stinky dog dares to block the way. The king was kicked off the dome with one blow. Chunbo quickly rushed from the villa to the dome. There were a total of 20 people on the other side, with varying levels of strength, including level 7 and level 4. In the apocalypse, it is difficult to have a unified outfit. Otherwise, they should have a standard uniform. Wu Hao and Lan Feifei killed the zombies blocking their way and reached the outskirts of the electric fence. Who are you, and why are you targeting us? A person stepped out from the opposing camp, looking like the leader. Do you know whose territory this is in the southern part of Quanan City? Wu Hao frowned. It seemed that someone had unified the Quanan area and was causing them trouble. I don't care who you are, this is my home. What business is it of yours? As long as you live here, it concerns me. Wu Hao didn't believe that someone would mobilize an army of zombies for such a reason. For a moment, he suspected that his stockpiling of supplies had been discovered. The leader of the opposing side continued with a cold smile. It seems you still don't understand. So let me mention a name. Lu Neng. Wu Hao suddenly realized that someone knew Lu Neng's last appearance at his home. Lu Neng has a son, but he is in another big city. In Xuanzhou City, only his notoriously ruthless brother is there. So is Lu Chang's people, but with just this few of you, isn't it insufficient? The leader looked at the two still fighting against the zombies below. You really have a tough mouth, still battling the zombies. What gives you the right to resist us? Wu Hao looked at him and asked again seriously. Is it really just you few useless people? Did Lu Chang not come in person? President Lu is extremely busy. How could he have time to deal with a small character like you? Our 20 people are already valuing you enough. Wu Hao squinted his eyes and smiled as he said, Cici, are there any people around? Cici's voice came from the intercom. Young master, there are no threat targets within 3,000 meters. Then let's proceed. Chapter 39. Wherever the web reaches, there are prey. Wu Hao looked up at the 20 strangers above the dome. Why aren't you coming? What are you standing there for? Looking for your dad among the zombies. Upon hearing the arrogance of this kid, the leader of the group waved his hand and charged over with 15 underlings. The remaining 5 were sent to deal with Uncle Chun. At the moment they landed, an emerald green light shone from the villa. Wu Hao and others all knew that this was Li Yuan's second awakened ability, Purification Light. Just like its name, it can clear all abnormal states from the chosen target. This includes the effects of control-type skills. It can also boost the morale of allies and restore a small amount of abilities. This time, Li Yuan chose to purify all allies and zombies. The controlled zombies paused for a moment and then began indiscriminate attacks. Whether it was Wu Hao or the 15 people who arrived below, they all became targets of the zombies. It seems that someone really is controlling the zombies. But that's not all. A dark aura emanated from the villa. It was as if a large net was stretching out, covering an area of 3,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Every enemy felt that their every move was being monitored. This was Lan Cici's second awakened skill, Spider Senses. Wherever the web reached, there were prey. All allies within the range of the web could clearly sense the positions of the enemies. They could feel the enemy's emotions, changes in stamina, and the locations of crystals, etc. As long as Lan Cici could observe, the allies could become aware of it in their minds. Long before the alarm started, Cici had noticed that someone was hiding in the woods. Everything that happened before was part of Cici's plan, to delay their attack timing. There were still level 6 or 7 zombies on the field at that time. Wu Hao and his group first had to deal with the zombies before they could take action against the group of people. It was clear that the other side wanted to bury them with the zombies. However, the strong presence of Wu Hao and his team made them reconsider their immediate attack. They planned to wait until everyone's crystals ran out of energy. At that point, the entire villa's occupants would become easy prey, vulnerable to their slaughter. When Wu Hao and his team were about to win this defense battle, it would also be the moment they had to strike. If everything was part of a plan, then the big boss being knocked away was also part of that plan. It was just lying in wait, ready for others to take action. Now that it had been confirmed, it was time for revenge. Lu Chang's subordinates, who were originally arrogant and pleased, now had dark expressions as they found themselves surrounded by zombies. Fortunately, These zombies were of relatively low levels. The higher level ones had already been dealt with by the two people in front of them. Wu Hao looked at them with a mocking expression. So how's it going? Do you still think you can kill us? Although the leading boss's face was not good, he spoke defiantly. You've been fighting for so long. Do you still have energy left? Why do you think you can take on us 20? As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind swept through. The person who had kicked the king down from the dome felt a chill in his neck. A wound rapidly expanded, and then a fountain of blood gushed out, staining the surrounding companions red. The king bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at those people. Just now, it had used one claw to directly eliminate a level 5 awakened. Woof! It meant, dare to kick this king? Be careful in your next life. Wu Hao was unhappy when he saw this. The king actually stole the spotlight and even said his catchphrase. Space collapse. The opponent was originally not too scattered, but Wu Hao suddenly did this. No matter how the opponent struggled, only 6 people managed to escape. The others were drawn to the center and ended their lives in a blast. The remaining 6 were sweating profusely, never expecting the opponent's ability to be so bizarre. It suddenly appeared on them, with an incredibly strong pulling force. It felt like encountering a black hole, attracting surrounding objects. Just as they were lamenting, a cold voice came. Look at me, ants. A whirlwind of dual swords erupted from Lan Fei, slicing all the surrounding zombies into fragments and quickly closing in on them. The leader felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't withstand such high-speed blades. He pushed one person beside him out and attempted to escape using the momentum. But how could Wu Hao let him go? With a flick of his mind, another space collapse occurred. With this obstruction, it would take him time to struggle free. At this moment, the king arrived and slashed out a wind blade. The leader, who was being pulled, had no way to dodge. Before he could even use his ability, he was bisected by the wind blade. The remaining few were ruthlessly slaughtered by Lan Fei, turning into fragments mixed with zombies. As for the 5 at the dome, Wu Hao was not worried at all. The most peculiar ability now was Chun Bo's liquid machinery. Each move was incredibly agile. If one day he could be fully liquid, he would definitely possess one of the strongest abilities in the world. However, after a while, the few were chewed to pieces by the propeller transformed by Chun Bo. The remaining task was to clean up the small zombies. The uncontrolled zombies no longer rushed towards the dome, but, like before, went after the moving people. Soon, they were all exterminated. Finally, it was time to clean the battlefield. Looking at the devastated battlefield, zombie fragments were scattered everywhere, with brains, intestines, and so on mixed together. The crystal might be hidden beneath them. Lan Fei wanted to cry when she looked at it, while Wu Hao wanted to question the heavens and the earth. Finally, Lan Cece stepped forward. Young master, I'm here to help. We don't need the low-level ones now, and there aren't too many high-level crystals. According to her, they just needed to take away the high-level crystals she sensed. The spider, sensing, activated, and Lan Cece actively blocked the low-level crystals. The remaining other crystals decreased significantly. However, these were all level 4 and above, and she simultaneously sent this information to the others. With her filtering and the map, the rest became much simpler. They had a total of 5 people and 1 dog, and it only took 20 minutes. Most of the time was spent turning over the dismembered bodies. In the end, their haul included 1 level 8 crystal, 2 level 7 crystals, 30 level 6 crystals, 50 level 5 crystals, and over 200 level 4 crystals. In the villa's conference room, this was their first meeting. This crystal was indeed a bountiful harvest. Everyone's strength could rise a level. Even if we become a bit stronger, we cannot be complacent. This time we were found by someone. The defenses around the villa also need to be strengthened, as zombies are becoming increasingly powerful. Woof, woof. After finishing, all their gazes fell on the main seat in the center. Wu Hao glanced around at everyone and slowly stood up. Since they dared to provoke us, I hope they have already considered the consequences. Chapter 40. Dig a pit and throw them in. It was noon after the zombie frenzy had ended. After a hearty lunch, everyone entered the meeting room for the first time. They discussed the plan for the attack. They were not people who would sit idly by. We want to instill fear in the other factions we are going to kill, making them aware of the consequences of angering us. In the afternoon, everyone quietly absorbed the crystals. Only the king was gnawing on a large bowl of crystals, munching loudly like a pig. Lan Feifei's composure finally broke. King, could you eat upstairs? It's too noisy. Woof woof. You can also go upstairs to absorb, the king replied. You've learned to talk back after not having a fight for a day, huh? Then came the familiar sight of Feifei angrily rubbing the dog's head. After this session of crystal absorption, everyone's strength improved, especially for the originally lower-level Lan Cici and Li Yuanyuan. Now, aside from Wu Hao being at level 8, everyone else had reached level 7. The overall strength had significantly increased, particularly Lan Cc's sensing range and Chen Bo's mechanized body. After absorbing the crystals, Wu Hao called Li Yuanyuan aside. Yuanyuan, can you develop a poison? A non-polluting one. She thought for a moment and nodded. It's not difficult to research, but the materials are a bit hard to come by. Besides, what effect do you want? Wu Hao thought of the kind of poison from her previous life. I have quite a few medicinal materials here, all traditional Chinese medicine from Chen Bo's collection. The fact that it could be developed in her past life indicates that she has a talent for it. It would be best if it is highly concealed and can cause the skin to peel off in patches. Li Yuanyuan shivered at his description. Young master, this makes me feel like you're a big bad guy, a villain. Wu Hao ruffled her hair and smiled. Li Yuanyuan was taken aback and looked up at him with her big eyes. She originally thought Wu Hao wanted to use these poisons to conquer and pillage. Little did she know that his true intention was simply to protect himself and those he cared about. For this, he was willing to stain his hands with darkness and become the villain of this city. Young master, Yuanyuan also wants to protect you. She was determined to embark on the path of poison. Wu Hao laughed, a genuine smile. Then let's protect each other until the end of the world. Li Yuanyuan nudda sulamli. There's still one more problem to solve. That is the pile of zombie corpses outside the villa. If it were the last life, I would just absorb them into the ability space and find a big hole to bury them, which would save time and effort. But now the times are different. Black rain can fall twice. That's a problem. They can't get out, but the zombie strength is greatly enhanced. With this ebb and flow, the dome could be breached at any time. In light of this situation, Lan Feifei made a suggestion. Let us hide inside the villa and try not to make any noise. Woof. Stupid. Wu Hao's gaze towards the king changed. This dog seemed a bit smarter than Feifei. This method sounds great, and after the black rain is dried, they can harvest crystals. But the risks in between are too high. If the king accidentally lets out a sound, the zombies will climb up to the dome based on the noise, and the outcome will only be tragic. Wu Hao summarized everyone's thoughts. First, with the round purification light, there's no need to worry about controlling the zombies. Second, while the black rain is falling, the behind-the-scenes forces can't send anyone to deal with us. Third, Feifei's suggestion is too dangerous. It's better than the king's. Lan Feifei's face darkened, glaring at him, and said, Are you saying my intelligence is not as good as the king's? Woof. That's exactly what he meant. You husky, don't run after the meeting if you have the guts. Woof woof woof. Just because you tell me not to run, I won't. I'm not as silly as you. Lan Feifei was so angry that smoke was coming out of her nose and mouth, ready to explode, but was stopped by Wu Hao. You can handle your own matters after the meeting. Integrating everyone's thoughts, he came up with an idea. Everyone didn't want the villa to be attacked, but they were also reluctant to part with this group of experienced babies. So, let's throw them into the pit. With no other disturbances around, they wouldn't crawl out. Wu Hao handed this matter over to Chen Bo. There's no need to dig too deep. Just a big pit will suffice, and it won't be too difficult to dig. Once the big pit is done, clear the surrounding area to prevent them from escaping. In the future, additional defensive measures can be added if conditions permit. Let this big pit serve as a monster spawning trap. Wu Hao and the others discussed and unanimously agreed. As expected of the young master, he could come up with such a good idea. Sister, can you stop fawning over him all the time? I also think the young master is very handsome, no? He is both handsome and smart. Yuan, weren't you a lovesick person before? Woof. The master is brilliant. Feifei is a fool. Soon, they heard the king's howl, and Feifei's angry, scolding from afar. Wu Hao and Uncle Chun went around the vicinity of the big pit. The pit shouldn't be too far from the villa, or it could be intercepted by others. It also shouldn't be too close, or it might attract their attention. After some investigation, they decided to dig the big pit across the road from the villa area. Wu Hao's villa is located at the very back of the villa area, providing ample security distance. The zombies over there cannot hear any commotion from the villa. At the same time, that area is also within the range that Lon Cece can sense. Any slight movement can be detected in advance. They don't need to go far to deal with the zombies. Now, they just need to let Uncle Chun find an excavator. This task is now assigned to Wu Hao, who has a vehicle. He set off with Uncle Chun and the king. Among the remaining people, none can drive a car, let alone an excavator. With the all-capable housekeeper Uncle Chun around, a small excavator is no problem. They were already in the suburbs, so they just needed to go further out. They encountered many construction sites that were originally building factories. There were tall cranes everywhere, but small excavators were scarce. After searching for a while, they found a large excavator. Uncle Chun, go try to start it. Okay. Arriving at the excavator's cab, Uncle Chun proved to be all-capable. In no time, he managed to relight the large excavator. It just had some wear on the exterior, which was a mark left by the black rain's erosion. These are minor issues. With Uncle Chun around, it would be easy to repair it. Wu Hao had already stockpiled enough materials to fix a machine. He had collected everything from large cranes to cement and steel bars. Whether they would be used or not, he gathered them all. He wouldn't leave any of these large machines behind to avoid interference with the big pits they would dig in the future. He planned to clear all forces in the Quanan South District with his team. It was time to show them our counterattack. Chapter 41. Cece's radar is scanning in the hall. Besides Uncle Chun operating the excavator on the opposite side, everyone else was sitting on the sofa, watching Lon Cece. She was sensing the movements in the villa area, trying to be as detailed as possible. She scanned the entire region, since this was their base and could not be neglected. After a while, she shook her head and said, "There are no humans or zombies detected in our villa area and the back mountain. Of course, some mutated plants still exist, but their levels are too low, not even comparable to a toe of the king." Everyone felt a bit disappointed. They were currently filled with pent-up frustration. Lon Fei fiercely rubbed the dog's head. "Where are we going next? The south area of Quanan City is so big. How do we find them?" Wu Hao rubbed Fei's head, only to receive an eye roll in return. "Do you think I'm a dog?" "No, your hair is just not as soft as the king's fur." Fei suddenly stood up from the sofa, her entire body bristling, resembling an angry cat. Wu Hao just said it casually, not expecting to directly provoke her. "I was joking. Your hair feels nice and smooth. How can the dog fur of the king compare?" "Woof. Are you really a dog? Or just the kind that values looks over friends?" "We can ignore the smaller forces. The slightly larger forces occupy bigger buildings. Their teams maintain this level because each member is an elite. Other large forces, which one doesn't he have around 50 people, with the majority being cannon fodder?" Wu Hao understood Lon Cece's thoughts. Cece was suggesting that we directly look for nearby large buildings. The young master was right, and we only need to find those close to the road. Powerful forces will definitely occupy advantageous locations. Li Yuan also agreed, as places too far and hidden from the road would have fewer opportunities for them to seize resources, making it difficult to become a major force. Just like our villa is not far from the main road. Lon Cece waited for her to finish speaking, then continued with her previous idea. "In other words, we just need to drive along the road, and I will scout the surroundings." Wu Hao nodded, thinking that this idea was good. It saved time and effort. If they were to conduct a thorough search, they would exhaust themselves first. As long as they targeted the major powers first, they could ignore the smaller ones for now. "All right, let us proceed as CC suggested. And Yuan will stay at the villa on standby." Wu Hao set off with CC, De Wong, and Fei. De Wong and Fei were both powerful fighters capable of quickly dealing with enemies, so they had to come along. CC was their radar, indispensable. Uncle Chun was still at the construction site, so they could only leave the weaker Li Yuan at home for defense. They set off to see who would be lucky enough to encounter them first. The sound of rumbling echoed as the heavy truck moved out. All the nearby zombies were gone, having entered Wu Hao's ability space. It didn't matter how much noise they made. The heavy truck wasn't very fast, so they tried to keep Lon Cece within a scanning range. Soon, the heavy truck stopped at a construction company. According to Lon Cece's sensing results, there was a staff dormitory behind the construction company. It was a force of 50 people, with the strongest at level 3, and there were lookouts on the rooftop. This location was only 10 kilometers away from Wu Hao's villa. Wu Hao had also passed by here, but he never noticed them. The name of this construction company sounds familiar. Forget it. Let's go take a look. When they arrived at the dormitory building, the others had all come out. The lookout on the other side also spotted them and informed all the personnel. Wu Hao looked around and found that among the 50 people, the strongest was really only at level 3. Unlike the grand powers he had in mind, this group of people was ragged and emaciated. If he were to represent them with a force from ancient times, it would only be the beggar's sect. Do you choose to submit or die? The other side looked bewildered, completely not believing that Wu Hao and a few others could defeat their 50. Moreover, they had no intention of fighting, which made Wu Hao feel a bit awkward. Killing such a non-arrogant enemy was the least satisfying. However, now that they seemed honest, it was inevitable that they might seek revenge in the future. Just as he hesitated, the battle hadn't started, and a voice came out. "Oh, isn't this young Master Wu?" Everyone looked towards the speaker, who had come to the front. "Young Master Wu, I haven't seen you since the villa renovation was completed. I didn't expect you to still be alive." Wu Hao looked him over carefully. He was dressed in ragged clothes, and his shoes had a hole in them. It looked like he had been bitten by something, leaving 2 teeth marks. His face seemed somewhat familiar to Wu Hao, and he recalled that his name was Zhang San. At that time, he had asked Uncle Chun to renovate the villa, and a worker had handed him a piece of candy, saying he was engaged to his girlfriend and wanted to give the young master a piece of wedding candy to share some of the good fortune. Wu Hao certainly wouldn't believe such things, but he still accepted the candy. "What about your wife?" A similarly dressed woman in ragged clothes stepped out. Although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was very polite. "Oh, are you two married?" Zhang San glanced at his wife, blushing as he nodded. "In this situation, not knowing how long we can live, we got married in front of everyone as witnesses." Wu Hao could also see how difficult it was for them. There were more than 50 people, and now only a few had reached the 3rd level of awakening. They probably hadn't managed to gather much supplies. In the subsequent questions, Wu Hao learned that they hadn't gone out to scavenge for resources. The food they had was the stored provisions from the construction company, and there wasn't much left now. They encountered a zombie horde attack along the way, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of people, leaving only them behind. When talking about the sacrificed co-workers, everyone felt very sad. Wu Hao waved him over, and without a moment's hesitation, he walked over. "Do you know most of the others?" "I know most of them. Many are fellow townsmen, and some have been working for 3 or 4 years." "All right, I'll give you a job, with meals and work clothes provided." Zhang San was taken aback. He didn't doubt Wu Hao's abilities. After all, he couldn't imagine the stockpiling of a wealthy person. "Young Master Wu, we don't engage in illegal activities." Although he thought Wu Hao was a good person and had offered double the salary at the time, now that it's the end of the world, where would there be ordinary jobs that everyone could do? Wu Hao was taken aback and patted his shoulder. "What are you thinking? I just want you all to build something. It's all related to construction." Upon hearing it was about construction, Zhang San's eyes lit up. This was their specialty, and it included meals and work clothes. He looked at his wife and a group of fellow workers. "I'll go discuss it with them." In fact, even if it wasn't a formal job, he was willing to agree, but he couldn't do it in front of everyone. He needed food and didn't want his newlywed wife to starve. The crowd's eyes sparkled, filled with the light of hope. Many of them had worked on villa renovations before. They understood Wu Hao's character to some extent, and they had nothing to lose, so they couldn't really be deceived. Chapter 42. The Disciplined Zombie Squad in front of the construction company's dormitory. "Young Master Wu, everyone has agreed. When do you think we can start working? Why are you in such a hurry?" "To be honest, our food supply is running low, and many strong workers haven't eaten for 2 days." Wu Hao waved his hand and walked into the back compartment of the heavy truck. After a while, he came out carrying rice and noodles. "There was still a lot more in the truck, all for you." "Is there a chef?" 2 people stepped forward. They were the cafeteria staff from the construction company. "Just the 2 of you. Pick some people to move all this food into the dormitory. Then start cooking. Everyone can eat well before we talk about anything else." "Good." The rice and noodles were taken from his ability space, along with vegetables and meat. Amidst the cheers, Lan Fei approached Wu Hao. "Young master, isn't this a bit wasteful? Their strength isn't very strong." Wu Hao shook his head. CC told him that most of these people's abilities were related to physical strength and earth elements. Among them, 2 had the rare mechanical abilities. These abilities were most suitable for the construction industry. "Fei, we need this batch of people to build monster cages." It would take Chun Bo ages to do it alone. He had even greater plans in mind, but didn't say them out loud. The food they had was stockpiled by him after the apocalypse. He wouldn't feel sorry even if it was all eaten. Moreover, he had already eaten their wedding candies. So there was a bit of camaraderie involved. To say he was completely benevolent would be impossible. In the apocalypse, who could care for whom? More importantly, these people had utilitarian value and could be used for his benefit. An hour and a half later, they officially began their meal. Tears welled up in Zhang San's eyes as he placed a piece of meat into his wife's bowl. The past 2 weeks had nearly driven him crazy from hunger, and everyone here was in the same situation. Fortunately, no one had taken the lead in snatching food. Otherwise, chaos would have already erupted. Eat more. Wu Gongzi might ask you to work later, someone advised. After they finished eating, Wu Hao held a brief meeting in the dining hall. He introduced the current situation in Quanan City and some knowledge about abilities. You are all my people now. You will live here from now on, and we can build defensive walls around. There were plenty of construction materials in the company's warehouse. It's completely feasible to build some simple defensive measures. This way, even low-level zombies won't pose a threat to you. 3 days later, someone would come to arrange work for them, and the work uniforms would be delivered tomorrow. They weren't delivered today to avoid exposing the ability space. Previously, the truck's compartment had been filled with food. With so many people, water was an issue, so Wu Hao instructed them to build a large water storage tank. He would regularly come to inject water from a Qingshui lake, of course. The second batch collected from a lake. After the meeting, he kept Zhang San behind and gave him a level 4 crystal, urging him to absorb it and level up quickly. Among this group, Wu Hao trusted Zhang San the most. He needed to enhance his strength to lead the others effectively. Wu Gongzi, should we change the name of the construction company? Zhang San asked. He initially wanted to refuse, but thought that a new name could be good. Then let's call it Wu's Construction Company. Lan Fei Fei in Dozet Weekly Shoklik. What do you think, Your Majesty? Woof. I think it sounds great. As expected of the master, so knowledgeable. All right, even a master-s poop would smell good to you. Woof. It does smell good. Wu Hao left the construction company, and the remaining matters will be handled by Uncle Chun in 3 days. He has other things to attend to now, and he is not good at construction matters. Young master, there's a discovery here. Wu Hao's face lit up with joy. He could finally stretch his muscles and bones. How many? What level? Lan Cc Wen. This time, the enemy was somewhat formidable. There were 120 zombies, the strongest being level 8, along with 5 level 7 ones. Everyone was taken aback. The distance from their villa was neither too close nor too far. Goodness, it seems the mastermind intends to launch a surprise attack on us, because there are no conditions nearby for these zombies to spawn. Clearly, they have come from elsewhere. What shocked them the most was that the group of zombies resembled a well-trained army. Leading the front was the level 8 zombie, with the middle divided into 5 small teams led by level 7 zombies. The entire zombie troop was organized and orderly, except for their naturally swinging arms. Goodness, had the zombies even gone through military training? Looking at their direction, they were heading straight for our villa area. Lan Fei Fei pulled out her long quan sword. Just when I was feeling restless, they delivered themselves right to my door. Wu Hao didn't stop her, but instead rushed up with her. The king was the last to burst out from the heavy truck, but he was the first to arrive. The level 8 zombie was the first to spot them. It didn't show any movement, but the other zombies also discovered their location. 5 level 7 zombies, leading a team, surrounded the 2 people and 1 dog. The battle quickly began. Wu Hao raised his eyebrows, clearly feeling that this time the zombies were more intelligent than before. However, this lineup couldn't stop him. Space collapse. Being surrounded by zombies has its advantages. The space collapse is unlikely to be empty. It can also attract more zombies. With just 1 skill, he sent away 20 zombies. The king unleashed 2 wind blades, cutting through more than 10. Lan Fei Fei's round dance slash was even more domineering. As she spun through, there were only zombie limbs left in her wake. The squad leader, who had been supervising from behind, also charged forward. Together, they blocked the attacks from Lan Fei Fei and the king. Both were level 7. Apart from the zombies' brains not functioning well, there was no difference otherwise. Only 1 zombie came to intercept Wu Hao. Do you look down on me? Indeed, the zombies looked down on his abilities. The space collapse had only a moderate effect on level 7 zombies. As long as the strength of a level 7 zombie was great enough, it could escape the gravitational pull of the space collapse. This would lead to an explosion at the center, which wouldn't harm the zombies and couldn't deliver a fatal blow. In that case, let me show you whether your strength is greater or my spatial abilities are stronger. Space collapse. A transparent black hole-like phenomenon appeared on the zombie. It was about to pull it deeper into space. A tremendous force erupted from the zombie. Wu Hao immediately knew that it was the burst of physical power. Although the duration was very short, the acceleration in that moment allowed him to break through before the explosion occurred, avoiding the impact of the blast. You got some guts. Let's see how many moves you can take from me. Before he could unleash his skill, a giant level 8 zombie charged at him. With a wave of his hand, several ice arrows were shot out in quick succession. Chapter 43. The Young Master Who Can Fight for You. Looking at the 3 ice arrows shot by the zombie, Wu Hao did not evade. Under the effect of spatial transfer, the ice arrows hit the level 7 zombie he was fighting. They pierced through half of its shoulder and simultaneously froze it, drastically reducing its speed. Wu Hao will not let such a good opportunity slip away. Thank you, ice zombie. Space collapse. The level 7 zombie is frozen, and at this moment, it can't escape. It is in the middle of the gravitational pull, and although it has been crawling, it appears to be moving at a turtle's pace in everyone's eyes. Bang! A powerful explosion of energy directly shattered its upper body. A crystal fell out and landed in Wu Hao's palm. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to deal with it so quickly. The level 8 zombie obviously doesn't understand anything. It continues to shoot 3 ice arrows, and Wu Hao uses the same tactic again. The level 7 zombie that is fighting with Lan Feifei has no way to defend itself. The ice arrows instantly appear at its head, creating a large hole where its eyes used to be. Even so, it still doesn't fall. It continues to wildly claw and pounce in the direction where Lan Feifei was, but she has long since left that position. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appears behind a level 7 zombie. A piece of pure white ability crystal falls down and is caught by Feifei in midair. The level 8 ice zombie that Wu Hao was facing no longer shot ice arrows. However, his goal had been achieved. As long as he could free either Feifei or the king, the other small zombies would not be a threat. The combat made Feifei was not called that for nothing. The level 8 ice zombie began to change its tactics, moving from a ranged attack to engage him in close combat. Naturally, Wu Hao would comply with its request. He reached out, and a more than 1 meter long Tang sword appeared in his hand. Close combat weapons are still melee. I won't take advantage of you. He swung the sword, striking firmly against the ice zombie. Not only did it not cut through the flesh, but he also felt a force of recoil. The best option was still an offensive ability. Its power was much greater than that of cold weapons. Wu Hao put away the Tang knife that he had drawn for a minute. He is also at level 8. Would he still be afraid of fighting against zombies of the same level? This zombie has some intelligence, but only to a certain extent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shot ice arrows twice. Its movements are still quite stiff, relying only on its claws and teeth for attacks. Wu Hao's body flashed, successfully circling to its back. He raised his hand and executed a chokehold, feeling the damp, sticky mucus transfer from his hand. At the same time, he realized that zombies don't breathe, so the chokehold was useless. Holding back the feeling of nausea, he released the zombie's neck. He pressed its head down and slammed it against the ground. As a result, the stone was shattered, but the zombie's mouth only broke a little bit. Its mouth is really tough. Wu Hao's strength has advanced too quickly, especially compared to the physical strength of the zombies. He realized that he had become so strong that he had surpassed the realm of normal humans. Space collapse. He planned to catch this ice-type zombie off guard. However, the next second, the zombie suddenly accelerated and managed to escape before the space exploded. Wu Hao frowned. The acceleration ability of the zombie, just now, if his eyes weren't deceiving him, was definitely a power burst. This was clearly a physical type ability, so why was it appearing on an ice-type zombie? This was the first time he had seen such a zombie in both his past and present lives. No wonder he hadn't noticed the surrounding cold air. It turned out there were 2 types of abilities within its body. Wu Hao felt a bit of a headache. The physical body type would inherently strengthen his physique. Coupled with the explosive power skill that enhances this type, it was uncertain whether he could win. He made a decision in his heart. What level would the next awakening of a new skill be? In his previous life, he only reached level 5, so he was unclear about when the next opportunity would come. With more skills, it wouldn't be so hard to fight. According to their vitality regeneration speed, farming monsters was still too slow. Perhaps he needed to capture more zombies and throw them in to let them mutate. With the assistance of the Black Rain, he aimed to quickly raise the zombies' levels. They had to be useful to count as experience points. An 8th level zombie swung its claws toward him. Wu Hao neither retreated nor dodged and charged straight forward. The zombie's sharp claws disappeared directly from his body, transferring to the back of the zombie and grabbing onto its own body. Wu Hao grabbed the zombie's arm from behind. The space collapsed. The zombie instinctively wanted to escape, but Wu Hao held its arm tightly. No matter how it swung its arm, the other hand was also grabbed. Wu Hao transferred it to its own back, effectively launching a front and back attack. Boom! The explosion from the collapsing space successfully hit the zombie. At the same time, Wu Hao, who was at the edge, was also caught in the blast. His own abilities couldn't be transferred. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his face wore a smile. The body of the level 8 zombie was already in tatters. I am the edge. You are the center. Let's see how many times you can withstand this. The space collapsed again. Another explosion echoed. The zombie's 2 arms were blown off. Wu Hao's arm was also severely injured, with blood oozing from his grip on the zombie's palm. But his spirit was high, and he was not seriously hurt. Do it again. The space collapsed. Boom! The explosion came, and the head of the level 8 zombie was blown away. Wu Hao spat out another mouthful of blood, and his left hand could no longer be lifted. At this moment, the low-level zombies around him surged forward. His internal powers had already run dry, and he couldn't even use spatial transfer. On the truck, Lan Cece couldn't care about her new discovery. Holding a long knife, she rushed out from the heavy truck. To prevent the truck from being damaged, Wu Hao had parked it quite far away, making it impossible for Lan Cece to come to his aid immediately. At a critical moment, Lan Fei, wielding twin swords, rushed in. As a young master, is it really okay for you to push yourself so hard? Wu Hao smiled slyly, his face full of joy. How can I protect you if I don't work hard? Besides, aren't you here too? Fei's eyes turned red, and without saying anything, she rushed out to deal with the surrounding zombies. Woof! I'm here too, master. The king, with his fierce determination, had already bitten the level 7 zombie to death. Not bad. The king is also very reliable. Wu Hao patted the king's head, which was still as furry as ever. The remaining little zombies were not a concern. Centered around him, the king and Fei worked hard to cut through the grass. In less than 10 minutes, they had dealt with all the remaining low-level zombies. Wu Hao did not waste these zombies. He had a big monster-catching plan. With a wave of his hand, all the zombies in the area, including the fragments, were collected by him. He naturally would not refuse the request of the maid leader. The cleanup plan would be executed later. Lan Cece found clues about the mastermind from this group of zombies. Chapter 44. The thigh on the pillow is a gentle place in the villa. Li Yuan was treating Wu Hao, who was sitting on the sofa. Her surgical abilities with her special power had become much stronger than before. A light green glow appeared in the area covered by her hands. The wounds inside the glow healed at a visible speed. 20 minutes later, Li Yuan clapped her hands. Young master, it's done. You could try moving around. He stood up and spun around twice and a half. There was no problem. Yuan's abilities were getting stronger. After that, Wu Hao took out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. You've worked hard. Go rest for a bit. Her face flushed as she nodded lightly. Surgery continuously consumed crystal energy, and prolonged use left Li Yuan somewhat fatigued. Cece, please share your findings. It turned out that while Lan Cece was on alert in the car, she captured a mysterious crystal energy line. This line appeared from the crystals of each zombie and connected all the way to the west of Quan'in City. I deduced that the mastermind is controlling the zombies in the west of Quan'in City through this energy line. Wu Hao raised his eyebrows. He had some understanding of the person behind the scenes. It was during the villa defense battle that those attackers mentioned the smiling tiger Lu Chong. If it really is him, then decisive action must be taken soon to eliminate him. This kind of personality can easily rise to prominence in the apocalypse and can also become a significant threat. What Wu Hao needs to do is to eliminate him while his strength is not too strong. Cece, do you remember the directions the energy lines lead to? I remember. Good. Tomorrow, all personnel will be mobilized. Lan Cece frowned, looking at his somewhat pale face. Young master, what about your internal injuries? Wu Hao patted her head. I only suffered external injuries, just coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. I'm fine. In the afternoon, Wu Hao followed Uncle Chun to the area across from the villa. A huge deep pit had already appeared there. The surrounding weeds and a few scattered trees had also been completely cleared, turning it into an open space. This way, the changes here could be seen through a telescope from the villa. Uncle Chun, I found 50 promising architects, and in 3 days, you will give them a framework. All right, young master, as long as you provide the framework, the rest can be left to Zhang San to consider. Uncle Chun will also go along tomorrow. He is an important force. Everyone went to rest early tonight, except for Lan Cece and Wu Hao. The two were still in the hall. Young master, it seems you are very concerned about the person behind the scenes. What is his background? Wu Hao poured himself and Cece a glass of boiled water. It wasn't a good time for tea at night, as it could make it hard to sleep. He definitely couldn't drink alcohol. He was worried he might lose control if he got drunk. After all, the beauty was right in front of him, and if he made any moves, Fei Fei would definitely take care of him. His name was Lu Chong, the younger brother of the fat Lu Nong, who had died in front of the villa when the apocalypse first arrived. He had always been Lu Nang's dark hand, secretly doing some unspeakable things for him. Once given the chance to develop, with his vengeful personality, he would definitely come looking for trouble. Lan Cece nodded and sat beside him. If you're tired, young master, you can rest your head on me for a while. Wu Hao's heart raced. Has the beautiful world arrived? Is it really possible? Wu Hao was not polite and lay on the sofa, resting his head on Cece's thigh. The touch could only be described as very soft and delicate. Is this what the ancients referred to as a gentle? Young master, what are you murmuring? Nothing. I'm just saying that Cece's thigh is very comfortable. Lan Cece's face turned red, and she gently stroked Wu Hao's cheek. As long as the young master likes it. At the same time, a look of worry appeared on her face. I hope the young master won't push himself too hard tomorrow. We can wait until we are stronger to launch an attack. Wu Hao originally wanted to nod, but shook his head instead, his soft thigh moving slightly. I have an idea about this. We'll wait for you to check it out tomorrow. The surprise attack is scheduled for early morning, at the time when the enemy is most fatigued. According to their estimates, Lu Chong's forces are the strongest in the west. Aside from the Sentinels, the others need not worry about being attacked. This is also their greatest opportunity. Although the people in the villa are all elites, encountering too many strong opponents at once can still be dangerous. It's best to implement a strategy of defeating them one by one. This will depend on Cece's abilities tomorrow, and adjustments will be made accordingly. At 4 o'clock the next morning, a group gathered in the hall, with Fei Fei still rubbing her eyes. The king had his eyes wide open like copper bells, full of energy. Everyone had gone to bed at 8 the previous night, and although they slept a little longer, the sleep time was sufficient. Since everyone is here, let us put on our armor and take our weapons and set off. Under Cece's guidance, a heavy truck drove from the southern suburbs of Chuanzhou City to the west. An hour later, a large number of crystals began to appear at the edge of Cece's senses. Stop. Let the car stay here. Getting any closer might attract attention. They need to be cautious as the opposing camp might have skills like thousand-mile eyes or swift ears. Everyone got out of the car and moved forward stealthily until CC's senses enveloped the entire stronghold. Spider sense. A clear map appeared in everyone's minds. In front was a 5-story building, likely a company dormitory. There were 2 sentinels at the front door and 2 at the back door, with 1 on the roof. The entire building housed 300 people, including 1 level 8 and 55 level 7s. The level 8 awakener was located in the middle of the 3rd floor. Fei Fei was responsible for the front door sentinel, Chun Bo for the back door sentinel, and the king for the one on the roof. The group would then meet on the 3rd floor to carry out the decapitation operation. Once Lan Cece finished arranging the entire battle plan, there wasn't too much left for her to do. Wu Hao had her hide in the cargo compartment of the heavy truck, and everyone was equipped with walkie-talkies. If an accident occurred, Cece could notify them in time. Here, the accident not only refers to an incident with the heavy truck, but also includes the enemy's reinforcements. Let's set off. A A building soon appeared in everyone's view, identical to what CC sensed. It was only 5 o'clock, and in April, it was still dark at 5. It was the perfect time for dreaming, but also the time for their demise. A shadow darted across the ground, spun around, and a flash of sword light appeared. The heads of 2 level 3 sentries fell. This is Fei Fei. The front door has been resolved. The 2 sentries at the back door were discussing where to go for fun next. Since the black rain fell, I haven't seen a single woman. Me too. I haven't been on the battlefield for a long time. I'm going to be rusty. A silver-white light suddenly brightened and then dimmed instantly. This was the crossbow arrow transformed by Chunbo, one hand as the bow, one hand as the arrow, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This is Chunbo. The back door has been resolved. Chapter 45, Who is the Soft Persimmon? In the western area of Quanon City, there's a building here, the dormitory of the largest force in the West District. A sentry was on duty on the rooftop. Suddenly, a husky appeared behind the sentry. He was completely unaware and continued to stroll forward. The king pounced fiercely, his mouth wide open, sharp teeth deeply embedded in the sentry's neck. With a strong tug, he twisted the sentry's head off. Woof, woof. This is the king. The rooftop has been resolved. Wu Hao and Li Yuan, who were waiting outside the main gate, exchanged glances. Both sides quietly made their way to the 3rd floor, where they met the king, Fei Fei, and Chunbo at the stairway. They faced no dangers along the way and arrived at the door of the dormitory in the middle of the 3rd floor. There was only one person inside, and that was Lu Chong, a level 8 powerhouse. However, today, aside from Li Yuan, there wasn't a single weakling present. Wu Hao is also at level 8. He believes that with everyone's cooperation, they can quickly complete the task. He made a gesture and kicked the door open forcefully. Inside, there was a bed with a strong man lying on it. He looked to be around 45 years old, and his entire body was covered in tattoos. The moment he heard someone kick the door, he turned over. However, it was already too late by the time he kicked out. Wu Hao activated the space collapse. They had the map provided by CC, which not only revealed his location, but also clearly showed his sleeping posture. A tremendous gravitational force pulled him in, and just as he was about to struggle, the 2 wind blades from the king came flying. The sword intent erupted. A sharp pain surged through Lu Chong's mind, causing him to momentarily freeze. At that moment, the dagger formed by Chun Bo's mechanical arm also arrived, stabbing directly towards his head. In a moment of desperation, Lu Chong unleashed a powerful force and jumped fiercely. Although he couldn't escape the space collapse, he barely avoided a fatal blow. Chun Bo's dagger plunged directly into his abdomen, and a spurt of blood gushed out. Lu Chong glared at everyone with a dark expression. He couldn't understand why he had provoked these people, until he saw that man. His gaze turned cold. It's you, Wu Hao, you're still alive. If you're not dead, how could I die? Go down and accompany your brother. Faced with the threat of death, Lu Chong began to feel fear. Young Master Wu, we're all family. Although my brother covets your wealth, I haven't done anything. Wu Hao ignored his pleas for mercy and clenched his palm. A massive explosion erupted, and Lu Chong's body was torn to pieces. They hadn't even had the chance to find the crystal when a group of armed people rushed in. The moment Wu Hao kicked the door, it alerted many. However, the assassination was too successful, causing Lu Chong's subordinates to arrive only now. The first to rush in was the level 7 awakened, Ada, who witnessed Lu Chong being turned into fragments. His body trembled for a moment, and he briefly considered retreating. But his greedy nature told him that with Lu Chong dead, they had a chance to compete for the leader's throne. He was no longer afraid and stepped aside to let others rush in. His own strength was temporarily inferior to that of the invaders. With the boss killed instantly, he had no confidence in winning. At this point, he needed to rely on the strength of others. He wanted more level 7 awakened to come over and let them deal with the enemies, while he preserved his own strength to stand out from the crowd and take control of the powerful force that Lu Chong had built. Ada had wonderful thoughts, and the plan was going as he imagined. In this small dorm room, Wu Hao and his companions couldn't unleash their full strength, relying on Lan Fei Fei's rondo slash. They shattered all the enemies in front of the door. They charged out together and jumped down to the square. The enemies who were originally besieging them followed suit and jumped down as well. Only Ada was left on the 3rd floor, and everything was going according to his plan. This way, the title of Smiling Tiger would belong to me. Ha ha ha. A voice interrupted his laughter. Ada, what are you laughing at so lewd? He was about to scold the speaker, but the voice was so familiar. Turning around, he saw Liu Chong grinning at him. You didn't die? How is that possible? He had watched Liu Chong be blown to bits with his own eyes. Ada's body trembled violently, producing a whimpering sound. His originally overweight body quickly turned thin, eventually becoming a mere skeleton. Liu Chong forcefully threw him against the wall, shattering his bones. Ant-like people dare to covet my throne. He took a red flower from his pocket, greedily sucking the nectar inside. If it weren't for the flower's roots accidentally touching the nectar, I would have died long ago. After consuming the nectar, his aura surged dramatically, vaguely touching the threshold of level 9. However, a streak of his hair had unknowingly turned white. Wu Hao, huh? That group of zombies actually didn't kill him. What a waste. In the square below, Fei Fei was unmatched in combat power. With her super speed rondo slash, no matter how many enemies surged forward, they would be reduced to fragments. Her alloy armor protected her from the influence of low-level abilities. She herself was a level 7 awakener. Only a few level 7 enemies could harm her. But when they saw Lan Fei Fei's skills, they didn't dare to approach. If they brushed against it even slightly, they would lose dozens of pieces of flesh. They could only throw skills from a distance while being cautious of a Siberian Husky's sneak attacks. The king blended into the crowd, running around and suddenly throwing out 2 wind blades. All obstacles encountered were severed. When there were no wind blades, he used his claws and sharp teeth. He ruthlessly harvested every enemy, even making level 7 awakeners break out in cold sweat upon seeing him. The speed of ranged attacks couldn't hit the king. When it came to close combat, they didn't dare to fight a mad dog. Uncle Chun was also a tough nut to crack. This time, he didn't transform into a machine gun or a fan. He simply turned his hands into chainsaws, giving anyone who charged at him a taste, resulting in blood and flesh flying everywhere. For a time, no one dared to approach, and ranged attacks were hard to land. Uncle Chin's feet were no longer feet. His thighs had completely turned into wheels. He was faster than an ordinary small vehicle, with even better control. Even Wu Hao couldn't help but praise him. Uncle Chun was truly not human. As a result, all of the enemy's firepower poured onto Wu Hao. He appeared the most normal, the least threatening. Moreover, he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. She looked weak and needed the protection of the man beside her. They were right about this. Li Yuanyuan's combat power was not strong. She followed Wu Hao because of his skills, which offered strong defense. This allowed him to protect her and buy time for Fei Fei, the king, and Uncle Chun to reap the battle. Wu Hao was filled with rage as he saw a swarm of people rushing towards him. Do you think I'm an easy target to bully? Chapter 46. I lived, I died. Liu Chong's stronghold. A large crowd was charging at Wu Hao in the square. The enemy had not sensed his level. Otherwise, they would have fled long ago and wouldn't dare to come close. Among them were many skills, ice arrows, fireballs, electric arcs, and various weapons. Li Yuanyuan's face was somewhat pale. She was worried about whether she could withstand these attacks while bringing her young master along. However, Wu Hao quickly demonstrated through his actions. All the skills flying towards him, the blades and clubs attacking him, and the hidden weapons shot at him, all of them sank into his body without emerging from the other side. Instead, various abilities and weapons appeared behind these enemies. Space transfer. This was his strongest defense, and the reason he wanted Li Yuanyuan by his side. The enemies on the opposite side were still trying to figure out what was happening when they were hit by their own skills, sending them flying. Following there were various weapons and hidden weapons. In an instant, screams erupted, and large numbers of people fell. The opposing side began to hesitate, afraid to casually use their skills, worried that their abilities would be absorbed again. However, since the attacks from their weapons could also be transferred, their offense became restricted. Wu Hao didn't care about their situation, and with a wave of his hand, the space collapsed. The crowd gathered in front of him provided an excellent opportunity for him to unleash his power. In an instant, more than 30 people were sucked away, spiraling into the depths of the space. Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction, clenched his palm, and the entire space exploded. Only ashes and crystals fell out. The crowd showed horrified expressions on their faces. The enemy's skills were more outrageous than the last. They were momentarily frozen in place, unsure of whom to attack. But while they hesitated, Wu Hao's side did not stop, continuing to reap through the crowd. Wu Hao was about to unleash the space collapse again. A figure rushed in quickly, executing the shadow assault skill. The target of the newcomer was not Wu Hao, but Li Yuan, who stood beside him. I've got it. The newcomer was Lu Chong, who had been waiting for this opportunity. This woman seemed very important. As long as he captured her, he could restrain the others. Just as he reached out to grab her, he noticed a faint smile at the corner of Wu Hao's mouth. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. The seemingly frail Li Yuan suddenly erupted with a brilliant light at that moment. It illuminated the surroundings brightly. It was the purifying light. Lu Chong, rushing in from the darkness, instinctively closed his eyes upon encountering the bright light. By the time the light dimmed, he had already reached the center of the space collapse. As Wu Hao clenched his hand, a loud explosion was heard. Before Lu Chong could take action, Cece sensed that the corpse on the third floor had come back to life and immediately notified everyone through the intercom. Wu Hao knew that the other party's main target was definitely himself. Therefore, Yuan beside him was definitely in danger, and he had secretly prepared the purifying light for her. The moment he saw the enemy charging in, she released it immediately. The speed of the shadow ambush was very fast, but fortunately, she was well prepared. Lu Chong's body fell out of the space. After being modified by the flower nectar, his physical strength had significantly increased. This time, without the help of Fei and the others, Wu Hao couldn't crush him all at once. Lu Chong chuckled and was about to use the shadow escape technique. Wu Hao would not let him succeed, his hand stretched out. The space collapsed. Since the initiative of the battle was in his hands, he would not miss such an opportunity. He had to launch continuous attacks, giving the opponent no chance to breathe. Lu Chong, trapped in the space, was still struggling, while a long knife appeared in Wu Hao's hand. He began to slash at him, not allowing him to break free from inside. Boom! The sound of an explosion came, and Lu Chong was once again shattered into pieces. Wu Hao would not let the previous incident happen again. He was staring fiercely at Lu Chong's nape. Amidst the flying debris, he saw it. With a single slash, two streaks of white light emerged, the light of the blade and the light of the crystal. Wu Hao grabbed the crystal in his hand. Lu Chong was completely dead this time. The remaining people, seeing their leader killed twice, were terrified and dared not continue fighting. They all fled into the distance, fearing being targeted by this group of demons. Wu Hao issued orders through the intercom. Kill all the level 7s, the others don't matter. These strong and powerful masters cannot be allowed to escape easily. Otherwise, they might hold a grudge in the future, and if they become successful one day, it will be a disaster. There's always a reason for uprooting the weeds along with the roots. Hearing his command, Lan Fei and the others put down their opponents and rushed towards the fleeing level 7 awakeners. The King S abilities played a significant role in this chase. Its wind speed skill allowed it to run swiftly, quickly catching up to the enemy. The opponent wanted to resist, but dared not stop, which only led to more injuries. Finally, the king seized the opportunity, biting down on the enemy's neck and tearing at it until the enemy breathed no more. Chunbo was similar to the king, utilizing excellent mobility to pursue the farthest level 7 awakener. The two wheels beneath him spun rapidly, and he quickly caught up to the enemy. The opponent dared not stop, and Chunbo transformed his hand into a chainsaw, cutting the enemy in half from behind. Fei was the slowest among them, only able to chase the enemy on foot. By the time she caught up, the king had already bitten the enemy to death. Woof woof, your speed is so slow, they're all dead already. Lan Fei panted as she stopped. The area was now silent, with only a few of them remaining. The rest had all fled. Let us split up and collect the crystals. We killed over 200 enemies this time. We need all kinds of crystals. Now that we have 50 more construction subordinates, we also need low-level crystals. Following the sensing map provided by CC, everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield. With a wave of Wu Hao's hand, a large number of corpses and debris were drawn into his ability space. These were the main materials for the monster's spawning cage, so he collected them. He intended to wrap things up, but was stopped by CC's voice. Young master, the basement has detected a mysterious fluctuation. Oh, why didn't you tell us earlier? There are enemies hiding. This is very dangerous. Young master, I didn't sense it before. It only appeared after Liu Chong died for the first time. Wu Hao's heart trembled. Could it be that Liu Chong's resurrection was related to the mysterious fluctuation? CC's statement confirmed his thoughts. After Liu Chong was first shattered, a mysterious energy line emanated from the basement and reached his crystal. At the moment of resurrection, Liu Chong's life signs immediately weakened, as if he had made a deal with the devil. Wu Hao nodded, raised an eyebrow, and he didn't believe in any devils. Let's go take a look. If it's the enemy, we need to eliminate them completely. Chapter 47. The king displays the turtle shell binding. This 5-story dormitory building has 2 levels of basement. Various hardware parts are stored below. Wu Hao wouldn't waste anything, as he happened to be working on construction. Liu Chong sent him crystals and materials, which was really great. The layout of the basement is the same as the upper floors. There are a total of 50 tons of materials, all made of iron, steel, and other heavy products. The energy fluctuations sensed by CC come from the room at the far end of the second basement floor. As Wu Hao and the others got closer, their steps became lighter. The temptation was great, and his true form must be extraordinary as well. Before they could reach the room, countless vine-like tendrils suddenly appeared in the corridor. Wu Hao and the king were already very familiar with the appearance of these vines. Aren't they the same as the ones from our back mountain? He remembered that after the second black rain ended, he went to check the situation in the back mountain. The crystal of that vine had been taken away, and it was bitten off with teeth. He initially thought it was bitten by a zombie, but now it seemed otherwise. Fei Fei immediately unleashed her round dance slash, swinging her dual swords at high speed, severing all the incoming vines. I am no longer the person I used to be. With her leading the way, everyone surged forward with determination. Since they had already been discovered, there was no need to hide anymore. The king threw out wind blades, tearing 2 openings in the vines, blocking the corridor ahead. Uncle Chun transformed his hands into 2 fans, cutting through the remaining vines in front of them. With the path cleared by the 3 of them, the corridor that had been completely occupied by vines was now entirely cleared, and they continued to advance forward. Wu Hao was leading Li Yuan, while Lan Sisi followed behind, completely not needing to lift a finger. This is the treatment of the young master. Li Yuan raised her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Then I must be the young mistress. Lan Sisi and her sister said in unison, You are not. Li Yuan bowed in dissatisfaction. If I'm not, then are you too? Is the young master going to be single for a lifetime? The 2 sisters blushed and did not continue speaking. Wu Hao pinched her soft cheek. Yuan, you have such a crow's mouth. I'm a person destined for peach blossom luck. Soon they reached the end of the corridor. Vines continued to surge out, blocking their entrance. Uncle Chun stood at the door, seeing that everyone was ready. With a kick, the door didn't hold for even a second and shattered into pieces. Uncle Chun led the way, and the others followed closely behind as they rushed in. The room was strikingly bright with a splash of red. In the corner, a large red flower was blooming. Beneath the flower were countless twisting vines, preventing everyone from getting closer. Was this the flower produced by those vines? Woof! The scent was exactly the same as that of the back mountain. It seemed that the vines had been replanted here in an unknown way. At that moment, the vines sensed danger. The red color of the flower gradually faded, and flower buds began to form on the swaying vines. Soon, the flower buds turned into small red flowers. One of the vines lashed out and struck Lan Fei's sword. Just as she was about to cut the vine, those small red flowers suddenly exploded. Boom! Dozens of small flowers exploded in succession, catching everyone nearby completely off guard. Wu Hao and Lan Sisi hurried over. Fei, are you okay? As the red smoke from the explosion dissipated, Lan Fei lay on the ground in a very messy state. Her alloy armor had been shattered, exposing her own clothes. Li Yuan immediately ran over to treat her. Don't worry, Fei is not in life-threatening danger. She just temporarily fainted. After hearing her diagnosis, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the vines in front of them began to grow more branches with flower buds. Fighting in this small room filled with explosives was too dangerous. Boss, Chenbo, use long-range attacks. This guy is likely already at level 9. It was able to knock Fei out with a single explosion, clearly stronger than us. Upon hearing Wu Hao's words, the boss retreated to the back, waving his claws to unleash two wind blades. Explosions erupted wherever they went. At this moment, Chunbo also activated his liquid mechanical abilities. His arms transformed into machine guns, relentlessly pouring bullets into the sky, shattering the small red flowers on the vines, and creating a series of explosions. Suddenly, 4 roots sprang up from the ground, binding the boss who was swinging the wind blades. The treatment for the boss was much better this time. Last time, a vine had hung him in midair. This time, the vines twisted and turned, giving him a tortoise-shell binding. Wu Hao looked at the bound king, and although he was very reluctant, he couldn't help but laugh. "King, you really look quite flashy like this. Woof woof. Let's see how you react when CC is tied up too." Although he was a bit curious, he wouldn't risk CC. Big red flower vines, if you have the ability, come at your grandpa, and everyone else, don't stop it. No one was clear about its intentions, so they didn't stop the vines. Dozens of vines had many small red flowers growing on them, shooting out from the roots below the big red flowers. Soon, they reached Wu Hao's side, but the vines didn't bind him. Instead, they wrapped around him in several circles. At this moment, Wu Hao was wrapped in a cocoon of vines, and the cocoon swelled. The deafening sound of explosions continued to resonate. Everyone felt a shock. If it were anyone else inside, after this round of intense explosions, there would definitely be nothing left but ashes. But Wu Hao was different. With one hand, he executed space transfer. All the explosions were redirected to the big red flower. The current big red flower had nothing to do with its original brilliance and shock. All the petals were blown apart, leaving only the root of the vine. Seeing this, everyone stopped being polite, and Chunbo was the first to take action. With a clap of his hands, a chainsaw appeared, cutting towards the root of the vine. The vine trembled violently, as if enduring tremendous pain. It released countless vines again, but this time the vines no longer had the little red flowers. The big red flower was destroyed, and it had no material to transform. Lan Cece stepped forward, standing beside Chunbo. She swung her long sword, accurately striking every incoming vine. The cocoon of vines that was focused on Wu Hao now opened a crack. A long knife sliced open the cocoon from the inside. Wu Hao walked out, the long knife in his hand disappearing as he extended his palm. The space collapsed. A powerful gravitational force emerged from the roots of the vines, combined with Uncle Chin's chainsaw cutting. He looked at the vines and clenched his palm tightly. "Dare to bully my Fei-Fei?" A tremendous explosion resonated from the roots of the vines. Uncle Chen had already cut through half and received the message to retreat in advance. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose from the vines. When the dust from the explosion settled, only a crystal remained at the site. "What is this?" "A level 9 crystal." No wonder CC sensed the mysterious energy. With the enemy eliminated, everyone relaxed. Although this flower is worth studying, its lethality is too strong. They thought that after such a thorough explosion, there would be no research material left. However, Li Yuan had taken advantage of the vine's inattention during the battle to pick a small red flower. As long as the flower and the vines were separated, there wouldn't be an explosion. Woof, woof. "You guys, let me down quickly. Wait a moment, I want to take a photo for a keepsake." Woof, woof, woof. You want to use the binding method as a reference on Sister Cece, right? Wu Hao's face turned red, and he hurriedly explained to CC, "CC, it's not like what the king said. I don't really want to watch." Lan Cece's face flushed with embarrassment. Does that young master still have a bit of interest in watching? That's fine. Wu Hao thought he misheard and quickly asked again. "CC, what did you just say?" Lan Cece's expression suddenly changed dramatically as she cut the vines binding the big king with her sword. Unexpected situation, everyone be careful. Chapter 48. The Zombie King appears. In competent fury, everyone was surprised by Lan Cece's warning. They had been fighting for so long, and there are still enemies lurking? They're not enemies from the dormitory. They're coming from afar. Quickly, let's go. Wu Hao could sense the urgency in her words. The newcomers were definitely not ordinary. Everyone retreat. We're heading to the heavy truck location. They had come on foot, and the heavy truck was parked to the right rear of the dormitory. The group moved quickly, with Wu Hao hastily carrying the still, unconscious Fei-Fei. Once they reached the location of the heavy truck, Lan Cece could finally activate her spider senses with reassurance. Everything she saw and heard was transmitted to the others. In their minds, they could perceive a crowd of people approaching the dormitory. As for how many there were, it could only be described as countless. Wu Hao instantly understood. This was an army of zombies, and wasn't Liu Chong the one controlling them? In front of the army, there was a particularly bright crystal glowing. CC, how does this crystal's glow compare to the level 9 demon flower from earlier? Young master, it's even brighter than the level 9 crystal. Everyone fell silent, not expecting that after just defeating the level 9 mutated plant, an even more powerful level 10 zombie overlord had appeared. Behind the zombie king, there were also 4 slightly weaker zombies. Wu Hao initially estimated that these 4 zombies had also reached level 9. As for the level 7 and 8 zombies, there were simply mountains and seas of them, making everyone feel their scalp tingle. When did Quantum City have so many powerful zombies? The last time they went to the city center, they encountered only low-level zombies. It had only been a little over a week, and the levels had undergone a dramatic change. In their sensing, the zombie king finally arrived in front of the dormitory building. The zombie army stopped, with only the zombie king moving. It did not go upstairs, but directly headed towards the basement. Could it be looking for the demon flower? The actions of the zombie king confirmed Wu Hao's speculation. It walked directly to the innermost room on the 2nd floor. It was clear it was familiar with the route and had been there before. However, when it arrived, the place was in disarray, filled with vine branches. The most vibrant flowers had already been blown to pieces. Even the crystal of the vines had been taken away. A huge sound came from the sensing. It was the roar of the zombie king, filled with hatred and boundless pressure. Even Wu Hao and the others, thousands of meters away, could hear that sound. It was as if it had lost something very important in a rage of impotence. The zombies outside heard the commotion and scattered in all directions. Like a tide, an endless number of zombies rushed away. Young master, hurry up. The zombie king is sending its minions to search for traces. Wu Hao's heart sank. They were still not capable of confronting the zombie army. He decisively pressed the accelerator and drove the heavy truck away. At the speed of the heavy truck, the zombies could no longer catch up. The others were still immersed in the scene they had just witnessed. Li Yuan raised her hand and asked a question. So who exactly is controlling the zombies? The others exchanged glances and spoke in unison, giving their answer. The zombie king. Liu Chong died too quickly and didn't even utilize the zombie army. The vines seemed to be used for nurturing flowers. Just now, when the zombie king let out a roar, it was able to scatter the army, clearly indicating that it was the one behind the scenes. Lan Cece and the others felt a bit heavy-hearted, just as they had eliminated an old enemy. A new one appeared, and it was a superpower with the zombie army. Wu Hao held the steering wheel with one hand and laughed happily. Don't be discouraged, everyone. If it were a mundane apocalypse, what would be the point? Although the current apocalypse is dangerous, it won't be boring. Just eating and drinking in a small villa for a lifetime would mean missing out on so many interesting things. The experiences in this life are far more interesting than the last. The enemies we faced at the beginning were all formidable, and in the end, they all became crystals. Since it's already the apocalypse, why not go crazy and live it to the fullest? Woof. The master is right. When Fei Fei woke up, she heard Wu Hao's grandiose words. This time, she didn't oppose him, as it was also her inner thought. Although the young master is usually a bit off, this time I support you. CC, who was originally worried about everyone's safety in the future, felt enlightened after hearing Wu Hao's words. I also agree with the young master's idea. No matter how strong the enemy is, we can find a way to defeat it. Wu Hao reached out to touch CC's head. As expected of my maid, she truly has my heart. Lan Fei Fei stared at him with her emerald green eyes. Take your hand off my sister's head. Chen Bo, who was originally feeling heavy-hearted, felt encouraged by Wu Hao's words. He was only worried about Wu Hao's safety. He hadn't even considered his own life. The young master has grown up and could say such manly words. I'm very happy. Li Yuan also supported Wu Hao's idea. I really want to study that zombie king. I can help make poison. Lan Fei Fei pao that unim ba. However, Li Yuan wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at Fei Fei with a sly smile. If you talk like that, you never know when you'll get hit by the yin yang he huan san. Lan Fei Fei's expression changed. Anyone who had watched the TV drama would know what that poison was. She forced out a small smile. Woof, woof, bottomless Fei-Fei. Lan Fei-Fei grinned mischievously at the king beside her. If I can't deal with a little girl, I won't be able to handle you, a big husky, right? Soon, the atmosphere among the group returned to what it was before. They needed to rest for a day and think of a way out. With their current strength, they couldn't deal with the zombie horde. Fortunately, this time, they didn't leave empty-handed. Just the level 9 crystals Wu Hao obtained made this trip worthwhile. Not to mention there were many level 7 crystals and even one level 8 crystal. Everyone's strength could be significantly improved. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already 8 in the morning. Shinbo prepared a lavish breakfast for everyone. The king also got his desired extra meal. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the hall, and Wu Hao began to distribute the spoils. There was 1 level 9 crystal, 1 level 8 crystal, and 55 level 7 crystals. Calculating this way, everyone could be promoted by 1 level. Wu Hao successfully advanced to level 9 using a level 9 crystal. CC absorbed a level 8 crystal, rising from level 7 to level 8. The others each used 10 level 7 crystals and also advanced to level 8. With their upgrades, everyone felt more confident about defeating the Zombie King. However, the Zombie King had many subordinates, and it was easy for them to exhaust their crystal energy. CC looked at everyone and proposed a suggestion. They could unite with the remaining 2 factions to deal with the zombie army together. Originally, there were 3 factions in Qian City. One was Lu Chong in the west, who was now finished. The second was the Black and White Impermanence in the north, which was the name they had heard. Lastly, there was the Martial Arts Alliance leader in the east. This name made everyone feel uneasy. As for the south, it seemed that no major force could rise because their granary had been taken. Their current strength was enough to compete with the remaining 2 major factions. Moreover, they now had a common enemy. So who would be willing to contact them? Wu Hao thought for a moment and felt uneasy about sending anyone. If the other party had murderous intentions, going alone could easily lead to trouble. Let's go together. If they dare to make a move, we'll take them down together. Chapter 49. The Black and White Impermanence Demanding Lives from Zombies. In the villa, today is the 6th day of the 2nd week. Uncle Chun is going to the construction company to arrange some matters. He will also bring some food to introduce the work they will be doing next. Tomorrow is the 7th day, and the day after tomorrow is the 1st day of the 3rd week. If the black rain falls every week, then the construction company cannot work the day after tomorrow. Today's plan is to contact the Black and White Impermanence in the north. Every time they hear this name, everyone wants to laugh out loud. Are they planning to demand lives from zombies in the apocalypse? It is said that they are 2 brothers, one named Black and the other White. Tomorrow they will contact the martial arts leader in the eastern region. Woof woof. Ha ha, I can't help it. Wu Hao was also a bit curious. The nicknames of these people were really strange. The leader of the Martial Arts Alliance was quite mysterious, with not much information leaked out. Today, apart from Uncle Chun going to the construction company, everyone else was going together. This time, Wu Hao drove very cautiously, letting CC's radar scan the entire area. If they ran into a horde of zombies, it would all be over. Fortunately, there were only a few scattered low-level zombies along the way, and they didn't see a single one above level 3. It seemed that they had all been recruited by the Zombie King. They initially planned to head north through the urban area of Qian City. However, as they got closer to the city, Lan Cici hurriedly called for a stop. Young master, we need to take a detour. There are high-level zombies ahead, and we haven't sensed the Zombie King yet. Since the horde of zombies was present, the Zombie King was likely there as well. Wu Hao doesn't need to take risks right now and decisively takes a detour. This detour takes a long way around, going around the outskirts of the city. After that, he is smoothly sensed by CC at the gathering point of their forces. He has no choice but to go to their base first. Wu Hao did not drive the car inside, but parked it in a wasteland away from the main road, within Lan Cici's sensing range. They also had walkie-talkies to contact each other at any time. Cici, you stay in the car and contact us if anything happens. Okay, young master. Wu Hao, accompanied by Lan Fei-Fei, Li Yuan, and De Wang, headed towards the opposing camp. Our manpower is still too insufficient. There is no one guarding the villa. Lan Fei-Fei, Li Win Ge. Is the young master planning to execute the harem expansion plan? Wu Hao reached out and ruffled her hair, messing up her hairstyle, which made her stomp her feet in annoyance. You haven't even become mine yet. How can you be part of the harem? Lan Feifei's face turned red, and she huffed, refusing to speak to him anymore. The group quickly arrived at the entrance of the black and white impermanence forces. It was clear that this used to be an electronics factory. Their camp was also a dormitory. The main reason for the dormitory was to allow everyone to stay close together. This way, there wouldn't be situations where isolated outposts were destroyed by zombies. With more people, small groups of zombies could only provide experience points. Even if they encountered a large wave of zombies, the chances of survival were greater. There were also sentinels here. When they saw the 3 people and a dog approaching, they showed little vigilance, thinking they were there to seek refuge. What are you here for? You know you need to bring crystals to join, right? Wu Hao did not expect the other party to have such rules, but they were not there to seek refuge. He informed them that their boss, people from the southern and western forces, had come to discuss a potential alliance. He did not claim to be the boss himself, as that would make people think that the southern and western forces were not very numerous. The sentinels looked Wu Hao up and down, with a mocking expression on their faces. You, a rich young master, can also enter the forces? Don't joke around. In the apocalypse, the least valuable people were indeed the rich young masters, especially those with fair skin. Money had little use in the apocalypse, and they were inexperienced and liked to boss others around. Wu Hao didn't say much to him, just gave him a look. A long sword was pressed against the guard's neck. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead and back. He didn't see at all how that little girl made her move. Wu Hao squinted his eyes, a smile on his face. Are you willing to report now? If not, I'll just go in directly. Willing. The sentinel knew that if he dared to say he wasn't willing, the other party would definitely chop him down with a single sword. Such things were very common in the apocalypse. Starting a murder over a disagreement had become the norm. Soon, a group of people followed the sentinel out. The 2 leaders wore black and white masks, both at level 8. Lan Feifei and Li Yuanyuan murmured softly. It seems they are 2 people with a soul of the CHNIR. Black and white Wu Chang. Their gazes wandered over the 3 people and the dog. They were somewhat shocked. The strength of these individuals was remarkable. Even the dog's level was the same as theirs. The leading rich young master was even more unfathomable, seemingly reaching level 9. The 2 exchanged a glance, their expressions becoming serious. 2 friends, please come in and have a seat. Wu Hao and his companions showed obvious sincerity, and letting them in was already a gesture of goodwill. The black and white impermanents had to treat the 3 of them with caution, especially since they were unsure about the forces behind them. Once they entered the hall and took their seats, Wu Hao explained their purpose. We, the southern forces, eliminated the western smiling Tiger Liu Chong early yesterday morning. He started with a show of strength to let the other party know their own capability. Indeed, the 2 opposite him displayed surprise in their eyes. They had also received information yesterday, and some of Liu Chong's subordinates had defected. They were aware of some events that transpired the previous day. According to the defectors, the opposing side had a small number of people, but their combat power was exceedingly strong. The black and white impermanents speculated that it was likely these few individuals in front of them. In their hearts, they felt an increased wariness toward the forces backing them. The 4 of them claimed to be here to unite, but they were unsure what their alliance aimed to achieve. Wu Hao did not beat around the bush to inquire. He felt that the 2 on the other side must have some awareness. As the high-level zombies in Chuanzhou City had recently disappeared, we're going to kill the king of Chuanzhou City. Are you brave enough to join us? As soon as these words were spoken, the black and white impermanents stood up directly. This is beyond our capability. We have only seen that zombie king from a distance once. The sense of oppression is too strong, and its strength absolutely surpasses level 9. Wu Hao nodded and did not hide it from him. He had already reached level 10. The expressions of the black and white impermanents were filled with shock. They had thought they were already strong. In just 2 weeks, they had reached level 8. They never expected that the zombie would advance even faster, and the person in front of them would be even quicker. They couldn't even perceive the level of the zombie king. Yet this young man was able to confidently state that he was at level 10. Wu Hao displayed a cold smile. Such people wouldn't be persuaded without a bit of pressure. Since you refuse to cooperate, there's no need for us to exist. The expressions of the black and white Wu Chang changed drastically, further fitting their names. Then let us learn a bit about your skills. Chapter 50. The Determination to Reach the Peak. The situation in the arena suddenly became severe. Wu Hao waved his hand and smiled, saying, "I'm at level 9, so I won't fight you guys to avoid being accused of bullying the weak. Fei King, you two go ahead and show the black and white brothers our strength." Seeing Wu Hao not take action, the black and white impermanents breathed a sigh of relief. They had no confidence in dealing with a level 9 awaken one. However, they were quite confident in confronting a little girl and a dog. "Since you dare to be so arrogant, don't blame us for attacking women and puppies." This was the first time King was called a puppy, showing his sharp teeth. "Woof woof." It meant, "Let's see if I can bite you to death." Wu Hao reached out and patted its head, reassuringly saying, "My king, be gentle, don't really bite them to death, they still have great use." The black and white impermanents felt insulted and let out a loud roar. Black and white colors appeared in their hands, simultaneously striking towards the king. This is the first time Wu Hao has seen a skill with this color. No wonder it is called black and white impermanence. Otherwise, it would have been called yin-yang person first. When the king saw the skill accompanied by black and white flying towards him, he waved his claws, and 2 emerald green wind blades shot out. The skills of both sides collided and disappeared directly in midair. Seeing that they had made the first move, Blue Fei no longer held back her fighting spirit. With both hands holding a dragon spring sword, she charged forward. Round dance slash. Fei transformed into a whirlwind of sword blades, continuously spinning and rapidly approaching the two. Upon seeing this, black and white impermanents prepared to unleash their skills to interrupt her. Fei would not give them any chance. Sword intent erupted. White impermanence was stunned. A sudden sharp pain appeared in his mind, and his hand movements froze. The king, seeing this, unleashed 2 more wind blades, and Fei's sword whirlwind also reached them. Black impermanents felt anxious, but had no way to respond. Spare them under the sword. Spare them under the claws. However, the king and Fei seemed to have not heard and continued to attack. At the critical moment, it was still Wu Hao who spoke up to stop them. "Fei, king, stop." The wind blade approaching white impermanence's face instantly vanished. The long sword near his neck also came to a halt. Wu Hao smiled and tapped the table. "Now we can have a good talk, right?" Bai Wu Chang forced a bitter smile, as the two of them couldn't even compete with their peers, let alone Wu Hao, who had been sitting there the whole time. "It's not that we are unwilling to cooperate. You can see for yourself that with our strength, it would just be a death sentence." Wu Hao stood up and patted them on the shoulder. "Even if you don't go, you will die. To be honest, last night when we went to find Liu Chong, besides us, there were also an army of zombies. We just got there first." Wu Hao gestured for the two of them to sit down. "Moreover, it is not just the 2 factions. The martial arts leader from the east will also join." A glimmer of light appeared in the eyes of the black and white impermanents. In this way, they still have a chance, as the martial arts leader from the north is also a powerful force. However, we are at a significant disadvantage against the zombie king. Wu Hao nodded, having considered this long ago. "I know about this. The zombie king doesn't need you to take action. Leave it to our forces." The black and white impermanents were completely swayed this time. Their eyes lit up, reflecting the wolf-like gaze of survival in the apocalypse. "Are you saying those zombie minions will be left to us? The crystals too?" "That's right. You only need to help clear out the minor enemies. We will deal with the king." "How about that?" Black and white impermanents exchanged glances, seeing only greed in each other's eyes. "Let's do it. Tell us the time and place, and we'll take action at the 3-party meeting." Wu Hao couldn't help but feel amused when he saw their enthusiasm, which exceeded his own. Everyone was in it for their own benefit. If the roles were reversed, he would be willing to. "All right, it's settled then. Next Wednesday, I'll bring people to meet you at the outskirts of the city. Next Monday is when the Black Rain is expected to arrive." After discussing some specific matters, Wu Hao and his group left. Lan Fei, somewhat confused, asked, "Are we really just giving away those level 8 zombies? They're also valuable resources." Li Yuanyan, however, expressed understanding. "Those people won't act without any benefit. At most, they'll just pull out their weapons and have a fight with us." Wu Hao patted the round head. "That's right. Only interest can move the people of the apocalypse. Besides, what resources can compare to a level 10 crystal?" His goal from the very beginning was the zombie king. He wanted to step into the realm of level 10 and see the scenery of that realm. In his previous life, he often heard about who became a king and what they did, but he had no understanding of what the realm of a king was like. This time, he was prepared and planned to step into a peak realm, whether it be the black and white impermanence or the leader of the martial arts alliance. They would all be our stepping stones. Woof! I will be the first general under the master's command. Wu Hao rubbed the dog's head of the king. If you become a king in the future, don't call yourself Wind King. It doesn't sound good. You should call yourself Dog King. That's more powerful. Lan Feifei firmly disagreed with the name Dog King, saying it was a rustic name. It should be called Destruction King. Woof, woof, woof. Fighting zombies every day. Where's the energy to destroy homes? Zhang San was now wearing a brand new work uniform. This was taken from the supermarket warehouse by Wu Hao, and there were many more. He was a level 4 awakened of the Earth system and also the leader of the construction team. Uncle Chun was introducing him to the project of building monster spawners. Upon hearing that they had to place high-level zombies in the pit, Zhang San turned pale. Uncle Chun, can we control these zombies? What if they crawl out? We can't control them. By the time they can come out, it will be our harvest time. Young Master Wu. Upon seeing that it was Wu Hao, Uncle Chun asked about the matters of concern. Young Master, how are things going? Wu Hao just nodded to indicate success, then looked at Zhang San. From now on, just call me Young Master. No need to add Wu. Yes, Young Master. The monster spawning pit is now 10 meters deep, nearly 3 stories high. There are no stairs provided, but this can at most only limit zombies below the 4th level of awakening. The essence of the construction is simply to slightly obstruct their movement. Without external interference, they won't leave this place casually. Higher walls will continue to be built in the future. If harder materials can be found, they can be completely contained. Li Yuan has always been very interested in this monster spawning pit. She believes that very interesting zombies will emerge from it. Returning to the villa, barring any surprises. Tomorrow will be the day before the Black Rain. They need to contact the forces led by the martial arts leader in the eastern region of Chuanzhou City. This way, their group can fully deal with the Zombie King. Get ready, tomorrow is a key link. Chapter 51. The martial arts leader is a young girl. The 7th day of the 2nd week. The monster spawning pit has already begun construction and will stop work for a day tomorrow. Uncle Chun has also fully entrusted the matters to Zhang San. They are professionals in this field, and Wu Hao has left them a lot of engineering materials and books. He wants them to study slowly and learn to be engineers. Uncle Chun is free to join Wu Hao in action. Today they're going to the last force led by the martial arts leader. Fortunately, this heavy truck has enough space to seat 5 people. The king is being held on the laps of Feifei and Cici, enjoying the unique treatment that only Wu Hao can provide. However, there is no joy on its face. Cici keeps fiddling with its head. Woof! Don't move around. Let this king take a nap. Lan Cici tugged at its ear. At your age, how can you even sleep? The king suddenly got up and jumped onto Wu Hao's lap in the passenger seat. Woof! Master, hurry and pet me. Today Uncle Chun is driving, and Wu Hao rarely gets to sit in the car. However, he encounters the lively king and, helplessly, can only give it a massage. Learning from a last experience, they initially avoided the city center and took a detour through the suburbs to the east. With Cici's radar scanning, they easily found their gathering place. Wu Hao carefully parked the heavy truck in the outer area as usual. Otherwise, if he encountered a horde of zombies, the truck could be destroyed, especially when facing a smart zombie. It seems everyone prefers to stay in the company dormitory. It's just that we are too few people. Otherwise, we would also stay in the dormitory. Wu Hao nodded, realizing that their numbers were indeed a bit small. However, finding suitable teammates really depended on fate. They would cross that bridge when they came to it. He led everyone off the car and walked to the entrance, where the large gate was tightly closed. There were surprisingly no guards. This was quite bold of them. Is anyone there? Come out and open the door. At that moment, a group of cloaked figures emerged. At the front was a tall and striking woman, exuding a heroic presence. This is our territory. Who are you looking for? Wu Hao recognized that her strength was at Awakener level 8, and she was likely the one he was looking for. You are the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? The woman raised her eyebrows and nodded. That's right, it's me. Is there something you need? Wu Hao smiled. This woman really had a strong sense of vigilance. Refusing to open the door, They also noticed that the main gate was reinforced with iron mesh and should be electrified. We are here to discuss cooperation. It's fine if you don't want to open the door, we can talk standing here. The leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Mu Xian, felt somewhat suspicious. She couldn't open the big door. She had somewhat assessed the strength of the people in front of her. Besides the man speaking to her, even the dog beside him was at level 8. Such a powerful force claiming to discuss cooperation was something she found hard to believe. However, the other party's attitude was quite good, not forcing their way in or using their strength to pressure her and her people. Then tell me, who are we cooperating against? Wu Hao smiled. It's a good thing that they could talk. What he hated the most was when the other party jumped in before any discussion even took place. Zombie King, we can team up with the Black and White Impermanence and you to deal with the Zombie King. Are you interested? Mu Xian's mouth slightly opened in surprise. Even the people behind her became unsettled. The Zombie King is a being more powerful than a level 9 zombie. We had seen it from a distance last time, and the pressure was so overwhelming that I nearly wet my pants. My legs went weak, and I almost knelt down. They actually want us to deal with such a creature. Mu Xian shook her head. She represented a force now, not just herself. She really wanted to have a showdown with the Zombie King, but she couldn't risk the lives of those behind her. Wu Hao, however, stepped in to stop her from rejecting. Don't jump to conclusions yet. What I need you to deal with are just those minions. Oh, what about the Zombie King? We'll handle the king. Rather, that's our goal. Mu Xian sized him up for a moment. Your level indeed requires that Zombie King. That's right. I need to use its crystal to level up. You and the Black and White Impermanence just need to harvest the small monsters. She felt a stir in her heart. This was indeed a good way to enhance her strength. The cloaked figures behind her also began to echo this sentiment. Since they are willing to deal with the Zombie King, it's a good deal for us to handle the minions. Those little zombies are simple-minded and easy to deal with. If we collect more crystals, we can level up too. You're only level 4. How many levels of zombies can you handle? Stop bragging. Mu Xian thought for a while, estimating that even if she didn't agree, many of her subordinates would still go to watch and pick up the scraps. It would be better to be straightforward and participate directly. She also wanted to witness the power of the Zombie King. All right, we agree. When do we meet? Wu Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart, but he did not show any emotion on his face. Next Wednesday, there might be heavy rain tomorrow, Monday, and I will come to find you at the outskirts of the city on Wednesday. In the end, Wu Hao and the others were still unable to enter through the main gate. On the way back, everyone talked about this martial arts alliance leader. Lan Feifei lay on her sister's lap complaining. The other party was really stingy, not even opening the door for them. She could see their levels, especially the young master, who was at level 9. Anyone would be afraid to see that. Uncle Chen also agreed with Cece's opinion, as the other party clearly noticed their strength. Having a careful teammate isn't a bad thing, as long as she considers us teammates too. Woof woof. That girl is quite good looking. Does the master want to take her into the harem? Wu Hao felt that Cece, Fei Fei, and Yuan's gazes had become sharp. He wisely chose not to mention the matter and decided to wait until Wednesday to see how they performed since the cooperation had been agreed upon. Back at the villa, he and Uncle Chen arrived at the large pit across the way. In just one day, the place had changed significantly. The entire bottom of the pit had been reinforced with steel and concrete. There was a solid 2-meter concrete wall, which contained a thick steel plate inside. As for the top, construction had not yet begun. Zhang San informed them that a 1-meter-high surrounding wall could be built in just one afternoon. This was only a temporary measure. Once the black rain dried up, they would continue building. The surrounding area was being paved with concrete, and it would also be enclosed to prevent other animals from entering, thereby minimizing the possibility of zombie movements. Later on, soundproof walls would be installed to turn this place into an isolated area from the outside world. The pit would not be capped off, as they needed the black rain to come in and revive the dead zombies. Ideally, it would enhance their strength, thus completing the cycle of monster spawning. Wu Hao was very satisfied with the progress of Zhang San and the others. The skills they awakened were also very suitable for this work. He reminded them to be careful of the black rain tomorrow. After having a hearty dinner, everyone went to bed early. Wu Hao felt a bit heavy-hearted. The arrival of the black rain meant that the zombies would become stronger. They needed to become more powerful and obtain more crystals to survive well in the apocalypse. Otherwise, one day their ability space would be exposed. At that time, They would be nothing but a meal for others without any strength. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. In this life, let's see who can outdo whom. Chapter 52. Should we resist again? On the first day of the third week, the black rain arrived at 10 o'clock. This made Wu Hao feel indignant early in the morning. If it's going to rain, it should rain earlier. Why make me wake up early? He specifically set an alarm clock to check if it was raining at 7 in the morning. After 5 alarms, he finally woke up. After getting dressed and heading to the hall, he saw that everyone was already there, and they had all woken up earlier than him. You guys got up so early to eat? He asked. Uncle Chun, have you had breakfast? Lon Fei gave him a sideways glance and said with a smirk, Your breakfast has already been eaten by the king. Who told you to wake up so late? Woof, woof. The taste is okay, especially the fried egg and the small steak. Wu Hao's expression changed. The king actually dared to eat his breakfast. Is there still any law in this house? Ow, king, come here. I promise I won't rub your head. After giving its big head a rub, Uncle Chun smiled and brought over a breakfast. Stop messing around. Hurry up and eat. It doesn't seem like it will rain today. After finishing breakfast, no one dared to go outside. They were all watching the sky. Currently, the sky remained clear without a cloud in sight. But where is the sun? Where is the sun? It's already 9:30, and the sun hasn't come out yet. The faces of the people who were originally playing gradually turned solemn as they lined up in front of the window. At 10 o'clock, under everyone's gaze, heavy rain suddenly fell, drenching the land. Lon Cece brushed her hair and said slowly, It's here again. It seems we can't escape it once a week. Wu Hao pointed at the sky and cursed, Damn it, why didn't it rain earlier? It made me get up so early. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting him to be angry about this, especially since he didn't really get up that early. Waking up early ruined his whole day. After lunch, he was so sleepy that he kept yawning while playing games with Fei. Naturally, this was a boring display in Fei's eyes. Is it boring to play with me? Then go find the Yuan to play with. Wu Hao felt dizzy and actually started to ponder the meaning of this sentence. Yuan stayed in that small laboratory every day. It was too boring. It was much more fun to play games with Fei. A blush rose on Lon Fei's face, feeling a bit shy. It wasn't that interesting after all. Wu Hao nodded in agreement with her statement. Indeed, it was just a bit interesting. I want to find CC and we'll play next time. Lon Fei watched Wu Hao rush away, her eyes wide and teeth clenched, and the controller in her hand suddenly exploded. When she arrived at Lon Cece's room, she was doing embroidery. According to her, this could train her sensing ability. If she misjudged her senses, she would get pricked by the needle. Although her skin couldn't be pierced by needles anymore. Now, embroidery had become her habit, and it still helped her practice her skills. Young master, what brings you here? Lon Cece shook her head, her face flushed, and smiled as she said, I'm not tired. When you talk to me like this, it usually means you want something, right? Wu Hao felt his face flush with embarrassment upon realizing his scheme had been exposed. CC, can I rest my head on your thigh for a nap? I promise I'm not doing anything inappropriate. It just feels really comfortable. CC covered her mouth and chuckled. This was the young master she knew. She patted her thigh and said, No problem. Providing a thigh pillow for the young master is part of maid's duties. Wu Hao didn't hold back and directly lay down. A wave of soft and comfortable sensation, along with a pleasant fragrance, enveloped him. So fragrant. Lon Cece's face turned so red it seemed like water could drip from it as she lowered her head to look at Wu Hao. Young master, that's the scent of the shower gel. Seeing that Wu Hao had already fallen asleep with a smile on his face, she couldn't help but touch his cheek. Playfulness surged within her, and she couldn't resist pinching it again. The young master's face is even whiter than mine. How outrageous. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up feeling refreshed. As he opened his eyes, he saw Cece's beautiful face. She had already fallen asleep, probably because he had slept for too long. He thought that Cece's legs must be sore. He moved his head and gently squeezed her thigh, the softness sending his thoughts wandering. At that moment, Lon Fei walked in and saw Wu Hao touching her sister's thigh. Sister, shall we take a walk at the football field? Huh, what are you doing? Wu Hao suddenly woke up, unable to help, but exclaimed that the allure of women is indeed the most powerful aphrodisiac. Fei, thank you for saving me. I almost lost myself. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away, closed the door to his room, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Thankfully, he wasn't stopped by Fei Fei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to explain himself. Thinking about Fei Fei's potential rage made him feel as if a cold sword was pointed at his neck. In Lan Cici's room, she woke up to see Wu Hao fleeing in a panic. Next to her was Fei Fei, who probably guessed what had just happened. The young master is just tired. He rested on my lap for a bit. Lan Fei Fei clenched her fists, making cracking sounds. Oh, so he said he was looking for you. And it was for this kind of thing. Is my thigh not firmer than yours? He was clearly squeezing your thigh, not just sleeping on it. Lan Cici paused for a moment, thinking about how the young master pinched his face while he was asleep. Perhaps the young master had the same thought. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lan Fei Fei, seeing her sister not angry but rather pleased, was a bit confused. Sister, have you been conquered so quickly? Why not resist a bit more? On the second day of the third week, the sun was shining brightly, continuing to scorch the remnants of the black rain on the ground. The people in the villa and the construction team would not go outside. Now that the zombies could break through alloy armor, they could no longer take the risk of going out. Wu Hao looked at the people lying by the swimming pool, basking in the sun. In our situation, isn't this like having a 2-day weekend? Li Yuanyuan lay on the beach chair, sipping a drink, and let out a comfortable sigh. Before the apocalypse, working in a hospital didn't allow for weekends off, but unexpectedly, after the apocalypse, she could lie back and enjoy a weekend. So refreshing. Wu Hao whispered the devil's whispers in her ear. Tomorrow you'll go to the battlefield to fight against the zombie king, so be sure not to die. He had only a little confidence for tomorrow's battle, but as the leader, he couldn't show it. He had to act decisively, not show weakness, and not waver. Fortunately, a group of teammates were strong enough to help share a lot of the pressure. He just needed to do what a leader should do. Tomorrow, let's see the power of the zombie king. The blood is starting to boil. Chapter 53. Martial Arts Mu Xian and the Unclear. The third day of the third week. After a day of dark rain, a day of sunburn and rain comes to an end. Wu Hao got up at 9 o'clock and came to the hall. He found that everyone was already there. Even the king was snoring on the sofa. Why is everyone looking at me? Have you eaten breakfast? As soon as he heard eat, the king jumped up, his tail wagging like a helicopter rotor. Woof, woof. Eating? Master, I want to eat. Wu Hao used one hand to block the king's attempt to hug him. With the other hand, he took out a bag of dog food from the ability space and poured it for the king. Come on, eat more. This might be your last meal. Lan Fei Fei snatched the dog food and rubbed the king's head. Your owner really doesn't know how to talk. When we get to the city, you can still have a few bites of zombie meat. Woof. If you can talk, you should say more. At this moment, Uncle Chun timely brought out breakfast, which was prepared for Wu Hao, as the others had already eaten. He was the last to get up. Wu Hao had no psychological burden. So what if the boss slept a little later? The boss who can't even take a lazy sleep. Whoever wants to take on that role can go ahead. Besides, this might really be the last meal, and he savored it for half an hour. Let's go set off. This time they're facing the largest scale of zombies, and they need to give their all. All personnel from the villa are departing. The alloy armor and those things are no longer necessary. Low-level zombies can't even bite their skin now. High-level zombies bite alloy armor as if they were eating tofu. When they drove out of the villa area, they happened to see Zhang San leading people to build a monster spawning cage. Wu Hao got out of the car and handed him some food. He didn't mention the purpose of his trip to the city. Zhang San felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this, and thought about leaving his wife to go with him. I know my level is low, but I can still be a meat shield. Wu Hao refused, and Zhang San still underestimated how strong the zombies they were up against were. Not to mention being a meat shield, they weren't even qualified to be a piece of paper in front of those zombies. With Lan Cici's spider sense sharing, they could see inside the city. It was truly filled with dazzling crystal lights covering every street. Wu Hao suspects that there are no other living people in Xuanzhou City besides their 3 forces. They came from the south, so they first want to find a martial arts leader in the east. When Mu Xian saw them arrive, she couldn't help but frown. The time agreed upon by both forces was 9 o'clock, and it was already 10:30. Wu Hao awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, I overslept. Mu Xian felt a rush of darkness in front of her eyes. She thought the other party was in danger. She somewhat regretted collaborating with such an unreliable person this time. Is it just the 5 of you and a dog? That's right. Our target is the zombie king. Having more low-level minions is useless. Mu Xian agreed with his opinion. Only high-level awakeners could deal with such advanced zombies. Before we set off, I want to test your strength and see the gap between me and level 9. Wu Hao didn't expect her to have such a request, and couldn't help but think of a certain penchant for liking to be hit. Are you an M? What did you say? Nothing, I said we can start. Mu Xian was straightforward and immediately threw a punch. The punch was impressive, creating a strong wind, as if a shockwave was coming. Wu Hao nodded, very satisfied with her strength. He also realized that she was a physical-type awakener. This strike was a burst of power combined with another skill, Energy Gathering Strike. As the name suggests, Energy Gathering Strike is about gathering all the body's energy to unleash the strongest punch. This was also the first time Wu Hao and the others encountered such a powerful physical-type awakener. In his impression, physical-type awakeners were equivalent to cannon fodder. Not only were they the most numerous, but they also had the weakest power. As everyone leveled up, their physical attributes would enhance, making the advantage of physical enhancement much smaller. Facing Mu Xian's Energy Gathering Strike, Wu Hao chose not to use spatial displacement. The gap between level 8 and level 9 was still quite obvious. He simply extended his palm and received this powerful blow. A strong shockwave swept past him. You are very strong, but unfortunately, your level is too low. A first-level person has to use all their strength to have a chance to break through a higher-level defense. Mu Xian was not surprised by this outcome, nor was she disheartened. On the contrary, she was full of ambition, extending her right hand to look at him. My name is Mu Xian. You are indeed strong. Let's have a rematch when I reach level 9. Wu Hao also. This is the second battle woman he has encountered after meeting Fei Fei. However, the name Mu Xian seems familiar to him. Is it you? Mu Xian is a bit curious about his reaction. Have you seen me before? Wu Hao shook his head, revealing a kind smile. No, I just heard your name before. Mu Xian was somewhat curious about his change in attitude, but didn't ask further. She had been featured in many martial arts magazines, so it was normal for someone to have heard of her name. Next, Wu Hao took them to find the black and white impermanents in the north. Along the way, he was still surprised by Mu Xian's identity. He no longer doubted her status as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. As Mu Xian indeed came from a martial arts family and had been interviewed by several magazines. At the same time, she was also the 8th of the 10 kings of Quanin, ranked higher than the Great King and Li Yuanyue. She had earned her remarkable reputation with her own fists. Her hand were her strongest weapons and also deadly tools. Wu Hao did not want to become an opponent of such a ruthless person. If cooperation is possible, he would try his best to cooperate. If not, then he would just kill her. As for winning her over, that would be a bit difficult. From the information he obtained in his previous life, it seemed that she had also acquired quite a few resources and had a force of over 100 people. Do you know about the black and white impermanents? Mu Xian thought for a moment and decided to share some information with him. They are two brothers, Bu Bai and Bu Hei, and they're the successors of the Taiji sect. Not white, not black. What strange names. It seems their techniques are derived from the Taiji Yin and Yang. In his previous life, Wu Hao had heard of this kind of supernatural ability called Yin-Yang abilities. In the early stages, the power is average, but becomes very strong in the later stages. It can be considered a type of ability that accumulates strength over time. After a while, under CC's leadership, they found the team of the black and white impermanents. They seemed a bit impatient, but upon seeing Wu Hao arrive with the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, they suppressed their urge to scold. Why are you so late? Wu Hao chuckled and did not honestly admit that he had slept in. He had discussed some matters with the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, which took a bit longer than expected. Mu Xian's fighting spirit was almost uncontrollable. Let's go. Let's meet the zombie army. Chapter 54. Your opponent is me. In the urban area of Chuanzhou, it has now been occupied by zombies. The streets are filled with densely packed zombies. In the center of Chuanzhou, there is a small square. Standing in it is a mighty and imposing zombie with a tall posture. Unlike other zombies that sway from side to side, its eyes reveal a red glow, and its whole body is firmly rooted in the ground. With its hands crossed in front of its chest, one might mistake it for a powerful awakened being at first glance. Wu Hao and the three forces are currently in a high building on the outskirts. They're using binoculars to observe the situation in the urban area. Where do you plan to start? We intend to go directly to find the zombie king. Mu Xian is searching for a suitable entry point with her binoculars. I'll approach from the east. Hey, Bai, do you want to join me? Hey, Bai and Mu Xin knew each other before the apocalypse and were quite wary of her strength. The two shook their heads, rejecting her suggestion. It's not good to be together. It'll be hard to distribute the crystals. We'll attack from the west. Mu Xin nodded, agreeing with this reasoning. If the two groups mixed together, conflicts over the spoils were inevitable. It would be truly ridiculous if they ended up fighting among themselves while dealing with zombies. Wu Hao saw that the two factions had already divided their attack routes. As discussed earlier, we will fire a signal flare to attract the Zombie King. To make both factions believe they can handle the Zombie King, they will have to attract its attention themselves first. Mu Xian and the black and white impermanents exchanged glances and nodded. Then it's settled, let's act. The members of the two factions quickly left, and the hunting would begin in half an hour. Only 5 people and a dog remained in the high-rise building. Wu Hao turned to look at his teammates behind him. This battle is very dangerous, and I don't want any of you to lose your lives. If anyone wants to leave, feel free to speak up. After a moment, no one left. Everyone looked at him with determined eyes. All right, since it's like this, we are a small team now. Everyone needs to cooperate with each other. If you get injured, seek Yuan for treatment immediately. He then began to assign tasks to everyone. These have been discussed before, but he was reiterating them. The Zombie King has 4 zombie commanders, all at level 9 awakeners. If the Wulin Alliance leader and the forces of the Black and White Impermanence Haven T drawn the 4 commanders away, then it's up to Wu Hao and the others to deal with them. He will distract the Zombie King while the others focus all their efforts on one commander. After defeating the commander, they should head to this tall building immediately to absorb the crystal and level up. Lon Cece will stay in this tall building to grasp the overall situation and notify everyone in case of any unexpected events. Everyone has walkie-talkies. At the same time, she will activate her spider sense to relay the distribution of zombies to each member of the team. Li Yuan will also stay on the rooftop to deal with the small zombies alongside Cece. Additionally, she will provide treatment to injured teammates and promptly resolve any abnormal conditions. The two of them are support members and also logistics. Wu Hao poured a cup of coffee for each person, letting them refresh themselves in preparation for the upcoming battle. Half an hour later, he stood on the roof of another building, followed by Chun Bo, Fei Fei, and Dewan. Ready. Wu Hao held a signal flare in his hand and pulled the cord. A bright light shot up into the sky, instantly attracting the attention of all the zombies in the city. The Zombie King also noticed the sound of the flare. It turned its head, its crimson eyes fixated on Wu Hao and his group. A roar erupted, and countless zombies charged towards the tall building where they stood. A barrage of light filled the sky, which were various long-range abilities. Zombies without long-range skills opted to use their bodies to smash into the first floor of the building. Soon, the entire building began to sway precariously. At this moment, shouts and cries from the east and west rang out, drawing a large portion of the zombies away, including 2 level 9 zombie leaders. Seeing the building on the verge of collapse, the Zombie King chose not to leave. It wanted to deal with the provocateurs in front of it before confronting the 2 factions behind. Wu Hao let out a sigh of relief, supported by 2 allies. The small zombies on their side had clearly decreased significantly. It seemed the Zombie King believed it could handle the situation, leaving only 2 level 9 leaders to assist. Seeing the opportunity ripe, they no longer delayed. Action! The 3 people and 1 dog jumped directly from the rooftop, accompanied by the howling wind of their descent. They launched their attack. The fastest was still the king, raising its claws in the air. 2 emerald green wind blades formed and shot towards a fire-red zombie leader. At the same time, it swished its tail in the air, its figure not descending but hovering in mid-air. This was the ability granted by the wind's speed. One day, it might even carry Wu Hao into the sky. For now, the buoyancy provided was only enough for gliding. It was looking for an opportunity to attack. Its strongest weapons were not the wind blades, but its sharp claws and fangs. In the air, Lan Fei Fei was different from the king. Whirlwind Slash. As she unleashed her skill, she transformed into a whirlwind, rapidly descending towards the ground. The target was also that fire-red zombie. She reached its head even faster than the king's wind blades. With both swords slashing down, the fire-red zombie's combat instincts were triggered. It raised its hands to protect its most vulnerable head, where the most crucial crystal was located. A red protective shield appeared around it, the flame shield. Even so, Lan Feifei's descending strike broke through the shield. The slash left deep wounds on its hands, and following that was the king's wind blade. It struck the same spot, instantly shattering the zombie's bones. Crack! 2 fire-red zombie arms fell to the ground. Without its arms, the zombie's combat power was greatly reduced. The king would not miss this opportunity, quickly charging towards it in the air, aiming to end its zombie life with its sharp teeth. But this fire-type zombie clearly wouldn't let it succeed. It opened its mouth and unleashed a 5-shot fireball barrage. The king had no choice but to keep dodging midair. Chun Bo did not attack during his descent. Once on the ground, his legs transformed into tires, while his hands and upper body transformed into 2 chainsaws. With extremely high mobility and strong lethality, he charged towards the fire-red zombie leader, shredding through large amounts of zombie flesh and blood along the way. Upon reaching the fire-type zombie, he brought both chainsaws down onto its neck. The bewildered zombie opened its mouth, attempting to use fireballs again to push Chun Bo away. Soit explosion. The fire-type zombie had no sense of pain, yet it still paused for a moment. This was a topic that Li Yuan had been researching. Why could zombies without brains be stunned by the sword intent explosion? In that moment of pause, the king descended from the air, tackling the zombie from behind, rendering it unable to use fireballs. Chun Bo's chainsaw directly tore into the zombie's neck. Everything happened too quickly. The zombie king was just about to rush in for rescue. Wu Hao fell from the rooftop with a loud crash, creating a large pit in front of it. Your opponent is me. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Zombie King. In the center of Quanon City, chaos has ensued. The battle between normal humans and zombies has begun. This is also the largest scale operation in Quanon City since the arrival of the Black Rain. Unlike the previous small skirmishes, this battle features an endless horde of zombies. The humans fighting against them belong to 3 factions. Over 200 led by the martial arts leader Mu Xian, over 200 brought by the Black and White Impermanents, plus Wu Hao's elite team of 5 and a dog. This operation is a collaboration among the largest existing forces in Quanon City. Other factions have either been wiped out by the Zombie King or, like Liu Chang's faction, have been destroyed by others. The Zombie King stared at Wu Hao, who had fallen before it with its crimson eyes. Although it was intelligent, it had not yet reached the level of being able to speak. After closely examining the Zombie King, Wu Hao felt increasingly that this zombie was exceptionally strong. Its muscle tone lines, upright posture, and towering height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters all set it apart from ordinary zombies. Its hands did not sway as it walked, further illustrating its differences. Wu Hao has a hypothesis that this Zombie King may not necessarily be humanized. Even if it was a fitness coach, after being transformed into a zombie, it could only maintain its muscles at the beginning. As the zombie's level increases, its muscles will be stretched, losing the previous firmness. You must be a mutated zombie. The creator really knows how to create. With a grip of the hand, an electric arc suddenly strikes out. Wu did not dodge, allowing the electric arc to strike him. Space transfer. A bright electric arc appeared behind the Zombie King, striking fiercely against its skin and producing a puff of light smoke. It seemed powerful, but it did not penetrate its skin, only leaving a small circle of burn marks. The Zombie King appeared to be contemplating Wu Hao's abilities and did not immediately use other techniques. During this time, Uncle Chun had already sawed off the neck of the fire-type zombie. He quickly dug out its ability crystal and tossed it to Lan Feifei. Hurry and upgrade. I'll hold off the other leader. Lan Feifei did not refuse. This was not the time for hesitation or retreat. She quickly moved away, finding a tall building to start absorbing the crystal. Another ice-type zombie appeared next to the king, randomly shooting ice arrows. Fortunately, the king was agile and dodged all of them. Uncle Chun and the king started to lead the leader zombie around, buying time. As long as Lan Feifei upgraded to level 9, this zombie would undoubtedly be doomed. Wu Hao here, the Zombie King seems to have observed enough. It did not continue to use arc or electric skills. Instead, it suddenly burst forth, its speed reaching its peak, appearing in front of the opponent in the blink of an eye. A fist as large as a sandbag was suddenly thrown out violently. Wu Hao was still not afraid. did not retreat, and did not defend. With the ability to teleport, these direct hit skills were meaningless. The Zombie King's fist charged forward, then inexplicably appeared behind its own head. However, it was now moving at an incredible speed, quickly countering its own attack. Unexpectedly, this Zombie King also possessed mixed abilities. It had just used a physical power burst. Previously, it had used an elemental electric arc. This was the second time Wu Hao encountered such a zombie. Is this all your strength? Then you're definitely doomed today. He did not know when the next skill would awaken, but he kept a lookout. Perhaps a level 10 could possess 3 skills. Currently, the 2 skills exhibited by the Zombie King posed a threat only because the power burst significantly increased its strength and speed. The Zombie King's attacks did not cease. It was continuously using its attacks to drain Wu Hao's crystal energy. After using the power burst, the level 10 zombie was much faster than him. Wu Hao wants to escape, but can't do so. He can only use spatial transfer each time to redirect the fist as big as a sandbag to the Zombie King. However, it is clearly aware of this, as it is able to block the redirected fist every time afterwards. Wu Hao didn't care much. His crystal energy was no longer what it used to be. Back then, he could only maintain it for 3 minutes, but now, without using space collapse, he could sustain space transfer for 20 minutes without any issue. Now it depended on the king and Uncle Chan to see if they could hold off that ice-type zombie. As long as they waited for Fei Fei to advance, everything would be fine. The ice-type zombie was a natural enemy of speed types. When the king and Uncle Chan got close to it, they were slowed down by its chilling aura. Their movement speed decreased, and they were almost hit by ice arrows several times. The king and Uncle Chan knew they couldn't fight in close combat, as their opponent at least had 1 skill to showcase. Based on their past experiences, it should be the ice shield. They decided to retreat to a distance and engage in ranged attacks. The zombies rushed to the sides of the king and Uncle Chan, disrupting their ranged attacks. The king's speed was fast, and he could handle the smaller zombies with relative ease. He just had to focus on dodging the incoming ice arrows. However, facing the ice arrows, it wasn't as easy as before. Multiple parts of his body were pierced by the ice arrows, causing blood to flow continuously. "Woof, you should go rest. I can hold it off," Uncle Chan said, aware of his own physical condition. After weaving left and right, he reached the rooftop where Li Yuan was located. Wu Hao waited anxiously for reinforcements, feeling a bit flustered. Every attack he made through spatial transfer was blocked by the Zombie King. This indicated that it wasn't using its full strength, and many small zombies were rushing over to interfere with his actions. He extended his palm, causing a spatial collapse. He could no longer hold back. If these small monsters kept coming, he would be ensnared. This method didn't count as an attack and couldn't be transferred. It was also the only weakness of spatial transfer. Once entangled, one couldn't transfer from that spot. The essence of spatial transfer was to hide the objects around oneself into another space. Obviously, a place that was entangled couldn't be hidden in another space. At this moment, the Zombie King was also drawn in by the gravitational pull of the spatial collapse. Suddenly, its speed surged, breaking free from the gravity. Wu Hao clenched his palm tightly. The explosion occurred, and all the little zombies within a 10-meter radius were completely wiped out. However, the Zombie King not only suffered no damage, but also charged over with the speed gained from the burst of power. Wu Hao continued to use spatial transfer, but found that part of his body could not fit into another space. Looking down, he realized that at some point, several vines had already entangled his lower body. He felt a chill in his heart. The Zombie King had discovered the weakness of his spatial transfer from his earlier actions. What a terrifying zombie opponent, truly worthy of being a king. Chapter 56. The King's Tail Cannot Be Touched. Facing the giant fist of the Zombie King, Wu Hao could only hide half of his body, with his lower half exposed. The space collapsed. He needed to use an attack to interrupt the Zombie King's assault. Despite the immense gravitational shift, the Zombie King's fist still came through, grazing his thigh and leaving a patch of crimson. A piece of flesh was torn from his thigh, and blood began to seep out. The Zombie King, still caught in the spatial collapse, was hit by a massive explosion. A small mushroom cloud rose, and its skin turned char-black. This could only be considered a mutually destructive action. The Zombie King shook itself, knocking off the charred bits, revealing the rotting flesh underneath, marked by uneven scars, looking quite hideous. Seizing this moment, Wu Hao reached behind him and took out a piece of gauze, quickly wrapping it around his thigh. He also produced a tang knife, using it to cut the vines that bound his leg. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good to encounter a zombie with abilities from 3 different systems. While Wu Hao was embroiled in a tough battle, the king was also starting to falter. The continuous surge of zombies left it with no place to hide. Ice-type zombies would not let this opportunity slip. They continuously shot ice arrows towards its moving position, many of which grazed the king's dogleg. In a moment of carelessness, it was caught by the tail by a level 7 zombie. The king was furious and turned around to bite off the zombie's neck. Just then, 10 ice arrows shot over at incredible speed. Having just attacked, it was too late to escape. The king was about to become a hot pot ingredient for zombies. A stunning figure descended from the sky, standing in front of the king. With dual swords in hand, she sliced through all the incoming ice arrows. At this moment, Lan Feifei's aura had completely reached level 9. The king should check on the young master. I can handle it well enough. Woof. All right. In a one-on-one match at the same level, Feifei prided herself on not being weaker than anyone, but she was undoubtedly stronger than any zombie of the same level. With her long sword swinging, she charged toward the ice-type zombie. Wu Hao had always wanted to distance himself from the zombie king, but each time he was caught up by its explosive power. When using spatial transfer, he also had to be constantly wary of the vines emerging from the ground. After severing dozens of vines, he was entangled once again. The zombie king, just like last time, prepared to exchange injuries. However, this time the king was unwilling. 2 wind blades came flying in, cutting the vines that bound Wu Hao's legs. Woof. Master, I'm here. Indeed, the king arrived just in time, but be careful. It will entangle you with vines, unleash explosive power, and use electric arcs. The king was somewhat stunned, not expecting the zombie king to have so many skills. Woof. How can I remember all this? Indeed, you have a dog-ass brain. However, the king quickly memorized everything because it got a solid beating. On its way to attack, dozens of vines broke through the ground and bound it. A surge of electricity came from the vines, shocking the king, who was trying to bite through them. The zombie king rushed over even faster, its fist larger than the king's head, aiming to strike. It seemed that the king could only become a meat pie and not the hot pot meat anymore. Wu Hao rushed over at a critical moment and used spatial transfer to move the fist away. Then he used a knife to cut the vines entangling the king. At this point, black smoke was already starting to rise from its body. Now remembered skills, right? Woof. Woof. Remembered, I want to bite him to death. Wu Hao had no time to care about its ambitions. With 2 level 9 zombies, he could only let the king deal with one of them first. As for the remaining one, he wanted to try using spatial transfer, leveraging force against force. The zombie king saw through his plan and didn't attack actively. Instead, it acted as a subordinate to that level 9 zombie, constantly summoning vines in an attempt to bind Wu Hao and create output opportunities for its subordinate. This level 9 zombie was also of the physical type. Compared to the zombie king, it was 1 level lower, but felt significantly weaker. Wu Hao dealing with it alone can be said to completely crush it. Now, there is a zombie king lurking nearby, making it difficult for him to exert his strength. Fortunately, at this moment, Uncle Chen arrived. His injuries have healed under Yuan's treatment. It's great that Uncle Chen came. This physical-type zombie will be handed over to you for now. Uncle Chen's level is 1 tier lower, so he can only hold it off temporarily. Fortunately, he is now full of energy, and his crystal energy is replenished. On the other side, the king also received help. Lan Feifei rushed over with dual swords in hand. She threw a piece of crystal to the king. Hurry up and level up, I'll handle it. Woof. Okay, the king has been fighting for a long time, and the crystal is about to be depleted. It is the perfect time for him to rest and level up. Without hesitation, he swallowed the crystal in 1 bite. He will need some time to digest it, and during this time, he needs to find a place to rest. The best place is next to Li Yuan, as it can not only help defend them, but also allow Yuan to restore some of his crystals. Wu Hao is now facing the zombie king alone. He is eager to acquire new skills. The zombie king is level 10 and has 3 skills. Does that mean if he levels up to 10, he can also obtain a 3rd skill? While he is pondering this, the Zombie King has already launched an attack. It knows that the human in front of it is on the verge of collapse. As long as it keeps attacking and doesn't give him a chance to catch his breath, it can drain his crystal energy. In fact, things are just as the Zombie King anticipated. Wu Hao's crystal energy is really running low. After dodging 2 massive punches, his crystal energy is completely depleted. As a level 9, he has held out for 30 minutes, which is his best effort. He now needs to team up with Fei Fei, Uncle Chun, and the king to enter a chaotic battle mode. The outcome is unlikely to be good. The Zombie King is incredibly strong, and chaos will only make it stronger. However, there is no better solution at the moment. If he dies, the Zombie King will still be able to kill the remaining people. At that moment, a figure rushes in from a distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Are you tired? Then go rest. Let me see how powerful this thing is. He looks at the newcomer and is surprised to find that it is the martial arts leader, Mu Xian. Wu Hao is also not polite and cupped his fists towards her. Then I will trouble you. Chen Bo and Fei Fei were a bit surprised to see Mu Xian come to help, but they didn't ask much. It was the right time to replace personnel. Wu Hao shook off the little zombie behind him and arrived at the rooftop where CC was. In front of the Zombie King, Mu Xian clenched her fists, bursting with powerful fighting spirit. One of her reasons for struggling to survive in the apocalypse was to challenge stronger opponents. Come on, let us see whose fists are harder. She was now filled with adrenaline, the tension of danger continuously stimulating her nerves. Chapter 57. It's my turn to let the young master rest on my shoulder in the center of Kuanyan City. The Zombie King, which was originally faced by Wu Hao, was now taken over by Mu Xian. She didn't say much and immediately unleashed a powerful burst of energy, followed by a charged attack. The Zombie King responded to her fist with its own burst of power. Both the human and the zombie suddenly accelerated, exchanging blows with their fists. As expected, Mu Xian was knocked back by a punch. She adjusted her posture mid-air to land safely. Shaking her fist, she felt a bit sore. The Zombie King's strength was even greater than she had anticipated. Her fighting spirit intensified, and she charged forward again, fists clenched. In the distance, the two beings of Yin and Yang were also watching the battlefield. Seeing Mu Xian go to help Wu Hao against the Zombie King, they revealed mocking smiles. ISN Team Mu Xian seeking death. Instead of harvesting the crystal, she runs off to challenge the Zombie King. It would be better if she died. If she's gone, we could take the opportunity to swallow both factions. Thinking of the beautiful future ahead, the two couldn't help but laugh heartily. Their laughter was so eerie that some believed it was the zombies laughing. Wu Hao arrived at the high-rise where Cici and others were. The king lay in front of Li Yuan, enjoying the healing magic of the beautiful woman. At the same time, it was also absorbing the power of the crystal to level up. Wu Hao's injury is only serious in the thigh area. He sits next to Lan Cici and takes out a pile of food on the rooftop, allowing those resting to eat something to regain their strength. This includes chocolate, peanuts, milk, and energy drinks. Most of Lan Cici's energy is focused on grasping the dynamics of the battlefield. After using the spider sense skill for a long time, sweat has already formed on her forehead. Wu Hao took out a tissue from the ability space to help her wipe off her sweat. Cici, take a break. The situation on the battlefield won't change for now. Mu Xian is holding off the Zombie King. Lan Cici nodded and gently exhaled. Using her abilities for a long time was still a bit taxing on her body, and there wasn't much crystal energy left. Wu Hao handed over some chocolate and milk, and then poured a basin of dog food for the king. The king, who was lying down, instantly woke up and eagerly nudged towards the basin. It seemed as if he would starve to death if he waited even a second longer. Slow down, king. You might get choked by the dog food before the Zombie King gets to you. Lan Cici covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then leaned on Wu Hao's shoulder. Young master, it's your turn to let me rest my head for a while. Wu Hao naturally wouldn't refuse and reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulder. Cici's face seemed to be on fire, both hot and red. Li Yuan, witnessing this scene, blinked her big eyes and had a new research direction in mind. Since both the young master and Cici liked pillows so much, she decided to make one for them. Woof woof. Are you jealous? Yuan's expression turned cold as she rubbed the king's head vigorously. It seemed that the king was already healed, so I wouldn't treat him anymore. Woof woof. Sister Yuan is skilled, beautiful, kind-hearted, and unmatched in medical skills. Please save me. After hearing a round of flattery, a sunny smile appeared on Li Yuan's face as she said cheerfully, "Today, this young lady will show mercy and spare you this time." On the other side, the battle between Mu Xian and the Zombie King was at a fierce moment. Both sides engaged in real close combat, which was different from Wu Hao's use of cold weapons. The fight between her and the Zombie King was a brutal exchange of blows. Mu Xian, with her physical ability, matched the explosive power of the Zombie King. Her energy-boosted punch collided with an electric arc. However, with a 2-level gap in strength, victory couldn't be achieved through physical skills alone. She was knocked back again and again, yet she rose time after time, her fighting spirit wavering. On a nearby tall building, Wu Hao and the king stood watching the battle. They had already healed, and the king had reached level 9. Woof woof. Should we go help her? Wu Hao thought for a moment. Mu Xian had helped him in a critical situation. This was indeed rare in the apocalypse, and he couldn't just watch her get killed by the Zombie King. On the other hand, Mu Xian was not weak in terms of strength and influence. This time, she gained quite a lot, and there was a high possibility that she would advance to level 9. In the future, she would certainly have a place in Quancheng, which was not good news for Wu Hao and the others. With future ambitions swelling, turning against each other was also a possibility, making her a strong enemy. We cannot let her die, but we also can allow her to take advantage of the situation later. Woof. Understood. Wu Hao meant to let Mu Xian and the Zombie King fight to the death first. She naturally wouldn't be the Zombie King's match. As long as it came to a critical moment, he and the king would come to her aid, first doing her a favor, while she was severely injured, posing no threat today. This way, Wu Hao only had to worry about the black and white impermanence group. Don't blame me. This is how the world is now. He decided in his heart that if Mu Xian did not become his enemy, he also would not target her in the future. Everything was for the ultimate victory of the team. Others could be sacrificed. Mu Xian had escaped the entanglement of the vines hundreds of times, but eventually, there would be a time where she would be caught. Just as she leaped into the air to prepare for an attack, she was ambushed by a vine that bound her legs. Losing the mobility of her legs was no different from being a cripple for an awakened being with a physical body. The Zombie King launched a punch, and Mu Xian could only passively counter with her fists. Bang! Her body was once again sent flying, but this time the injuries were more severe. She spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes red. The flame of life in her eyes began to flicker, but her fighting spirit remained high. She knew that if this continued, she would only die on this battlefield. She also understood that whether others would come to her rescue depended on their own thoughts. If they felt she was still useful, they would lend a hand. She shook her head, not believing that Wu Hao would save her. If he were a hero, he shouldn't save her. Because eliminating every force and bringing those forces under his command was what they should do. The Zombie King chuckled, seemingly mocking Muxvanis desperate struggle. Lightning danced in his hands, crackling as he suddenly waved forward. A huge arc of electricity shot out, ready to engulf her. At this point, she was unwilling to give up, but the crystals on her body had already dried up. The external injuries were minor, but the internal injuries were severe, and she kept coughing up blood. It seemed that she could only go this far. Being able to fight against such a strong opponent in her lifetime was worth it. Wu Hao's voice interrupted her words. Is this kind of enemy enough? Then your ambitions aren't very great. He and the king appeared beside Mu Xian. If she didn't come soon, he was really afraid that Mu Xian would muster the courage to charge forward, and then there would be no way to save her. King, let her see our fighting spirit. Woof woof. All right, master. The king unleashed his full power, showcasing the strength of a level 9 awakened one without a doubt. Chapter 58. Killing your family's king with a young master. Mu Xian looked at the person and dog standing in front of her. They were imposing, completely unable to tell that the enemy they faced was a higher-level Zombie King. It felt more like they were facing an opponent of the same level. Are you sure you want to save me? Wu Hao nodded affirmatively. He was not an ungrateful person. Mu Xian smiled, not because she was rescued, but because she had encountered someone with the same ideals in the apocalypse. Next time there's a battle like this, remember to call me. Definitely. After Wu Hao finished speaking, he and the king advanced forward, one on the left and one on the right. Their target was the back of the Zombie King's neck. and they intended to end the battle quickly by attempting to extract the crystal directly from the Zombie King. After all, the Zombie King was a wise being and noticed their intentions. While retreating, it covered the back of its neck with vines. When Wu Hao's attack came, it unleashed its power in a strong counterattack against his blade. At the same time, it used electric arcs to slice through the wind blades thrown by the king's claws. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. When the black and white Wu Chang saw Mu Xian fall, they couldn't help but shout in unison. However, upon seeing Wu Hao daring to come to her rescue, both of them had sour expressions. This brat finally knows about heroically saving the beauty. The black Wu Chang made a hand gesture on his neck, asking for the white Wu Chang's opinion. Should we continue to act, since it could ruin our plans? The white Wu Chang did not shake his head. He was assessing the remaining crystal energy of Wu Hao and the others. He decided to keep watching, and if they ran out of stamina, they would act decisively. Mu Xian had already left the battlefield to find a high ground to heal. Lan Feifei unleashed a burst of sword intent, combining it with a falling circular dance slash. With one strike, she sent her opponent's crystal flying out. She grabbed the crystal and threw it towards another battlefield. Chunbo, you go advance, leave the zombies to me. Chunbo grabbed the crystal without hesitation and quickly left the battlefield. The situation on the field was very clear under CC's sharing. Otherwise, if this dragged on, the winner would definitely be the tireless zombies. Lan Feifei also faced another level 9 zombie. With her mastery of level 9 power, she no longer felt pressure against these zombies. What she wanted most now was to quickly kill the strong enemy before her and deal with the haughty Zombie King. Lan Feifei's fighting spirit was no less than that of Mu Xian. Seeing her able to fight the Zombie King made her feel a twinge of jealousy. She also wanted to challenge the Zombie King of Chuanzhou City. Every time she thought of this, her heart raced and her blood boiled. Strength constantly surged from her body, supporting her to continue fighting. But being part of a team, she couldn't act recklessly. If she failed, the entire squad would go down with her. Once I defeat you, the level 9 zombie, I will kill your king with the young master. What responded to her was a roar, followed by a massive fist. Chunbo arrived at the top of a tall building to absorb the level 9 crystal in advance. Lan CC had already woken up and was providing the team with a crystal energy map. Li Yuan had fallen asleep. She had expended too much energy earlier. Helping so many people heal had drained her crystal energy completely twice. After healing Wu Hao, she finally couldn't resist sinking into a deep sleep. Chunbo did not disturb her, as he himself had not sustained many injuries. Wu Hao and the king worked together remarkably well. However, their opponents are too powerful, able to counter their attacks with explosive strength every time. The wind blades thrown by the king are shattered with a single punch. Its sharp teeth are quite formidable. It dares not bite down on the Zombie King and hold on. Otherwise, if caught and attacked by the Zombie King, it would either be waiting for death or suffering serious injuries. Wu Hao's spatial collapse is always avoided. In desperation, he has to use spatial transfer to borrow strength against strength. By leveraging the Zombie King's fist to strike itself, he takes advantage of the time it spends blocking its own punch to sneak in a bite. Fortunately, its sharp teeth are enough to create wounds deep enough to see bone. The Zombie King lets out a series of howls, summoning a large number of low-level zombies. But it can't deal with Wu Hao and the others. Soon, crystal after crystal falls into their hands. Wu Hao immediately goes to help Fei, and the two 9th-level beings work together to easily take down a 9th-level zombie. Fei's face lights up with excitement as she rushes like a tornado towards the Zombie King. She meets it head-on with a sword against the Zombie King's massive fist. Clang! The sound of metal resonates as the fist collides with the sword. Lan Fei is lifted by a gust of wind and sent flying 5 meters away. At this moment, Uncle Chin also arrives, still wielding the dual chainsaws in their transformed state, and he begins to saw at the Zombie King's head. Wu Hao and the king finally received reinforcements and naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Space collapsed. A massive gravitational force erupted from the Zombie King. It immediately unleashed its power, trying to break free, temporarily ignoring Uncle Chen's chainsaw. At that moment, a snow-white sword light descended from sky. Riding on the acceleration of gravity, Lan Fei came down with a sword. King, Windblade. Hearing the master's voice, the king immediately unleashed 2 wind blades. 2 emerald green wind blades shot through the air at high speed. The target was not the zombie king, but Wu Hao's body. The wind blades seemed to pass through his body, directly appearing at the center of the spatial collapse. It turned out that Wu Hao used spatial transfer to shift the wind blades inside. Although he couldn't transfer his own skills, it didn't say he couldn't transfer his teammates' attacks. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted from the zombie king, sending everyone around flying. The violent shockwave kicked up huge clouds of dust. At that moment, the team received a dangerous warning from CC on the other end of the intercom. Young master, be careful. The black and white impermanents are approaching you quickly. Lan CC and Li Yuan were also rushing over at this moment. The smoke and dust from the explosion had not yet dissipated, and aside from a king, who was remotely throwing wind blades, the other team members were all in close range, being blown away and spitting out mouthfuls of blood simultaneously. Wu Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, somewhat confused. The collapse of my space shouldn't have such great power. Could it be that the zombie king self-destructed? The others nodded. This might be the only explanation. Just as they steadied themselves, 2 figures dashed into the smoke. It was the brothers He and Bai Wuchang, and their purpose was simple: to seize the level 10 crystal and become the level 10 king. At that time, the entire Quantum City would be theirs for the taking. However, until the smoke cleared, neither of them found the level 10 crystal. Their hearts filled with murderous intent as they looked at the injured crowd. You'd better hand over the crystal, or you'll all die. Brother, stop talking so much. Just kill them, and we'll have the crystal. You have a good idea, brother. Let's do it. Chapter 59. Are you willing to work for me? Facing the murderous He and Bai Wuchang brothers, Wu Hao sneered, as the crystal was naturally absorbed by his ability space. Just the 2 of you, overestimating yourselves. Woof woof. 2 level 8 clowns. Lan Fei pinched the dog's mouth of the king. A dog can't spit out ivory. That's talking about you, king. She didn't consider the 2 of them as real opponents. Facing the mockery from the 2 and the dog, He Bai Wuchang felt furious. I heard it. You dead dog just called us clowns. Once I catch you, I will roast you whole. The king bared his teeth at their provocation, ready to pounce. Wu Hao patted the dog's head to soothe it. You 2 only dare to strike when we are injured. Your face is thicker than the king's. Woof. It's so unfair, master. Lan Fei didn't forget to tease them a bit more. 2 cowards, usually so timid, only seize such opportunities. The black and white impermanents had approached, not refuting Fei's words. That's right. We can only find such opportunities to survive. But you will never have such opportunities again. A voice rang out from the sky, sounding like heavenly music to Wu Hao and his companions, who said they had no chance. The black and white impermanents quickly looked up. A brilliant light burst forth in the sky. Their eyes began to tear up, and they hurriedly closed their eyes. Wu Hao and others had long warned about this, and now they were all closing their eyes. Li Yuan's crystal energy had almost fully recovered. Lan Cici stayed on the rooftop nearby. The crowd, illuminated by the purifying light, looked invigorated, no longer in their previous slump. Even Mu Xian, who was about to faint, had regained consciousness at this moment. The black and white impermanents saw a little girl and couldn't help but laugh. You little girl, what was that skill just now? It didn't cause any damage at all. Anyone who stands in our way, be a little girl or a big girl, has to die. Li Yuan couldn't had feast tightly. They kept calling her a little girl, and she was finally annoyed. She pulled out a small bottle from her pocket. I didn't want to use this kind of thing, but you're just too disgusting. You shouldn't exist in this world. After saying that, she picked up a long sword from the ground and rushed towards the 2. Seeing her charging alone, the black and white impermanents brothers laughed even more happily. This little girl is getting angry at us. How cute. Li Yuan's face turned pale, and she swung the long sword fiercely. However, black impermanents threw a Tai Chi ball at her, knocking her away. Is this it? She really is a little girl. Her strength is even less than that of a level 7 awakened. Brother, stop teasing her. We have serious business to attend to. Black impermanence nodded, indicating he understood. He reached out to grab the little girl in front of him. Seeing this, Li Yuan hurriedly threw the small bottle. Black impermanence didn't dodge, thinking it was just the little girl's dying struggle. He directly crushed the bottle, and the white liquid flowed over his hand. You can't even choose a hidden weapon properly. What use are you besides being a bandit's wife? The next moment, his expression changed. His originally bright palm was now pitch black. The black substance was spreading up his arm. Black impermanence didn't know what this was, but wherever the blackness passed, his skin began to peel off, flesh falling away piece by piece. White impermanence quickly realized that his brother was poisoned. He looked coldly at Li Yuanyuan, anger rising in his heart. What did you get my brother? A cold smile appeared on Li Yuanyuan's face as she picked up the long sword. That's a skin-peeling, bone-extracting poison. Let him enjoy his last breath in this world. After her words, black impermanence was engulfed by the black substance. In the next second, all his flesh began to fall away. In a short while, he turned into a clean white skeleton. The crowd watched this scene with a chill running through their minds, thinking about how they lived in the same villa with her every day. They wouldn't know how they would die if they angered her one day. Especially Wu Hao, who regretted asking Li Yuanyuan to study poisons. How could such a good girl use such vicious poisons? However, seeing that she could now protect herself, he still felt relieved. White impermanence looked at his brother's tragic death, feeling an endless sorrow. Despicable girl, I will take revenge for my brother. Saying this, several Tai Chi balls appeared in his hand and shot towards her. But Li Yuanyuan was a level 8 awakened, so how could she be easily hit? While dodging, she arrived in front of white impermanence. She slashed down with her sword, but it was blocked by a white wheel. This was white impermanence's second skill, Yin Yang Bagua. Li Yuanyuan's skills were mainly supportive, so she couldn't exert much power with the long sword in her hand. It was directly deflected by the Yin Yang Bagua. You vile person who killed my brother, I will skin you alive. It seemed like he was holding a shield in his hand, capable of both defense and attack, while rotating. Li Yuanyuan was forced to retreat continuously, and then she was suddenly embraced from behind. Be careful. You almost retreated into my heart. She looked back to see Wu Hao standing behind her. Her face turned red, and she hurriedly broke free from his embrace. What cheesy lines are you saying? Since you're fine, leave the fighting to you. Wu Hao took the long sword from her hand. All right, the farce ends here. You should pay the price for what you've said. Bai Wuchang clearly saw him injured by the explosion, yet now he stands in front of me as if nothing happened. Oh, I understand now. You try to put on a brave face to scare me away, aren't you? Wu Hao didn't have time to waste words with him. The explosion from the space collapse wouldn't harm him. The explosion of the Zombie King had been completely redirected by him. In short, it was all a trap to fool them into taking action. Lan Fei, the king, and Chun Bo all stood up together. They were all unharmed, despite the great power of the Zombie King's self-detonation. The waves that reached them had all been redirected. Bai Wuchang couldn't believe what he was seeing. If they were just holding on, he would know with just one move. Wu Hao had not given this opportunity and stretched out his palm. The space collapsed. With a firm grip, a small mushroom cloud appeared in the air. The white impermanence inside had turned to ashes. Only a crystal lay quietly on the ground. Wu Hao arrived at the rooftop with all the members of his team and Mu Xian standing behind him. He looked around at the situation in the city center. Both major factions had lost some people in the battle against the zombies. They had also gained quite a bit, with piles of crystals from various small zombies scattered all over the ground. The remaining zombies must be eliminated. Those who do not join the martial arts leaders faction must be eliminated. Yes, everyone else left to do the final cleanup work. Wu Hao turned to look at Mu Xian, their gazes intertwined. Are you willing to work for me? Chapter 60. The Appetite of the Martial Arts Alliance Leader. Xuanzhong City Center. Wu Hao's team members are undergoing a major cleansing. The zombies are secondary. They won't run around randomly, only chasing and biting living people. Those who are unwilling to surrender to the underlings of the black and white impermanence are the main targets. They still don't know that their boss has already died. This kind of villain is naturally played by Chun Bo. Your boss, black and white impermanence, is dead. Those willing to surrender to the Wulin Alliance leader stand on the right. Those unwilling stand on the left. Faced with this sudden situation, everyone looked confused. However, they quickly reacted, and most of them moved to the right. It's already the apocalypse. It doesn't matter who you serve. As long as there's food to eat, there's no difference. The remaining group of people were originally loyal to black and white impermanence. Now, suddenly saying they want to join another force, they are unwilling. Moreover, with their boss dead, don't they become a boss? Chunbo nodded and waved his hand. The king and Fei Fei charged towards the people on the left. They are level 9 awakeners, while the highest among the remaining people is only level 7. It was like wolves entering a sheep pen, killing effortlessly. Mu Xian stared at the handsome man in front of her, not understanding what he meant. What does it mean to work for you? Wu Hao pointed at Chunbo and the others who were working. Like them, join my villa and become one of us. What if I say no? Then you and your subordinates will die here. Mu Xian's pupils constricted, and she stood up to look at him, her fighting spirit gradually rising. Are you threatening me? Wu Hao's expression was emotionless, and his aura rapidly ascended. He reached a realm he had never been to before, awakening to level 10. That's right, I am threatening you, because I don't like managing cannon fodder. At the same time, no forces other than us can appear in this city. Do you understand? Mu Xian nodded. She understood Wu Hao's actions. It was simply about eliminating a threat in the apocalypse. I can work for you. Wu Hao smiled and extended his right hand. Mu Xian looked at the familiar scene and also reached out her right hand. Just like their first meeting, their hands clasped tightly together. It wasn't until Mu Xian's face flushed slightly and felt a bit hot that they held hands for so long. This was still the first time she had held a man's hand for such a duration. Her noble head gradually lowered as she softly said, "You can let go of me now." Wu Hao admitted that he was indeed feeling the sensation of her palm. It was a softness different from Lan Cici's, marked by calluses, characteristic of a martial artist's hands. Upon hearing Mu Xian's words, he quickly let go of her hand. However, Mu Xian still kept her head down, even playing with the hem of her clothes. Are my hands rough and unsightly? Wu Hao shook his head and began to comment seriously. There was a strong sense of power, different from other girls with a unique pride. Upon hearing the praise, a puff of steam shot out from Mu Xian's head. I'll go check on my subordinates and discuss with you later. Wu Hao grabbed her arm. Wait a moment. Your injury is quite serious. Yuan. A head popped out from behind the crumbling wall behind him, and it was Li Yuan. Young master, what do you want me to do? Wu Hao's head was filled with black lines. He asked you to kill zombies, but you were actually slacking off behind him. Help Mu Xian treat her injuries. She'll be one of us from now on. Li Yuan curiously looked up and down at the girl in front of her, whose face was flushed. With such a red face, she wouldn't be suffering from crush, would she? Yuan, be serious. Don't scare her off since she just arrived. Wu Haojin is worried that his strange teammates will scare away the new recruit who just joined. He turns to look at Mu Xian, who is receiving treatment. First, let's heal the injuries, and then I'll recruit a group of subordinates later. Aren't you afraid that my power will grow and I might turn against you in the future? Wu Hao shook his head. He had considered all of this. If I were to say that I believe you so quickly, that would definitely be a lie. First, although your forces have grown, you still can't defeat us. Second, with so many people, you must have food, right? Mu Xian's eyes lit up, and she had a guess in her heart. So you have a lot of food, then? Wu Hao nodded, not telling her everything for the time being. As long as you are under my command, no one will go hungry. Mu Xian nodded vigorously. I will follow you as my leader. The truth is that she practiced martial arts every day and had a huge appetite. In the current camp, she couldn't eat to her heart's content. Even today, during the big battle, she only had half a bowl of rice in the morning. This was the unified ration for everyone, and as the leader, she wouldn't go against it. Soon, Uncle Chun came over with a group of people. There were about 100 of them. The original 200 had either died at the hands of zombies or were eliminated by Uncle Chun and the others for standing in the wrong line. The remaining tasks became much simpler, as the other zombies were all below level 8. For the people in the villa, it was just an experience of mowing grass, albeit with a bit too much grass to cut. After a while, Mu Xian's injuries healed. She also joined the grass-cutting army, and it was only by evening that they finished killing all the zombies. This time, there was no need for CC's abilities. Everyone took the crystals while killing zombies. The income for everyone was quite good, although Mu Xian and her subordinates were also his subordinates. However, Wu Hao did not intend to provide them with crystals. Being too powerful ultimately posed a threat. Mu Xian still needed to lead her subordinates to search for the warehouses of the underworld forces. However, if they encountered other supplies, such as building materials or hardware, they needed to inform him, as these were urgently needed materials. Had CC and the others left? There wasn't a single person left in the city. These zombie corpses were treasures and should not be wasted. With a wave of his hand, a large group of zombies was thrown into the ability space. After 2 hours of busy work, he finally collected all the zombies. There had been too many people here before, and he couldn't expose the ability space like that. He had to wait until they all went to find the Underworld-S warehouse. At that moment, Lon CC walked over from a distance. That was exactly where the battle with the Zombie King took place. Young Master, there's a piece of paper here that wasn't completely destroyed by the explosion. It might contain some information. Wu Hao was intrigued. He had never seen a piece of paper that could escape the collapse of space. He took the torn paper from CC's hand. The texture was not like ordinary paper. It had a special feel to it. After examining the paper, he began to check for any content. Your friend, Lucy Yuan. It seemed to be a letter, but only the ending remained. Just the name made Wu Hao's heart skip a beat. Chapter 61, The Bare-Chested Super Scion. Wu Hao showed the paper to everyone in the villa. Finally, he passed it to Yuan, asking her to study the material when she had time. Lon CC noticed his emotional fluctuations. Young Master, what's wrong with that name? Wu Hao looked up at the sky, wondering if something in the dark was pushing him and the Lu family into constant opposition. This Lu Yuan is the son of Lu Neng, and he should have been in Anyang before the black rain fell. Lon CC keenly noticed the problem. If he wasn't in Quanan before the black rain, how did he get in touch later? They were quite sure they had never seen such materials. Lu Yuan was also doing business in Anyang, not engaged in any research work. It should be a new material created after the black rain fell. There are too many doubts at the moment, so Wu Hao decided to set it aside for now. When there is a more convenient means of transportation, he will make a trip to Anyang. As for what to do, it's simple, of course, to eradicate the roots. In the current world, he cannot tolerate the existence of anyone who harbors hatred towards him. After a hearty dinner, a group of people sat around on the sofa. Wu Hao had reached level 10, while Fei Fei, Uncle Chun, and the king were at level 9. Lon CC and Li Yuan were still at level 8. Fortunately, they had killed a lot of zombies this time. Wu Hao grandly took out 200 level 7 crystals to promote the two of them. Both are powerful support for the team. If it weren't for Li Yuan's healing this time, they definitely wouldn't have one. At the same time, Wu Hao had a task to assign to Fenbu. He took out some dismembered corpses and handed them to Li Yuan, telling her to focus on researching them and not to worry about other matters. Yuan, besides that piece of paper, you should also study these zombie kings' bodies. Okay, young master. If you need anything, just let me know. Now that they had Mu Xian's subordinates, it was much easier for them to find things. Moreover, all the zombies in Quanan City were in his ability space. The remaining zombies were no longer a threat, and there was hope for the city to restore order before the black rain. His goal was to find out the reason why zombies could use multiple abilities. This wasn't the first time he had seen zombies self-destruct. However, the level 10 zombie king surprisingly used 4 skills along with the self-destruct ability. Although they weren't highly synergistic skills, they were still very desirable. He knew that relying solely on Li Yuan would make it difficult to achieve research results, but he still wanted to give it a try. What if, right? Wu Hao has advanced to level 10, but still hasn't acquired any new skills. He hasn't felt any changes from the advancement and suspects whether there are level 11 zombies. He fills all the zombie bodies in the ability space and waits for the next black rain to come, allowing them to evolve and mutate. Jinbo, you and Zhang San are responsible for constructing the monster spawning cage. We need a large amount of crystals. All right, young master. He has a crazy plan in his mind. The implementation of this plan requires a more powerful construction team. Wu Hao also quickly fell into a deep sleep while lying in bed. At midnight, a wave of heat woke him up. He found his body was very hot, as if he had a fever, but his mind was very clear, and he understood that this was definitely not a fever. He swiftly went to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and turned on the shower to cool himself down. The heat in his body continued to rise, and the droplets of water that touched his skin turned into steam instantly. Once the bathtub was full, he jumped in immediately. A cloud of white mist enveloped the entire bathroom. However, Wu Hao's condition remained unchanged. He could feel his body was very hot, yet he experienced no discomfort. The water in the bathtub quickly evaporated, and he walked out of the villa, standing under the night sky. What is happening to me? If this continues, how will I ever interact with food and people? The floor beneath him had already started to melt, yet his underwear showed no signs of being ignited. He looked at the starry sky in disbelief, wondering what was going on. Why can it burn the floor, but not my underwear? After a while, a violent wave surged from his body. A scorching breath erupted beside him, accompanied by a red glow. Now, he appeared particularly striking under the night sky. The people in the villa also heard the commotion and rushed out to see. Lan Fei stared at the figure enveloped in red light. Oh my! Is that a shirtless Super Saiyan? Yuan, can you save me from this? Li Yuan could only come 2 meters closer to observe him. From your expression, it's clear that this heat is not harmful to you. Wu Hao nodded. He was indeed fine, but he couldn't go on like this forever. Not only was he fine, but he could also feel his strength increasing. Lan Cece stepped forward. She could see things that others couldn't. Young master, I see the crystal on the back of your neck slowly turning red. Wu Hao was taken aback, turning red. Was he finally about to step into that realm? His voice trembled slightly, as if too excited. The red crystal represented the upgrade from an awaken to an evolver. In his previous life, he had heard about evolvers. However, at that time, his strength was far too distant from that of an evolver. He never expected that after absorbing the level 10 crystal, he would only now begin to evolve. The red light on his body began to slowly contract, ultimately converging into a point at the position of the crystal on the back of his neck. At the same time, his body stopped radiating heat. A powerful force appeared within him. He swung his fist into the distance, producing a tremendous sound of rushing air. The level 2 tree that stood upright in front of him was directly severed by the force of his punch. The crowd behind him stared wide-eyed at this scene. This kind of power was on a completely different level from that of an awakened. Was there really such a thing as fist wind? It felt like a sci-fi martial arts world had descended. Apart from shock and envy, they also felt a sense of anticipation for the future. They too had the opportunity to harness such powerful strength. Lan Fei drew her long sword and began to imagine scenes of slaying enemies with her sword energy. Even the king was fantasizing about delivering a deadly blow to his enemies with his soul-destroying iron claws. Wu Hao felt the surging power within him and became increasingly confident in this apocalyptic world. Having evolved, he also awakened 2 new skills. Chapter 62. What to use as a pillow. Wu Hao has already put on his clothes. Now he's being examined by Yuan. How is it? I'm still human, right? Li Yuan lifted his eyelids and took a look. That's right, your body is still human, and it still has a heartbeat and breath. Wu Hao let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that after becoming an evolved being, he would end up in a state similar to that of the zombie king. I'm not even married yet, and there are so many beautiful women around me. I absolutely cannot turn into a zombie. With this mindset, he nervously accepted Yuan's examination. Fortunately, the doctor confirmed that he was still human. However, his physical strength had significantly increased, and his power far exceeded that of the past. This was definitely good news for everyone in the villa. Wu Hao's current state is equivalent to a level 1 evolver. The next day, which is also the 4th day of the 3rd week, Li Yuan began her research work. Chunbo and Zhang San started to urgently construct monster spawning cages. Wu Hao went out with others and encountered only 3 zombies along the way. They were all level 2 small zombies, and none escaped their grasp. The first stop was a stronghold of Mu Xian's faction. Wu Hao delivered a truckload of vegetables and meat to them. These were all food supplies hoarded after the arrival of the Black Rain. While the food stored before the Black Rain was of better quality, he was only willing to share with the people in the villa, including Mu Xian. However, she had not yet moved into the villa, so it was not appropriate to privately provide for her. They had found a considerable amount of stored food in the warehouse of the Black and White Impermanence yesterday. Therefore, Wu Hao gave them some vegetables and meat. As he was about to leave, Mu Xian seemed to have made up her mind and stopped him. Can you give our faction a name? At the same time, she asked Wu Hao and the others to stop calling her the leader of the martial arts world. Why? Mu Xian's face turned slightly red, and her eyes looked elsewhere. There's no reason. Just call me Mu Xian from now on. Wu Hao nodded. He preferred calling names rather than titles. So, let's call the organization Nightingale. Mu Xian carefully repeated it a few times and felt it sounded good, so she agreed. Since it was his own organization, Wu Hao didn't hold back. He asked them to help find the remaining zombies and food supplies. He wanted to gather all the food in Quanon City into his hands. At the same time, he planned to clear out all the zombies because he was preparing a big plan. Before leaving, Wu Hao gave Mu Xian a walkie-talkie and roughly told her the location of the villa. When she came back next time, she would naturally hear the sound of the walkie-talkie. The group continued on their way to search for supplies, and along the way, Wu Hao collected a few heavy trucks. He planned to have Chunbo modify them later. Currently, there were 6 people living in the villa, and having only one vehicle was still inconvenient. Wu Hao's purpose for this outing is another granary. When they arrived, they found signs that it had indeed been opened by someone. The grain in the first granary was reduced by 1/10. It should have been taken by a previous force. They don't have a space with supernatural abilities, so it's better to store it here. Wu Hao is unclear whether it was the black and white impermanence or Lu Chong's influence. But it doesn't matter anymore. They are all dead. With a wave of his hand, he took away all the grain from a granary. The remaining granaries are still filled with grain. Wu Hao would naturally not waste food and took everything away. As a result, he had acquired the 2 largest granaries in Xuanzhou City. This also became the capital for supporting Zhang San and Mu Xian, the 2 factions. Wu Hao was very satisfied. At this rate, they would be able to release zombies into the spawner this week. This way, after the Black Rain next week, they could reap the rewards. Currently, the big pit couldn't accommodate all the zombies. He decided to put a few high-level zombies in first, along with a large group of low-level zombies. This was to reduce risk. If they released all high-level zombies and the zombie king mutated into a level 2 evolved zombie, it would be quite troublesome to deal with. He decided to only place 4 level 8 zombies, while the rest would be low-level zombies below level 5 to create an environment with a lot of zombies. At the same time, he needed these low-level zombies to enhance the strength of the construction team. The higher their strength, the faster they would build. Wu Hao's grand plan can be implemented sooner. Of course, their strength cannot surpass that of the villa's people. If they end up getting backstabbed, it would be disastrous. Wu Hao and CC discussed for a while and felt that keeping the gap at level 5 was the best. This way, even if a betrayal event occurred, one team member could handle them all. For the remaining 2 days, everyone in the villa was resting. Some were swimming, while others were eating. They fully enjoyed this rare, idle life. After a series of difficult battles, this beautiful time seemed especially precious. On the morning of the 7th day of the 3rd week, the sun was shining brightly. Wu Hao looked at the 3 beautiful women in swimsuits in front of him. His determination grew stronger. He couldn't help but squint his eyes, feeling the beauty of the world. Young master, a round voice came from beside him. Wu Hao opened his eyes and saw 3 beautiful women in bikinis standing in front of him. Rubbing his eyes, he realized it wasn't a dream. What's going on? Yuan excitedly pointed at the swimsuits of the 3. Young master, which of our swimsuits do you think looks the best? Wu Hao never expected that the first thing she would say would be about such a death-related topic. The 3 people being stared at by him all had flushed faces. It was unclear when they had started arguing over whose swimsuit looked better. In this tempting yet risky situation, he had a sudden inspiration. Cece's dignified beauty made her light pink swimsuit look even more flattering against her fair skin. Feifei's water blue stripes appeared lively and sexy. Yuan's elegant and quiet black was very alluring. After being commented on, the 3 of them didn't know where to put their small hands, and steam seemed to be about to burst from their heads. Overall, each of you chose the most suitable swimsuit, each with its own beauty. Cece covered her mouth and laughed. As expected of the young master, you can really talk. I'm very happy. Feifei also unusually refrained from bickering with him. The young master's taste is quite good. Keep it up. Only Yuan remained by his side. What's wrong, Yuan? Do you think I'm wrong? Li Yuan waved her hand, her chest swaying along with it. The further the conversation went, the softer her voice became. However, who was Wu Hao? He was an evolved human. He could hear even the faintest sound, like a mosquito. Looking at the waves in front of her chest, he had a beautiful fantasy. All right, what should I use as a pillow? Chapter 63. Feifei's sword strikes the doll. When Li Yuan heard Wu Hao agree, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She went to the next room and quickly brought back 2 life-size dolls. One of the dolls looked exactly like Lan Cece. When Wu Hao saw the other one, everything went dark before his eyes. It was actually a 1-to-1 life-size doll of himself. Yuan, is this the pillow you were talking about? Li Yuan, nuda seriously. That's right. This is my latest invention, a pillow inflatable doll version of the young master and Cece. Isn't there another name for it, called a love doll? Huh, young master. How did you know I referenced that method? Wu Hao's expression darkened. She was questioning his intelligence. Why would anyone make a pillow shaped like a real person? Round explained to him seriously, I saw that you really like Sister Cece's thighs, and Sister Cece really enjoys leaning on you. Wu Hao didn't expect that with these things, she would create an inflatable doll for herself. You didn't add any strange features, did you? Li Yuan's eyes showed an approving look, which made his heart skip a beat. Of course, without unique features, how could it be considered my invention? What features? I won't tell you. You'll know when you try it. Wu Hao asked in disbelief. Here? Are you sure it's not a strange feature? It's just a pillow. Were you thinking? He looked at the round face, gradually turning red. Wu Hao finally confirmed that he had wronged her. So he obediently lay on the thighs of the Cece doll, becoming an experimental material. Lying there was indeed very comfortable, and the skin felt quite like that of a real person. Unfortunately, it lacked Cece's unique fragrance. After all, it wasn't a real person. Just then, the Cece doll's arm came down with a snap. It hit him directly in the face, but fortunately, he was now an evolved being with a thick enough skin. Yuan, is this what you call a unique feature? Li Yuan nodded obediently and cautiously. Yes, but the strength might be set a bit too high. Wu Hao didn't mind, since it wouldn't hurt him anyway. All right, let's leave it here. You go give Cece her doll. He was eager to see the expression on Lan Cece's face. Yuan, pleased with the compliment, quickly took the doll and headed towards the pool. Cece, look what I brought you, something interesting. He saw Lan Cece's expression change from joy to shock, and then to a blush. During this time, she kept glancing towards Wu Hao's location. In the end, after Yuan demonstrated its functions, Cece sighed in relief and gave her 2 punches. In the afternoon, Wu Hao and Uncle Chin's group arrived at the location of the monster spawning cage. It had now become a 2-story building. The bottom was a large pit, with a hollow space in the middle. This height was just a light jump for everyone. The high walls of the spawning cage were 2 meters thick, and the walls at the bottom were the same thickness. Additionally, the walls were covered with soundproofing materials. This minimized sound transmission to the greatest extent. It prevented outside noises from coming in, while also keeping sounds from inside from going out. This achieved a certain level of concealment. The entrance was similar to a normal building. On top, there was a concealed glass window that allowed observation of the zombie levels. From the outside, one could see inside, but the inside could not see out. This was for observing the zombie levels. As long as they made a little noise outside when opening the door, the zombies would be attracted out, and they just needed to prepare to slaughter them in the open space outside the door. Wu Hao waved his hand, and a large number of corpses and dismembered bodies fell into the big pit. The roof of the monster spawning cage could be opened, and today was the time to do it. Tomorrow, black rain would fall, and the day after tomorrow, monster spawning could begin. That night, Wu Hao placed the Cece doll in the corner of the room. He didn't like the knee pillow of such a doll. Such a romantic and beautiful thing should be done by a real person. In Lan Cece's room, she was carefully examining the Wu Hao doll. In the end, she decided to treat it as a pillow and brought it to bed. Cece hugged the pillow, her face flushed, and fell asleep shyly. The next day, she heard a knock on the door and, upon listening closely, realized it was Fei Fei. Fei, why are you up so early? Lan Cece opened the door, and the smile on Lan Fei's face gradually turned to anger. Pervert, how dare you get on my sister's bed? She drew a long sword and stabbed it toward the doll on the bed. Cece had just woken up and hadn't noticed that the doll was already revealed. Fei, stop. That's the young master. Before she could finish her sentence, Lan Fei interrupted. I know that's the young master. Worst case, I'll have Yuan treat him later. Don't worry, he won't die. After saying that, she continued to stab the doll with 5 more swords. Finally relieved, she realized the sword felt different. Looking closely, it turned out to be a doll. While feeling relieved, she looked at Cece in disbelief. Sister, how can you be so depraved to make such a doll? Lan Cece's face turned red, but she didn't argue. She had accepted the doll herself. At that moment, the doll could no longer hold on and fell apart in an instant. Lan Fei awkwardly looked at her own work. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Cece definitely wouldn't blame her for this. Whether there was this doll or not, it was the same. The young master was still here. Feifei's expression changed. Could it be that the young master really was going to be her brother-in-law? When Wu Hao woke up, the black rain was already falling. It started at 10 o'clock again. Cece came to his room to clean. She saw the doll placed in the corner and couldn't help but imagine the young master sleeping with the doll in his arms. Her face turned red again. Recently, she had been blushing too much. She needed to toughen up a bit. At that moment, Lan Feifei came to find her holding a patched doll. Seeing her sister's doll in Wu Hao's room, her expression darkened, and she drew her sword in an instant. With a few swift moves, she dismantled the doll. Damn perverted young master. How could he put my sister's doll in his room? It's disgusting. Then she noticed Cece in the corner of the room, holding a broom. Sister, look at this perverted young master. He must be sleeping with this doll at night. After Lan Cece finished saying that she needed to toughen up, she blushed again before she could even get tough. I think there's nothing wrong with the doll being held by the young master while he sleeps. Feifei immediately realized that she had been enchanted. If he wants to be my brother-in-law, he has to get past me first. At this moment, Wu Hao was playing with Wang in the living room. Woof woof. I have a feeling the master will be killed by a woman. Lan Feifei walked out of the room and rubbed Wang's head. Wang's intuition was quite accurate. It was just that the one who died was a doll, shattered into pieces. Wu Hao only felt his head and limbs go cold. Chapter 64. Revenge, Eating, and Drinking. Across from the villa area, today is the third day of the third week. Wu Hao discovered that no matter how much black rain there was, it would evaporate within a day, leaving no trace by the next day. The crowd stood in front of the monster spawner, hearing no sounds from inside. However, from above, they could see a dense mass of zombies inside. Among them, 6 were particularly noticeable, being level 9 zombies. It seemed that the mutation effect of this spawner was quite good, with 2 level 9 zombies mutated from the 4 level 8 zombies originally placed there. Even if the power of the black rain was enough for them to level up, there would only be 4. The other level 9s must have been mutated. The group nodded in agreement, ready to prepare for a great battle. Wu Hao arrived at the front gate of the monster spawning area. With a wave of his hand, he opened the door, and as soon as the zombies inside heard the noise, they became agitated and rushed toward the gate. Fortunately, the doorway was wide enough, otherwise, the frame would have been crushed. Below, there was only Wu Hao, while the others remained silent on the rooftop. A group of zombies, upon seeing a living person, began their frenzied attack. Among them, 6 level 9 zombies were particularly wild, unleashing various skills with incredible speed. Faced with this upgraded army of zombies, Wu Hao remained calm. He stretched out his hand and grasped the air. A large sword slowly emerged from the void. It was a dark-colored great sword, with starlight shimmering along the blade, appearing in a dark purple, translucent form. This was a new skill mastered by Wu Hao, the wondrous aerial creation skill. The Rift Sword. It was a massive sword, 2 meters long and 50 centimeters wide. Although he didn't know any sword techniques, the size of the sword was sufficient. It didn't require any specific swordplay. As long as it could slash and cut, that was enough. The Earth-type level 9 zombie that was charging at him was equipped with a thick earthen shield. Wu Hao swung his great sword down forcefully. Crack! The disparity in power from the realm was clearly evident. The Earth-type zombie, along with its thick earth shield, was cleaved in 2 by the sword. The remaining zombies, having lost the control of the zombie king, reverted to a state of mindlessness. They all rushed forward in a daze. Wu Hao swung his great sword in the air, and a purple wave quickly spread out, breaking the air slash. All the zombies he encountered were cut down by a single strike. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 6 level 9 zombies remained. At this moment, Lan Feifei couldn't hold back and jumped down from the rooftop. You took all the glory, leave 1 for me. Woof woof. Leave 1 for me too. The king moved even faster, rushing like the wind towards another zombie. Seeing this, the others leaped down from the rooftop one after another to join the battle. Wu Hao did not stop them. Experiencing more battles for training is definitely a good thing. He decided not to engage with the remaining zombies. This time he only acted to test the power of his new skill. Looking at the great sword in his hand, he nodded, finding its lethality quite acceptable. This way, he has compensated for his shortcomings in combat power. Now he is a berserker who can both fight and withstand blows. the battle quickly came to an end, and this time he gained a lot. Wu Hao gave a portion to Zhang San's construction team, allowing Zhang San to advance to level 6 while keeping everyone else at level 5. He received 6 level 9 crystals and generously decided to give one to Mu Xian. For future important matters, he would need to take her along. Improving some strength now can also be seen as preparing for the future. Wu Hao called Zhang San and Chun Bo aside. I want to renovate the villa area. Zhang San knows that architecture is his specialty. How does the young master want to renovate it? Wu Hao thought for a moment and decided to express his ideas. I want to transform the villa area into the entire fortress, which will also be the center of Quan'in's future. Chun Bo did not expect his ambition to be so grand. This is a huge project that will take a considerable amount of time. Wu Hao nodded. However, now that they have manpower, awakened individuals are still 10 times stronger than pre-apocalyptic humans. Zhang San, you all should set up your dormitory first. Another group of forces will be joining. He also included a group from the Nightingale organization in this. It's difficult to communicate and control from such a distance. Once you have built the dormitory, you can start construction. For the specific blueprints, you can discuss them with Chun Bo. The most important point is safety and sturdiness. As for offensive capabilities, he hasn't considered that for now. All attacks will be handled by himself and others. After hearing his plan, Zhang San's breathing became rapid. This is an opportunity that every builder dreams of. Participating in the construction of a large building and being responsible for part of the design. Rest assured, young master, leave it to us. Wu Hao was very satisfied with his confidence. Only by truly liking this line of work can one strive to excel in it, especially in the current environment. They didn't need to engage in schemes against each other because in this place, he was the only boss. He was an expert in this field, much stronger than Wu Hao himself. During dinner, there was one more person in the villa, and that was Mu Xian. She stared blankly at the dining table and wiped her mouth. This is the life you all lead. It's too luxurious, isn't it? On the table in front of her were various delicacies, such as roast chicken, duck, lobster, steak, and fried pork chops. After saying that, she stuffed 2 chicken legs into her mouth. Wu Hao didn't make fun of her. In his previous life, he had it even worse. Take your time eating. There's plenty to fill you up. He also handed her a glass of passion fruit drink. Before, Mu Xian only had half a bowl of white rice every day at the base. They were still doing quite well compared to other factions. After Wu Hao sent over some vegetables and meat, their meals improved. He was very generous, and Mu Xian could get half a bowl of meat and half a bowl of vegetables. It was only after coming here that she realized Wu Hao was just casually tossing out a bit of resources. The real delicacies were still in his own hands. How do you have so much expensive food? Everyone looked at Wu Hao, and whether he revealed the secret was up to him. I just want to make some money by stockpiling goods, but I didn't expect to run into the black rain. After hearing this, Mu Xian gave him a thumbs up, indicating he was really lucky. This meal lasted a long time, mainly because she could eat so much. She single-handedly finished 4 bowls of rice, 1 roasted chicken, and 1 roasted duck. Fortunately, Wu Hao's ability space had plenty of resources, so he wasn't worried about running out of food. Otherwise, he would really have to question whether to keep Mu Xian around. Are you full? She nodded vigorously while still munching on cake. Right now, she was purely indulging in a binge-eating spree. It had been so long since she had eaten anything delicious. What if the next meal was gone? Wu Hao smiled and helped her wipe away the cake crumbs stuck to her lips. Are you interested in joining us for a trip to meet some strong opponents? Chapter 65. The Charm of This Slap. Mu Xian, who was enjoying a delicious egg tart, looked up. Strong opponents? Sure. Wu Hao was taken aback. It was so simple to agree that he thought he had misheard. I mean, are you willing to go with us to Anyang and meet the forces there? Mu Xian nodded and swallowed a bite of food. I said, no problem. I will go with you. Wu Hao smiled, as this meant there was another teammate. It also alleviated the concerns of Chuanzhou City. He had previously worried that if he and the others left, Mu Xian might rebel with her followers. Since she was willing to go together, it indicated that she had no such intention. Wu Hao took out 2 ice creams and a cup of milk tea again. Eat slowly, don't choke. If you move over here, you'll be able to eat well every day. Upon hearing about moving over, Mu Xian became alert and put down the food in her hands. When you say moving over, do you mean living with you, or? Wu Hao knew she was thinking too much and laughed along with everyone. You wish, of course it's the room next to mine. and they are the same. Mu Xian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she would have to serve him on her first day here. By the time she finished eating everything, she burped a few times. Wu Hao took her on a tour of the villa, explaining the purpose of each room and some precautions. She should avoid the small house behind the football field, as there are inhumane research experiments inside. They plan to go to Anyang, but not right now. Wu Hao plans to wait for all his teammates to reach level 10 before setting off. He can no longer spawn level 8 zombies and must place level 9 zombies in the monster spawn cage to have a chance to upgrade to the level 10 zombie king. Currently, there is himself as an evolver and 6 level 9 awakeners. Even if 2 zombie kings appear, they can be dealt with. Now, everything in the city is available for their use. The facilities for 2 dormitories are more than enough. Once the dormitories are built, the Nightingale organization will also move in. By then, the entire population of Quanchang City will gather here. Zhongshan can also leverage their strength to begin constructing a large fortress. That night, Mu Xian lay on a comfortable mattress and fell asleep within minutes. This was the most peaceful sleep she had had in weeks. Soon, the 7th day of the 4th week arrived. Wu Hao arrived at the monster spawning cage. He had previously suspected that the black rain couldn't enhance the strength of the zombie king. Otherwise, with the strength of the zombie king, why wouldn't it go out to get rained on? Or is it possible that it did get rained on, but didn't complete the evolution? Wu Hao stopped thinking about these matters. He wanted to put his ideas into practice. After all, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. He placed the corpse of the zombie king along with the 6 level 9 zombie corpses into the monster spawning cage, filling it completely with all the level 8 zombie corpses as well. This was the first time Mu Xian had seen such a device. With a little thought, she understood its purpose. You guys are really impressive. While others are still trying to avoid high-level zombies, you are actually creating high-level zombies yourselves. You didn't hide when facing the zombie king either. Mu Xian laughed, recalling how her battle spirit had surged at that moment, wanting to engage in a fight. Looking back now, she realized it was just a momentary impulse that nearly got her killed by the zombie king. Wu Hao closed the main door and opened the skylight, allowing the black rain of tomorrow to pour down on the zombie corpses. The next day, the black rain came as expected. Mu Xian watched the entire process of the black rain falling through the large window for the first time. Now, she had also become a maid, and Wu Hao told her that only the maid outfit was available. Her clothes were quite tattered, so she had no choice but to change into the maid outfit, becoming the 4th maid of the villa. Woof woof. What kind of maid is Mu Xian? A violent maid. Mu Xian was not angry and smiled as she said, "In terms of violence, I only use my fists, but you're holding a sword." During breakfast, she looked around and did not see Wu Hao. Where did the young master go? Why isn't he coming for breakfast? Woof woof. The master is still sleeping. She only knew that Wu Hao liked to sleep in. She didn't expect that even with the black rain, it would still be the same. Lon Cece smiled gently and helped explain. The young master got tired of watching the black rain after seeing it once. Mu Xian nodded, agreeing that there really wasn't much to see. When Wu Hao got up, he saw that everyone in the hall was relatively harmonious. His mood improved quite a bit. He was most worried about conflicts within his own home. Such situations would create a bad atmosphere, and over time, it would definitely lead to problems. Wu Hao slapped Fei Fei on the butt. "You little maid, even when a young master arrives, you won't give me a spot?" Lon Fei Fei jumped up from the sofa, her face flushed and tears welling in her eyes. Wu Hao didn't use much force, but he didn't know how Fei Fei ended up crying. He quickly helped her gently rub it, feeling soft, comfortable, and elastic. "I'm sorry, Fei Fei. I didn't mean to. Did I hurt you? I'll be gentler next time." Steam seemed to rise from Fei Fei's head. Even her ears were completely red. She kicked Wu Hao away with one swift move and quietly called him a pervert before running off. Wu Hao Fei's landing position happened to be right in Mu Xian's arms. Driven by her duty as a maid, she couldn't let the young master get hurt. She quickly caught him, holding him in a princess carry. This time, it was Wu Hao's turn to blush. "Mu Xian, you can put me down now." His reminder made Mu Xian realize that she had been staring at him the whole time. Suddenly, her face turned red as she tossed him away. "Young master, I didn't mean to." Wu Hao thought to himself that you must be wanting to take revenge for Fei Fei. In the end, he ended up on CC's single sofa, just as CC hugged him. Looking down, he saw CC with her eyes closed, her face flushed and beautifully captivating. "CC is really pretty. Young master, there's so many people here, don't say such embarrassing things." Wu Hao finally arrived next to the king, leaning against it while watching the heavy rain outside. "King, how long has it been since we went to Huashi? It feels like a long time ago." "Woof woof. It's been several weeks, right? The last time was when we caught fish. Was the chopped pepper fish head delicious?" "Woof woof. Yes, it's delicious, fresh and chewy." Upon hearing the king say it was chewy, everyone lost interest. The king's teeth are indeed sharp blades. If it thinks something is chewy, it must be made of tire material. Soon, the third day of the 5th week arrived. Today is the day to prepare to activate the monster spawner. On the roof, Wu Hao was pleased to see the figure of the zombie king. Next to it, there were 6 other zombie kings with intelligent eyes. Chapter 66, The Terrifying Doctor. Opposite the villa area in Quanin City, Wu Hao arrived at the gate of the monster spawning cage. He reached out and opened the heavy mechanical door. Even the lock weighed over 200 pounds, yet he casually lifted it with one hand. The sound of the door opening startled the group of zombies inside. However, due to the presence of the zombie king, they did not rush out. This left Mu Xian, who was waiting outside ready to fight, feeling quite disappointed. "Come on, left you out to warm up." "Woof woof. Do you think they're as foolish as you?" "Congratulations, my lord, for gaining a second person who can angrily rub dog heads." The moment the door was fully opened, Wu Hao quickly left. This was to create an illusion and attract the zombie king to chase after him. Sure enough, the zombie king's nature remained. Upon seeing a human flee, it instantly led all the zombies out in pursuit. The zombie king from the city was among them, now having become the king of the other 6 kings. Its powers seemed to have strengthened, which led Wu Hao to other speculations. Once all the zombies had rushed out, he turned around and stopped. The battle wouldn't reach that far. After all, this monster spawning cage had required a lot of effort to create. It couldn't be easily destroyed by random skills. "Long time no see, Zombie King. I wonder if you still remember me?" The Zombie King's gaze was cold, like ice that had not melted for 1,000 years, showing no difference from the last time. Since it couldn't speak, Wu Hao stopped insisting. He had originally held a glimmer of hope to learn about Lu Siyuan's situation from the Zombie King. "Let's get started." All the residents of the villa were mobilized, including Lan Sisi and Li Yuan. Wu Hao felt that they should also exercise their combat abilities. They were already level 9 awakeners with strong physical bodies and wouldn't easily die. Now, their vitality could rival that of zombies. Everyone faced a zombie king. Wu Hao was still facing the same zombie king from the city. He didn't plan to drag it out, extending his hand to draw a large sword from the air. "Don't take too long. I'm busy and need to go swimming later." The zombie king seemed to understand the nonchalance in his words. Lightning flickered in its hands, and an electric arc flew towards him. At the same time, vines stirred at its feet, with countless vines burrowing up from the ground to ensnare Wu Hao. The zombie king then unleashed a burst of power, instantly increasing its speed. Facing the zombie king's massive fists swinging towards him like sandbags, Wu Hao's expression was calm. He was no longer the person who fought against it before. "Sorry, I have leveled up." Breaking void slash. A purple sword energy flew out, and the surrounding space seemed to be cut open. The electric arc encountered the sword energy and was directly sliced away. It landed on the head of a level 7 zombie, directly penetrating its skull and causing thick smoke to rise. Wu Hao has now confirmed that this zombie king has indeed become stronger. This means that the Black Rain has truly granted it power. However, it has not yet reached the point of being able to evolve into an advanced being. But another question arises. Since they're all human bodies, why can humans evolve using level 10 crystals, while zombies, which could originally upgrade, cannot successfully evolve in one go at level 10? Wu Hao felt that this problem could only be solved in the future by establishing a large research institute. The speed of the sword energy was very fast. After knocking away the electric arc, it reached the zombie king in the next moment. The zombie king crossed its hands over its chest, trying to block the attack of the sword energy. Bang! A tremendous force came rushing in, directly knocking it away. Its defensive hands were already severed, yet it still tried to stand up to attack. However, Wu Hao would not give the enemy a chance. He arrived in front of the fallen zombie king first and struck down at its neck with a sword. "See you next time, little zombie." Without any surprise, it was a fatal blow. Wu Hao put away the crystal and began to use the Void Slash to kill the small zombies. He found this move to be really useful. Not only was it powerful, but it also had a wide area of effect. The sword energy had a range of 3 meters, and all the zombies hit, except for the Zombie King, were cut down by a single strike. Let's see if Fei still dares to call me a tool man after this. The situation on the other battlefields remained tense, as there was still a level difference of 1. Lan Cixi and Li Yuan were even in a bit of danger. However, Wu Hao chose not to intervene for the time being, planning to let the two of them train a bit more. Among the group, the king, a half-human, was the fiercest. Not only could it use ranged attacks, but its speed was also fast, and its close combat teeth were quite powerful. Its opponent was also a wind-type zombie, which had mastered one more skill than the king. After a bout of wind blades, the king felt there was no chance of winning. It charged forward directly to engage in close combat. This Zombie King's third skill was Power Burst. Combined with its original wind-type second skill, Wind Speed, its enhanced speed nearly caught up with the king, who was in a dog form. The king didn't use that little speed to create distance. Instead, it advanced further, directly using its claws and sharp teeth. After a fierce battle, it successfully defeated a level 10 zombie. This made Wu Hao very sad. He had never fought a level 10 Zombie King when he was level 9. If I had 2 Void Greatsword at level 9, I could win too, that's right. Woof woof. Do you believe what you just said? King, how dare you question the master's words? Should I double the dog food for tonight? Upon hearing this, the king's expression changed. Its mouth curled slightly, revealing a flattering smile. Woof, woof. The master is wise and mighty, with unparalleled martial arts, handsome and suave. Wu Hao listened attentively and nodded. Not bad. Tonight the dog food is doubled. Go ahead. Let the king deal with the little zombie, while Wu Hao watched Chun Bo's battle. He saw Chun Bo's legs transforming into tracks, while his upper body transformed into 4 exposed circular saw blades, continuously cutting into the Zombie King's skin. However, his luck was too poor. He encountered a soil-type Zombie King, one of the zombies best at defense. The thick earth shield unfolded, and Chun Bo's attacks continued to be ineffective. Although Chun Bo's transformation ability was strong, without the support of powerful firearms, he still fell short compared to the strength of the Zombie King. Wu Hao did not stand by idly. Chun Bo's combat ability was definitely sufficient. There was no need to use this Zombie King for training. He and Chun Bo quickly surrounded and attacked, soon chopping off the Zombie King's head with a sword. As for Lan Fei and Mu Xian, he didn't need to worry about them. Their attack power was second only to the king's. If a real fight broke out, the king would only end up being beaten like a dog. It had been told by Wu Hao not to harm anyone in the villa. Next was a Yuan, who served purely as support and a researcher. Her combat ability was weak, but she used a poison skill that surprisingly managed to dissolve the flesh on the back of the Zombie King's neck, directly retrieving the crystal. This move was even easier than what the king could do. She even held the crystal and cackled. Wu Hao and the king shivered at the sight. Woof, woof, master. She's really terrifying. She won't actually become a deadly physician, will she? He felt like he had inadvertently led a good girl down a dark and terrifying path. Chapter 67. Always trust the young master. The remaining battlefield belonged to Lan Cixi. At this moment, she was facing a fire-type Zombie King. It was a relatively pure fire-type zombie, without any mixed skills. Its flaming shield was continuously active while it spat large fireballs at Lan Cixi, forcing her to keep moving. The Zombie King wielded a telephone pole enveloped in flames. This was its third skill, Flame Possession. It was an elemental possession skill that could enhance the corresponding attribute damage of the possessed item. Lan Cixi only had a Tang knife and was at a disadvantage against the Zombie King. She could sense its movements and attack patterns, but that only allowed her to evade attacks without the ability to counterattack. On the contrary, the high temperature of the flame shield left her drenched in sweat. If she didn't replenish her fluids in time, she would likely end the battle dehydrated. Wu Hao saw his former self before reaching level 5 in Lan Cixi. At that time, he only had a spatial transfer skill and no attack power, but fortunately, he had the protection of alloy armor. Back then, the Tang Dao could still deal with most zombies. Now, even if the Tang Dao hit a zombie, without swordsmanship like Fei Fei's, it couldn't even break through the flame shield. Lon Cece's current tactic was to try to maneuver behind and attack the back of the zombie king's neck. She wanted to use the vibration of the crystal to dismantle the flame shield. However, her strength was still lacking, and she couldn't perform such maneuvers. Before long, she was already panting, having lost too much moisture. Her speed began to slow down, and she had to take some attacks. Soon, the zombie king cornered her against the wall. Faced with this dire situation, she still didn't cry out for help. But Wu Hao couldn't just stand by and watch. When the zombie king swung down the utility pole, he quickly rushed to Cece's side and raised his hand to block the attack with the rift sword. The intense heat transmitted through the utility pole. Wu Hao hugged Cece tightly and jumped onto the roof. He placed her on the ground and took out 2 bottles of water and some salt. Cece, add a little salt to the water and drink it. Cece's consciousness was somewhat blurred. She looked at the face of the person in front of her and tried to muster her spirits. Young master, you are really very gentle. Wu Hao smiled and gave her nose a gentle rub. Rest well. Call me earlier next time you encounter such a situation. He turned to leave and saw the zombie king climbing the wall below. A surge of anger erupted from his heart, and he couldn't hold it back. Cece is my maid. How many pieces do you want to be dismembered, little zombie? He kicked it, sending it tumbling down. At the same time, it drew the sky splitter sword in midair and, using gravity, slashed downward. Bang! The sound of the fire shield shattering echoed, sending up a large spray of sparks. Lon Cece obediently took out some salt, scooped a small spoonful into a bottle of mineral water, and shook it well. Then she drank it down with a gulp. I can always trust the young master. The fire-type zombie king, with its shield broken, swung a utility pole to counterattack. However, Wu Hao easily blocked it with the sky splitter greatsword. It could only spit out 5 fireballs, trying to force Wu Hao back. Even now, it was still being trampled underfoot and hadn't gotten up. But all those fireballs were effortlessly deflected by the greatsword. The gap between the person and the zombie was no longer just a level apart, but rather a difference in life forms. The disparity between awakeners and evolved beings was immense. Wu Hao couldn't explain it clearly. He only knew his current self. Even if surrounded by 10 zombie kings, he wouldn't get hurt. The difference between the two was as if the essence of life had changed. Looking at the zombie king in front of him, Wu Hao suddenly swung his sword down. This is the consequence of bullying CC. Dozens of sword chi were unleashed, and the poor fire-type zombie king was torn into countless pieces. After venting his anger, Wu Hao looked back at the battlefield. Only Mu Xian was still fighting against the physical-type zombies. It was evident that she had someone to practice with and was getting into the fun of it. Wu Hao didn't urge her and finished packing all the crystals first. When he heard it was time for lunch, she waved her arm. Wu Hao was somewhat speechless and shouted again. I know, young master. Let her stay here to train alone. It's rare to encounter something she likes in this apocalypse, so let her enjoy it a bit longer. On the way back, Lon Cece walked beside him. Young master, am I really bad at fighting? Wu Hao shook his head. He really couldn't blame her. Your skills are not suitable for combat, but you can definitely win against others of the same realm. The zombie king is 1 level higher than her and has skills specifically targeting her. Lon Cece smiled and poked Wu Hao's cheek. Young master, are you trying to make me happy on purpose? Wu Hao shook his head seriously. Cece, your skills are not in combat. You can excel in other areas. The young master is really nice. He didn't understand why she said he was nice, but as long as she could let it go, that was fine. Wu Hao returned the crystal to her. Each person had one, and they would see in the evening if they would all have a fever. Everyone recalled the scene that had happened to him that day. There was some anticipation, but also some worry. They looked forward to new powers, new realms, and new skills. Yet, they were concerned that leveling up might be probabilistic or dependent on individual physiques. Don't worry, there are crystals from other evolvers. We could just go kill zombies in the future. With his reassurance, everyone's worries diminished significantly. After a hearty lunch, everyone except Wu Hao and the king spent the afternoon in the hall absorbing the crystals. The king swallowed it whole, and his stomach would slowly help digest it. King, let us go to Huashi. The sound of clanging came from downstairs. It was the king going down the stairs. Wu Hao drove a supercar onto the street. Having subordinates is great. Finding things is much easier. There are no zombies left in the city now. There are plenty of useful parts since there is no need for so many cars. Currently, Only Wu Hao has enough gasoline. A few days ago, he went to various gas stations and cleared them out of gasoline. When he arrived at Huaxi, the mutated little flowers around were even more enchanting. Then he was ruthlessly stomped on by the king while running. Wu Hao sat on his original chair, feeling the cool breeze. Chapter 68. The ambitious aspirations of the king after finishing a sumptuous dinner. No one left. By 11 o'clock at night, no one felt sleepy. Everyone was waiting for midnight to experience the power of evolution firsthand. After a period of anxious waiting, the time finally struck midnight. Everyone gathered outside the villa. Wu Hao was worried that so many people evolving together would generate too much heat. If a house caught fire, they would need to put it out. So, he took everyone to an open area outside. A total of 5.5 people stood in a row. They began to radiate heat from their bodies. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity and joy about the unknown. Lan Fei excitedly drew her sword and gestured in the air a few times. "Bring me a long sword. Not that big sword from the young master. Woof woof. I want to evolve to have an endless supply of fish heads." Wu Hao could only rub the dog's head and compliment it, saying, "Not bad, very ambitious." Originally just a slight warmth. Now the warmth among the crowd has suddenly increased. Wu Hao observed them from a distance. Just in case the evolution failed and a collective explosion occurred, he would have a chance to escape. Waves of surging energy emanated from them, rapidly rising and soon surpassing the aura of the zombie king of Quantum City. That was a creature that had been drenched in black rain at least twice. They now look very much like Wu Hao's Super Scion from that day, mixed with a Super Scion Dog King. Their crystal positions began to emit a red glow. The heightened aura did not change, but stabilized. Through CC's observation, everyone's crystal was red, indicating that they had all successfully joined the ranks of the evolvers. Lan CC squinted her eyes, feeling the power within her. Strange. Why have I only awakened one skill? Woof woof. Me too. The master has two. Mu Xian also frowned, as she too had only awakened one skill. However, this skill is very practical, and I like it a lot. The group exchanged glances, confirming that everyone's situation was the same, and they all turned their eyes towards Wu Hao. Li Yuan approached with a scalpel. "Young master, your physique should be a bit special. Let me study it." Yuan, how about I give you a hair to study? On the way, everyone shared their skills with each other, so they could coordinate when facing strong enemies in the future. Everyone felt more confident about the upcoming journey to Anyang City. Anyang City has a population of 20 million and is considered a fairly good large city in the whole of Huaxia. It was the 4th day of the 5th week. Wu Hao finally decided to set off. He was going to find Lu Xiyuan and investigate his relationship with the previous zombies. Lu Xiyuan had a bad relationship with him since childhood. During high school, he even brought some thugs to beat Wu Hao. This time, he only left Uncle Chun to guard the villa, as his experience could help with Zhang San's fortress plan. Additionally, his shape-shifting ability gave him an advantage in defensive battles. Moreover, the villa could no longer withstand the current zombies. Even if it were destroyed, Wu Hao wouldn't mind. As long as he and his ability space were intact, everything could start over. Wu Hao set off with 4 maids and a dog. Anyang City is just next to Quantum City. However, this neighboring distance is quite far. It takes 3 days to reach by heavy truck. Along the way, they will pass through several small counties and towns. Wu Hao did not intend to explore these less populated areas. The zombies in those regions are not high level, and even if he obtained crystals, it wouldn't be very useful. With the monster spawn cages, he doesn't need so many low-level zombies. He has already taken the zombies inside with him. If anything happens to the spawn cages while they are away, Zhang San and the others won't be able to handle it. On the first night of their journey, they arrived at a small county town. This is also the border between Quantum City and Nanyang City. After killing a bunch of low-level zombies, they stayed overnight at a hotel. Sleeping in the truck was too difficult for everyone. They found a hotel to take a shower and sleep more comfortably. Perhaps they won't have such conditions once they reach Anyang City. Wu Hao looked at the hotel, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. After a whole day of traveling by car, everyone was mentally exhausted and went to bed early. The next day, everyone enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Then, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, Wu Hao lifted the entire hotel and then stored it in his ability space. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about accommodation. This was only a temporary residence. He planned to go to Anyang City, a big city, to switch to a 5-star hotel as his future inn. Everyone couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This ability space is really useful. Only Mu Xian stared blankly at this scene. Young master, did you lie to me before? Wu Hao shook his head, saying that it couldn't be considered cheating. It was called strategy. Who knew if you really joined? That night, he took out the hotel. It was a 5-story hotel, with the top 4 floors being rooms. 3 of the floors had never been occupied. Everyone would definitely be moved to new rooms. This building was going to be discarded in a few days. On the evening of the 3rd day, they arrived at the outskirts of Anyang City. Wu Hao did not plan to move forward, as the dangers ahead were unknown. They were still outsiders, and it was certain they would be rejected by the local forces. It would be better to park the truck here and proceed quietly. They could blend in as local residents and slowly gather information. Under Lan Cici's leadership, a group of people moved forward stealthily. Soon they reached the edge of the city. Lan Cici was sensing the number of guards present. There were a total of 10 guards, all 7th-level awaken ones. Wu Hao frowned. The guards were this strong. This was much stronger than he had thought before. He originally thought that the ordinary awaken here were similar to Zhang San and the others. It seemed that there were 2 more levels. We should avoid them. He never planned to force his way in. The city was so large that it was impossible to establish a fence. With Lan Cici's sensing ability, getting into the city was simple. They arrived at the streets of the city and found it to be much more chaotic than Quanon City. There were wrecked cars everywhere, and there were many corpses of both zombies and humans. Wu Hao did not waste any time and became a professional corpse collector. In the future, they will all be good zombies. Those trapped in a monster spawning cage, as experienced babies, are all referred to as good zombies by them. CC, look for nearby hotels with a lot of people and see their strength. Chapter 69. Can you take me down in 1 second? Anyang City. In a 4-star hotel in the suburbs. More than 10 people are playing cards at 5 tables. With the apocalypse arriving, entertainment facilities are unusable. Even with candles lit, they still want to play. However, there are no chips in this game, and certainly no money. The loser has to let the winner slap them. The game has only just begun, and already 2 people have red faces. This is not from drinking. It's just because they've lost too much. And the one winning is a burly man. The reason for his wins is simple. He is the boss and doesn't like losing. Every time he loses, he beats his opponent severely. On the street downstairs of this hotel, several figures are hiding. Cici, how is the strength of those people? Lan Cici withdrew from her sensing. Young master, there are a total of 15 people, with the strongest at level 9. Wu Hao nodded. Level 9 was simple for them to handle. Later, Cici would open the map, and the others would solve it quickly, try not to make any noise. Okay, young master. Woof woof. Okay, master. Wu Hao waved his hand, and Cici activated her spider sense, displaying the distribution of all personnel upstairs in detail. Fei Fei, take action. With a kick, Lan Fei Fei soared into the air on the 3rd floor. A silver-white longsword appeared in her hand, Ghost Slayer. This was the skill she acquired after her evolution. Like Wu Hao, it was a weapon, and it was the treasured sword she had longed for. She swung her sword, and streams of sword energy were instantly unleashed. The glass on the windows was cut open in an instant, without even a sound of cutting. The falling glass was caught by a whirlwind. It was De Wong, whose speed had evolved once again. He caught all 3 large pieces of glass. The others leaped up and entered the house. This was where the card players were downstairs. At this moment, they had no idea that the Grim Reaper had arrived. The burly man upstairs had a terrible hand of cards. 17 cards. Can you take me out in 1 second? One of the lackeys had the rare chance to get a super good hand, thinking that if he won once, the boss wouldn't hit him too hard. Spring. The burly man's originally cheerful face suddenly darkened. However, to the lackey's surprise, he did not explode in anger. You played well, willing to bet and accept defeat. Come slap me. The lackey dared not do such a thing. Boss, how could I dare hit you? How about we cancel out next time I win? The burly man glared, his face full of anger. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not trustworthy and like to cheat? The lackey trembled in fear from the man's imposing presence. It's not like that, boss. I'll hit. After saying that, he slapped his hand. It was unclear whether it was the boss's thick skin or he hit too hard. Slap. A loud sound echoed, and everyone playing card around stopped to look at him. The burly man's face flushed, steam even rising from his head. The lackey knew the boss was enraged. "Boss, you told me to hit. I was just following your request." The burly man clenched his fist, revealing a vicious smile. "Very well, then you can follow my request and die." His fist, the size of a sandbag, instantly reached the lackey's face. Boom! The immense force sent the lackey flying, crashing through 2 tables. Meanwhile, the people downstairs, who had been paying attention to their movements, would not miss the opportunity created by their enemies. At the moment the burly man's fist struck, Wu Hao led the charge to break the door. With a swing of his sword, the door silently shattered. Arriving in the hall, he swung his sword again, killing 5 level 7 awakeners. Following closely, Lan Feifei's sword light flickered. The 4 people around her were cut into pieces. Lan Cc and Li Yuan killed 5 level 6 awakeners. The remaining burly man reacted the fastest. Just as he was about to call for help, he was pinned down by a claw. Do Wang's other claw gently wiped across, and he lost his breath. Bloodthirsty Demon Claw. This was the skill that Do Wang awakened after its evolution. A layer of armor enveloped its claws. Like Wu Hao and Fei's swords, it was made of an unknown material, yet it was incredibly sharp, not affecting its speed at all. From start to finish, it was only a matter of 2 seconds, with more sounds of bodies hitting the ground. Lan Fei wiped her beloved sword. "Young master, do we really have to be this cautious?" She was now in a state where she was not afraid of anyone with her sword in hand. There were level 9 awakeners in this hotel in the suburbs, and there were definitely stronger ones in the city center. At the same time, they also discovered that the zombies here were exceptionally powerful, not weaker than these awakeners at all. Fortunately, they were able to come here without alarming anyone thanks to CC's sensing. Now the outside was pitch black, and the candles inside were extinguished by Wu Hao. "We'll stay here for the night and start spreading out tomorrow." This plan was devised by Lan Cc. First, eliminate the small forces on the outskirts, then slowly enter the city center. This way, even if they encounter strong enemies, they would have a way out. Moreover, there was a heavy truck hidden in the suburbs, ready for an escape at any time. The next morning, Wu Hao, who usually slept in, also got up relatively early. "Woof woof. Master can eat breakfast together now. Do you want me to share half of my dog food?" Lan Sisipatid da wing esse soft food. Young master doesn't eat dog food. De Wang can keep it for itself. Wu Hao also felt that he hadn't had breakfast with others for a long time. He hoped that waking up early today wouldn't ruin his entire day. Li Yuan came over and rubbed his cheeks. "How about I help the young master with some morning health care?" he said, looking at the sharp eyes of the 3 remaining maids. Wu Hao decisively rejected Yuan's goodwill. "Cc, are there many people around here?" Lan Cc nodded and explained the current situation. There are 3 forces within a 5-kilometer radius, each with about 200 members. The closest one is just 2 streets away. Among them, the strength of the leader, according to her estimate, is also at the 1st level of evolvers. Hearing this level of strength, Lan Fei and Mu Xian's eyes lit up. "It's my prey, don't steal it. There has to be a first come, first serve policy." "I heard it first." Lan Cc also specifically emphasized that there are quite a few zombies nearby, with more than 10 at the 1st level of evolvers. This is just in the suburbs of Anyang City. That's way too many. It's not on the same level as Tsiyuan City. After all, the population here is twice that of Tsiyuan, so it's normal for the strength to be higher. After finishing breakfast, Wu Hao waved his hand. The group flashed through the air, choosing to move on the rooftops. With Cc around, there was no need to worry about enemies lurking on nearby floors. Their target is the nearest force. Except for Cc and Yuan, everyone wants to compete in strength with the evolvers of Anyang. The future king of Tsiyuan City is here to challenge you. Chapter 70. First showdown with evolvers in Anyang City. Wu Hao and his team represent the strongest force of Chuanzhou City. They are currently planning to confront the suburban forces of Anyang City. The tall building ahead is the stronghold of that force. "Cc, how's the situation?" Lan Cc frowned, as if something had happened. It was strange. They were looking for cover, which suggested they had discovered them. Everyone was startled. There were many explanations for this situation. For example, someone on the opposite side might have evolved an ability related to their ears, allowing them to hear the subtle sounds they made. There could also be someone with the farsight ability in their eyes, but their own group's movements were concealed. Theoretically, they should not be seen after jumping from the rooftop. The last possibility was encountering a psychic awakener with similar sensing skills. Wu Hao considered these three possibilities. In the end, he decided that it didn't matter. No skill could save them. Charge. The king was always the first to charge, and he was also the fastest. For evolved bloodthirsty, claws waved in the air. Claw marks slammed against the windows of the opposite floor. The other side noticed the king's tool, and various skills were directed at it. How could a dog attack us? Is this world insane? It has long been insane. Last time a brother was pushed away by a dung beetle. Quickly kill it. Whether we can have an extra meal at noon depends on us. Well, electric arcs, fireballs, ice arrows, and even stones. But they clearly underestimated the king's speed. He dodged and quickly disappeared from their sight. Then, several sword energies surged through the window. The other side sensed danger, and a long-haired man with a gloomy complexion stepped forward. A staff appeared in his hand, and with a wave, countless trees began to grow. Everything grows. The sword energies encountered the trees and struggled through them. But there's also a moment of exhaustion of power, and, in the end, they were still blocked by the trees. The people behind the gloomy man relaxed upon seeing this. Fortunately, the boss evolved. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hold on. Dealing with that dog was already tough enough. The opponent's strength was formidable, all unfamiliar faces. Could they be from the city center? No matter where they came from, as long as the boss holds them off, they would already be corpses. Lan Fei slipped through the window, curiously looking at the staff in the man's hand. He was the evolved one sensed by Cece, and it seemed to be a plant-based skill. The staff was a skill awakened after his evolution. He had a gloomy expression before, and now his face was even darker. He also sensed the opponent's strength. They were all evolved beings. Who are you? Why did you invade my territory? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hao and the others also walked in. We are here to subdue you. Surrender or die. You can call me Infong, and as for surrendering, you probably don't know who is behind me. Wu Hao has developed some interests, and what he wants to know the most now is the power structure of Anyang City. So tell me, which big boss is behind you? The shadowy figure raised its head, as if it was about to reveal that person's name. With the enhancement of mental magic, the originally gloomy figure appeared to have a bit more spirit. We are the largest force in Anyang, the Sunset Gate, and we are the guarding members left on the outskirts. Wu Hao nodded expressionlessly, indicating that he understood. Is there any other information? For example, do you know Lu Siyuan? Yin Feng's expression darkened, and his originally spirited face instantly became despondent. Who are you to dare call the sect master by name? Wu Hao was somewhat surprised. It wasn't Lu Siyuan who became the sect leader. Rather, it was astonishing that these people were still forming sects in this day and age. Since you're Lu Siyuan's subordinate, then I apologize. It was then that Yin Feng realized that the other party was indeed coming for the sect leader. He had originally thought that mentioning the sect leader's name would earn some respect from the forces in Anyang. You are inquiring about the sect leader in Anyang. Are you locals? In Anyang, there isn't a single force that doesn't know about that person standing at the pinnacle. Wu Hao didn't expect that he would only realize it now. Unfortunately, it was too late. He had already acted. He drew the void splitter sword from thin air. Sky Splitter Slash. A purple sword energy was unleashed, cutting through all the remaining trees. Yin Feng, seeing this, waved his staff in an attempt to continuously create trees to block the attack. Unfortunately, the speed of creating trees was still far too slow compared to the sword energy. Before long, it reached him. In desperation, Yin Feng could only use his precious staff to defend. Clang! A tremendous force struck, and he was sent flying. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but managed to survive. Wu Hao glanced at his staff and realized that the opponent was just like him. They both had weapon skills awakened by evolution. Could it be that everyone gets a weapon after evolving? Lan Cece agreed with his view. So far, it seemed to be the case. The plant-type abilities of the Yin Wind were okay for support, but not good for fighting. At that moment, he wanted to escape. The person in front of him was simply beyond his capability to deal with. Moreover, there were 5 people on the opposing side. The awakened ones standing behind him were even more frightened. Their original hope, the leader of Yin Wind, was actually struck and spat out blood in one hit. Their hopes were shattered, and the desire to flee was united among the crowd. As Wu Hao approached step by step, someone in the group shouted run, and everyone rushed down the stairs, but it was already too late. 4 wind blades shot out from the direction they were fleeing towards. The king had already circled around from downstairs to their backs, just in time to meet the fleeing group. They had no advantage against the king, and in no time, they all turned into crystals. Wu Hao frowned. If it was a psychic ability, then he should be able to sense the king's location. It was impossible for him to directly walk into a death trap. Cece, see if anyone has escaped. Lan Cece activated her sensing ability, and sure enough, someone was trying to flee right under their noses. One person had escaped to the rooftop. Woof woof, I'm going to chase. The king's speed was fast enough, so it was the best outcome for him to pursue. The opponent had now stood up, and a green light emanated from the staff in his hand. With another wave, several beams of light shot out. Those were mini vines, a plant-based skill called vines entwining. This skill had appeared many times in Wu Hao's memory and was very effective against his spatial transfer. But today, he was not alone. Without any communication, Lan Feifei had already taken action. In her hand, the ghost slaughter danced, and blossoms of sword energy flew around, cutting off all the encroaching vines. Wu Hao would not waste the opportunity she gave him. His body lunged forward, and at the same time, he swung his sword. The purple sword energy swiftly sliced through the body of the shadow wind in the blink of an eye. This time, his staff only blocked half of the sword energy. The remaining half of his body was exposed to the sword energy, and the outcome was predictable. After tidying up the crystals, we will head to the next one immediately. Chapter 71. I just need one punch. Anyang City. A group of people was running and jumping among the tall buildings, over 10 stories high. Wu Hao and others are on their way to the second enemy stronghold. Traveling at high altitudes can effectively reduce the pursuit of zombies. Many factions choose to establish their strongholds on higher floors. He originally wanted to take away the Shadow Wind Staff for research, but unfortunately, he didn't have time to grab it before it drifted away. That must be a human skill. When the person is gone, the skill naturally disappears. Lan Feifei note that? Agreeing with his viewpoint. Without the maintenance of Shadow Wind's crystal energy, its disappearance was inevitable. Their research on weapons ends here. The next faction is not far away, and they soon arrive at the rooftop across from them. This time, Cece did not notice any unusual activities from them, indicating that there were no psychically awakened individuals present. This faction has 3 evolved beings, all of them with first-level strength. Wu Hao is currently suppressing the number of opponents and feels no fear. There are 5.5 of us against their 3, and we quickly deal with them before moving on to the next. All right, young master. Woof. Okay, master. Can I count as one person? The enemy also has observers on the rooftop. Wu Hao thought for a while and made arrangements. The king would go to deal with the 2 people on the rooftop, while the others would break into the top floor with me. The king received the order and immediately dashed away, moving with incredible speed. He glided through the air in a beautiful arc. The 2 people on the opposite rooftop hadn't reacted yet. They seemed a bit dazed, probably due to lack of sleep. They were instantly killed by 2 wind blades. As this was the king at the evolution level, the wind blades were much more powerful than before. Wu Hao saw that the surveillance cameras had been removed and wasted no time. He charged directly to the top floor with 4 maids. With a slash, he shattered all the glass in front of him. Inside, a group of people were still snoozing. They had played mahjong all night and were yet to wake up. It wasn't until the sound of shattering glass reached their ears that they suddenly flipped over from the floor, looking around for signs of an enemy. Strange. Why was there no one? How did the glass break? Were those 2 lookouts upstairs up to something? Those 2 brats, their meals are gone today. Before they could finish their words, 5 people jumped in through the window. Surrender or die. This gang had a total of 22 members. Excluding the 2 on lookout on the roof, there were still 20 left. They stared at the 5 young people by the window, a handsome rich kid and 4 beautiful women. They couldn't help but show a sinister smile. After searching for over 10 days without seeing a single woman, and here you are with 4. How about sharing them with us? Wu Hao originally hoped they would choose to surrender. This would save him a lot of effort. But what the other party said completely angered him. Fine. If you have the ability, go take it yourself. They completely ignored his warning of surrender or death, treating it as a joke from a wealthy young master. A group of people laughed wildly and ran to capture the four maids. Wu Hao indeed stepped aside, allowing them to take the lead. Lan Feifei's gaze was cold as she looked at the encroaching crowd. Ghost Slayer, Rondo slash. A long sword appeared in her hand, and she began to spin like a top. Dense sword energy surrounded her, extending a full meter, like a spinning top with spikes. Anyone who got too close would be injured. Those who approached Feifei were all turned into minced meat. The three evolvers from the opposing faction finally realized what was happening. Earlier, they had been somewhat dazed and hadn't sensed their opponent's aura. One of them stepped forward, wielding a large hammer. At the same time, a thick shield materialized around him. Thick earth shield. He was an earth-type evolver. Beside Feifei was Mu Xian, who was already filled with fighting spirit. She was focused on an evolver outside the crowd. She had no interest in the awakened ones before her. She clenched her fists, putting on a pair of gauntlets. Giant strength gauntlets. The coverage of these gauntlets extended beyond just her fists. She directly threw a punch, her momentum surging. A faint red glow surrounded her. This was the amplification brought by the giant strength gauntlets, causing her blood and energy to surge. In front of Mu Xian stood four enemies. They were all at level 8 of the awakened ones and chose defensive skills against Mu Xian's attack. There was the thick earth shield, ice shield, fire shield, and a row of tree walls. However, everything was obliterated under Mu Xian's iron fist. The four enemies exploded directly, unable to withstand the power of that punch. After dealing with the enemies in front of her, her gaze landed on an evolver. This person had fire abilities and was currently holding a staff, continuously shooting fireballs. The fireballs were not shot out, but stored above his head. It was clear that he intended to execute a killing blow. Mu Xian would not let him have his way. How naive. With the speed of her power explosion, she moved quickly. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of him, and her fist slammed out fiercely. Seeing this, he stopped storing fireballs. Kikik, if you want to try my fireballs, then let me turn you to ashes. He used all the fireballs at once, sending them flying towards Mu Xian. The power of the fireballs was 10 times stronger than that of an awakened one, emitting waves of intense heat. However, Mu Xian did not defend or retreat. Just let me have one punch, how about it? This punch of hers was infused with too much power. There was no room for her to retreat. With the giant strength gauntlets and the power explosion, her speed and strength surged, combined with the second skill of the physical type, energy strike. She concentrated all her power and speed into one point, which was her fist. Seeing her charge at him recklessly, he felt a bit flustered. However, he still believed in his stored fireball technique. 5 fireballs together could definitely turn this woman to ashes. Mu Xian's strongest punch struck the fireballs. Those fireballs exploded with a loud bang, but the massive shockwave did not surge towards her. Instead, it surged towards her opponent along with her fist. Boom! A bright explosion sounded, and the opponent was directly blasted apart by Mu Xian's punch. This series of combo punches, although powerful, placed a heavy burden on her body after the explosive release. She took 3 seconds to catch her breath before recovering. On the other side, Lan Feifei's attack also made progress. Under the continuous assault of Ghost Slayer, the defensive power of the thick earth shield was steadily declining. Originally, it would take 3 minutes to break the shield. Now, Feifei only needed 5 strikes to shatter the thick earth shield. Her opponent had no thoughts of attacking anymore. All their abilities and mental energy were focused on maintaining and reconstructing the thick earth shield. After another 30 seconds, Lan Feifei struck with one sword, breaking through a shield. How is this possible? This is an earth-type shield. Why is it so weak? Lan Feifei smiled coldly. Such secrets could not be revealed to the enemy. Her opponent no longer had any thoughts of fighting, now only thinking about how to escape to avoid death. Chapter 72. Not worthy to be my dog. Each attack from Lan Feifei's Ghost Slayer longsword absorbed a bit of light from her opponent. This light represented the opponent's defensive power, akin to an armor-piercing weapon in a game, continuously weakening the enemy's defenses. After such a long battle, the Earth-type Evolver's defense had been completely slashed away by Feifei. Now, the opponent's thick Earth shield could be entirely ignored. Lan Feifei held the sword with one hand, performing a split in the air. With a heavy strike, she chopped down toward the opponent's head. Take my sword. The Earth-type evolver was startled. The attack came too quickly. Thick Earth shield. After thinking it over, he decided to construct a shield to block the strike. He still did not realize that the thick Earth shield had long lost its defense. Lan Feifei's long sword fell with a crash, directly cleaving through the thick Earth shield. Without any pause, it continued down toward the opponent's head. Seeing this, the Earth-type evolver was struck with terror. Don't kill me. I can be your dog. Lan Feifei raised an eyebrow, anger rising in her heart. Without any hesitation, the Ghost Slayer long sword cleaved him apart. She reached out and caught the falling crystal. You're not worthy to be my dog. A young master would be more fitting. I wonder if Wu Hao would feel honored to hear this. In any case, Feifei's lips curled up, already imagining it. The last remaining awakened, one possessed physical abilities. A long knife appeared in his hand. This surprised Wu Hao and the others. They had initially thought that evolver weapons of the same type would be identical. Now it seemed that even within the same type, everyone's weapons were different. How interesting. This apocalypse is truly interesting. Ha ha ha. Wu Hao laughed loudly, looking forward to the unprecedented apocalypse even more. To the last enemy, his smile seemed like a death warrant. They couldn't fight anymore. There was only one last path to take. With a thud, he knelt down, bowing 3 times. Let's discuss this, everyone. I surrender. Can you spare my life? Wu Hao squinted slightly and smiled as he said, Aren't you after the 4 women around me? No, I don't want them anymore. Tell me what use you are. Why should I keep you? Upon hearing this, he saw a glimmer of hope for survival. I can help you fight, kill enemies. And I can also help with cleaning. I can do any kind of hard work. Wu Hao nodded slightly, and amidst the other party's eager gaze, he waved his hand. Faced with the fierce aura of the 4 maids, the last person in this faction, a physical evolutionist, went from joy to despair. Didn't he just nod to let me go? Lan Cece smiled and nodded. The young master didn't say to let you go. Even if he did, we haven't agreed yet. The despair on his face quickly turned to fear. But he still wanted to take a chance. Among the 4 women he faced, the strength of those using swords and fists was astonishing. The girl with closed eyes felt terrifying. Only the girl with an innocent expression, seemingly named Yuan, appeared harmless and didn't use any skills. It's you all forced me. He quickly took action, unleashing his power. This was his only chance to seize a hostage. Threatening his opponent to let him leave, of course, he wouldn't spare the woman in front of him. Things went even more smoothly than he expected. He swiftly controlled the woman named Yuan. Let me go, otherwise she will die with me. To his surprise, Yuan's teammates showed no intention of rescuing her. Instead, they revealed pitiful expressions. His heart sank, realizing he had provoked a bad guy. Unfortunately, he understood this too late. A sudden, excruciating pain spread, flesh from his thigh, then his entire body began to fall away in chunks. In a short while, he became nothing but a skeleton. Li Yuan stood in her original position, holding a small vial. The other 3 maids, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of horror erupt from their hearts. Lan Feifei suddenly covered her mouth and quickly ran outside. I'm leaving first, Ugh. Mu Xian frowned and said nothing, following Feifei's footsteps. Ugh. Lan Cece couldn't see the gruesome state of the corpse. However, based on Feifei and Mu Xian's sounds of vomiting, she could roughly guess that the opponent died in a rather unpleasant way. Yuan, let's go. The young master is still waiting for us. Okay, Sister Cece. Wu Hao didn't go far. He stayed on the rooftop with the king. They were basking in the sun, boiling a pot of water. Blue Feifei was the first to come up, a bit curious. Young master, what are you boiling water for? To get rid of the smell for you. It must not smell good down there. Feifei nodded vigorously. Then she saw Wu Hao take out many things from his ability space. Shrimp, slices of beef, slices of lamb. Beef tripe, shrimp paste, potato slices, corn, lettuce, and so on. He set up a whole table until he took out the last item. Only then did Feifei react, her face showing a foodie smile. Hot pot base. Are we having hot pot for lunch? Wu Hao nodded, choosing a spicier hot pot base. Soon, the other 3 arrived at the rooftop. Upon seeing the steaming hot pot, their eyes lit up. Mu Xian licked her lips, her stomach already starting to rumble. Boss, bring 2 more servings of beef slices. Sure, miss. Based on your appetite, I have already brought you 20 servings of tender beef slices. Mu Xian's face turned red. She knew she had a big appetite. Young master, if you keep laughing at me like this, I'll have to hit you with my little fists. Wu Hao dared to take her deadly little punch. He quickly fetched her a bowl of freshly cooked beef. Seeing this, Lan Feifei directly handed over the bowl, making it clear that she also wanted a bowl of freshly cooked meat. Wu Hao didn't help her, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Call me good young master, and I'll help you. Feifei was about to retort when her stomach let out a growl. Betrayed by her own stomach, she turned her head away and softly said, Good young master. Seeing CC's face turn red, Wu Hao dared not continue to make things difficult for her. He quickly served her a large bowl of lamb. Then he served a bowl each for Yuan and CC. When Feifei noticed it didn't call out, she was displeased. Li Yuan looked at Lan CC and saw her nodding. The two of them laughed and shouted together, Good young master. In a harmonious and joyful atmosphere, basking in the May sun while eating hot pot, it felt comfortable. Woof woof. Master, did you forget my food? Oh, almost forgot. This is the king's dog food, and this is pig bones. Woof. Thank you, master, who values beauty over friends. Meanwhile, in another area, the atmosphere was not so relaxed. Chapter 73. The Peeping Tom shows up. In the suburbs of Anyang City, in a 20-story office building near the city center, 5 men were reporting their work. In front of them stood a tall, middle-aged man with a long scar on his face, a remnant from a brawl years ago. Known for his fierce fighting style and cold demeanor, he was called Scar Emotionless. However, his underlings clearly did not dare to call him that, referring to him respectfully as Brother Scar. Why is one person missing? Does anyone know? A younger brother behind him stepped forward to speak. Big brother. I passed by his territory today and saw that the glass was shattered, but there wasn't a single person inside. Scar Emotionless coldly snorted and raised his hand, smashing the table to pieces. The 5 men behind him trembled slightly. They knew their boss's temper, which was notoriously unpredictable. Anyone who dares to provoke our Tsangyang sect doesn't know what death is. He turned around, showing his huge scarred face to everyone. Find out who did this and kill them. Yes, boss. The 5 underlings all left, while Scar Emotionless coldly gazed into the distance. Nothing unusual must happen recently. Wu Hao and others are sunbathing on the rooftop. They are completely unaware that danger is silently approaching. Having just finished a hot pot meal, it is now the most leisurely time to relax. As for the third force, it is still a bit far away. Wu Hao decided to check later. Feeling a bit tired after exercising all morning, he planned to take a nice afternoon nap. He took a reclining chair for each person from the ability space. Then he placed cups of drinks directly on the table where they had just finished eating hot pot, pretending they were taken from a room on the rooftop. They would rest for a while and set out again in 2 hours. The king lay beside his reclining chair, basking in the sun. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful. Even the 2 perverts peeping from a distance didn't bother Wu Hao. After all, the maids' outfits were long enough, not like they were wearing bikinis. As long as they didn't come looking for trouble, there would be no issue. However, the maids felt uncomfortable being watched through binoculars. This feeling was so disgusting. Young master, please think of a way. There was no way, as Yuan's voice was too sweet. Wu Hao had to take out a dozen mirrors. He aimed the reflected sunlight at the peeping pervert's binoculars. A miserable scream rang out, but Wu Hao didn't care whether his eyes were blinded or not. He continued to lie down and take his nap, arranging the mirrors in a row to serve as a screen for the maids, preventing further peeping. In a nearby building, the man who had been spying on the maids covered his eyes and screamed continuously. The intense pain was unbearable for him. That damn man. I will definitely smash his head. The 5 people behind him only sneered. With your awaken level 5 Cyclops, who can you defeat? The 4 maids opposite had great figures, but they were just dressed too much. One of the men's eyes flickered, and an evil thought was born. Do you guys have any ideas about doing something? The boss wants to go. I am the first to raise my hand in favor. A group of people raised their arms in agreement. This was their way of voting. Even the injured man raised his arm. All right, since it's unanimous, let's go kill him and take his women. How dare he show off his affection in front of us? He really deserves to die. The injured man felt energized at the thought of the four maids soon to be in his grasp. He couldn't help but shout a few times, louder than his previous painful screams. Perhaps he shouted too loudly. A horde of zombies gathered downstairs. Soon, under the leadership of a level 10 zombie, they began their siege mode. The zombies' fingernails were long, turning them into Spider-Man as they quickly climbed the high building, with the zombie king leaping 10 meters high. In just a few jumps, they reached the window where the group was. Just as they were about to step out, they felt a chill on their backs. They turned around to see the level 10 zombie king. Instead of fleeing, they showed a friendly smile. It seems we can gain a high-level crystal in addition to the maids. Among them, the strongest was at evolution level 1, while the others were at awaken levels. 3 were level 9, 2 were level 8, and 1 was level 5. There were only 7 of them in total, which was also why Wu Hao didn't want to deal with them. He didn't want to lose his drowsiness because of these few people. The leader of the peeping faction, Wang Hu, faced the level 10 zombie, 2 short hammers appearing in his hands. This was his awakened skill after evolution. Every time the 2 short hammers collided, sparks flew. "Come on, little zombie king, I'm in a hurry." What responded to him was the zombie king's heavy fist, which he easily dodged. Then, the 2 short hammers collided fiercely. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and an electric arc burst forth from the collision, instantly reaching the zombie king. Although it stretched out both hands to block, the arc still pierced through, leaving a charred hole, killing it in one blow. Is that it? Too weak. Wang, who didn't linger and stored the crystal, heading straight for the rooftop where Wu Hao was. Before long, they jumped over. Looking at the 4 maids on the reclining chairs, they showed greedy smiles. At this moment, Lan Fei and the others had already stood up, looking at the 7 of them with disdain. Wang, who was clearly enraged by the contempt. "What a good look, I like it. I will be the first to ravage you." He struck his short hammer, and an electric arc quickly shot out, targeting Wu Hao, who was taking a nap. Wang, who intended to kill this arrogant young master first, thinking he was deliberately pretending to sleep. This level of arrogance irritated him greatly. "Once I kill you, I'll capture your maids." Just as the electric arc was about to hit him, a fist flew in from the side, knocking the arc away with a single blow. Wang, who turned to see a maid wearing boxing gloves standing next to Wu Hao. He couldn't help but nod and give a thumbs up. "Good skills. Why not come serve me? I will definitely take good care of you." Mu Xian felt disgusted and frowned. "You're not worthy." She recalled the rotten meat poisoned by Yuan that morning and felt a bit nauseous. "So disgusting, ugh." Wang, whose face darkened, thinking the other party was insulting him. "You're asking for it, charge." He waved his hand, and his 6 lackeys rushed forward, while he approached Mu Xian. He wanted to personally deal with this girl who called him disgusting, to show her his new weapon after evolution. Wang was thought to have just evolved not long ago, resembling them back then. That's fine. Some people think they're number 1 in the world without getting beaten up. Chapter 74. Let the young master be an exception on the rooftop. Wu Hao was still sleeping. The peeping Wang, who swung his double hammers wildly. Every collision sent an electric arc flying. Mu Xian also swung her fists rapidly, managing to accurately intercept the arcs each time. "Your electric arcs are a bit few, completely insufficient for my fists." Wang, who was somewhat surprised by the maid's combat power. The other side intercepted the electric arcs more easily than he had imagined. "I hope you can still be so tough later." He struck the 2 short hammers again. But this time, instead of electric arcs, an electric ball appeared, with several arcs flickering inside. In fact, it was a mixture of electric arcs. Although the number was reduced after combining, its power was several times stronger. Mu Xian didn't dare to be careless, tightening her fists. Power burst. Her speed suddenly increased, and her strength surged. She threw a punch, aiming to knock the electric ball away. But when her fist made contact with the electric ball, it suddenly exploded. The force was immense, and Mu Xian felt her fist aching. Seeing his skill work, Wang, who couldn't help but smile broadly, as if he saw himself training the maids. "Without long-range attacks, how can you fight me? Either suffer more, or surrender now." Mu Xian had suffered a small setback, but couldn't lose to the enemy verbally. "You haven't even broken my boxing gloves, and you think I would suffer? You're overestimating yourself." Wang, who knew she was being tough, and wore a wicked smile. With a swift swing of her dual hammers, 3 electric orbs shot out rapidly. Mu Xian took a calm breath. Every time she used this move, it was quite exhausting. A faint red glow appeared around her body. The powerful gauntlets provided the maximum boost to her physical strength. Power explosion. Her speed increased, quickly matching the 3 electric orbs. Energy gathering strike, huh? Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of 3 explosions echoed as all 3 electric orbs were destroyed. Unlike last time, this time they were blown up. Mu Xian's fists were unharmed, but the burden on her body forced her to gasp for air. Wang Hu, seeing his electric orbs destroyed, felt a hint of worry. But upon seeing Mu Xian gasping for breath, he relaxed. Just 3 electric orbs, and you're breathing like this. How will you fight later? He was about to strike down with his hammers again, this time to unleash 5 electric orbs, completely crushing his opponent's fighting spirit. But at that moment, a smile appeared on Mu Xian's face. She had finished gasping, and more importantly, the distance between her and Wang, who was already quite close, less than 6 meters. In the previous 2 waves of electric orbs, she had used power explosion, actively charging forward to meet the orbs, shortening the distance twice. You've already lost, within 6 meters. My fists will be faster. Wang Hu's heart sank as he finally understood. He was very clear about Mu Xian's speed after her explosion. He definitely couldn't release the first electric orb. With just an electric arc, he wasn't sure if he could block it. Then let's see, is my electric arc faster? Or your fists? Mu Xian certainly wouldn't back down. Since the opponent said so, she was even more determined to compare. Once again, power explosion. After using multiple skills in succession, her crystal energy was almost depleted. If she couldn't win this time, she would have to request a swap for another fighter. Mu Xian's speed was astonishing, creating a gust of wind along her path. In the blink of an eye, she reached Wang Hu's front. He barely had time to release an electric arc, but Mu Xian directly ignored it, taking it head-on with her body. She charged forward without hesitation, as this was her last strike of energy. Energy gathering strike. Rising dragon fist. Bang! This punch slammed hard into Wang Hu's abdomen, launching him into the air. After flying 10 meters, he exploded mid-air. Mu Xian used the last bit of her strength to maneuver her body to avoid the falling rain of blood. Wang Hu's subordinates were now stunned by Lan Feifei. Both sides stood still, watching their leader being blown apart by a single punch. The shock in their hearts was unimaginable, but now it was too late to escape. The one-eyed dragon immediately knelt down and begged for mercy in a triple bow. Feifei didn't even look at him and directly killed him with a sword. The remaining 5 didn't have the shamelessness of the one-eyed dragon. They turned and ran, dispersing in different directions. At that moment, it was as if a waning moon appeared in the sky. The nearby sky seemed to dim significantly. A sense of sorrow and loneliness washed over them, and those still fleeing suddenly slowed their pace. It wasn't that they were feeling sentimental, but no matter how they ran, they couldn't move fast. It felt as if a hand was dragging their legs, incredibly heavy, making each step require all their strength. If one had to describe it, it was like prey caught in a spider's web. Lan Feifei quickly dealt with them. Sister, your spider sense combined with this cry moon wand is really fun. Lan Sisi said, pinching Feifei's cheek. This isn't just for fun, and besides, it doesn't have any lethality. It relies on you to take action. Feifei patted her not-so-ample chest. Don't worry, sister. If anyone wants to harm you, they'll have to step over my corpse, and the young master is no exception. Can the young master be an exception? Sister, you're not pure anymore. How can you say such things? When Wu Hao woke up, everyone was still lying on the lounge chairs asleep. He wasn't really asleep. With such a commotion, even a pig would wake up. It seemed that the king truly hadn't woken up. Wu Hao just didn't want to take action. He believed the maids could handle such a small number of people. And indeed, that was the case, as only a physical body was used to deliver an electric arc. However, with Yuan around, this was not a problem. After all, her opponents were of the same level, and they were already setting off fireworks in the air. A very itchy sensation came from his nose. The king let out a loud sneeze and discovered that there were 5 people standing on his face. Some of them had cotton swabs, some were holding branches, and others had long blades of grass. Woof, woof. Master, what are you doing? Wu Hao patted the dog's head. It's nothing, just wondering what time the king plans to get up. The king seemed to sense that something was off. Woof, woof. Did you guys use those things to scratch my nose? Everyone shook their heads in unison and then burst into laughter. They saw that the king still wasn't getting up, and it was time to set off. They had no choice but to wake him up. But they didn't expect the husky to be so hard to rouse from sleep. No matter whether they pushed or pulled, they couldn't get him up. Wu Hao originally wanted to use dog food as bait to lure the king out of bed. However, Fei Fei said she had a better idea. So a group of people began to tease the king's nose in various ways. Finally, after a huge sneeze, he woke up, seeing that her little trick had been exposed. Fei Fei hugged the dog's head tightly. "Poor king. I thought you were dead. You scare me to death." "Woof, woof." This king was just sleeping. But you were completely still, quieter than a zombie. This time, the king finally realized what it meant not to reason with women. Chapter 75. Entrusting the king with heavy responsibilities, the peeping farce did not affect the actions of the group. They continued towards the third nearby force. However, this time their progress was hindered. In Lan Cici's perception, when they were still 1,500 meters away, the other side had already discovered them and issued a warning. According to Cici's sensing, the opponent saw them directly from the rooftop. This meant that within the third force, there was someone with a keen eye. At the same time, the third force had the largest number of people, with over 40 individuals, and their levels were not low. Among them, 6 were at the first level of evolution. This was also the reason why Wu Hao left them to deal with last, as there was no certainty of victory. This time was just to see if there was an opportunity. Unexpectedly, before they got close, they were already discovered. The opposing stronghold was a 20-story building, with 40 people squeezed into the top 4 floors, effectively avoiding the zombies below from hearing any noise. At this moment, most of them appeared somewhat tense. Just moments ago, the lookout, Qian Li, turned his head and observed 5 people quickly running over. Since the apocalypse began, he had been called Qian Li due to his keen eyesight. He immediately notified the people downstairs. Upon hearing that there were only 5 people, all at the first level of evolution, the leader, Imo Sang, chuckled and said, overestimating themselves. The other 5 evolvers also burst into laughter, eager for the opponents to rush in and meet their demise. The other lackeys were different. They were all cannon fodder, especially since their food supplies were low and they were unsure when they would be divided up. Then Qianli witnessed a strange scene. The 5 people who were supposed to run over stopped at a distance of 1,000 meters. He felt curious and had a terrible suspicion in his heart. Could it be that the other side also had keen eyesight? Lan Cici also felt that they couldn't charge in recklessly, as they still had 2 auxiliaries on their side. The real strongest combat power was only 4. It seemed that this matter needed to be arranged more carefully. Wu Hao nodded, realizing that they couldn't be too anxious. Moreover, today's gains were not bad. They had eliminated 2 factions. CC, check how far their sentinels can see. Okay, young master. A group of people began to retreat, moving back to a distance of 2,000 meters. Only then did the sentinels on the rooftops of the opposing side shift their gaze. All right, let's retreat another 2,000 meters and set up camp. The so-called camping was not the same as throwing out a hotel like before. If they were discovered, the ability space would be exposed. They directly found a nearby hotel on the street to stay in. As long as there was a clean room, it was fine. They would have their meals on the rooftop. However, they could not enjoy the delicious dishes made by Chef Chun. Wu Hao's ability space also contains a lot of hot dishes. Even the dishes ordered from a big hotel are not as good as those made by Uncle Chun. However, this is not the time to be picky. As long as they can fill their stomachs, it's fine. If this thought were to be heard by their starving opponents, they would definitely come over to cause trouble in the middle of the night. After finishing their meal, a group of people gathered together to play video games. They took a long nap in the afternoon and couldn't sleep at night. Plus, it was going to rain heavily tomorrow. They would have 2 days off. They speculated that even the people of Anyang would not go out the day after the heavy rain. Such behavior is simply too dangerous. So far, animals that have encountered heavy rain have not fared well. Humans only have one outcome, which is to become zombies. Do you think the intelligence of the Zombie King comes from the original human thoughts or from the thoughts born of zombies? Wu Hao's question left them all speechless. Yuan directly took out her notebook and noted down this research topic. If it involves human thoughts, it would be interesting. Stronger zombies later on would definitely have the potential to fully awaken their intelligence. Those possessing human thoughts would surely be more insane and cunning. If it were the zombie's own thoughts, then the newly formed complete thoughts should be considered relatively simple. This type of zombie would be easier to deal with. The next day, the black rain fell right on time at 10 o'clock. While Wu Hao and his group were resting, they were also thinking about how to disperse the enemy's forces or undermine their power. Lan Feifei pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. Why don't we simply bypass them and look for another faction? Our goal is to obtain enough level 1 crystals to advance. With these 6 people, plus the 4 we dealt with earlier, we can gather exactly 10 level 1 crystals. This would allow one person to advance to level 2. Then, when facing a faction with 1 or 2 level 2 awakened individuals, we wouldn't have to worry about being completely wiped out. Lan Si thought for a moment and brushed aside her dangling hair. I believe there's an opportunity we can seize, as long as we adjust our tactics a bit. Wu Hao nodded. He also agreed with CC's opinion. Although the opponent has the ability of 1,000-mile vision, their own camp possesses even stronger sensing abilities. As long as they can find an opportunity to eliminate the 1,000-mile vision, the opposing forces will be unable to determine their movements. As for the awakened one's minions, there is no need to consider them at all. Whether they can penetrate the skin of an evolved being is already a question. He exchanged glances with CC and focused on the king. It's you, King. Woof. On the 3rd day of the 6th week, in the evening, the king was entrusted with an important task. Wu Hao and his group swaggered in for a visit. Qinli discovered them at a distance of about 1,000 meters. In response to their provocation, Mozong decided to no longer tolerate it and brought a group of people to the rooftop to greet them. Opposite them stood Wu Hao and his group, who had just arrived. The uncle said, "You don't need to welcome us so warmly. Just bring some people." Mozong snorted coldly and took out a giant axe. "If there's something to discuss, speak up. If you're not satisfied, let the axe talk to you." Wu Hao waved his hand, signaling everyone to step back. He also pulled out a dark purple great sword from the void. "It's nothing much. Just a little itch in my hand. Want to have a go with you." Mo Sang had a mocking smile on his face. "You don't really think I would duel you one-on-one, do you? Oh, you're too scared? Provocation doesn't work on me, but I agree to a one-on-one. As for the others..." With a wave of his hand, more than 30 others charged forward together. Wu Hao's expression suddenly became serious, his face showing an anxious look. "You coward, afraid to let my teammate have a one-on-one fight, you coward." Mo Sang, however, remained unfazed and continued to smile as he said, "You're still too naive. In the apocalypse, it's all about survival. Who would bother duel with you?" Wu Hao nodded in agreement. In the eyes of the other person, it seemed like he had been persuaded and had lost his fighting spirit. "Since you want to fight, then let's have a battle." Wu Hao swung the great sword in his hand fiercely with immense power. Chapter 76. A foot stomps through the ceiling. Facing Wu Hao's descending greatsword, Mo Sang chose to counter with his giant axe. The weapons collided in midair, sending out a dazzling array of sparks. His tall figure, combined with the giant axe, exuded a certain dominance. However, he felt a bit shocked in terms of strength. He originally thought his power was among the top in Anyang City. But in the clash with his opponent, he was actually pushed back 3 steps. What a powerful force. Which faction do you belong to? This question awakened Wu Hao, as he suddenly realized that his faction didn't have a name yet. It seemed he needed to let his thoughts come up with a title. In response to Mo Sang's question, he smiled. "I am from the Kenyang sect. Do you want to admit defeat?" Mo Sang revealed a cold smile, swinging his giant axe once again. "You're also from the Kenyang sect? Then where am I from?" Wu Hao felt a stir in his heart. He originally intended to frame someone. He didn't expect the other party to be from the Sunsetting sect, which made it even better. He had planned to find trouble with the Sunsetting sect anyway. "Where are you from?" "That's none of my business. Go ask your family elders." Mo Sang didn't expect Wu Hao to say such a thing, and his anger surged. Flames appeared around him as well. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a flame shield. He was a fire-type evolver. In addition to the flame shield skill, he had another skill called elemental embodiment. He swung his giant axe fiercely, with flames swirling around it. Wu Hao nodded, having made an accurate assessment of his strength. "However, to be honest, you are a bit weak." This wasn't him bragging. Rather, he was too experienced in dealing with such enemies. Mo Sang, however, didn't think so and showed a look of anger, believing Wu Hao was insulting him. "I am weak. Heh. Then take this move." He gripped the flaming giant axe tightly and swung it down with a roar. At that moment, a husky appeared on the rooftop with unmatched speed. At first, no one noticed it except for Qianli, who had been on guard duty for a long time. Any slight movement would catch his attention. Huh? Why is there a husky here? He was at the back of the crowd. Although he was a physical type awakener, he was still missing a skill and was an important guard, so Mo Sang had arranged for him to be in the back. The target of the king was incredibly precise, which was to take note of Qianli. It appeared not far away before the battle began, observing what Qianli looked like. Now that Wu Hao and Mo Sang were fighting, it was the perfect opportunity for him. This operation was defined as the king's eye removal action. It activated its wind speed ability, maximizing its speed. At the same time, the bloodthirsty magic claws were wrapped around its paws. Like a crimson whirlwind, it reached Qianli's front in the blink of an eye. With a swipe of its paw, plus 2 powerful wind blades, Qianli was cut into several pieces without any surprise. Woof! Master, I succeeded. The king quickly left with the crystal in its mouth. Ahead, Lan Sisi and others still needed its support. At this moment, Lan Feifei faced 2 level 1 evolvers alone. Once her crystal energy was exhausted, she would definitely not be a match for the enemies. On the other side, Mu Xian was also dealing with 2 enemies. Relying on her explosive strength, she could barely cope. However, frequently using explosive strength caused her crystal energy to deplete rapidly. The opponents clearly noticed this flaw. One used vines to entangle her, limiting her movement. The other released icy breath, slowing and freezing her actions. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the king arrived just in time. 2 wind blades cut through the encroaching vines. As for the freezing, they still had a backup, Li Yuanyuan. Suddenly, a beam of light shone, causing many people to temporarily close their eyes. Originally slowed down, Feifei immediately regained her full mobility. She quickly retreated, pushing back the enemy next to Lan Sisi, allowing her to free up her hands to cast skills. Spider Sense, Crying Moon Magic Staff, Control. The sky suddenly darkened, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The members of the Sunsetting Gate found their movements suddenly becoming very slow. Wu Hao swung his great sword and clashed with his opponent, forcing them back. He had already learned of the king's news. Mo Sang was just about to give chase when he found it difficult to lift his feet, as if bound by a spider's web. It wasn't until a minute later that they broke free from the restraints, just as he intended to pursue the enemy. He looked up and saw that the opponent had long since vanished. Qianli, see where they ran off to. We must catch them and skin them alive. Mo Sang was furious, filled with hatred towards Wu Hao and the others. Where did Qianli go? Just as he was about to shout again, a little brother approached him. Boss, Qianli is dead. Mo Sang's eyes widened in shock. Qianli was his capable aide, an expert in reconnaissance who had evaded many zombies thanks to his skills. How'd he die? The little brother stammered out a few words. He was bitten to death by a dog. Mo Sang was enraged and was about to teach the little brother a lesson. Indeed, a husky was following him. Had he been careless and not noticed that the dog was also a master? It was at this moment that he realized the opponent's target had always been Qianli. He still believed it was Wu Hao's group that had failed in their one-on-one strategy and killed Qianli during the breakout. He stomped his foot in anger, originally just to vent his hatred. But he forgot that he was on the rooftop, directly stomping through the ceiling of the top floor and falling down. Coincidentally, he landed right in the bathroom below. The entire place fell silent for about 3 seconds before a furious roar came from inside. I swear I won't be human if I don't kill you. The people still on the rooftop didn't dare to go down to help. What if the boss looked too embarrassed and they saw it? They would be silenced. It was better to stay up there, taking advantage of the boss not being able to see them. One by one, they covered their mouths, laughing so hard they were shaking but not daring to laugh out loud. Some exaggeratedly rolled on the ground. Even the other 5 evolvers couldn't hold back. Back at the temporary base, Wu Hao directly took out a long cow bone. The king did a great job. This is a reward. Woof woof. Thank you, master. It bit the bone and went to the side to chew on it seriously. Wu Hao carefully looked around and saw that everyone was unharmed, which finally put his mind at ease. They all understood each other's skills and strengths, and they needed to think carefully about how to respond. Seeing the maids nodding, he revealed a cold smile. Everyone, rest well. We will attack tonight. Understood, young master. He couldn't give the other side too much time, worrying they might seek reinforcements. Chapter 77, Shadow Nemesis Hoyujin, Suburbs of Kuanin City. Wu Hao and a group of people stood on the rooftop of a tall building. The midnight wind was especially strong, causing their clothes to flap loudly. Fortunately, the nearby billboards and various flags made even louder noises, covering up the sounds of their movements. The enemy was just on the opposite top floor. According to Lon Cece's observation, they probably exercised for a while in the evening. Now, everyone had already gone to sleep. Wu Hao and his companions moved like ghosts, resembling shadow assassins. They silently approached the floor where the enemy was. Mo Sang, who was sleeping, suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass. He opened his eyes wide and saw a purple sword light flying towards him. It blended into the darkness of the night, yet carried a glimmer of brightness. Mo Sang shouted loudly, "Enemy attack!" His reaction was swift. A fiery giant axe appeared in his hand, blocking the sword energy. The immense force from the sword energy crushed his bed. Wu Hao finished using his skills in midair and suddenly slashed downwards, targeting the opponent's head. Mo Sang sensed the incoming attack and quickly stood up in a carp leap. He swung his flamed giant axe to meet although the environment was pitch black, each upgrade improved their vision. Now they could see relatively clearly in the darkness. The king was undoubtedly the strongest level 1 evolver. Its vision in the dark was almost the same as during the day. Coupled with its weapons, it possessed extremely fast speed along with long-range attacks. Hitting the opponent felt somewhat like scraping the skin. The opponent was a pure Earth-type evolver. Lan Feifei was currently held back by others and couldn't come to reduce the defense. The king's wind blades were all blocked by the thick Earth shield. Its claws could deal significant damage to the shield. However, this meant close combat. The king was fierce, disregarding the opponent's attacks, continually biting and clawing. The opponent's thick Earth shield quickly began to wobble. The king was also hit by the opponent's skill, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In the pitch-black space, a strange red light flickered. That was the weapon on the king, the bloodthirsty demon claw. Crack! The sound of the thick Earth shield shattering came through. The king seized the opportunity, charging at the enemy with a claw strike. A red glow flowed onto the king. Its previously fatigued body instantly recovered. Even the injuries it had sustained healed significantly. This was the ability of the bloodthirsty demon claw, bloodthirst. As the name suggests, it had the ability to absorb blood. A portion of the damage inflicted would provide a healing effect to itself. With this ability, the king was confident it could prolong the fight with the opponent. It also took advantage of its speed and long-range attacks to harvest the heads of other minions. Lan Feifei's opponent was also an Earth-type evolver. This was why she couldn't help the king. In the evening, everyone had observed the enemy's skills. They initially planned to exploit the enemy's weaknesses with their advantages. When it was the king's turn, it was supposed to confront a shadow-type evolver. However, the current opponent woke up too quickly and directly entangled it. Woof woof. Can't you sleep a little longer? Its original shadow-type opponent was now facing Mu Xian. Facing the woman in front of him with a fist, he simply smiled lightly. Oomph. Do you think a woman can stop me? His figure quickly disappeared, and sparks flew from the clash of weapons in the dark. The shadows cast provided him the conditions to use shadow escape techniques. However, the next second, Mu Xian threw a punch. The shadow-type evolver, unable to confront the attack directly, was not very heavy either. The powerful punch forcefully blew his body away. In midair, he felt a tremendous sense of crisis. He quickly used shadow ambush to appear beside one of his subordinates. Where he had just been standing, Mu Xian's fist appeared, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He realized this battle was harder than he had imagined. With a smile, Mu Xian beckoned him with her fist. Is that all you've got? Do you only have a big mouth? Mu Xian stepped forward again, and the opponent used shadow escape once more. Power explosion. A faint red light emerged from her body. Huh. With a punch, the powerful punch force blew down all the awaken nearby. The opponent was forced out again, and this time Mu Xian wouldn't let him escape. The aura on her body erupted violently. This was her strongest move combined with the power explosion. Energy gathering strike. Ashijin. Her body spiraled upward. Led by her fist, a punch struck the enemy who was preparing to use shadow ambush. Bang! He was sent flying again, crashing through the ceiling. Mu Xian quickly dodged below, and the next moment, a rain of blood fell. The nearby minions, witnessing this hellish scene, hurriedly retreated. The enemy was dead, and she needed to rest for a bit. She turned her attention to Li Yuanyuan's opponent. That was the physical type enemy she originally intended to deal with. She had planned for a hard clash, but unexpectedly got entangled by this person. However, it was not too late. Although Li Yuanyuan could hold on, winning would likely take 10 days or half a month. Mu Xian quickly approached her. "How are you, Yuanyuan? Do you still have energy? I can hold on for a long time." "That's good. Cover for me. I want to meet him." Li Yuanyuan decisively gave up her position. She was not good at fighting. She could kill the opponent without getting entangled with others. Unfortunately, the crowd was mixed, so she couldn't use poison carelessly. Lan Sisi was facing a rare curse-type enemy. He held a staff, whispering incantations. "Ice curse." A ring of colorful light flew up from him. Then Lan Sisi felt herself getting colder and colder. Even wrapping herself tightly in her maid outfit, she still felt a chill spreading from her heart. Immediately afterward, the curse-type evolver used another skill. Fire curse. Just when Lan Sisi felt the cold receding and breathed a sigh of relief, a scorching sensation radiated from her body. In just 3 seconds, she was drenched in sweat. This alternating cold and hot, if it were an ordinary person, would likely lead to serious illness even if they didn't die. However, as an evolver, Lan Sisi could still resist this bit of temperature change. The problem was that she hadn't thought of a way to break the situation. At a critical moment, it was Fei Fei who gave her a reminder. Her opponent, the Earth-type evolver, was continuously reinforcing the thick Earth shield. After fighting for so long, it hadn't weakened much. This made Fei Fei unable to help but curse. Swinging her sword again. "This damn shield monster, I really want to kill you with one sword." Upon hearing this, Lan Sisi suddenly realized. Chapter 78. Sister Sisi. The cold feeling spread within Lan Sisi's body. The curse-type evolver began to cast the ice curse again. This cold was even stronger than before. Each time it was cast on the same person, the curse effect would continuously stack, which was the power of the curse type. Lan Sisi looked at him, her face pale but smiling. Fei Fei was right. "I'll kill you with one sword." Spider sensing. A web was generated from beneath everyone's feet. Crying moon magic staff. On the already dark night without a moon, a bright moon suddenly appeared in the sky. Then everyone noticed they seemed to be trapped in a spider web. Their movements became very slow. Even moving became difficult. Looking at the smiling Lan Sisi approaching, the curse-type evolver's face changed dramatically. He tried to move, only to feel like his speed was crawling like a turtle. If this continued, he would definitely be caught by the opponent. His melee ability was very poor, with only 2 curse skills he could use. Lan Sisi held her staff, slowly walking in front of him. She dodged the attacks from the opponent's staff. In the weeks following her time with Wu Hao, she experienced quite a few battles. Usually, Fei Fei taught her swordsmanship, so she wasn't weak in combat. However, she struggled because she lacked usable combat skills. Lan Sisi used her staff as a sword. The material was hard enough that it wouldn't break even when clashing with the Sky Splitter Greatsword. She speculated that this was due to their abilities, as everyone's weapons had the same hardness. She swung the wand at her opponent's face again and again. Whenever her opponent tried to use a skill, it was interrupted. He wanted to counterattack, but was too slow and missed. He could only passively accept the beating until Sisi finally swung her wand and broke his neck. She retrieved a crystal from the severed neck. This scene made those nearby shudder. When a woman got serious, her wand could also be used as a weapon. The question was, who will be the next to have their head severed? Everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to step forward, fearful that Lan Sisi might swing her wand and send their heads flying. Even the most mischievous king felt his legs go weak. Woof. From now on, I must respect Sister Sisi. With Lan Sisi's crying moon wand and the spider sense's slowdown effect, Lan Fei Fei launched a frenzied attack. The speed of her sword strikes became so fast that they were nearly invisible. The opponent's thick earth shield was quickly wearing down, and its weakening speed was accelerating. Just as Sisi's crystal energy was almost depleted, the opponent's shield was shattered. Thanks to this frenzied armor reduction, the thick earth shield that the opponent reconstructed only blocked 3 strikes before being broken by Fei Fei's ghostly execution slash, while the opponent still attempted to use the thick earth shield. sword intent erupted. A sudden dizziness struck the Earth-type evolver's mind, causing a brief moment of disorientation. Lan Fei's sword light descended from the sky, striking the opponent. But that wasn't the end. The rondo slash followed. She transformed into a whirlwind of blades, wildly slicing through the opponent's body, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Those nearby saw this scene and all retreated. What a terrifying woman. Not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also ruthless. Quickly back away. You don't want to become meat on the ground, do you? Can this meat be eaten? I've been hungry for days. A blank area appeared around Lan Fei, even more exaggerated than Lan Cici's previous situation. The king was still gnawing on a shield. It had no way to deal with the thick earth shield of the earth-type cultivator. Range scraping would be ineffective, and close combat would be caught and swung. Fortunately, the abilities granted by the bloodthirsty claw allowed it to continuously heal itself. It was still in decent shape. More importantly, it didn't need to consume crystal energy. The opponent was different. Each time he constructed a thick earth shield, he expended a large amount of crystal energy. Now, with his energy nearly depleted, there was still no sign of fatigue from the dog opponent. How strange, a dog with strength similar to mine. He felt insulted, and a thought crossed his mind. Rock Spike. The king was focused on gnawing the shield, but its eyes were still fixed on the surroundings. The skills used by the opponent were fully within its sight. With the speed of the wind, it suddenly leaped to the side, perfectly dodging the opponent's attack. At the same time, the opponent's shield was shattered by a claw from the king. He had run out of crystal energy and would face the king's wrath with his flesh. Woof! Finally, it was my turn to swing you. The king's form moved swiftly, appearing at the opponent's neck. Opening its mouth wide, its sharp teeth made people shiver. The Earth-type evolver's heart trembled, and he quickly tried to block the sharp teeth with his hand. But in doing so, his arm became useless, caught in the king's bite. With an alligator's bite, the king tore off the entire arm. This was something the king had learned from a movie that Wu Hao watched. Woof! Truly, a movie watched by the master can teach one a thing or two. Next time, I need to watch the movies in the new folder too. The Earth-type evolver wasn't as happy as the king. Blood poured from the wound on his shoulder, and his face quickly turned pale. Fortunately, being upgraded multiple times, his endurance and physical abilities were stronger than those of ordinary people. Otherwise, the blood loss could have killed him. If he could just hold on a little longer, he would be able to form a scab, naturally. But how could a fierce husky like the king give him that opportunity? In a leap, it was back at his neck again. Its target was always clear, the crystal. The obvious goal was also the king's flaw. The previous few times it had been caught by the Earth-type evolver were because it wanted to resolve the opponent quickly. However, today was different. It first launched 2 wind blades as an attack. Only then did it follow up with its claws and then its sharp teeth. The wind blade struck one of the opponent's arms, but unfortunately, the power was insufficient to kill. It only left 2 deep wounds. The next moment, the claws arrived, further enlarging the wound until the entire palm was torn off. This time, the opponent could no longer hold back and let out a blood-curdling scream. However, he quickly fell silent, as the king held a red crystal in its mouth. What a fierce dog. Why are all these people so ferocious? What kind of killing organization have we provoked? It's terrifying, so cruel. Is it too late to run now? Boss, I'm out of the organization. Death is simple, but living is hard. The king's speed was unmatched. In just a few leaps, someone was caught. The evolvers had no ability to resist under its claws. Woof. Sister CC opened the map. Upon hearing the call, Lan CC nodded. Spider sense. A clear map of crystal distribution appeared in everyone's minds. With the map support, the king moved stealthily, reaping the lives of every minion. Chapter 79. You're killing hearts and souls. Mu Xian's battle was a fist-to-fist fight. The opponent, Meng Zhe, was also a flesh-type evolver. Unlike her, he wielded a set of tiger claws instead of fist wraps. His attack power was even stronger than Mu Xian's. The protruding spikes of the tiger claws inflicted greater damage than the fist wraps. It was a weapon focused entirely on attack, sacrificing defense. As soon as they made contact, both used their most powerful skills. A faint red glow appeared around Mu Xian's body. This was the vigor brought by the giant force-armored gauntlet, enhancing her physical abilities. Power explosion energy gathering strike. Both of their moves were the same, and their fists collided. A whirlwind erupted at the center, blowing away everything and everyone nearby. The people around supported each other to steady themselves, staring in shock at the two fighters. Meng Zhe was indeed one of the underground bosses in the suburbs of Anyang. His strength was formidable. That woman with the fist wraps was also strong, able to match Meng Zhe. However, the fist wraps ultimately were at a disadvantage against the tiger claws. In the battle, Mu Xian felt her fists tremble, her bones growing numb. In contrast, Meng Zhe remained in a normal state after the clash, showing no signs of injury. Do you think you can win against me with your fists? I'm the underground boxing king. The surrounding crowd erupted with shouts. Champion! 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 Mu Xian's body trembled, and suddenly she burst into laughter. Her hearty laughter echoed throughout the venue. The nearby crowd quickly dispersed, unsure of what was happening. What was she laughing at? Had she gone crazy? Did Meng Zhe knock her senseless? What a pity for such a heroic woman to fall like this. Meng Zhe revealed a sinister smile. I have a knack for tormenting my opponents, especially someone as beautiful as you. He charged up again, determined to knock her down and then slowly torture her. But in the next moment, his expression froze. Mu Xian didn't meet his punch. Before his fist could reach her, she kicked him away. Sorry, my fists are just my weapons, not my specialty. After being reminded by her opponent, she realized that ever since she evolved to gain weapons, she had become overly reliant on her boxing gloves, leading her to believe her fists were her strongest asset. By the way, my nickname is the Wu Alliance leader. And it's not just because of my fists. Meng Zhe got up from the ground, his expression dark. When he saw the boxing gloves in Mu Xian's hands, he thought her fists were the strongest. His tiger claws were supposed to counter her. Now that Mu Xian said her strongest wasn't her fists, he couldn't believe it. That kick just now had already indicated the problem. So what if your leg techniques are good? Just watch me break your legs. Mu Xian smiled. The more frustrated her opponent became, the closer he was to losing. She struck first. As someone from a martial arts family, she had studied various martial arts. This time, she used the 12 paths of tan leg, the authentic leg technique of Shaolin. The northern leg and southern fist and northern leg is often used to describe the 12 paths of tan leg, which features small, fast moves, and simultaneous fist swings deliver powerful blows with great force. In just a while, Meng Zhe was left dizzy. Every time he tried to punch aggressively, Mu Xian dodged. This was thanks to the varied and swift attack and defense of the tan leg techniques. The crowd that had originally cheered for him was now silent. This woman is fierce. This is Shaolin leg technique. How did she learn it? Meng Zhe couldn't win. Brothers, we can only rely on the boss now. No wonder she was called the Wu Alliance leader. Her upper and lower body coordinated perfectly. In the continuous confusion, Meng Zhe finally had a moment of clarity. Power explosion. Energy gathering strike. He had no choice but to unleash his strongest attack desperately. This time, Mu Xian didn't dodge. Her condition was better, and her speed was faster. She lunged forward, leaping high to deliver a triple kick to Meng Zhe. He couldn't defend in time, and his punch missed. He was kicked away and slammed into the wall. But that wasn't the end. Mu Xian quickly charged forward. Power explosion. Energy gathering strike. Elbow strike. Her elbow struck Meng Zhe's heart fiercely. Crack. The sound of ribs and heart shattering was clearly audible. Those who were standing close by all retreated in unison. The situation turned around so quickly that they hadn't even reacted. Was Meng Zhe still alive? He's dead. You all heard the sound. He's definitely dead. Only the boss is left. Let's escape. Suddenly, those who had been observing the situation all fled in a frenzy, but they still underestimated their opponent. Boss, Lan Feifei and Lan Sisi have long been waiting behind them. Want to run? Have you asked my sword? Woof woof. The battle between Wu Hao and Mo Sang has been intense. The two are matched, with a great sword against a giant axe, trading blows with each strike. On the surface, it seems evenly matched, but in reality, Wu Hao has the upper hand. Every time Mo Sang takes a hit, his hands tremble slightly. If this continues, he will eventually be forced to retreat. The initiative in the battle has always been in Wu Hao's hands. Mo Sang can only passively endure the attacks. To alleviate this issue, before the next strike from his opponent arrives, he opens his mouth and breathes out a fireball, attempting to push back his opponent. Wu Hao remained unfazed and continued to strike with his sword. He cleaved through the fireball directly. Seeing this, Mozong had no choice but to activate his flame shield to take the blow. When the long sword collided with the shield, sparks flew. As both forces were nearly exhausted, a giant axe swung down with full force. Out of strength, are you? Take my axe. At this moment, Wu Hao's great sword power was exhausted, and he was about to retract his move. Facing the attack of the giant axe, he felt no concern at all. Space transfer. The flaming giant axe that was swung at him disappeared in front of him. In the next moment, it appeared behind Mo Sang. Before he could even use the flame shield, he was knocked away by his own axe. Lying on the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was his full power strike, yet he didn't expect his opponent's skill to be so bizarre. What kind of skill is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Even though you are from the Sunsetting sect, you could still choose to commit suicide. Mo Sang was unclear about the grudge between the other party and the Sunsetting sect. This was not what he wanted to understand. He only wanted to know how to defeat the opponent in front of him. In terms of strength, speed, and techniques, he was outmatched. Why is there such a gap, even though they are both level 1 evolvers? Wu Hao really wanted to tell him that he had 5 years of experience from his previous life. Now it was already the end of his 6th year of apocalyptic life. Although he wasn't as strong as Mu Xian, he wasn't someone that just anyone could bully. Wu Hao smiled and shrugged. Maybe you're just not that skilled. I can fight for a long time with others. In the eyes of bystanders, this was a ruthless blow to the heart. Chapter 80. CC seemed a bit strange. Mo Sang pushed off the ground and quickly got up. He began to try using ranged attacks. In close combat, his flame giant axe was no match for the sky-splitting greatsword. Take my fireball spell. He opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage of 3 fireballs. Wu Hao was not the least bit flustered by this kind of attack. Spatial transfer. The 3 fireballs appeared in front of him and vanished one after another. When they reappeared, they had already surrounded Mo Sang from 3 directions. I won't take it. You handle it yourself. Montag Zangvashtatet. Having learned from his previous experience, he was better prepared this time. Who would have thought that the 3 fireballs would be transferred, and from 3 different directions? He could only swing his flame giant axe to deflect the 2 fireballs coming from the left and behind. Before he could attack the 3rd, it exploded on him first. He could still withstand the power of 1 fireball, but his upper body was already completely burned. I admit you are strong, but I'm not weak either. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Wu Hao smiled non-committally. Mozong was indeed strong, just a little weaker than him. Unfortunately, there was no cooperation with his teammates. In a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't be his opponent. He saw Mozong give up on long-range attacks. Wu Hao picked up the sky-cleaving greatsword again and swung it, unleashing a burst of dark purple sword energy. Breaking slash. Mo Sang saw this and no longer hesitated. He could only fight in close combat now. Gripping his sword axe with both hands, he charged forward. He had to first counter the purple sword energy, swinging his flaming axe to block it. Right behind the sword energy was Wu Hao, who brought down the sky-cleaving greatsword. Mo Sang had just raised his axe to block the sword energy, and at that moment, it was too late to defend. A layer of flame shield appeared around his body. Crack! The shield could only slightly withstand the blow before shattering. The greatsword struck down on Mo Sang's shoulder, leaving a massive wound that sliced from his right chest to his abdomen. Even so, Mo Sang still did not fall. Facing death instead ignited his fighting spirit. It seems I am destined to die here. You won't win easily. He swung the flaming axe with all his might, continuously spewing fireballs from his mouth. However, in Wu Hao's eyes, this attack was no different from a suicidal act. Even in the face of death, he gripped the giant axe tightly. A formidable opponent, but unfortunately, he encountered my skills. Without controlled teammates to help, Wu Hao could not be defeated in a short time. The spatial transfer skill severely limited Mo Sang. There were very few of the remaining people left. Under the pursuit of the king and Fei Fei, they were quickly wiped out. Then, with the help of Lan CC's skills, the crystals were soon cleared out. As usual, the remaining corpses were collected by Wu Hao. The results this time were quite substantial, having obtained a total of 6 level 1 evolver crystals. Along with the previous 4, he could now promote 1 person. This promotion slot naturally went to Wu Hao. He did not hesitate and directly absorbed the crystals to advance to level 2 Evolver. Feeling the enhancement of power, a smile appeared on his face. This kind of tangible improvement was the most gratifying. By this time, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. He saw Lon CC still in the hotel living room. CC, can't you sleep so late? The other party nodded and smiled, telling him to go to sleep first. Young master, you go ahead and sleep. I want to sit for a while longer. Although Wu Hao was somewhat suspicious, he still went to the bedroom. However, this time he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. An hour passed, and he was still thinking about Cece's behavior. He keenly sensed that something was off with her. First, Cece had a very regular routine, usually going to bed the earliest in the evening. Second, there was a weariness in her smile, indicating that she was definitely tired. With these suspicions, he just needed to ask her for the specific reason. When he arrived in the living room, he found Cece asleep on the sofa in the hotel lobby. Wu Hao felt a bit reluctant to wake her up, but there were no blankets in the living room. Although they were all evolvers, who could say for sure about catching a cold? After he entered her room, he understood everything. It turned out that the room Cece had assigned to herself had a large hole in the roof, and there were water stains on the floor and the blanket. He frowned. Was there really no other room? With this question in mind, he went to check other rooms and found that in the entire hotel, only 4 rooms were clean. The others were either occupied or had already collapsed. Wu Hao looked at Cece in his arms and smiled, shaking his head. Silly, you didn't even tell me you had nowhere to stay. This hotel isn't that important. Especially in Anyang, there are many people and many hotels. However, there really aren't any other complete hotels nearby. They had already checked that day, and you can only find one if you go further away. Since that's the case, you'll have to make do for one night. Wu Hao went straight to his bedroom and placed Cece on his bed. The big dog in his room saw this scene and wisely walked outside. Woof woof. I won't disturb the master. After some communication, the big dog finally understood what had happened. Woof woof. Sister Cece is sleeping on the bed. Where will you sleep? Wu Hao rubbed its dog's head. Of course, I also slept on the bed, and I wasn't going to do anything strange, so why be afraid? The king turned his head, thinking to himself to just pray that no one else finds out. After covering Cece with the blanket, Wu Hao also crawled into the bed. It was so warm. The next morning at 7:30, this was Lon Cece's wake-up time. When in the villa, she would get up to help Uncle Chun make breakfast. Once a habit is formed, it's hard to change, even if she went to bed late. She still woke up at this time. It was just that the first thing she noticed was that her surroundings had changed. She was not in the hotel living room. Startled, she was about to get up when she realized she was being hugged. It turned out to be the young master, scaring her to death. Then she sensed her surroundings again. Realizing she was in the young master's room, she felt relieved. At the same time, her heart warmed, and she turned to face Wu Hao. Although she couldn't see the specific features of his face, she could feel the warmth in his heart. Creak. The door to Wu Hao's room was suddenly opened. Chapter 81. Hide and seek in the blanket. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lon Cece's face showed a look of panic. Creak. The door was opened, and Li Yuan poked her head in. Young master, it's time to get up. You didn't leave us any breakfast. Every night before, Wu Hao would leave breakfast for the next day. He had only gone to bed in the early morning and saw Cece while putting out the breakfast in the hall. Plus, he was already very tired and accidentally forgot. Seeing that he was still not awake, Li Yuan walked to the bedside. She also had a regular routine and had gotten up early today. Unable to sleep and feeling hungry, she went to the hotel lobby, only to find that the young master hadn't left any breakfast at all. There was no choice. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Yuan had to come knock on the door. Seeing Wu Hao still sleeping, she suddenly felt playful and used the tips of her hair to tease Wu Hao's nose, giggling softly while playing. Hidden under the blanket, Lon Cece thought that Li Yuan would leave soon, but unexpectedly, she not only stayed but also played with the young master's body. Her 2 cheeks puffed up as she lifted the blanket. Yuan, don't disturb the young master's sleep. Li Yuan wasn't frightened at all. She had noticed that Wu Hao's blanket was bulging as soon as she opened the door. It was obvious that someone was hiding inside. Even if Cece didn't come out on her own, she would eventually lift the blanket. Cece, you're really impatient. I haven't even given you a surprise yet. Knowing she had fallen into a trap, Lon Cece frowned. She wanted to delay the situation, hoping to fool Yuan. The young master is sleeping. Don't disturb him. Let's go outside. Unfortunately, Li Yuan was no fool and directly grabbed her hand. Sister, You still won't honestly say why you're hiding under the young master's blanket? Are you plotting something? Always calm and composed. This time, Cece's face turned red, and it took her a while to say, I just wanted to ask the young master for breakfast, and when you opened the door, I was startled and hid under the blanket. This rare lie from Cece made her blush, as she always turned red when lying. Today was different. Her face was already flushed from Yuan's teasing. Now, even if she lied, it couldn't be seen, and indeed Yuan didn't notice. Nodding, she believed Cece's words. Let's wake the young master up. I'm starving. Cece nodded, shook Wu Hao's shoulder, and called out a few times. That was the technique of tormenting the nostrils with hair. Seeing this, Lan Cece didn't hold back either and used the same trick. At that moment, the two of them were leaning over Wu Hao. Leaning in close so that their hair could touch each other's faces, they exchanged glances, both blushing. They both knew what was going on, but couldn't say it out loud. So they shifted their focus to Wu Hao's face. Looking at his handsome and charming face, their hearts raced even faster than usual. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted their observation. Looking at each other, Lan Cece jumped off the bed. Just as she was about to pretend to have just arrived, she saw Yuan dart into the blanket. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came again, and it was awkward for Cece to explain alone. Yuan, come out quickly. Let's pretend we've just arrived. I'm not going out. I'll be misunderstood if I do. You're the one who will be misunderstood like this, okay? Seeing that Li Yuan was unwilling to come out, Lan Cece gritted her teeth, lifted the blanket again, and crawled into Wu Hao's blanket. The two of them curled up on either side of his thigh. Creak! The sound of the door opening came, and both of them held their breath. The person who entered was Mu Xian, one of the 6.5 people in the villa. Only Wu Hao and the dog had irregular sleep schedules. Or rather, one person and one dog liked to sleep in. The others all got up and went to bed on time. Mu Xian rubbed her sleepy eyes. Young master, where's breakfast? It's time for breakfast, and I feel like I'm starving. She walked to the bedside and punched Wu Hao's face. But as soon as her punch reached his face, it turned into a pinch. Young master's cheeks are so fun to play with. Hidden under the blanket, Li Yuan and Lan Cece both puffed up their cheeks in protest. However, Mu Xian ignored them and didn't realize they were hiding under the blanket. Young master is so fun. Let me pinch some more. Saying this, she tugged at Wu Hao's mouth and touched his cheek. Li Yuan couldn't see from inside, so Lan Cece demonstrated for her. First pinching the cheek, then pulling the mouth, now touching the cheek. At this moment, Mu Xian's head started to lean closer from outside the blanket. Lan Cece stiffened. Was she about to kiss him? She quickly signaled to Li Yuan, placing her hand over her lips. Li Yuan didn't let her down and jumped up. Mu Xian, stop it. Mu Xian, who was about to lean in to look at Wu Hao's ear, was startled. She was frightened and pointed at the two hiding in the blanket. What are you doing? Trying to scare people to death, huh? Li Yuan put her hands on her hips and snorted. We're catching a flower thief. You've kept us waiting for so long. Mu Xian showed a mischievous smile and pinched Yuan's cheek. If you dare say I'm a flower thief, then what about you two? What are you doing here, stealing flowers? Li Yuan's face was pinched into various shapes, and the key was that she couldn't fight back. She could only clench her fists, swallow her anger, and mutter softly. Little vixen, one day I'll give you a dose of Yuan powder. With keen ears, Mu Xian still heard this. A smile spread across her face as she touched the slightly reddened cheek. Oh dear, it's all my fault for being too strong. I've made Yuan's face all red. I'm leaving now. You all continue. Although it was a bit of a pity to leave like this, Mu Xian didn't dare to gamble on Yuan's thoughts. If she really drugged her, then she would have lost big time. Li Yuan and Lan Cece, who hadn't come out from the blanket, exchanged glances. A sly glimmer passed through both their eyes. Just as Mu Xian was about to open the door, a series of impatient knocks sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Everyone knew who was coming. The knocking was definitely Fei Fei. Mu Xian paused for a moment, quickly lifted the blanket, and rushed inside. Seeing her action, Yuan was a beat slower and followed her in. Lan Cece rubbed her forehead, feeling speechless. What are you all doing? The three of us could have gone out together. Mu Xian's face turned red as she realized. But going out now would undoubtedly get them caught. Let's hide for now and wait for Fei Fei to leave. The knocking sound of knock, knock, knock came again. Chapter 82. The hotel is attacked. in the suburbs of Anyang City, near a 20-story office building. 4 men were reporting work. Scar, Mozong has been taken out. There are bloodstains but no corpse. The newly replaced table was smashed to pieces by the scarred man in front of the 4. Daring to mess with our Kanyang sect. It seems some people are tired of living. The 4 little brothers quickly lower their heads. Scar, could it be someone from elsewhere? I also have this suspicion. After all, the locals wouldn't dare to provoke us. Scar Wuching waved his hand, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Send He Yin to find them. No matter where they come from, they must die. Inside the slightly run-down tavern, Wu Hao and a group of people temporarily made this place their base. Creak. The door opened, and the hearts of the 3 people in the room skipped a beat. Fortunately, Lan Feifei didn't say anything. She approached the bed and looked at Wu Hao in the covers. She quickly lowered her head and gave him a quick peck. Her speed was so fast that only Lan Cece sensed it. This time, she didn't demonstrate with the other Yuan. She just clenched her fists tightly, which made Mu Xian a bit curious. Lan Feifei provocatively glanced at the covers. Who was she? She could tell at a glance that something was off inside. But you're under the blanket, so you don't know what I did, right? She guessed that someone like herself wanted to come to the room to do something. As a result, she got blocked inside by her. With a sense of pride, she gently pushed Wu Hao with a bit of force. She didn't expect that, as an evolved being, her strength was so great. With just a little push, she sent Wu Hao tumbling out of bed. The 3 people hiding inside had no choice but to expose themselves to Feifei's sight. Mu Xian. Feifei could understand this, a woman with power wanting to come over. If she said she had no ulterior motives, Feifei wouldn't believe it. Yuan, probably wanting to repay her handsome savior with her body. But when she saw the 3rd person, she couldn't remain calm. Sister, what are you doing in the covers? A playful smile appeared on Lan Cece's face. Feifei, weren't you also in the room doing that kind of thing? Lan Feifei then remembered that her little actions couldn't hide from her sister's senses at all. A blush spread across her cheeks as she fiddled with her fingers, as if she had been caught breaking a taboo. Sister, I was just momentarily bewitched. Lan Cece naturally wouldn't blame her sister and took her hand to leave. However, it didn't go far, but instead moved to the next room. Spider sense. She shared with Feifei what had happened behind Wu Hao's room. The reason Cece left so quickly was that she sensed Wu Hao was about to wake up. To avoid unnecessary embarrassment, she pulled Feifei away. The remaining 2 looked at each other, grinning. Little did they know that someone was standing behind them at that moment. Wu Hao rubbed his eyes, stood up, and looked at the 2 backs of heads in front of him. He rewarded each of them with a chestnut. Don't just call me up and leave me on the bed. Pervert. Young master, you're really a pervert. Mu Xian and Li Yuan quickly left together. Wu Hao was puzzled and looked down. Well, it's morning, can't blame me for this. In another room, the 2 sisters, Cece, were also blushing as they peeked. Although they didn't see the complete scene, they knew the outlines of everyone's bodies. Naturally, they understood what had happened to Wu Hao. He got dressed and went to the hall, where he saw Uncle Chun and 4 blushing maids. Ahem, let's start breakfast. As for the Wang, it was simple. Wu Hao took out a bag of dog food from the otherworldly space and poured it into De Wang's exclusive dog bowl. Within 3 seconds, De Wang appeared in front of the dog bowl. Woof woof. Master, it's time to eat, time to eat. Everyone was even unsure of where it had come from. Although breakfast was not prepared by Uncle Chun, it was still quite good, with bread, milk, coffee, fried dough sticks, soybean milk, tea, eggs, pickled vegetables, lean meat porridge, century egg porridge, eggs, and so on. After everyone finished breakfast, they were about to go to the rooftop to bask in the sun. Lan Cece's expression changed, and she was shocked. Enemy attack. Hurry and leave. Everyone was stunned for less than a second and then scattered in all directions. Boom! 6 fireballs shot in through the windows and exploded on their dining table. The entire hall was instantly ignited, and the fire began to spread. Wu Hao quickly climbed up with Cece and soon reached the rooftop. Cece, didn't you notice anything before? No, that's why I'm so surprised. I didn't feel anything before the fireball came. Wu Hao nodded and led Cece to escape to the rooftop at the back. Meanwhile, the hotel they had just been in was continuously exploding, with more fireballs erupting inside. It seemed they had encountered a master of mental abilities, likely possessing skills that could shield their perception. He had encountered such skills in his previous life, called perception barrier, which could eliminate the perceptions of others. This skill centers around the user and has a small range. Anything within that range cannot be sensed by others. After listening to Wu Hao's explanation, Lan Cc fell into deep thought. If that's the case, won't we be unable to know the opponent's location? You are overestimating this skill. As long as you pay more attention to your surroundings, you can easily discover the opponent's position. Lan Cc came to realization and began to focus her senses. On the opposite side of the inn they were staying in, the quiet top floor had small stones rolling, as if someone was stepping on them. Yet there was no presence of anyone in her perception. Dao Wang and Fei Fei had escaped from the hotel together. They were on the left side of the hotel, remaining vigilant against the enemy. Up until now, they had not sensed the presence of the opponent. Just then, a stream of information flowed into her mind. It was her sister's spider sense. Lan Cc directly marked the enemy's location in the transmitted information. Mu Xian and Li Yuan had escaped from the right side, wandering the streets in search of the enemy's trace. Suddenly, a fireball flew from the sky. Based on the position of the fireball, she roughly deduced the enemy's location. At that moment, the spider sense connected with her, clearly marking the enemy's position, which was basically consistent with her own sense. Found you. A smile appeared on Lan Cc's face as she returned to a calm and composed demeanor. Young master, I have contacted everyone and informed them of the enemy's location. Good. I hope they have figured out how to reincarnate. Chapter 83. Feinting east to attack west and annihilating the black-eyed according to Cc's observations. There were a total of 4 enemies. Now, 3 of them had appeared in her perception. The remaining one was still undetectable, likely having stopped moving. Young master, the mental type evolver is still in the building opposite the hotel. What about the other 3? In Cc's perception, the 3 opponents had split up after checking the inn. One was pursuing Dao Wang and Fei Fei. Another was chasing Mu Xian and Yuan, while the last one was coming towards them. After listening to the information provided by Cc, Wu Hao felt a stir in his heart. The fact that the opponent dared to take on 2 at once indicated that their strength was not to be underestimated. In this situation, he was unwilling to fight head-on. However, since they were now separated, if he left, the other 2 parties would be under great pressure. There was no choice but to fight. After saying this, he rushed towards the direction of the restaurant. He was the first to encounter an opponent, a man with bronze-colored skin. In Wu Hao's perception, he had reached the 2nd level of evolution. Who are you? Why did you attack our hotel? He asked while not stopping his steps. The opponent was wearing sunglasses, so his eyes were hidden. All Wu Hao could see was a sinister smile on his face. My name is Gouda, and I'm here to take your life. The opponent was very arrogant, but Wu Hao was not concerned. Isn't he just a lackey of the Sunset Gate? No matter how well he talks, it's a waste. Gouda's temples bulged, and his fists were tightly clenched. You have guts to anger me, but I wonder how strong you really are. Wu Hao smiled and continued running. The 2 were about to collide. Did you get your muscles from protein powder? This completely infuriated Gouda, as he hated it when others questioned his muscles. You're dead. With a burst of strength, the distance between them was already very close, and after using his skill, Gouda's speed was incredibly fast. In the split second before they were about to meet, he unleashed a concentrated strike. A huge fist slammed towards his opponent's face. Wu Hao was completely unfazed, not even stopping in his tracks. The fist that struck him suddenly disappeared when it reached his body. When it reappeared, it was already at the back of Gouda's head. Although his reaction was quick and he avoided the fatal spot, he was still hit in the back, sending him flying. This was the top floor, and his body uncontrollably flew out, crashing into several buildings. Wu Hao's footsteps did not stop, not to chase Gouda. Cc, carefully sensing, we're going to kill the psychic enemies. Only then did Lan Cc understand his purpose. All right, young master. On the top floor of the restaurant opposite, an evolver received orders this morning. Together with 3 assassins, he was to find and kill a group of forces. He had a nickname called Black Eye. In fact, this was the name of his skill, which could locate the most recent contacts of the deceased based on their blood. However, this skill had a time limit. The deceased could not have been dead for more than 24 hours. With this skill, he successfully led the 3 assassins to find the target. He had a sensing barrier and was confident that no one would detect him. But he did not expect the opponent's reaction ability to be so fast. They actually sensed the aura of the fireball. What assassins, they were really three useless ones, unable to kill even one person in an attack. He worked hard to hide 3 people. Among them, 2 were fire-type evolvers, and with 6 fireballs. Not a single person was hit. Black Eye wanted to explode in anger and curse, but his strength did not allow him to do such a thing. At this moment, the 3 evolvers went to pursue, and his task was also completed. He opened the door, ready to leave, only to see 2 people appear outside the door. "Who are you?" Wu Hao smiled slightly and remained silent. The sky-rending greatsword appeared in his hand in an instant, breaking the void slash. At that moment, Black Eye finally realized that he had been exposed. "Impossible, my sensing barrier can isolate breath. It can't be." A magic wand appeared in his hand, blocking in front of the greatsword, but the immense force still sent him flying. Only then did his eyes catch sight of the blind girl behind Wu Hao. A thought crossed his mind, and he had a guess. "You are also a psychic evolutionist with sensing-type skills?" Lon Cece ignored his question, since he had figured it out. Wu Hao didn't hide it either. "Congratulations, you guessed right, so I'll reward you with dying once." He swung the greatsword again, this time without even using the breaking the void slash. Killing someone without attacking skills, he couldn't waste crystal energy. Behind him was another physical evolutionist, who was the real final opponent. Faced with Wu Hao's sky-rending greatsword, Black Eye could only resist with a magic wand of the same material. But this was not a long-term solution. The greatsword's immense power surged through his arm, smashing through the floor beneath him, and the 2 fell from the top floor to the next level. Wu Hao struck one sword after another, and finally, Black Eye felt the pain in his arm. He couldn't hold onto the magic wand, which was knocked away by the greatsword. Wu Hao naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. He jumped high and struck down with force in midair. At this moment, Gouda finally arrived, his speed reaching its peak. "Stop, you can't kill him." With gloves on his hands, there was still a chance to catch up. Just then, a faint smile appeared on Wu Hao's face. Space collapsed. A tremendous gravitational force held Gouda in place. Although he could break free in a moment, Wu Hao could not give him that time and struck down with a sword, killing He Yin. "What did you say? I didn't hear you." Gouda lowered his head, the veins on his arms and forehead bulging. He Yin held a significant position in the organization, especially with the existence of the sensing barrier, which had contributed greatly to the organization. It took a long time for him and others to bring such a figure on board. Now, he was dying right in front of him. It would be fine if the mission was completed. If the mission failed, his own fate would definitely be tragic. At this moment, he hated the person before him to the core. Not only had he killed several of the organization's evolvers, but he also disrupted the organization's original plan. Now, he had pushed himself into a desperate situation. "You are good. You have successfully ignited my fighting spirit. I will make sure you die a glorious death." Wu Hao's eyes signaled his intention to leave. The long sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the black-eyed man. "I also want to have a big fight. If you're strong enough," he said, swinging his sword and taking the initiative to attack. Void Slash. The skill was launched before the opponent could react. And when it reached the opponent's front, the Void Slash was followed closely by Wu Hao's long sword. Gu Da's expression twisted, and he unleashed his power, combining it with the force of a charged attack, directly breaking through the sword energy of the Void Slash. However, Wu Hao's long sword followed, still knocking him back. He actually wanted to leave this kind of enemy for Mu Xian to practice against. She preferred fighting with her fists, but there would be many opponents in the future, and there would be no shortage of powerful physical fighters. Chapter 84. The favorite maid on the right side of the tavern, Mu Xian stood on the rooftop. She could sense the enemy was chasing her. However, she did not evade. Escaping was not a solution. The most important thing was to knock the enemy down and scare them. A man wielding a giant sword suddenly leaped out from below. "Were you waiting for me? Or waiting to die?" He positioned himself directly below Mu Xian and swung his long sword. However, he didn't have a compatible skill. His evolution hadn't learned the Void Slash. But he had other skills. Flame Embodiment. In the blink of an eye, the giant sword transformed into a flaming sword. Flame Shield. A layer of fiery red shield appeared around him. With both defensive and offensive guarantees, he slashed upwards. "Woman, watch as I cleave you with my fireball sword." Mu Xian didn't expect someone to be even more arrogant than the young master. A giant gauntlet appeared on her hands, radiating red light. Power burst. Her speed in the air instantly increased. She punched towards her opponent's flaming sword. The attacks finally collided, sending a strong wave of energy radiating outwards, shattering the surrounding walls. And the ceiling of the top floor finally couldn't withstand it and collapsed. However, neither of them left. Mu Xian's momentum surged, directly sending the falling debris and walls flying. The fireball let the falling stones hit his flame shield. They were all blocked by the shield, and the dust began to ignite. The two locked eyes, and the air between them kept burning. Mu Xian would not let the enemy strike first. Her figure moved quickly. She was no longer just a reckless fighter who relied solely on her fists. Her feet moved rapidly, covering short distances with agility. Facing her attack, the fire bull swung his flaming sword quickly, not allowing any of her attacks to land on him. But Mu Xian wouldn't let him have his way. Power burst. Her entire body's speed increased. Whether it was movement speed, attack speed, or even defensive speed, all accelerated by more than double. She resembled a fighting machine, appearing mad, yet possessing the beauty of martial arts. Faster, even faster. Fire bull, if you keep slowing down, you will die. The fire bull felt frustrated. His flame shield was already on the verge of collapse. If he took a few more hits, it would shatter. But the opponent's attacks were relentless. This was his only chance for victory. He then used the flame shield again to defend against the next round of attacks. He thought it would go well, but unfortunately, Mu Xian wouldn't give him the opportunity. She knew better than anyone when her vulnerable period was. Seeing the opponent's speed slow down, the fire bull felt a surge of joy. The power of flames erupted from his long sword even stronger. He was about to start his counterattack. Little girl, watch closely. My counterattack begins now. He swung his long sword, creating waves of flames. However, Mu Xian completely ignored him, her speed exploding as she charged forward again. The firebull's flame shield had already shattered earlier. Now, he hadn't even had time to launch an attack before Mu Xian hammered him with 3 punches and kicked him 3 times. The pain made him frown, and he was shocked. Can you continuously use power burst? No, you just deceived me. Your power burst hasn't ended at all. The firebull finally realized he had been tricked. Now, it was too late to attack. The initiative had long since fallen into Mu Xian's hands. Mu Xian revealed a radiant smile. I can't tell you about such things. I can only say guess. Faced with Mu Xian's teasing, the firebull had no way out. After trying a few times, he forced himself to interrupt her attacks while getting injured. Unfortunately, he still received a sound beating. Her physical burden had recovered while the firebull was waiting for an opportunity. This time, Mu Xian did not give him another chance. She unleashed a series of punches and kicks, sending the firebull crashing into the wall. Charge strike. A spider-like crack spread across the wall. The firebull was no longer breathing under Mu Xian's fists. On the left side of the hotel, Fei Fei and the Big King walked together. No matter who they encountered, it was a nightmare. The newcomers directly ran into the fiercest villa duo. No unexpected events occurred. In the tall building in front of the hotel, Wu Hao was demolishing the building. With each sword strike, the opponent had to block, and a floor would be knocked away. Guda was grateful he had the power burst skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Wu Hao's attacking speed. Which faction are you from? Your combat ability is so outstanding. Would you like to join us? Wu Hao smiled and gave his reply. Sure, on the condition that you kill Lu Xiyuan, and I'll take over. Guda's eyes turned cold. Lu Xiyuan was the leader of the Sunset Sect. What the other party meant was to kill the sect leader so he could take the position. He should take a look at his own level. How dare he attempt to become the sect leader? Wu Hao was a bit surprised. The strength of Anyang City seemed to be beyond imagination. Oh, then what level do you need to be become a doormaster? Guda, seeing his interest, couldn't help but show off. At least one must be like Master Lu, close to the King realm, to be qualified. Wu Hao was taken aback. The Wang realm, which he had been thinking about for so long, was actually achieved by someone so quickly. Impossible. Such a difficult thing as the Wang realm could not be entered so soon. Oh, it seems you know a bit. To tell you the truth, Master Lu reached level 9 of the Evolver a week ago, and entering the Wang realm is just around the corner. Wu Hao was taken aback. His opponent's strength was even greater than he had imagined. Having lived a full life, he thought he was quite powerful. But now it seemed he still had a long way to go. He knew it was due to the influence of the Black Rain that everyone's strength had rapidly increased in this life. Those at the bottom would always remain at the bottom, but those who could quickly improve their strength would forever sit on the pedestal of power. With so many resources at the beginning, Lu Xiyuan must be quite wealthy. Guda shuklad, hivyalinga moking ek expression. Do you think just having money is enough? Lu, the sect leader, is someone who can navigate both the black and white worlds. It seems Lu has provided a lot of help to his son. Being able to thrive in both the black and white worlds at such a young age is impressive. Of course, his own effort and wisdom must also play a role. Wu Hao couldn't help but doubt whether it was necessary to establish his own power in this way. If there were many people like Lu Xiyuan, then when his power encountered them, it would be the moment of collapse. At that moment, a gentle voice came through. The young master said that no matter how strong the enemy, we could defeat them. Being able to fight against so many strong enemies makes this apocalyptic world worthwhile. Wu Hao's heart trembled. Indeed, he never expected that he would need a maid to wake him up. Rather than lying down every day, he preferred to engage in meaningful battles. In this life, lying down would only make him become someone else's food. Food had not yet reached a point of scarcity, but everyone's strength had already reached an astonishing level. Without sufficient strength to protect, any food would become someone else's. Thank you, Cece, you truly are my favorite maid. Chapter 85. The things I want to protect. After hearing Lan Cece's words, Wu Hao regained his spirits. Looking at the enemy before him, his gaze returned to its usual calmness. You are strong, and the zombies are strong, but I will be even stronger. A powerful confidence radiated from him, making him appear much more spirited. His handsome and resolute face, paired with rational and calm eyes, was enough to captivate Feifei at that moment. Young master, you could be this handsome. She and the king were the first to deal with their opponent and rushed over to help. Woof woof. Feifei, should we take action? No need, the young master can handle it. Gu Da's expression turned serious. He genuinely wanted to persuade the opponent to join them. After all, with one black eye dead, punishment was inevitable. If he could win over the opponent's forces, it would make up for his past mistakes. Perhaps he could even receive a reward. But now, he was not the opponent's match. Unfortunately, everything was disrupted by that little woman. It was all this woman's fault for being so talkative. Gu Da activated his power burst skill, instantly increasing his speed. His figure dashed straight towards Lan Cece's location, wanting to use her to restrain Wu Hao, effectively taking her as a hostage. At that moment, however, he underestimated this woman. Lan Cece sensed Gu Da rushing towards her, crying moon magic wand, spider sense. An invisible spider web unfolded, and anyone caught in it would be slowed down. Gu Da's originally rapid speed turned into a slow crawl. He was horrified. Why were all the opponents he encountered so difficult to deal with? Lan Cece did not wait for him to approach. Instead, she took the initiative to meet him. The moment they were close, Gu Da suddenly burst forth with power, attempting to catch Cece off guard with a sudden acceleration. But how could she have overlooked something like this? She leaped sideways, dodging Gu Da's right fist, while simultaneously swinging her magic wand forcefully, striking Gu Da's arm. Crack! To his surprise, the force was enough to break Gu Da's arm. Gu Da was indeed tough. One couldn't become a squad leader without being ruthless. He endured the pain and swung his other fist. Unfortunately, under the slowing effect of the crying moon magic wand, his movements appeared almost as slow as an elderly person in the eyes of everyone. Lan Cece easily dodged with a sidestep. With a backhand swing of her wand, she struck Gu Da's left arm. Crack! This time his left arm also broke. He never imagined he would be defeated by a blind woman. The seemingly delicate Lan Cece displayed an impressive amount of power in her single attack. Gu Da's arms hung limply at his sides. He knew this time he was in deep trouble. The opponent would not let him go. He could only desperately fight for a glimmer of hope. But under the slowing effect of Lan Cece's skill, everything seemed so absurd. The kick he threw out was intercepted at the thigh, and the other leg was swept down by the magic wand. He knelt on the ground, regretting why he had to provoke this woman. Gu Da would rather die at Wu Hao's hands. Lan Cece launched another attack at the back of his neck. A head flew off and landed at Wu Hao's feet, causing him to shudder involuntarily. His impression of Cece shifted somewhat. She was not only a gentle and dignified support, but also a girl capable of becoming a violent embodiment. Perhaps this was the power of the Spider Queen, but for now, she was my family's headmaid. All 4 second-level enemies from this attack were eliminated, meaning Wu Hao's group would now have 4 additional second-level members. However, the first thing they needed to do was find a place to settle down. It was already noon, and they needed to find somewhere to have lunch. Lan Sisi sensed the situation nearby. There were no enemies around. They could eat here for now. Young master, what about our base? Wu Hao glanced at the hotel, which had completely lost its original appearance. They still needed to rest at night and couldn't expose themselves to the zombie-infested streets. Their current state wasn't good, so they decided to leave and find a place to stay. Lan Sisi also felt this was the best decision. Under her lead, a group of people rushed towards the center of Anyang City. It wasn't until they reached the junction of 2 areas that they finally found a better place. It was a 30-story office building with fewer items inside and relatively clean. The key was that there were many vacant rooms. The group arrived at the spacious top floor. Wu Hao waved his hand and took out a large dining table. Then came the dishes. Beef, lamb, fish, shrimp, and vegetables were all present. Your Majesty, today you get double dog food plus a pig bone. Woof woof. The master is really nice. During the meal, Fei Fei asked about the next target. From the current situation, both Gouda and Black, I belong to the forces of the Sunsetting Gate. Lan Si thought for a moment and proposed a roughly feasible plan. The forces we've encountered recently are all from the Sunsetting Gate. Even if we don't provoke them, we will eventually be sought out. Wu Hao understood her meaning. So we have to take the initiative and not let them come to us. We need to strike first. Lan Sisi nodded, indicating that was exactly the point. With my abilities, finding them won't be difficult. She believed that abilities like Hei Yan's were rare. Even if there were such people, she could sense them through the changes in the surrounding environment. Everyone agreed with her suggestion. After finishing their meal, Wu Hao felt that he had already met his exercise quota for the day. He assigned everyone a room. After tidying up a bit, this would serve as their temporary base. He brought out 6 beds from the ability space. These were all high-end Simmons beds, which he had found in the center of Quiet City. At that time, everyone's focus was on food, and there was no extra energy or space to store beds. Only he had the space to accommodate such large items. Now, they finally came in handy, and there was no need to worry about sleeping on the floor. As for blankets and pillows, he brought those out as well, as they were all part of the set. He had collected everything from complete stores in Quianan. After all, it was useless for others to take these things. They were all from Quiet City, and their homes were nearby, so they wouldn't need them. This office building was their first home in Anyang City. With the cleaning done by the king and the 4 maids, the room became neat and clean. Wu Hao was lying on the rooftop, basking in the sun. However, what occupied his mind was something else. Some previous confusion still lingered in his heart. Perhaps staying in a corner could allow him to live a stable life for 5 or 6 years. Maybe it wouldn't even take that long. His strength might fall behind the mainstream. As long as someone from another big city showed up, they could easily eliminate him. This kind of short-term enjoyment, in his view, was not worth it. If he fought hard now, he might die tomorrow. The greater possibility was becoming one of the top people in the world. He heard the laughter of Lan Sisi and others in his ears. Determined, he realized he also had things he wanted to protect. Fighting may not guarantee success, but not fighting would definitely lead to death. Chapter 86. Zombies Howling at Midnight. In the suburbs of Anyang City, near the office buildings in the city center, Wu Hao established a temporary base here. This is our first home in Anyang. As he figures out the future path, Anyang becomes particularly important. Because there are enemies here, still keeping an eye on him. We must eliminate them first before we can safely expand to other places. This attack is not all bad. At least we obtained 4 level 2 crystals. There are 4 people and 1 dog who have not yet advanced to level 2. Li Yuanyuan stepped forward voluntarily, waving her arm. You all go ahead and level up. My contribution when I advance to level 2 is relatively small. Wu Hao walked up to her and patted her head. Her hair was different from Lan Sisi's long black straight hair. It was soft with a slight wave. There would be plenty of crystals in the future, so take it slow. This way, the candidates for promotion were determined. The 2 sisters, Lan Sisi, the Great King, and Mu Xian, were allocated the crystals. While they absorbed the crystals, Wu Hao went to Li Yuanyuan's laboratory. It was still being set up and needed him to provide experimental instruments. Yuan, are you setting up a new laboratory here? What about the villa? The experiments currently being conducted were somewhat dangerous and could not be done in the villa. Wu Hao's first thought was that she was working on poison. Was the previous poison they researched so powerful that it got eliminated? She didn't deny it. These were things that could be discussed with the young master. As the levels of zombies and humans increased, the previous poisons had become outdated and needed to be updated. The entire 35th floor had been converted by Li Yuan into a laboratory. It was much more spacious than the small house in the villa. Just tell me what you need. We can also look into new materials, she said. Li Yuan was not polite at all, asking for tables, chairs, stools, test tubes, alcohol lamps, and so on. She requested everything that could be useful. Wu Hao realized that keeping these things for himself was of no use, so it was better to invest them in her. If there were any new discoveries, he would also benefit. Everyone has their own expertise. I'm better suited to lying down. That night, a series of powerful roars woke Wu Hao up. He went to the transform hall and found everyone gathered by the window looking at something. He joined them, but his view was limited. Still, he could see zombies swaying all over the street. Among them, some purely ability-type zombies had light flickering on their bodies. Wu Hao did not know the reason for their agitation. It looked like they were stimulated and were surging towards the city center. CC, spider sensing. A huge spider web quickly unfolded. At the same time, it shared the sensed information with everyone. In CC's field of vision, countless crystals were moving. Most of the crystals were white, representing the awakened level of minor zombies. A small portion remained as red crystals, varying in shades. They represented the strength of evolved zombies. Although it was a small portion, there were still a few hundred of them. Wu Hao felt a wave of relief upon seeing the number of evolved zombies. Fortunately, they had been upstairs these past few days. If they had gone out on the street, they would definitely have been besieged. Woof, there are just too many zombies. Lan Fei gripped her long sword tightly, eager to try her skills. After all, this city has a population that is more than double that of Quanon City, making it densely populated and causing the zombies to mutate faster. Additionally, the weekly black rain adds to the problem, leading to a rapid increase in the zombies' levels. Mu Xian gazed at the red crystal among the distant zombies, filled with fighting spirit and wanting to rush down and engage in a fierce battle. However, the dense numbers still held her back. Going out now would only lead to a dead end. Wu Hao fell into deep thought, feeling that something was wrong. Lan Sisi frowned and pointed out his confusion. These zombies seemed to be driven away. They weren't running wildly like when they were chasing people. Woof woof. I said something was off, said Fei, rubbing the dog's head with a smile. You're just a latecomer, dog. If my sister hadn't mentioned it, you would never have noticed anything wrong your whole life. Woof woof. Fei, you're going too far. Sister Cece, you should take care of her. Lan Cece ignored the bickering between the person and the dog. Her mind was highly focused as she carefully examined the surroundings. Strange, even the zombies ahead weren't moving. They weren't chasing their prey. Wu Hao also noticed this. The scene was as if they were attracted by something. At the mention of this, his eyes lit up. Looking at everyone, he found curious expressions on their faces. Let's go take a look. Since they had decided to make a name for themselves, how could they not participate in such matters? Lan Sisi nodded, agreeing with him. I will keep sensing at all times, so everyone can proceed with confidence. Thus, the group arrived at the rooftop late at night, heading towards the direction of the zombies. They sprinted on the rooftop, and the zombies on the streets below could not hear them. At the same time, with Cece's sensing ability, even if there were enemies, she would discover them before they heard any sound. After running for 3,000 meters, they finally reached the front of the zombies. The ones at the forefront were all evolved zombies. Their levels were not very high. Fei estimated they were between levels 1, 2, and 3. This is a great opportunity to hunt for crystals. Should we take action? Lan Sisi interrupted her thoughts. Young master, there are people hiding in the dark 2,000 meters ahead. We cannot proceed any further. Wu Hao nodded and shared the vision through the spider sense. They also saw that about 2,000 meters ahead of the zombies, there was a group of people waiting. There were approximately 500 of them, and, most importantly, their strength. They were all evolvers, with levels mostly matching that of the zombies. However, a few individuals had crystal colors that were particularly bright red. Wu Hao could be certain that they must be evolutionaries above level 4. A human force with so many evolutionaries should only exist in Anyang City, and that is the Sunset Sect. He didn't know if Lu Siyuan was among those particularly flamboyant individuals. No wonder Lu Siyuan's strength was able to rise so quickly, along with the ability to exterminate zombies. This directly attracted all the zombies in the surrounding suburbs. If they were to exterminate them all, the number of crystals would be terrifying. This time, they had witnessed the strength of the Sunset Sect, which was indeed consistent with what their previous opponents had said, immensely powerful. They absolutely dominated in the entire Anyang City. Mu Xian felt that his statement was still somewhat conservative. I think this should be the only major force left in Anyang City. Woof woof. So many crystals, master. I want to eat. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. If you act now, you'll end up as a dead dog. Upon hearing the word die, the king immediately shut up and stopped making noise. Wu Hao's mind was racing. With so much profit to be made, it would be unreasonable not to take advantage of it. Chapter 87. I'm a professional at dealing the final blow. He looked at the swarm of zombies flooding the streets. Wu Hao was thinking about how to snatch food from the tiger's mouth at the Qinyang Gate. Looking at the horde of zombies separated by over 2,000 meters, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. Let's retreat and directly ambush the zombies at the back of the horde. Lan Feifei gave him a thumbs up. Woof. No wonder you're the master. You actually thought of a way to deal with the undead dogs. With a decision made, Wu Hao and his group didn't delay. They asked Lan Sisi to keep a close watch on the movements of the people at Qinyang Gate and the zombies. The group retreated to the end of the zombie horde. Wu Hao drew them from the void, its blades shimmering with a dark purple light. Under the night sky, it looked like the stars twinkling in the heavens. Snatching the crystal of the Sunset Gate was an exhilarating thought. He leaped from the 10th floor, wielding the great sword. I'll go ahead and scout Sky Slash. A group of zombies had no time to react before their heads were all sliced off, including 2 that were first-level evolved zombies. Wu Hao swung his great sword vigorously, unleashing a powerful sword aura that scattered in all directions. Soon, he cleared a small area. He noticed that only the zombies he had hit would be drawn towards him, turning their heads to attack him. Wu Hao smiled, as this was the result they wanted the most. They could only escape for now, even though it disrupted the plans of the sun-setting sect. However, their own strength could not be improved. The current situation was that as long as they killed fast enough, the fewer crystals the sun-setting sect would obtain. Seeing this, Lan Feifei no longer hesitated and jumped down from the sky. Dance of the Round Blade. She was like a whirlwind descending from the air. Everywhere she passed, there were pieces of zombie flesh. Only second-level zombies could hinder her progress. Following her was the king. With the speed of the wind, it landed even before Feifei. With a swipe of its claws, 2 wind blades were unleashed. They cut through 50 zombies before being exhausted, including 2 high-level zombies of the first evolution stage. At the same time, it unleashed its claws and sharp teeth, transforming into a ferocious beast of slaughter. Bloodthirsty demon claws. The red and black intertwined claw weapons were donned on the king's claws. This way, it could fight while recovering from its injuries. Mu Xian was the next to land. Her area attacks were fewer, but every punch and kick was powerful. Power Burst. After using the skill, her attack speed was extremely fast, with each punch killing a zombie. When encountering a first-level evolved zombie, she needed to use a concentrated strike. Li Yuanyuan was not to be outdone either, walking alone onto a street. She sprinkled a large amount of poison from the rooftop, causing the flesh of the zombies that came into contact with it to fall off in pieces. Eventually, they turned into white, withered bones. Even first-level evolved zombies could not withstand it. The most important thing was that she only needed to stand on the rooftop to spread the poison, without needing to go down to the street to take action herself. Second-level zombies needed her to deliver the finishing blow. As for the third-level evolved zombies, she never considered them as targets. She directly skipped over them and went to the rooftop of the next group of zombies on another street. Seeing everyone else in action, Lan Sisi felt she should also do something. Crying Moon Magic Staff. Spider Sense. The zombies that were originally walking were still walking, but their speed was so slow it was like crawling. The members of the sun-setting sect waiting 2,000 meters away noticed that the zombie speed had slowed down significantly. Why did the zombies slow down so much? They still haven't come over. Is the amount of divine flour insufficient? Should we add more? Can you even talk about divine flour? Shut up. If the sect master hears you discussing this, you will die a miserable death. Everyone shut up and wait. The zombies are still moving. It just takes more time. While they were waiting, Wu Hao and his group were busy collecting crystals. Because they were attracted by the divine flower, only the zombies that were attacked would leave the group. This gave their team the opportunity to take on zombies one-on-one. Wu Hao looked at the slowly walking zombie in front of him. It was surrounded by a blue light, indicating that it was a pure ice or water-type zombie. From his sensing, this zombie had reached the level of a level 3 evolver. Everyone, come over, there's a level 3 zombie here. Soon, people followed the level 3 zombie. Lan Cece was left on the rooftop because her abilities consumed energy too quickly, and she was having trouble recovering now. Li Yuan was helping her recover, pulling a staff out of the void. Life staff. A beam of light flowed, and a jade-green staff appeared in her hand. This was the weapon she obtained after her evolution. As long as she held the weapon, her own and nearby people's crystal energy would slowly recover, which was quite a powerful passive ability. With Yuan's support, Lan Cece's crystal recovery and consumption reached a balance, allowing her to maintain the effect of spider sensing continuously. This meant that the slowing effect of the crying moon magic wand would persist. On the street, Wu Hao and the others gathered, watching the slowly swaying level 3 evolver zombie. Zombies of this level were all tall in stature, and this one was emitting waves of cold air. Wu Hao waved his hand, and everyone immediately understood, springing into action. The king charged ahead, sinking his sharp teeth into the back of the zombie's neck. The attacked zombie rejected the temptation of the divine flower. Its instincts told it to kill the attacker. A surge of moisture enveloped its body, forming a shield in an attempt to resist the king's attack. Fei Fei was not slow either. At the moment the water shield formed, she swung her ghost slayer upward. The water shield shook but held firm. A blue light was absorbed into the ghost slayer, weakening the shield's defense. Unfortunately, if she had been just a bit faster, she would have hit its body. At that moment, Mu Xian charged in from the side. Her fighting spirit was high against this zombie, and she showed no hesitation. She unleashed her full power, using all her skills, and her massive gauntlets appeared. Power erupted. Energy strike. A heavy punch slammed into the water shield. The sound signaled the breaking of the water shield. Mu Xian's punch retained its momentum and continued to crash into the zombie's body. At this moment, the zombie opened its mouth and shot out 3 water balls in quick succession to counter the force of the punch. Mu Xian's fist surged forth like a dragon from the sea, each water ball momentarily blocking her strike. Soon, they were pierced through, and her punch landed on the zombie's chest. Unfortunately, the power had diminished significantly, only sending it flying without leaving more wounds on its surface. But that was not a concern, as Wu Hao was already waiting nearby. A finishing blow. I'm a professional at this. Chapter 88. Cutting off the Sunset Gate's advancement on the rooftop, Wu Hao leaped down. Accelerating with gravity, he shot down like a meteor. Gripping the dark purple void splitter sword tightly, he executed a void slash. A purple sword energy shot down from above. At the same time, Wu Hao swung down rapidly in midair. At this moment, the level 3 water zombie had no time to dodge. It was struck directly by the descending sword energy and the great sword. The ground around them shattered, creating a powerful shockwave that obliterated nearby dozens of zombies. The zombies further away were also badly damaged and charged toward Wu Hao after the attack. However, he was not alone. The king rushed forward to engage in battle. When the dust settled, Wu Hao's figure emerged, still holding a red crystal. Beside him lay the fallen zombie's body, already split in 2. He took a slow breath. This strike from the sky had exhausted all his strength. Fortunately, he had successfully slain the opponent and obtained a level 3 crystal. However, now was not the time to absorb it, given the current speed of the zombies. They had only 1 hour before the horde reached the range of the Sunset Gate team. They still had many crystals to harvest. The group circumvented the level 4 zombies they clearly could not defeat, targeting the level 2 and 3 ones instead. Their crystals were exactly what the group needed to level up. Wu Hao's choice is to gather enough crystals for everyone to level up to level 3. When the people from the Sunsetting Gate engage in battle with the zombies, he will look for opportunities to reap the benefits. According to CC's observation, there are no obviously powerful opponents on the other side, meaning Lu Xiyuan is not here. The group easily cuts down enemies, only gathering to beat up level 3 zombies. Thanks to the help from the Sunsetting Gate, we have been able to kill so many zombies. I will feel embarrassed to kill them in the future. Woof woof. Wu Hao threw a red 2-star crystal far away, landing it on the rooftop where Li Yuan was. Among their group, only Yuan was still at the first level of Evolver. Fortunately, she was currently assisting CC and did not need to take action. It would be a good opportunity to absorb the crystal and enhance her strength. They had killed more and more zombies, and the crystals in their hands were continuously increasing. Except for Wu Hao, the others could no longer fit the crystals in their bags. They had to send them over to him to be stored in the ability space first. Once they had enough, they would absorb them all together. The speed of slaughtering the zombies was very fast, thanks to him, the king, and Fei Fei's area attacks. They were much faster than the zombies' advance. Wherever they passed, only some low-level awakened zombies and unmanageable level 4 evolved zombies were left. They didn't bother spending too much time dealing with those low-level zombies, as in the future, the monster spawn would continuously produce these crystals. Soon, a small mountain of crystals piled up in the ability space. The harvest this time had exceeded everyone's expectations. And at this point, there were still 30 minutes left. Through the walkie-talkie, Wu Hao issued a command for everyone to gather at CC's side. Lan Fei, still wanting more, arrived at the rooftop. Woof, woof. Master, I haven't bitten to death 100 yet. Mu Xian, unlike them, wanted to improve her realm and challenged the level 4 zombies one-on-one. Wu Hao took out a table and placed 6 cups of drinks on it. One of the cups is water for the king. We still have 30 minutes, so let's give everyone 10 minutes to absorb these level 3 crystals. Since we are still 1 level 3 crystal short, we can only make do with the king. Wu Hao took out 10 secondary crystals and handed them over. Woof woof. Thank you, master. The big boss gulped down the 10 crystals in no time, even without needing to concentrate on absorbing them. After eating, it lay down at Wu Hao's feet to rest. The entire rooftop fell into a silence. Everyone was focused on absorbing the crystal energy. The zombies were still roaring and moving slowly at the bottom of the building. The zombie handling team from the Sunken Gate had over 500 people. Some of them were already getting impatient. The scheduled time had passed. Why hadn't the zombies reached the encirclement point yet? What's the rush? It's only been 30 minutes late. According to the observation from the 1,000-mile eye, the zombies would arrive in half an hour, so everyone should be patient. Is there some situation causing the zombies' speed to decrease? 10 minutes later, everyone's breath on the rooftop had improved. The strength of Lan Cece had increased, and her spider sensing skill became even more powerful. Coupled with the deceleration ability of the Crying Moon magic wand, it had also improved significantly. The happiest one was Lan Fei. It felt great to enhance her strength and be able to kill with ease. Mu Xian cracked her knuckles and did a warm-up routine. I want to find a level 4 zombie to fight. Woof woof. I'll back you up. Wu Hao acknowledged the strength of the level 4 zombies. However, their team was also strong. Surrounding one with 6 people was still easy. Let's go. The target is level 3 and 4 evolution zombies. Lan Cece and Li Yuan also left simultaneously. They needed to keep up with the zombies and the team. They couldn't stay in one place. In 30 minutes, the best outcome would be to kill more level 4 zombies. One would provide more crystals than 10 level 3 ones. First, let's test the strength of the level 4 zombies. They had seen level 4 zombies before, so it was easy to find them. Soon they discovered one. Mu Xian started with a Buddha's palm, coming down from the sky and slapping the zombie on the head, directly smashing it into the ground. The ground cracked with spreading fissures. The zombie was attracted by the divine flower and didn't notice its surroundings. It only reacted when attacked. Just as Mu Xian was feeling pleased for 2 seconds, the zombie suddenly stood up from the ground. It was flashing with a yellow-brown shield. Thick earth shield. Mu Xian felt speechless. She encountered a troublesome defensive zombie right away. Moreover, it was a mixed-type level 4 evolution zombie. Fei, it's up to you. Lan Fei walked over with the Ghost Slayer and began her scraping work. Wu Hao led the others to search for the next level 4 zombie. With the help of Mu Xian and the king, defeating the level 3 zombies was incredibly easy, thanks to the zombies being attracted and isolated. They quickly met their demise under the beatdown. After killing a few level 3 zombies, they found a fire-type zombie this time. Once again, it was Mu Xian who took the lead, coming in with her most powerful move. Giant Power Gauntlets. Power Burst. Energy Strike. She landed a heavy punch on the back of the level 4 zombie's head, sending it flying and crashing through 3 walls before it finally stopped. The zombie's head was already tilted, with a clear fist imprint on it. Even in this state, the zombie was still able to move. The first skill it used after standing up left Mu Xian speechless. Flame Shield. Chapter 89. Give them a surprise. Mu Xian stood dumbfounded on the street, watching the level 4 zombie enveloped in a fiery red shield. How to get another shield? Wu Hao suspected that most of these hybrid zombies would have defensive skills, so he decided not to waste time looking for the next one. He would launch a strong attack to break its shield. He took the lead, swinging the at the zombie's head. At the same time, the king circled behind the zombie to distract it with wind blades. He himself positioned right behind, waiting for the shield to break to surprise the zombie with a strike to its neck. Mu Xian also snapped out of her shock. She leaped high and delivered a flying kick to the zombie. The wind blades arrived first, striking the zombie's back, but were successfully blocked by the fire shield. Next came the attack from the, which slashed directly against the fire shield, causing sparks to fly between the two. The level 4 fire-type zombie roared and unleashed a triple fireball, targeting the wielder of the great sword. Wu Hao smiled, saying, "I can't break your shield, but I can defend against your attacks." Space transfer. The 3 fireballs that approached him mysteriously disappeared. Immediately after, they exploded against the zombie's shield. After being hit by the level 4 fireballs, the shield was on the verge of collapse. Just then, Mu Xian's attack arrived, delivering a flying kick to Wu Hao's greatsword. With immense force crack, the flame shield was successfully broken. The lurking king in the back flashed with light in his eyes. Woof woof. Now's the time. With a leap, his sharp teeth sank into the zombie's neck. Even a higher level, its skin couldn't defend against the king's fangs. The zombie's neck was bitten through, but it still hadn't lost its ability to move. It continued to struggle, spitting fireballs in all directions. A pair of fiery gauntlets appeared in its hands, striking forcefully at the king hanging on its neck. Wu Hao naturally would not let it go so smoothly. He approached the king and used spatial transfer to offset the zombie's attack, while simultaneously transferring the punch to the zombie itself. The king was constantly twisting his body, trying to use the crocodile roll technique to deal with his opponent. Unfortunately, the level 4 zombie was too large, and it couldn't turn. Mu Xian took advantage of the time bought by the human and dog duo. Her skills were ready for use again. Power Burst. Energy Gathering Strike. The level 1 Rising Dragon Fist sent the zombie's head flying straight into the air. Even the king was knocked away. A crystal fell from the sky and was caught by Wu Hao. Woof woof. Master, get out of the way. I'm going to crash. At the same time, the king landed on him, being safely transferred to the ground. He used the husky as a weapon, successfully using spatial transfer to prevent the king's head from hitting the ground. Done. It seems that the 3 of us can kill a level 4 zombie, except for the zombie with the thick earth shield. So they began to maneuver through the zombie horde, attacking the level 4 zombies one by one, causing them to break free from the attracted state. Led away from the zombie group by Wu Hao and the others, the result was that they were surrounded and beaten, turning into crystals. After waving 1,000 swords, Lan Fei finally shattered the newly cast thick earth shield with one sword. The defense of the severely weakened zombie ultimately couldn't withstand Fei's ghostly slaughter. In the end, she beheaded it with one sword, successfully achieving a solo kill. She found Wu Hao and the others and regrouped. They could kill a level 4 zombie in 5 minutes. The king bit through the neck of a level 4 electric-type zombie, biting out the crystal and placing it in his master's hand. Wu Hao stroked the king's head. He had just received a message from CC that they only had 2 minutes left. Tonight's harvest had already been quite rich, and he was very satisfied. Let's go to the rooftop and see how the people from the Sunset Gate are doing. With a flicker of movement, everyone quickly gathered together. Looking down at the zombies walking on the street below, their numbers were still quite astonishing. The originally vibrant red crystals were now in Wu Hao's ability space. The majority left were first-level evolvers and 10th-level awaken zombies. There were still some second-level and third-level zombies as well. Thinking about how the spoils of the Sunset Gate had been intercepted by him and the others, he felt a wave of exhilaration in his heart. Lucy Yuan, our account is not settled yet. At this moment, Lon Cece was still controlling the speed of the zombies. Young master, should we give him surprise? Wu Hao nodded, indicating that he could execute the plan. The zombies were now only 100 meters away from the people at Kinyan Gate. Suddenly, their bodies dropped, creating a huge pit on the spot. Below the pit were sharp spikes. Many zombies had already been impaled. They had not lost their ability to move and were still writhing incessantly. These zombies were attracted by the divine flower and would blindly advance until attacked. More zombies continuously fell into the pit from behind, filling the entire massive hole. The people at Kinyan Gate leisurely watched this scene. However, they soon found themselves unable to smile. Why did it feel like the zombies in this area were of such low level? That shouldn't be the case. This area had a denser population than the last time. Could it be that other forces had hunted some of them? No. We had sensed the presence of level 4 before. This is strange. Let's see if Qianlian has noticed anything. He had taken a break just before the zombies arrived because his crystal energy was running low. With no choice, the group could only deal with the zombies in front of them first. Charge! Someone shouted, and over 500 people rushed out. Various skills blossomed, creating bright flowers in the dark night. However, most of them were pressed down under the pit. The opening of the pit was limited, and the zombies below were being weighed down by those above. The zombies on top were continuously killed, and with so many people, they were being eliminated particularly quickly. Perhaps the slow speed of the zombies today was not a bad thing. It made killing them much easier. If only their quality could be higher, that would be perfect. Even now, we still didn't know why these zombies were so slow. But who cares? As long as we complete the task, that's all that matters. In the distance, on the rooftop, Wu Hao and his group witnessed the entire process. This tactic was good. Only the zombies at the opening of the pit could attack, directly reducing their numbers to a terrifying extent. Moreover, they had a significant numerical advantage. Wu Hao did not instruct Lon Cece on what to do. Her judgment ability was no worse than his. Everyone only saw Cece put away the crying moon wand. Suddenly, the zombies in the distance increased their speed dramatically. In an instant, the zombies that were originally on the edge of the pit rushed out, creating space for the lower-level zombies. The zombies that had been strung together regained their speed due to the attack. Among them, the level 10 zombie king, which had awakened intelligence, immediately organized a counterattack. Chapter 90. Some intelligence, but not much. Wu Hao also did not know the answer to the question of what level zombies possess intelligence. The only ones encountered now are level 10 zombies with awakened abilities, possessing combat intelligence, and able to command the zombies' actions. Even though the evolved zombies have combat power that completely surpasses that of level 10 awakened zombies, they do not possess intelligence. All level 10 awakened zombies have intelligence, but their actions are still somewhat limited by instinct. Having intelligence, but not much, describes the state of the level 10 zombie king. Wu Hao wants to know about the level 10 zombies that could be upgraded by the Black Rain. So far, they haven't encountered any, but their monster spawner has a chance. However, they're currently away and unable to continue the experiment. In the large pit ahead, the zombies that were initially unled are now charging forward in response to the zombie king. Especially at this moment, Lon Cece has removed the slowing effect of the crying moon staff. The horde of zombies rushes towards the people at the Sunset Gate like wild horses. Those people are not defenseless. They wield their weapons and continuously slay zombies at their feet. Due to their large numbers, they can support each other. Most of the deaths are zombies, but there are also some who underestimate the enemy or are surrounded. They are mercilessly torn apart by the zombies, blood flowing everywhere and limbs scattered. Wu Hao and his companions stood on the rooftop, enjoying the ongoing screening of the human versus zombie battle. He even set up a table with pastries, tea, and drinks on it. The others gathered around the table. Lon Cece was meticulously observing each of the advanced awakeners on the opposing side. This was a good opportunity to record their combat status. Most of those people would be opponents in the future. Young master, look at that man with the scar on his face. His combat ability is very strong. Wu Hao looked at the person, and it was indeed as CC had said. The Scar Man wielded a large knife, and with a swift motion, he took down a zombie. Whether it was a level 2 or a level 3 zombie, it was all dealt with in one strike. As for level 4 zombies, unfortunately, they had all been killed by Wu Hao and his group. At this moment, Scar Wuching was feeling quite frustrated. After fighting for so long, he hadn't encountered a single level 4 zombie. Brother Scar, I heard that this zombie horde is quite weak, with the highest being level 3. I suspect there might be other forces secretly hunting them. Scar Wuching chuckled, and the scar on his face looked even more menacing. A few of his underlings quickly fell silent, afraid to speak further, lest they faint from the sight of the scar on Brother Scar's face. Stealing our things? What a joke! The Qinyang sect is already the largest force in Anyang City. His statement was not without reason. Nearly all of Anyang City belonged to the Qinyang sect. No one would dare to provoke them at this time. The remaining small forces were either on their way to join or too weak for the Qinyang sect to take notice of. Enough talk. Get back to work. If we don't finish before dawn, I'll kill you all for drinks. Yes. The underlings hurriedly left, knowing well the temper of Scar Wuching. Every word he said was not a joke. Wu Hao observed for a while and couldn't help but speculate about Scar's strength. This person's power was indeed very strong, most likely reaching level 5. An enemy of this level was not currently within their considerations. However, this was only temporary, as they were absorbing crystals while watching the show. In 30 minutes, they had hunted 6 level 4 zombies, enough for each person to level up once. By the time they finished absorbing, the Battle of the Sunset Gate on the street had also reached its climax. The zombies that had fallen into the pit had all crawled out. The holes in their bodies didn't have much impact on them. They continued to recklessly charge at the crowd. The number of people from the Sunset Gate had also decreased significantly. Originally over 500, only 400 remain now. However, the others completely forgot about the sacrifices of these individuals upon seeing their gains. The number of zombies they had slaughtered was not less than 20,000, but at least 40,000. All of these were crystals that could cultivate a large batch of talents. Scar looked around and found that there were indeed no level 4 zombies left. What a boring battle. Let them all die. Whirlwind slash. He transformed into a blade-like whirlwind. It was somewhat similar to Lan Feifei's waltz slash, both spinning wildly and delivering high-frequency attacks, causing pieces of zombie flesh to fly everywhere. The people around consciously made way, as they knew that once Scar went crazy, he would kill everyone, regardless of friend or foe. Wu Hao also saw the opponent's skill. It was a knife technique skill, whirlwind slash. He had seen it in his previous life and had some understanding of it. When Lan Feifei heard this, she was moved and looked towards Scarlet's position. I wonder who is stronger compared to my swordsmanship. Woof woof. Not worthy. As expected of the king, you flatter me so much that I feel embarrassed. Woof woof. I mean, you're not worthy. Really shameless. King, you are doomed. An incident of Feifei angrily rubbing the dog's head immediately occurred on the rooftop. Wu Hao was suddenly inspired. He had a bold idea. Such a dangerous enemy should not be left to deal with after they become stronger. Think about it. Let's see where this person goes after the hunt. Mu Xian's eyes lit up, as if she had found the opponent. Should we take the opportunity to kill him? Wu Hao gave him a thumbs up. Those who know me know Mu Xian as well. Before long, everyone's aura surged and reached the 4th level of evolution. Everyone's physique and skills were enhanced. Wu Hao only felt that the battlefield he was looking at became clearer. He could even hear some sounds. Muwan Kudanchit had feast, and the fighting spirit in her heart stirred. That scarred man was her target. Wu Hao smiled and patted her shoulder. It's quite a difference when dealing with people like that. We're better off sticking together. Mu Xian nodded, aware of her own limitations. She knew she couldn't defeat Scarlet with just her own strength. However, the other few became her targets. As the saying goes, there are still differences among those at the 5th level. The people behind Scarlet appeared more hesitant. It was clear they weren't seasoned from the battlefield. They were probably pampered young masters who had been cultivated all the way until now to venture out for training. Lan Sisi also noticed their performance. Young master, those few seem to be beginners. Should we take action? Wu Hao waved his hand, indicating that it was not the right time to take action. He decided to wait until the zombie horde was completely wiped out before making a decision on where to go next. Going over now was not a good choice. as it could easily lead to being surrounded. They were not afraid of a single level 5, but those useless level 5s were still level 5s. If pushed to their limits, they could still unleash some power. Wu Hao needs to find an opportunity for them to be isolated. Then there will be a chance for a surprise attack. Chapter 91. There's a dog gurgling. Suburbs of Anyang City. On the streets near the city center, the battle between humans and zombies has come to an end. The people of the Sunless Gate are backed by 5th level evolved beings. The highest level of zombies is only 3rd level, creating a fundamental power gap between the two sides. Scarless looked at his group of subordinates and rarely showed a smile. However, everyone being stared at shuddered. The scar on Scarless' face, pulled by the smile, looked exceptionally terrifying. Good, it's not even dawn yet, and this mission can be considered complete. On a rooftop in the distance, Wu Hao and his team members were hiding. At this time, the people from the Sunless Gate were dispersing. They must not be discovered unless they can silently eliminate their opponents. However, this is a bit risky. There is no need for them to do this now. But while they don't seek danger, danger will come knocking on their door. Lan Cece is still sensing, checking the direction in which the 5th level evolved beings left. These people are leaders of various areas in the suburbs. This means that in the future, to find them, they just need to follow the direction. If they can eliminate these people, it will greatly weaken the Sunless Gate's control over the suburbs. Young Master, 5 4th level evolved beings are coming in our direction. Wu Hao made a shushing gesture to prevent the 5 from realizing they had special skills. According to the map provided by CC's Spider Sense, those people were unaware of their presence here. Otherwise, there would be more than just 5 of them. He signaled to his teammates to be ready to act at any moment. The enemy's stronghold should be nearby. Once they fell asleep, it would be a good time to strike. Acting now could easily alert those who were leaving. Soon, the 5 appeared in their line of sight. Without stopping, they went straight to the building they were in, entering from the 1st floor and residing on the 5th. With no zombies around for the time being, they decided to stay on a lower floor to avoid climbing stairs. After the black rain next week, they would still need to occupy the top floor. The 5 had fought all night and were extremely fatigued, collapsing onto their beds. They were grateful to have reached level 4. This time, over 500 people had gone into battle, leaving only a little over 300. This meant that in a single zombie extermination operation, they had lost more than 100 people. Next time, they would become new zombies, joining the ranks of those resurrected by the black rain. They needed to quickly increase their strength. Otherwise, after 2 more black rains, they would be the ones dying. But those crystals were not given to them by the boss. So how could they level up? Don't be foolish. Those are for the higher-ups. We have to find our own way. I heard there's a slaughterhouse not far from here, which should have plenty of animal zombies. The group discussed checking it out after getting some rest. They had to work hard to level up and not let the zombies surpass them in strength. Speaking of which, Scar Brother really doesn't look good when he smiles. You'd better only say that here. If Scar Brother hears it, you might end up being eaten alive. Originally, it was 5 people talking, but soon one after another. They fell asleep. In CC's Spider Sense, Wu Hao clearly saw that a few of them had stopped moving. They were asleep. It was their turn to act. He led his teammates down the elevator slowly. This building had 20 floors, and taking the stairs could cause vibrations. At their level, anyone with a strong sense of alertness would wake up at the slightest disturbance, like CC, Mu Xian, Li Yuanyuan, and Shun Bo. Of course, there were also those who slept like dead pigs, such as Wu Hao, the king, and Fei Fei. Fortunately, there were no obstacles on the stairs, so they moved quietly all the way to the 5th floor. This floor was neither high nor low. As long as they didn't make loud noises, zombies wouldn't usually take notice. This was also the reason why the 5 chose this place as a backup stronghold. Their dormitory rooms were not locked to maintain ventilation. Wu Hao couldn't help but shake his head upon seeing the situation. The door was wide open. If they didn't die, who would? With a wave of his hand, the weapons of his opponents were drawn. The first to act was Lan Cece with her Spider Sense, which combined with the Crying Moon magic wand, achieved a slowing effect. The Spider Sense only required some psychological awareness and didn't wake the 5 people. At most, it would give them a nightmare. Following that, the 4 main combatants of the team launched their attack. They wore sunglasses and directly used their strongest skills. The king was always the fastest dog, and the wind speed was activated. The dog leaped forward, its mouth wide open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. It bit into one person's neck in one swift motion. A shrill cry echoed, and the 5 were awakened. One of them was in so much pain he couldn't speak. Looking down, he saw a husky hanging from his neck. "What the hell, they're SA dog!" he exclaimed, followed by the sound of blood gushing from his neck. The other 4 hadn't moved yet when one of them saw a long sword slashing towards him. He was shocked. How could someone dare to attack a subordinate of the Sanyang sect? The sword intent erupted. A sudden, intense pain struck his mind, and his hands, which were about to grab his weapon, instinctively went to hold his head. Then, the sword light of Ghost Slaughter shone, and his head flew off. With 3 remaining, they were now also engaged in battle. The void break slash. A purple sword energy flew out, sweeping across tables, chairs, and beds. One person who had just turned over was directly swept away. He reacted quickly, swiftly drawing his long sword, ready to counterattack. Wu Hao swung down from above his head. The opponent hurriedly tried to block it with a long sword. Purifying light. A dazzling beam of light flashed, to avoid drawing the attention of others. It only shone for an instant. That was enough to temporarily blind the opponent. Wu Hao wielded the Skybreaker Greatsword, sidestepping his opponent's longsword and splitting him in 2. The remaining 2 were stunned by the round, purifying light, momentarily blinded. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Xian unleashed her strongest punch combination. Power Gauntlet, Power Burst, Energy Strike, Rising Dragon Fist. It was like stacking buffs, with each layer of power surpassing the last. She sent the blinded opponent flying. An explosion echoed in the air, followed by a rain of blood below. Lan Fei watched as the enemy exploded in midair. "Luckily, you sent him flying out of the room. If any of that blood had splattered on me, I wouldn't have let you off the hook." The last remaining enemy was currently engaged with Lan Cece. Although it took the longest time, he was ultimately sent flying with a magic wand to the head. "Young master, no one is nearby, and our actions have gone undetected." Wu Hao nodded. This was the best outcome. At the same time, it meant he had a chance to try again. He continued to look for level 4 practice to improve their cooperation, which needed to be strengthened a bit more. Without team coordination, it would be difficult to contend with a level 5 scarred man, the Evolver. Chapter 92. Sleep again in the next life. In the suburbs of Anyang today, screams echoed continuously. Under the dual control and cooperation of Lan Cece and Li Yuan, Wu Hao led a group of people quickly through various buildings. Their targets were all carefully selected, ranging from level 2 to level 4 evolvers. The surroundings were relatively open to ensure that no sounds would carry elsewhere. It happened to be the night after the Battle of the Sunset Gate. For those who were still awake, Wu Hao would give them 5 minutes. If they still hadn't fallen asleep by then, he would give them a quick end, allowing them to sleep in the next life. With Cece's control, he was not worried about them escaping. The biggest trouble they encountered was from the alert Earth-type evolvers. Wu Hao was willing to call the thick Earth shield the most disgusting defense of the apocalypse. Not only is its defensive capability strong, but it can also be continuously released. When encountering a level 4 Earth-type evolver, the only option is to leave him to Fei for some scraping therapy. Fortunately, the attack power of Earth-type is not strong, and without team support, it is not to be feared. According to the news from the remnants of the Sunset Sect on the 5th floor, there's a slaughterhouse on the opposite side, which should have a lot of animal zombies. Should we go take a look? Lan Fei showed a disgusted expression. Won't the zombies in the slaughterhouse be a bit gross? With intestines hanging out and such? Woof woof. Cowardly Fei. Your Majesty, do you want to get hit again? Mu Xian expressed her agreement, stating that wherever the young master goes, she will go too. Li Yuan, on the other hand, looked excited, having an inexplicable fondness for dissection. Lan Cece thought rationally for a while. We should go take a look. The other side also has level 4 evolvers, and what they can use may also be useful to us. The zombies in the slaughterhouse should not be low in level. Wu Hao also agreed with her idea, as his team currently needed a lot of crystals. They were facing the same difficulties as those people. They had to catch up with the zombies' upgrade pace, otherwise they would be eliminated. In the end, even Fei expressed her support and agreed to hunt for crystals. It was just a change of location. They needed to show the king that they were not afraid. With the consensus reached, Wu Hao did not delay. He led everyone to the slaughterhouse across the street. However, the across the street was quite far. After hurrying for 3 hours, they finally reached their destination. Wasn't it just across the street? I thought it was the building right opposite. They must be referring to the area across, since all the zombies over there had been killed. Wu Hao also thought it was indeed a bit far. However, having already arrived at the door, he naturally wouldn't give up like this. He moved out a table and took out food and other items. It was noon, so he decided to eat first. He also took out a large dog food bowl and filled it to the brim with dog food for the Wang. Dalwangi, eat you slowly. Don't treat every meal like it's your last. Woof woof. Lu Sun once said that every meal should be treated as the last meal, and eating this way will make it taste better. Wu Hao rubbed the dog's head, brushing off some dust from it. Mr. Lu Sun never said this. Who taught you? Wang Feifei. Truly, it is her. On the table were Chinese dishes. Kung Pao chicken, roast duck, stir-fried vegetables, spicy stir-fried meat, and so on, filling the entire table. Among all the people in the villa, only Wu Hao and Uncle Chen could drink. So, for this meal, only beverages were served. Drinks like Gan Lao Ji Labi, mineral water, peanut milk, and Xiang Piao milk tea were provided. After finishing lunch and resting for a while, Wu Hao got up and took out the cracked sky greatsword. The slaughterhouse is a vast complex of buildings. This is the slaughterhouse for the entire Anyang city. To regulate the slaughtering industry and prevent sick animals from entering the market, Anyang City constructed this slaughterhouse. It has strict safety and hygiene standards, as well as a traceability system. All fresh meat is transported from here, then distributed to major supermarkets, malls, and vendors in various markets. However, compared to the past, this place now lacks the presence of many people, and all that fills the air is the stench of rotting meat. Wu Haogong had just finished his meal when he smelled something that almost made him vomit. He hurriedly took out gas masks to give to his teammates. Put on the mask and come over quickly. Be mentally prepared. Don't throw up in a mask, he said. Hearing his words, the people behind him quickly put on their masks. Even the king had a special mask, which was bought from a pet store. Only after putting on a mask did Wu Hao feel a bit better. In front of him was a large door made of steel, very heavy. However, in the eyes of the evolvers, it was obviously not enough. Wu Hao simply pushed lightly, and the steel door was twisted and deformed. With a clang, the door was pulled open by him, revealing the situation inside. Originally a circular courtyard, it was now overrun with zombies, all of them pig zombies. Near the entrance was the area for slaughtering pigs. Cici, can you sense where the opponents are? Young master, they're in the courtyard ahead. While having lunch, Wu Hao had Cici scout out the situation first. There were a total of 10 level 4 animal zombies inside. As for the awakened zombies in this hall, everyone didn't even glance at them. They directly went to the courtyard inside, where 10 level 4 zombies were gathered together, emanating a terrifying aura. Although their shapes completely did not belong here. Lan Feifei looked at these zombies with some curiosity. Isn't that one a rhinoceros? It has quills like a porcupine, and there's even a Tibetan antelope. Mu Xian pulled her hand, pointing at the animal in the distance with a king symbol on its forehead. Isn't that a tiger? How did it appear here? Wu Hao couldn't help but sigh. These young girls knew too little about human nature. They must be animals that were poached, brought here to be slaughtered. 10 level 4 zombies, all quite rare. Not a single pig, cow, or sheep. When those zombies saw them, their ferocity erupted, roaring as they charged towards the crowd. We all underestimated these zombies. They were originally skilled fighters, especially that tiger, its claws glinting in the sunlight. It was clear that they were not ordinary claws, resembling those forged from steel. Everyone be careful. This might be a tough fight. Cici controlled the situation. A map appeared in everyone's minds, showing the distribution of zombies in this area. At the same time, the speed of those rapidly approaching level 4 zombies began to visibly decrease. This was due to Lan Cici activating her spider sense, combined with the power of the Crying Moon magic wand. Originally, they excelled in speed, rushing to hunt down their opponents in the blink of an eye. Chapter 93. Thanks to Brother Tiger for the support. In the slaughterhouse on the outskirts of Anyang City, if the instinct of human zombies is to bite and claw attack, then the instinct of animal zombies is their survival instinct. Wu Hao has outstanding defense and chooses to confront the most terrifying tiger zombie. The glowing tiger claws are the opponent's most powerful weapon. The walls will be shattered upon contact. At this moment, the fierce tiger is like a king, charging at high speed and leaping high. In midair, it changes its posture and reveals its sharp claws. Wu Hao smiled faintly, unfazed by the mindless zombies. Space transfer. The shimmering claws lunged at him, but vanished from his body. Meanwhile, from a distance, tiger claws suddenly appeared on the antelope. With a single swipe, it opened a large gash on its body. There was no blood flowing inside, only stiff zombie flesh. Like a natural predator, the tiger preyed on the antelope. Its claws slashed from the antelope's left front leg all the way to its hind abdomen. One more strike, and the entire antelope would be split open. Even Wu Hao was amazed at this level of attack power. Such powerful attack strength. These claws could be considered top-tier weapons. The fierce tiger zombie learned nothing from this attack. Lacking the wisdom of the zombie king for guidance, they only had the instinct to attack. After a fierce pounce, the claws struck again. There were no surprises this time. The antelope was completely severed in half. Bright red crystals fell out. Wu Hao looked at the imposing tiger, a smile appearing on his face. With you here, this operation shouldn't face any major issues. Originally, with 6 people dealing with 10 animal zombies, he felt a bit anxious. They were all at level 4, but the beast attacks would clearly be stronger than Li Yuanyuan's. Their side had 2 support characters, which made their combat power somewhat weaker. Now, with the tiger's assistance, these concerns were no longer an issue. Similarly, under CC support, the beast's mobility was also hindered. Everyone could more easily dodge most of the attacks. The next battle became quite simple as Wu Hao continuously directed the tiger to attack, diverting its claws and sharp teeth towards other beasts. The porcupine, which had been eyeing CC with hostility, suddenly had many of its quills severed by a swipe. Wu Hao felt a bit regretful. This was not the result he wanted. He didn't control the angle well this time, and next time he would still turn to the top. The subsequent fierce tiger attack was successfully redirected by him. The mouth of the porcupine was wrapped in a tiger's mouth. An intimate tiger-porcupine encounter occurred. Half of the porcupine's face was bitten off. The follow-up work could be handled by CC. The one fighting against the king was a black panther. Its speed was as fast as the king's. But under the influence of the crying moon wand, the king's speed still had the upper hand. The problem lay in the intelligence of the husky, which actually didn't rely on pulling. It directly went in for close combat with the black panther. Not long after, several wounds appeared on its body, and blood began to flow. Fortunately, the zombies here wouldn't infect, otherwise, with the king's fighting style, it would definitely be a disaster. Lan Fei saw this scene and directly furiously rubbed the dog's head. Are you an idiot? Sister has already slowed down the speed, and you still want to fight it head on. Woof woof. I want to bite this pattern cat to death. It actually looks better than me. King, your brain is not much different from not having one. To stop the king's stubborn behavior, Wu Hao and Fei teamed up. The tiger's next attack was directly redirected. In an instant, it came to the Black Panther, and although its speed was very fast, Wu Hao controlled the distance perfectly this time. The tiger's claws landed directly on the Black Panther. The sound of bones shattering rang out, followed closely by Fei's attack. Sword and tin erupted. The Black Panther, just having its ribs broken, froze in place. Round dance slash. A whirlwind made of sword blades quickly swept towards it. The Black Panther's zombie instincts drove it to continue fighting. Not only did it not retreat, but also charged towards the whirlwind formed by Lan Fei. However, it overlooked the king behind it. Woof woof. You actually treat me as heir, I'll bite you to death. The king opened its mouth, and its sharp teeth bit down hard on the Black Panther's rear. Following that, it threw out 2 wind blades. Crack! The Black Panther's originally swaying tail was cut off in response. The king didn't let go, which also caused it to be dragged towards Fei. Woof woof. Fei, it's me. I'm a husky. Quickly sheathe your sword. The storm of rotating sword blades did not stop. It crashed directly into the Black Panther. A large amount of flesh and fur was sliced off. The pieces fell on the king's face, which finally made it let go. Pew pew. This meat is already rotten. I'm the master's dog. I don't eat spoiled stuff. The already injured Black Panther, not long after, had a red crystal cut out of it. Mu Xian's opponent was a tall kangaroo. With its claws clenched into fists, it played boxing with her. Seeing her happy, Wu Hao let her continue to play. His gaze turned to the side, where a level 4 evolved rhinoceros was chasing Yuan Yuan around. "Young master, save me quickly. This rhino's hide is too thick." Just then, the tiger happened to swipe its claws again. He didn't miss this opportunity and redirected the attack to the rhinoceros zombie. Just as the rhinoceros opened its big mouth to bite Li Yuan Yuan, a tiger claw appeared in its mouth, directly blowing its head apart. The remaining other level 4 zombies also perished under the tiger's cooperation. "Good tiger, well done, but now it's your turn." Wu Hao swung the sky, splitting great sword in his hand, and slashed forward. Breaking slash. A dark purple sword aura flew out, colliding with the tiger's claw. The power of both sides was nearly equal, but Wu Hao had teammates. At this moment, 5 teammates surrounded them, swiftly taking down the major contributor, the fierce tiger. Thanks to Brother Tiger's help, we were able to easily deal with this group of beasts. After collecting the spoils, the claws on the tiger caught his attention. "Yuan Yuan, do you think these tiger claws can be considered new materials? Their hardness can rival the sky-splitting greatsword." Li Yuan Yuan leaned in to take a look and took out a scalpel to cut it. Sparks flew, but the scratch was barely visible. "It's too hard, young master. You try it." A complete tiger paw was shattered and flew away. The claws on it remained intact. The animal zombies here are different from the zombies hunted by the sun-setting gate before. All the corpses were collected by Wu Hao into his space. There were 2 purposes for this. First, to provide materials for the monster spawn in the future. The second was to cut off the sun-setting gate's crystal supply. Otherwise, after the black rain, they could come back to harvest again. If he wasn't mistaken, this group of zombies had already been harvested multiple times. Chapter 94. Who will the young master marry, having dealt with the slaughterhouse? It was already close to evening. Upon arriving at the base, Yuan Yuan went to the laboratory to do research first. Fei Fei went straight to the sofa and collapsed onto it. "I am exhausted. Busy all night and climbed dozens of flights of stairs." Mu Xian nodded. Even she felt a bit tired. Living this high without an elevator is too much trouble. Lan Cc was doing her daily work, sensing if there were any enemy auras nearby or any surveillance equipment left by enemies. There are no zombies in this area now, so if you want to stay downstairs, that's fine. Fei Fei was the first to reject her suggestion. "Sister, you don't intend to stay alone with the young master on the first floor, do you?" "I won't let that happen." Mu Xian also didn't agree. She thought going up and down the stairs was a form of exercise. As for the king, he had long fallen asleep in Wu Hao's room. Since everyone had refused, Cc didn't say much more. After dinner, everyone gathered in the living room to start distributing the loot. The 4-level zombies they killed this time were not few. Enough for 3 people to level up to 5. This was a watershed level. According to previous experience, every 5 levels one would gain a skill. The pile of 4-level crystals in front of them could allow 3 people to acquire new skills. Everyone was considering who should gain skills first to maximize their combat power. Because what they were about to face was that scar-faced man. He was definitely not an easy opponent. From what they saw in the morning, he had quite a few level 5 evolvers under him. If he were the only level 5, Wu Hao and the others wouldn't be afraid at all and would charge right in. Lan Cc was the first to speak. "Young master, Fei Fei and Mu Xian can level up first. You're the main combat power. Whether it's the awaken support skills or attack skills, the physical enhancement from leveling up will definitely improve combat effectiveness." However, Lan Fei Fei disagreed with her view. If 4-level and 5-level were just multiple skills, then it would be better for the young master, sister, and Yuan Yuan to level up first. Her reasoning was that these 2 lacked attacking capability. Leveling up might bring aggressive skills, and if successful, it could greatly enhance the team's capabilities. As for the young master, since he is the young master, leveling up to lead the team is justified. Her own and Mu Xian's attack power was sufficient for now. Woof, why is no one letting me level up first? The king runs fast. He won't die without leveling up. The proposal was made, and the final decision was left to Wu Hao. I think Fei Fei's plan is feasible. The attack is temporarily sufficient, and if the 2 support awaken combat skills, it will be very helpful. Lan Cc did not insist on her own idea. She always followed the young master's will. "Then let's do it," as the young master said. "Here are 35 4-level crystals." She took 10, Yuan Yuan took 10, and the rest belonged to Wu Hao, with the surplus stored in the ability space. Everyone was really tired after a busy day. Yuan was a workaholic, rushing to the laboratory to continue working with the crystals. Her current sleeping hours could rival Wu Hao's. She was often mocked by Fei for having developed bad habits from sleeping in the same room as her master. It was suggested that the king should sleep at the door. It's normal for a dog to guard the door while sleeping there. Woof. Old witch Fei. Is the young master going to marry you? Oh, then who do you think the young master will marry? The king did not notice that Fei's fists were cracking. Woof. Of course, it's the gentle, beautiful, considerate, and dignified CC, the young mistress. Dare to have ideas about my sister. And even if I can't beat the young master, I can still beat you, right? Oh, woo. The living room quickly fell silent, leaving only Wu Hao and Lon CC. Young master, there's something I want to talk to you about. Just say it directly if you have something to say. CC tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking a bit worried. This is our first time going so far. I'm worried they might not adapt well. Wu Hao nodded. He understood this, meaning he was feeling a bit homesick. To him, it felt as though a month had passed, even though it hadn't been long since they came out. Moreover, they were all partners. Usually, they could chat and play around with each other, which helped everyone cope with their homesickness. He had sworn to protect Uncle Chan in this life. Although the zombies in the suburbs and city of Quanchang had been cleared out, there would inevitably be zombies from the counties and other cities coming in. After dealing with the scar-faced man, disappearing would also put some pressure on the remnant Sun Gate. Cece gave Wu Hao a thumbs up. The enemies hidden in the shadows were the most terrifying. Did Cece miss home too? No, wherever the young master was, that was home. He patted Cece's head and told her to go rest quickly. He then went alone to Yuan's laboratory. Usually, when the lights were turned off here, it was particularly dark, and everyone was reluctant to come in. This was because some experimental materials could not be exposed to sunlight. Yuan had sealed all the windows here. However, some lights could still be turned on. Wu Hao installed a generator on the lower level. Of course, soundproofing measures were taken. Unless you pass through the floor with the generator or the floors above and below, you won't hear any noise. The base usually doesn't use high-power appliances. Most of the time, it only provides power for the lights. Wu Hao came to her current room, which was filled with jars and bottles. Inside were various colored liquids, appearing vibrant under the light. When he first entered, even he shivered a little. Do you want to change to a brighter light? I can do the hard work. Li Yuan only then noticed he had come in, but she didn't stop her work. No need, young master, these are just like this. There's bright light in the next room. Wu Hao knew nothing about research, so he didn't worry much about the lighting. When he saw her studying the tiger's claws, he walked over. So, is this tiger claw a new material? Yuan nodded and took out the tiger claw for him to observe up close. It was indeed a material I had never seen before, and it required professional researchers to handle it. She was studying medicine and wasn't very familiar with material research. Although Wu Hao had provided many textbooks and papers, they couldn't be learned in a short time. He also patted Yuan's hair. It's okay, go rest first. We can recruit researchers for this once our strength increases. Chapter 95. You can die at the outpost near Anyang City. Seeing that everyone had gone to rest, he thought, let me see what skill you're going to give me this time. He picked up a crystal, and red light flowed from the crystal onto his body. The aura around him became stronger. There was a flickering red light at the back of his neck. It took him 10 minutes to absorb one crystal. Compared to before, it took longer this time. It should be due to the 5th level special nature, as it was the same last time. It took a total of 1 hour and 40 minutes for him to absorb all the crystals. His aura was much stronger than at the 4th level. The skill he obtained surprised him. It was a very convenient skill that would definitely be useful in the future. The next morning, everyone gathered for breakfast to discuss the skills they obtained the night before. At the same time, there was something else to do today. They were going to find trouble with others. Wu Hao's home naturally refers to the villa. The mood of the group was noticeably lifted. They still preferred the daily life in the villa. The rooms there were beautifully decorated, unlike this outpost, which only reached a usable level. There was a football field for walking, various recreational activities, and flowers and plants. With nothing to do, they could also take care of the vegetables in the garden. The urban area of Chuanzhou City had already been emptied, and everyone had no attachment to it anymore. Anshan City was different. The area was filled with buildings of all sizes. If they wanted to go to the villa area, It would take a considerable amount of time to reach the city center. Lan Cece led the way in front. She knew the direction where the sun-setting gates, level 5, had departed that day. As long as they followed the same direction, she also had keen senses. She could detect all sounds and movements, making it just a matter of time to find those level 5s. After half an hour, they arrived at the battlefield where the sun-setting gate had fought against the zombies last time. All the corpses here had been collected by Wu Hao, leaving only a pit and an empty large square. Lan Cece stopped. Her sharp senses had already detected some information. Young master, enemies have appeared ahead. It seems they are checking for the disappeared corpses. After leaping over a few tall buildings, the group also saw those people. They were wandering around the empty square, seemingly searching for clues about the missing corpses. These individuals were not weak either. They were all around level 3. Lan Feifei drew her ghost-slaying sword. Young master, should we kill them? Are there any others nearby? No, young master. Their base is 2,000 meters ahead. The sound can't reach that far. Kill them all. At this moment, there were 10 people wandering in the square. However, their strength was not high. Most were only level 3. In the eyes of De Wong, Feifei, and Mu Xian, they were just sandbags. Wu Hao did not go. He stood on the rooftop with the other 2, observing. His task was to prevent anyone from escaping. However, with CC's crying Moonwan present, their speed was significantly reduced. By the time they realized something was wrong, the king had already arrived on the battlefield. With just one swipe, he tore apart an enemy's body. At the same time, with a quick turn, 2 wind blades shot out, slicing another enemy in half. His methods were somewhat brutal. This was the state of animals after evolution, savage and suited for the apocalypse. Mu Xian also acted swiftly and decisively. Power surged. Her speed increased, combined with CC's ability to slow down the enemies. To the opponents, her speed seemed incredible. With just one punch, she took down one adversary. Then, with a flying kick, she dispatched another enemy. Feifei's attacks were also straightforward. No matter who she faced, a single sword strike was enough. No one could withstand a level 4 Feifei sword strike at level 3, unless they encountered the Earth-type skill, Thick Earth Shield. That was a skill the team despised due to its outstanding defensive capabilities. Before long, all 10 enemies had been dealt with. Everyone tread carefully and continued forward. Ahead was the enemy's stronghold. Wu Hao was worried that the other side might also have sensing skills or clairvoyance. So he instructed his team to be extra careful and asked CC to pay special attention to the movements of the opposing camp. Just after crossing 2 kilometers, CC noticed something was off. Young master, the other side's personnel have already been deployed, and there seems to be someone with clairvoyance on their rooftop. We encountered this skill before, also in Anyang, under the command of the flame giant Axe Mo Sang. Should we leave first, or use the same tactics as last time? Wu Hao shook his head, saying that times have changed. They had no need to leave, and the more people the opponent brought, the better. My lord, your target is that 1,000-mile eye. Take the chance to kill him if you can. He had also set up a backup plan, just in case this attempt failed. When they came again next time, at least they wouldn't be discovered so quickly. The group continued walking, seemingly taking the initiative to enter the opponent's encirclement. The enemy's people surged out like a tide. With CC's spider sense, they could see nearly 450 people. Originally, there were over 600, but more than 200 had died in the last battle against the zombies. Young master, they have all mobilized. 1,000-mile, I must have sensed our strength. That's fine. The more the better. He noticed a scar-faced man at the front of the opposing crowd, surrounded by others like stars around the moon. Who are you? Entering the territory of our sunset gate without stating your reasons will lead to your death here. He already had his suspicions. The corpses discovered this morning after the great battle had also vanished. There must be other forces at work. In his imagination, there should be many subordinates behind the 5 people in front. Otherwise, it would be impossible to move all the bodies away so quickly. This is also why they had mobilized everyone to deal with just 5 people. Wu Hao squinted his eyes and smiled. We are here to take your dog's life. The crowd opposite him burst into laughter upon hearing his words. This young man is really arrogant. Doesn't he know the name of Scarbrother? He's probably some rich kid who thinks he's invincible just because he has a group of followers. The 4 beauties beside him can stay. We happen to be lacking women for fun. Anyone who dares to speak to Scarbrother like that has already been dead for a long time. Hearing the praises from the crowd behind him, Scar Wuching felt quite pleased. His gaze lingered on a few women. Not bad, I'll take these women. You could die now. Chapter 96. Instant kill of 400 people. After Scar Wuching finished speaking, he waved his hand and the surrounding followers closed in. Where are the rest of you? Hurry up and call them out. Wu Hao smiled and waved his hand. The 5 people beside him all revealed their weapons. Do we really need more people to deal with, you bunch of useless fools? Just us 5 and a dog are enough. Scarlet's face darkened. It was the first time someone had spoken to him like this. You better have some skills, or you won't even be able to die together. The little brothers beside him were all stunned. They couldn't believe there was such a fearless young man. They admired him. He must be new and didn't know the consequences of offending Scar. Scar had a reputation for being ruthless, and this young man would probably be eaten piece by piece. Wu Hao paid no attention to their discussions. He reached out and drew them from thin air. It was clear that a fight was about to begin. Besides Scarlet, there were 5 level 5 evolvers on the opposing side. This meant that almost everyone would have to take on an enemy. Lan Sisi and Li Yuan teamed up to face one. You choose first, and we'll handle the remaining 2, they said. The goal was to let the others quickly deal with their opponents and then free up their hands to assist themselves and Yuan. Lan Feifei's eyes shifted as she had already chosen her opponent. On the opposing side, there was one person wielding a long knife. Sword against knife, I'll take him on. Mu Xian wanted to take on Scarlet, but her strength wasn't at level 5 yet. She could only choose one of his subordinates, who had not drawn a weapon. It was difficult to judge what type of evolver he was. Woof woof. I choose that one with the staff. Only Wu Hao and his group understood her words. The others were still pondering why a husky was involved in the fight. Did he intend to use the husky to tear down their base? The group burst into laughter, while only the king bared his teeth in frustration. Woof woof. How dare you provoke me? You'd better pray not to get bitten. Scarlet quietly watched them choose their opponents. Once they finished, he revealed a mocking smile. You don't really think we're going to play one-on-one, do you? Under the influence of Scar, his smile resembled an angry expression. The boss was angry. The opponents were doomed. You newcomers shouldn't talk nonsense. The boss is just smiling. Wu Hao also smiled, but was a cold smile. Whether to have a one-on-one duel is not something you could decide. Scarlet was somewhat puzzled. Their opponent was already surrounded. What kind of mindset led them to say such things? He seriously doubted if the other party had a problem with their brain. Wu Hao looked around and found that he and the others were indeed surrounded with no way to escape. He nodded in satisfaction. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a vitality staff appeared in Li Yuan's hand. Spread the plague. This was her new skill gained from reaching level 5 awakening. Unlike the glow of her other skills, this was a circle of dark light that surged outward like a tide. Objects it came into contact with would ripple like water. At the same time, the spread of the plague would trigger again, but not from the caster, Li Yuan. Instead, it would emanate a circle of dark light from the enemy's bodies, as long as they were close enough and the crowd density was high enough. Yuan could infect everyone with just one casting of the spread of the plague. Wu Hao and a group of people were surrounded. This skill created excellent conditions for spreading. Circular ripples spread through the crowd. Soon, all the enemies were touched by the dark light. Some even had 4 or 5 contacts within the crowd. At first, they felt nothing. What kind of skill is this? I've never seen it before. By the way, what is the use of this skill? Why haven't I seen any effects? Is it curse type? I feel a bit cold. Cold. Why do I feel like life is slipping away? Before he could finish his words, he fell down. Then came the sound of bodies hitting the ground one after another. In just a moment, from the original more than 400 enemies, only 6 remained. Even Qianlian, who stood at the back of the crowd, was also affected by the plague. They were all level 5 evolvers, and the circular skill caused relatively small damage to enemies of the same level and above. It was considered a skill relying on levels. The remaining 6 enemies also felt the loss of life, but it didn't cause them too much damage. However, the situation before them was unacceptable. How could the talents we painstakingly cultivated disappear in an instant? What kind of magic did that woman use? Damn it, that witch boss. I'm willing to take her on one-on-one. Scarlet's face darkened. These dead were all his subordinates. Although losing some cannon fodder didn't matter. They couldn't all be wiped out. Now he was no different from a lone commander. If the master of the Sunset Gate came to ask for accountability, Whether he could survive was uncertain. A surge of anger rose in his heart. It was all caused by this group of people before him. It's all your fault. Today, none of you will escape. A flash of lightning flickered in his hand. Soon, a trident formed in his palm. He was an electric-type evolver. Let you witness my wrath, lightning embodiment. Sparks of electricity flickered, covering the trident. This was the electric-type version of elemental embodiment. The fire giant Axe Mo Sang was the fire-type embodiment. Scarless charged toward his first target with the trident, which was the woman who caused him to lose over 400 subordinates. However, his action was interrupted as Wu Hao appeared in front of him. Raising his hand, he unleashed a space-breaking strike. The dark purple sword energy clashed with the trident. His expression grew serious. Scarless was the first opponent of the same level with nearly equal strength. It seems you do have some skills. Let us see how many swords you can take. A look of surprise crossed Scarless' face. This was also the first time he encountered an opponent with strength on par with his own. He didn't know that this was due to the giant force attribute attached to the Sky Breaker Greatsword. If he discarded the Great Sword Duel, his strength would definitely surpass Wu Hao's. Comparing strength with me, you young one are quite arrogant. Though he said this, he still swung the trident with all his might. Wu Hao gripped the large sword with all his strength, ready to clash weapons with his opponent in an instant. He lowered the sword, which left the other party momentarily confused. In Scar's eyes, the opponent's actions were a way of seeking death. Without hesitation, he decisively thrust the trident towards the opponent's body. At that moment, something strange happened. His trident suddenly appeared above his subordinate's head. With a squish, it cleaved through his subordinate's head like cutting a watermelon. The nearby subordinates of Scar looked on in horror at this scene. Chapter 97. Look at the color of hell. In the suburbs of Anyang City. While others may not have seen it clearly, Scar saw everything distinctly. It was his weapon that had exploded his subordinate's head. He would not mistake that electrified trident. I roughly understand your skill now. It's a space transfer from the space system, right? Wu Hao raised his eyebrows. It was the first time someone had recognized his skill. He had reason to suspect that there were other space-type awakeners in the sunsetting sect, just like him. If that were the case, they would also have the ability to store resources in their spatial abilities. Things were starting to get complicated, and Wu Hao decided not to dwell on it anymore. He would think about it later when he had time. For now, they were still not in the good graces of the sunsetting sect. Indeed, you are the first person to know the name of my skill. He then changed the subject, looking at the other person with a light smile. But all you know is just this little bit of information. Scarless knew that his opponent was using provocation tactics, but he couldn't hold back his anger. 400 men from his faction were gone, and they had lost a level 5 evolver as well. Then you are mistaken. I also know that you have the skill of spatial collapse. Wu Hao smiled. He didn't know whether the other party was intentional or oblivious. They had never mentioned the Rift Sword or the ability space. Moreover, having only 2 skills meant that the other person was likely of a lower level than him. Since you know, have you figured out how to break it? Scarless cold sneered, pointing his trident at Wu Hao. I'll break it with strength. He said this. But in reality, he was cautiously guarding against spatial transfer. Wu Hao saw that he was unwilling to reveal any other information, and he no longer delayed. If they could still contact other members of the Kenyang sect, it wouldn't be good. He gripped it tightly and swung it out. The dark purple greatsword collided with the trident, sending a burst of sparks flying, and both sides retreated 5 steps. The others also faced off against their respective opponents. Li Yuan and Lan Cici's opponents were shadow-type evolvers, using shadow evasion techniques to constantly dodge their opponents' wands. Even with the spider sense activated, they couldn't catch him. However, Lan Cici didn't mind. Splitting technique. A pitch-black light chased after the opponent. It soon merged into the top of his head. The shadow-type awakener felt a sudden pain in his head. Although he could remain conscious, unlike the sword-intent explosion of the swordsmanship type, which could stun the opponent, the soul-splitting technique tortured the opponent with continuous pain, causing ongoing damage. The dual torment effect manifested in opponents with weak will, leaving them dazed, unsteady on their feet, and sweating profusely, while they could clearly feel their life force slowly draining away. The shadow-type evolver began to panic. If this continued, he would either be driven insane by the torture or lose all his life force. He needed to defeat his opponent quickly. While constantly using shadow evasion to escape Lan Cici's wand attacks, he suddenly saw an opportunity. He pretended to use shadow evasion, but actually slipped into the opponent's shadow. Then he suddenly appeared, his dagger glinting. Blade Dance. This was his skill upon reaching level 5 as an evolver. Once used, and if it hit, it could unleash rapid consecutive attacks. He first emerged from the shadow unexpectedly, catching Cici off guard. He slashed her arm with the dagger, followed by an elbow strike to her abdomen. He then executed a rising dragon fist, sending her flying into the air. As she was about to fall, he freed a hand to stab at her back with the dagger. The combination of 4 attacks was still fast, even with the slowing effect of the Crying Moon wand. However, the dagger was blocked by the wand. Lan Cici only realized the deadly strike was coming. After all, she was a level 5 evolver and wouldn't be taken out by just one skill. But she still broke out in a cold sweat. If she reacted a moment slower, she would have been taken out in one combo. Truly, the Shadow-type assassin had strong attack power and combo skills. However, the opponent was unlucky to encounter a troublesome duo. Li Yuanyuan came over and directly healed Cici's injuries with her life staff. The effect of a life staff increased the recovery speed of abilities and vitality. The wound on Lan Cici's arm healed at a visibly rapid rate. If you get hurt more, I can heal you many times. You probably want to dissect me, right? Li Yuanyuan chuckled and made a face. Their opponent, however, did not look so happy. The worst nightmare for an assassin is to fail to take down a squishy target, especially with a healer present. He couldn't lower his opponent's health. If this dragged on, he'd be tortured to death by the soul-splitting technique. You guys are really disgusting. He made up his mind to fight desperately. Shadow evasion. Seeing him use the same trick again, Lan Cici immediately entered a state of alert. Her keen senses were fully activated, monitoring the slightest movements around her. But this time, the assassin chose not her, but Li Yuanyuan, the healer. Blade Dance. A blinding light suddenly emerged from her shadow. It was the reflection of the dagger, mirroring Yuanyuan's shocked expression. Got you, die. Just then, Yuanyuan's expression changed. The previous surprise vanished, replaced by a cold smile. Hee, I knew you would come. Purifying light. A brilliant light burst forth from her body. The Shadow-type evolver's dagger hadn't even touched her yet, but his eyes involuntarily shut under the strong light. He heard Li Yuanyuan's voice. Spread the plague. Though this move had little effect at the same level, it was better than nothing. It was her only attack skill. You like choosing me, huh? Let me show you what hell looks like. The sound of a cork popping was heard, and the Shadow-type evolver still didn't understand what was happening. He only felt a cold liquid splashed onto him. When the bright light faded, he opened his eyes and the sight nearly made him close them again. Flesh was falling off his body piece by piece, accompanied by a gush of blood. Yet he felt no pain at all. You are a devil. You are all devils. His face turned pale, his eyes wide open. Soon, his eyeballs fell to the ground along with the flesh from his cheeks. After a while, he fell completely silent, leaving only a skeleton standing where he once was, still in a struggling posture. Lan Cici was glad her eyes couldn't see. Otherwise, she would have been afraid of vomiting. Just listening to the sounds was horrifying. Cici, I'm done. Let us go help them. Oh, okay. How about I just call you sister from now on? Mu Xian and Lan Feifei heard the scream and knew what had happened. Chapter 98. Sending you off with momentum in the outskirts of Anyang City. The battle in front of the Kenyang sect stronghold continued. Lan Feifei's opponent was a knife technique evolver, with a long knife in hand. His level advantage gave him greater strength. Every time she parried his knife with her sword, she was forced back. Ever since I awakened my skills, I've changed my name to Knife Maniac. What do you think of my knife skills? Lan Feifei looked speechless. What kind of bizarre opponent was this? Your knife skills are only brute force. They are inferior to my sword skills, which balance hardness and softness. She was making this up. She couldn't admit she knew nothing. Her swordsmanship was innate from her awakened abilities. Before this, she had only encountered sword techniques in TV dramas. Upon hearing her words, the Knife Maniac's expression darkened, and his eyes turned cold. You dare say my knife skills are not as good as yours? Let me show you. He held the knife vertically with one hand, the tip pointing to the sky. Watch my first knife technique, the Mad Blade. His physical strength suddenly surged, and his knife-swinging speed increased dramatically. The pressure on Feifei which was already small, became much greater. Fortunately, Cece activated the effect of the Crying Moon Wand, causing the knife maniac's speed to slow down once more, even slower than when he had activated the Mad Blade skill. Your Mad Blade can't even compare to my sister's skills. Although the knife maniac wanted to retort, the facts are right in front of him. You'll soon see how powerful I am. The battle between the two gradually began to turn around. Lan Feifei's speed increased, allowing her to start dodging the knife maniac's long knife. Before long, several wounds appeared on his body, since it was the Ghost Slayer longsword. It also had a defensive weakening effect. The next attack from Feifei always hurts more than the last one. The blade maniac's expression changed, and his knife techniques began to shift. Let me show you my second move, Whirlwind Slash. He changed his grip on the knife, extending his arm straight out. Immediately, he began to spin, transforming into a whirlwind of blades that swept toward his opponent. Feifei recognized this skill and immediately countered with a Rondo Slash. This resulted in two tornadoes clashing against each other. Sparks flew where they met. The slowed blade maniac gained no advantage. Instead, Feifei's Rondo Slash was faster. Eventually, the blade could no longer keep up with the speed of the sword. The blade maniac received several cuts on his body. Although the wounds weren't severe, the weakened defense was quite evident. As long as he wasn't facing a thick earth shield, the effects of Ghost Slayer were still powerful. The blade maniac's expression darkened. If this continued, he would be worn down. After all, he was a 5th-level evolver and still had one skill left. He decisively gave up on continuing to clash tornadoes with Feifei. He gripped his knife with both hands and raised it above his head. Let me show you my final move, Savage Blade. The blade maniac charged forward like a raging bull, his strength significantly increasing. Feifei did not want to retreat and met him head-on with the same move. Clang! The sound of weapons colliding rang out, and she was sent flying by the long knife, crashing into a wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. In this clash, the force of Savage Blade directly overwhelmed her. Despite her pale complexion, Lan Feifei's expression did not change. Her eyes darted, searching for an opportunity to break through. Seeing her like this, the blade maniac laughed heartily. Haha, now you know my strength, right? You weak women are no match for me. Lan Feifei said nothing, preparing to strike again with the same stance. Her opponent, seeing her stubbornness, decided to oblige. He charged again in the form of a raging bull. However, this time, Feifei did not clash head-on. She focused all her energy on dodging. The blade maniac saw her maintain her stance without moving, thinking she was intimidated by his momentum. Then let my momentum send you off. He approached her, swinging down his knife with great force. If Feifei took this hit, she would surely be pinned to the ground. However, she wasn't playing with her sword just to clash. She stepped aside in a calculated move, taking the least time possible while avoiding the distance of the long knife. The blade maniac's attack grazed her cheek, leaving a red mark. Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time it won't be so easy to dodge. But Lan Feifei did not counter with another strike and quickly retreated. You won't have the chance for another strike. At this moment, the blade maniac felt a pain in his heart. Looking down, he saw a long sword embedded in his chest. It was indeed Ghost Slayer. This is impossible. How could you pierce my defense with one sword? The Savage Blade skill not only provided immense strength, but also enhanced the user's defense. However, the defense weakened by Ghost Slayer had no effect. Feifei quietly watched as his body fell. Only then did she step forward to pull out her long sword. This truly is your final move. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Mu Xian was locked in a fierce battle with her opponent. Both sides had sustained injuries, but none were fatal. She was quite pleased to encounter an evenly matched opponent. The King's opponent was a water-type evolver, currently shielding himself with a water shield against the King's biting attacks. Initially, the King was consuming his opponent from a distance with wind blades. However, the opponent continuously used water balls, easily deflecting the wind blades each time. So, the King decided to utilize his specialty, speed, to achieve victory. Clouds swirled around his four paws, showcasing the speed of the wind. The opponent's skills couldn't land a hit. All were dodged by the King. After finding wind blades ineffective, the King decided to engage in close combat. No matter how thick the opponent's water shield was, it couldn't completely withstand the biting attacks. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. with the king's teeth sinking hard into the shield. The opponent was no fool, and Wu Hao stands still for the king to bite him. You dumb dog, didn't expect you to hit that hard. But choosing close combat is your biggest mistake. He waved his hand in the air, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. Water wave. A massive torrent of water erupted from him, spreading outward. The immense force also knocked the king, who was still biting the shield, away. He was thrown 10 meters away, but the water quickly dissipated. This was also a reason why water attributes couldn't be relied on. The water created would disappear after a certain time. Essentially, it was a creation of crystal. Without the sustaining energy of the crystal, it would vanish. The king, though simple-minded, was not stupid. He charged at his opponent again, fearless with the bloodthirsty claw ready. As long as he could inflict damage on his opponent, he could heal himself. Our battle should end here. Remember not to serve the Liu family in your next life. Chapter 99. The dumb dog is a fierce dog in the outskirts of Anyang City. In front of the Scarless mercenary stronghold, the scars on Scarless' face twisted continuously, looking extremely terrifying. This was a sign of his uncontrollable rage. His opponent had always underestimated him, which made him, who had been a boss for over 10 years, very unhappy. Even Liu Xiu and Wu Hao dare to look down on him like this. Otherwise, Wu Hao haven't trusted this area to him. You've been provoking me just to get me riled up? Huh? Don't show off such petty tricks. Wu Hao smiled. Although it was just a little trick, his opponent still showed signs of losing control. This was the result he wanted, to make Scarless go mad and attack without holding back. Only then could his space transfer have room to operate. You're right, I do want you to lose control so that I could transfer and attack several times. By directly stating his intention, it would instead make his opponent hesitate. This is what is called a yangmo, an overt scheme. Regardless of whether you fall for it or not, you will still fall into the trap. Ever since Scarless killed his own subordinate with the first strike, he has been on constant alert against Wu Hao's space transfer. Now that he heard the opponent admit it, he became even more cautious in his actions. He didn't dare to use his full strength in every strike, needing to reserve some power to stop the attack. Wu Hao didn't need to worry about these things. He charged forward with his sword in hand. His aggressive attack moves were more suited to the Sky Splitter Greatsword, occasionally mixing in a void/sword energy. As for the spatial collapse, this skill was powerful against minions, but when it came to fighting opponents of the same level, it still lacked a bit of effectiveness. He chose to use the void/slash instead, as it had higher attack power and a larger coverage area, without the worry of missing. Faced with Wu Hao's relentless pressure, Scarless was mostly on the defensive. This state quickly changed when he saw that his remaining minions were about to collapse. With a determined heart, he thought that it didn't matter if he drew attacks now. They would die sooner or later, so they shouldn't hinder his actions. His trident caught Wu Hao's greatsword. You know what? I am no longer afraid, Scarless shouted, and the arcs of electricity on the trident flickered intensely. This meant that he had unleashed all his firepower. While maneuvering the trident to attack, 3 electric balls erupted from his mouth. The electric balls sparkled with arcs of electricity, clearly indicating a fusion of 2 skills. Wu Hao's space transfer time was still active, and he was not afraid of his opponent's attacks. He swung the sky-splitting greatsword to block the trident strike. At the same time, he activated the space transfer technique, shifting 3 electric orbs. The electric light flickered and exploded on Scarless' back. Damn it, you make me feel sick. He finally couldn't help but start cursing. Facing Wu Hao made him feel extremely frustrated. The opponent was like a bouncing turtle shell. He had heard about this space transfer in the Sunsetting sect. It was a very powerful defensive skill, but it had a fatal weakness. That was control-type skills. Once controlled, one couldn't transfer. Skills like plant vines entangling or the sword intent explosion that Fei also had could all restrict space transfer. Unfortunately, there were none of those skills here. He considered those skills to be worthless. He never intended to cultivate them from the beginning, leaving them all at low levels. As for those high-level evolvers he had cultivated, they had all been dealt with by the opponents. A bunch of useless people, unable to fight back. It would have been better to cultivate support-type skills from the start. His heart was filled with resentment, but he never looked for problems within himself. Wu Hao looked at his crazy appearance and felt relaxed in his heart. The opponent's mentality was worse than he had expected. Scarless, you're about to lose. Do you have anything to say? This time he did not deny it. He had already seen Lon Cece and the others defeating their opponents and were heading in their direction. Do you think defeating me means you can contend with the Sunset Gate? You're just a frog in a well, unable to see the full power of the Sunset Gate. Even more so, you don't understand Lu Siyuan's abilities. He is someone destined to become a king. Wu Hao listened to him finish speaking, his expression unchanged. Not at all intimidated. It doesn't matter, no matter how powerful he is, I will bring him down. If he dares to attack us, he should think about how to be reborn in his next life. The two of them moved faster and faster, wielding their weapons with increasing ferocity. Yet, Scar's trident had never once injured his opponent. Instead, he ended up hitting himself more often. I refuse to accept this. Why can my force of over 400 people be defeated by just 5 of you? Woof woof. Was your math taught by a PE teacher? I'm a person too. The king also dealt with his opponent and ran over. His body was covered in scars, and breaking through the water shield took a lot of time. He felt like his teeth were about to ache. If it weren't for the bloodthirsty claw, he would have died first from the opponent's water wave skill. Even the opponent praised his attacks. This husky is a fierce dog, very much like Scar. However, the opponent's skills were different. Scar had no way to deal with spatial transfer. The king, on the other hand, could bite through the water shield with sheer determination. Our team is not as simple as you think. The newcomer was Mu Xian, who had also dealt with her opponent. Although she had many bruises and wounds, none were fatal, and her spirit was very good. She really enjoyed this battle, as the opponent was also a physical type evolver. The two directly engaged in a melee clash. The battle was intense, but in the end, she stood victorious due to her extensive martial arts knowledge. Lan Fei was walking over when Yuan pulled her away. Sister Fei, you're hurt. Let me heal you first. She didn't refuse, as Wu Hao's side was all team members, so there was no need to worry. Her own injuries needed to be treated first. In her battle with the Blade Maniac, although she had the upper hand most of the time, there were still moments when she was injured. The Blade Maniac's Mad Blade and Barbara Blade had great power. The wounds he inflicted on her were deep. Although they were not fatal, they bled profusely. Sister Fei, you're pushing yourself too hard. If those 2 wounds were any deeper, you'd be dead first. Little girl, what do you know? My level is 1 lower. How can I win if I'm not as ruthless as the opponent? If you call me little girl again, I might get angry. Oh, then show me your anger. Li Yuan took out a small bag she carried with her, muttering to herself. Hey, where did the Yin Yang Harmony powder I brought go? Lan Fei's expression changed, and a forced smile appeared on her cold face. Sister Yuan, you should help me heal first. If we can't find the medicine, we'll look for it later. All right, I'll listen to Fei this time. Next time, I will definitely find it. Fei clenched her fists tightly behind her back, but didn't dare to get angry. Chapter 100. The plot became a joke. Scar looked at the approaching crowd, frowning. Among the remaining people, none were his subordinates. Clearly, our strength is greater. So why can you survive? He couldn't understand, as most of the opponents were level 4 evolvers, while his side had all level 5 evolvers. Because we are a team, even though your levels are higher, you have been slowed down, and the group slow effect is enough to offset the level difference. Only an aggressive team cannot go far, unless the team's attack power is strong enough to be the best in the world. There is always someone stronger out there. If you encounter an enemy that can't be dealt with through attack power, that is the significance of support, which is why he brought CC instead of Chun Bo. Chun Bo's mechanical transformation is strong and has many functional abilities, but he still prefers to bring a fully supportive teammate. Support-type abilities are usually more powerful. For example, CC's group slow is definitely stronger than Ice-type slow. Although the apocalypse is cruel, the skills provided are quite fair. Yuan's skill has a strong support effect, but the damage skill she awakened is not very strong. It is a skill that is suppressed by level, without a level advantage. It is difficult to exert the expected damage. Scar shook his head. He did not believe Wu Hao's explanation. Without attack power, everything is empty. As long as the attack power is strong enough, everything can be destroyed. What if you encounter someone stronger than you? Someone more powerful than you? Then let them kill you. Wu Hao shook his head. Although he was unafraid of death, he did not want to die meaninglessly. We are not stronger than you. Yet you will still die here. Scar was silent. He didn't know how to argue. He simply chose to let go of this issue and decided to speak through battle by gripping his trident tightly. While you were explaining grand principles, Your space transfer time must have come, right? A smile appeared on his face. This was the very time he wanted to drag out. I have seen space transfer and naturally know the duration. Your energy is not enough to perform it a second time. As fellow level 5 awakeners, both of their crystal energies were similar. Wu Hao originally thought that the opponent had given up on the fight. He didn't expect it was just stalling for time, waiting for his skill to wear off. Indeed, my space transfer has ended. He honestly admitted the status of his skill. Scarless was no longer pretending. Arcs of electricity danced around his trident. As he swung it, he opened his mouth and shot out 3 electric balls. This time, there were no arcs following, but instead, he released 3 more arcs of electricity. At such a young age, he thought he could deal with me. It was simply a pipe dream. Then he turned to deal with the others, those he considered minions. Die for me. Remember not to be my enemy in your next life. Faced with Scarless' attack, Wu Hao's expression was heavy. He gripped the great sword in his hand, but did not use any skills. This further confirmed to his opponent that his crystal energy was running low. The sky-splitting great sword clashed with the flashing trident, creating a burst of electric light and sparks that left pits in the ground around them. Soon after, the 3 electric balls and 3 arcs of electricity struck Wu Hao's body. Scarless, who had originally been holding the trident, was jolted and sent flying. His back had already been scorched, burned by the electric balls and arcs. His face wore an expression of disbelief. Didn't you say the space transfer was over? Wu Hao nodded, revealing a cold smile. That's right, it has ended. But why can you still transfer? It's just a restart. Impossible. Your energy is clearly not enough for another use. Scarless was not wrong. His crystal energy was insufficient. It was indeed impossible to use space transfer for the second time so quickly. However, the opponent had forgotten one thing. That is, Li Yuanyuan had once used purifying light. This skill can touch control states. She simply used it to deal with the charging assassin. But she had the option to, which included Wu Hao. Thanks to the effect of a life staff, any of her skills could restore crystal energy to allies. Although the amount restored was not much, combined with Wu Hao's own, it was enough for a second space transfer. Have you seen the power of support? Scarless stood frozen in place, realizing that all his plans had become a joke. You are indeed strong.